Hi there, you're watching Market Cafe on ET Now with me Shreyansi Singh, and with me as always is Snehisha. Over the next 1 hour, we'll take you through news and updates from within the country as well as across the globe. Of course, we'll be telling you which stocks you should keep on your radar and what the brokerages are saying, but the D-Day is finally here after 2 months of a long wait. So, Snehi, lots to watch out for today, isn't it?
Absolutely, lots to watch out for in terms of what's happening on the news front and also the impact that's going to be seen on the markets today and tomorrow as well.
Absolutely. So let's get started then and take a look at the roundup that we have coming in with elections then.
Well, absolutely, and let's also start the show then. And D-Day has finally arrived after a 2-month long wait, with the counting just very close today. All eyes will be pinned on whether the National Democratic Alliance will script a return to power for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, making it a hat-trick, or can the opposition's India bloc defy the exit polls and pull off a surprise? Remember, all exit polls have predicted a thumping majority for the NDA, with the BJP expected to outperform its own 2019 tally of 303 seats. Let's go across to Navika Kumar, Group Editor, Times Network, and get a detailed insight of what's in store today. Navika, thanks so much for joining us. Now, PM Modi has, on more than one occasion said that tough decisions will be taken when he returns for the third term. What's the buzz in the political circles? Are economic reforms, land divestment, etc. on the cards? Just give us a mood check of everything that's happening.
Well, if the Prime Minister and the BJP come back with a thumping majority that some polls have shown, then for the opposition, there is only one route that they can take, which is more and more disruptions in Parliament, more and more agitations. You can expect more agitations in the third term of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Also, what you will see the opposition doing is keeping on raising the rhetoric about democratic values, about constitutionality. They will continue to criticize. The pitch will be higher, the demonstrations will be higher, because the opposition, if they are out of power for 15 years and have to make themselves relevant, going that route is the only option for them to stay relevant. And is this going to be easy for Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP government? No, it is not, which is why it will be very important for the Prime Minister. And that is why he has been saying that tough decisions will be taken. If he treats these protests and demonstrations lightly, there will be more to pay for. And if the results give a big majority to him, we can be totally sure that he is going to deal with them with an iron hand.
Right, Navika, this is Shreyansi also joining in the conversation. So the pertinent question then is, if BJP returns with a thumping majority as exit polls predict, what role do you foresee for the Congress as well as other opposition parties in the years to come? Also, will it empower the government to play a bigger role in setting the global agenda then, especially now that India is being seen as a military and economic counterweight to China then?
Clearly, there is one agenda that the Prime Minister has, and that agenda is to take India's economy only one way, that is upwards. Third in the world is what he wants India's economy to be. So you can expect reforms in every field: Companies Act, Direct Tax Code, making ease of business a reality, looking at how to create investments in this country. That is the biggest agenda for the Prime Minister, because if India grows and does economically well, it will help to actually give the fruits of development to the people of India at the lowest levels of economic strata of the society. So yes, expect all the reforms, whether it is labor reforms, whether it is land reforms, whether it is tax reforms, all of that will be top of Prime Minister's agenda. And you will begin to see all of this from the first budget session that will happen sometimes probably in July. And the 100-day agenda is already set. That will be more a people's agenda, but the first budget will have the economic agenda charting the vision and the course over the next 5 years, and that will come within the first 30 days or 40 days of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's third term. So if it's a hat trick, I'm writing an if to this only because till the results are in, there is always going to be some amount of questions that will hang in the air, but it is a done deal that economy will be his top priority.
All right, seems like it is a done deal as of now. Navika, thanks so much for joining us bright and early here on ET Now. Let's move on then and hear in from what market experts are making of this event that's been happening. And Swaminathan Iyer, consulting editor, ET Now, says that the Modi 2.0 government was disrupted by COVID, Ukraine war and the El Nino. Although when we compare ourselves with other countries, it was seen we have done much better. Listen in to what he's expecting if the government actually does remain stable.
Look, Modi too was very seriously disrupted by COVID, by Ukraine, and if you like, in this last year, it was disrupted again by El Nino. So these were extremely difficult times. Modi soldiered through it, and I would say that if now for 3 years in a row you had more than 7% growth, the first year I would neglect because it was a recovery from COVID. But in the next 2 years, if you have done so well, at a time when a number of other countries, look at all your neighbors. Pakistan is with the IMF, Sri Lanka is with the IMF, Bangladesh, which is the same GDP as us, Bangladesh is with the IMF. And we are rock solid and doing 8.2. So Mr. Modi will say there may be certain reforms that failed. He failed to persuade the farmers that we have to change the entire farming system. I mean, there was this huge farm revolt against him. He retreated and said, okay, I am not going to take this on. In Modi 1, he had, for instance, tried to take on land acquisition. He retreated. Again, in Modi 2, one of the things that he retreated on, perhaps, was whether we have a national register of citizens, which the Muslim community is extremely afraid of. That is a non-economic subject. But I mean, these were some of the areas. Mr. Modi has shown that he is capable of retreating when he comes across a very serious resistance. But he will plow ahead, and he will be extremely satisfied with what has actually happened. I will just say this. In some ways, he's been lucky. I wrote a column the other day saying, India's greatest achievement, not Modi's greatest achievement, India's greatest achievement in this Modi era has been the rise of global capability centers. According to various estimates from various sources, we now have perhaps up to 4,000 multinationals with a total revenue of more than 100 billion.
Then that was the word coming in from ET Now's consulting editor Swaminathan Iyer. But let's get a move on then, and the market is clearly pricing in a third term for the Modi government, and capex stocks seem to be the theme every brokerage house is bullish on. But what's the way forward then? Anisha is standing by with the highlights of what brokerages are saying.
Consensus seems to be the fact that exit polls are projecting a better victory for BJP than 2019, as well as what the street was estimating. And that's the clear conviction which is playing out in the markets right now. And the other big consensus is the domestic cyclicals, the likes of capex, industrials, defense, PSUs. These are the ones where most of the brokerage houses are positive on. But let me start with what Mahesh Nandurkar of Jefferies has to say. He believes that, of course, the exit poll verdict seems to be sentimentally positive for the capex stocks, but it's a small and mid-cap space which can take a bit of a breather right now, given the run-up that we have seen. And the good tactical trade perhaps would be to bet on the laggards, which have been the large cap. So that's the view coming in from Jefferies. Shifting focus to Nomura there, and then they say that perhaps the exit poll has paved the way for the FPI flows to come back into the Indian markets. And that's why they believe that the domestic sectors, particularly infrastructure, manufacturing, capex theme, is likely to outperform in the near term as well. That's what Sonal had to say. Moving on to what Venugopal Gare of Bernstein had to say. they believe that market might touch those levels of 23,500 given the exuberance around exit polls as well as election verdict. But post that, there might be a bit of correction, and then if you look at the entire year, the expectation should be of a high single-digit return from the Nifty. CLSA's Vikas Sharma as well as Indranil believe that Indian economic cycle is driven by global cycle rather than who rules in Delhi, and the market seems to have pretty much priced in what's 3.0 going to be like with the Modi government. Lastly, Gautam Duggar of Motilal Oswal, he says that political ramifications of this verdict are going to be much more far-reaching, which means the likes of unified labor reforms as well as farm laws, all of these might get taken place because the Modi government will get the political mandate and the political backing with the kind of size of majority that they're getting, that they'll be able to push through all of these reforms. And this, of course, is going to boost the political capital. They are overweight on financials, consumptions, industrials, as well as real estate as a theme.
Well, that's Anisha, thanks so much for taking us through that. Now, with the election outcome in the forefront and largely priced in policy continuity, which will foreign investors start parking their funds back into India again? And also, what's next for the market after the polls? Hear out opinions from the biggest voices, the likes of Nilesh Shah, Sandeep Tandon, Porinju Veliat, as well as Manish Dangi on what they had to say.
The global investors, I think it's going to be impossible for them now to ignore India, not just as emerging market allocation, but essentially to be a mainstream market where they make substantially higher allocations, because obviously they have been apprehensive about continuity of policy for the next 5 years. Here now what you have is essentially a continuity, stability, and maybe a turbocharged policy calendar for the next 5 years. And I think that's what they basically would be looking forward to.
India P multiple will expand further. A lot of FIs have exited India, highlighting that India has been very expensive related to other emerging market. I think they will be forced to come back. Okay, and I'm using the very strong word. They will be forced to come back when they see this outperformance continue and the P expansion. And they themselves, their inflows will actually further increase the P multiple of this overall India as a basket.
I think the short position of FIAs, we should not give too much importance, except for the very short term, there could be some covering. But anyway, it's only minuscule of their total holding in India, bet on India in the equities. So that way, I think they also will be happy for the market going up. So need not worry about FIAs, I feel.
Return of Modi actually is absolutely loved by bonds, because it sort of assures that this small risk of high fiscal deficit and potentially very high inflation has gone. Modi regime's policy have ensured that even in a growth such as what we are experiencing right now, core inflation is below 4%. So you would see more of it over the next few years. That means a sort of legitimately a secular and rather very big bull market can happen in bond markets over the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Short-term players will indulge in profit booking. I mean, as they say that buy on rumor, sell on news. So today is essentially the day when the markets are reflecting the exit polls. Tomorrow is 24 hours from now. We will essentially have visible trends in terms of which way the verdict is flowing. I don't think anybody has doubts about which way this verdict is going. But it's very likely that you might see some profit booking happen because that's essentially the kind of nature of business in which short-term players are in. But long-term players, I still think they will continue to kind of come in. And clearly, when you take a 3 to 5 year perspective, markets essentially are not expensive. Markets are reasonable. There will be pockets of where valuations are way more attractive. And that's where money will flow in.
It's going to be a very interesting time ahead. There will be a lot of volatility. At the same time, for the long-term investors, see the long-term trajectory for India's economy and Indian stock market. It's very clear. It is very bullish. Equity will continue to be the best asset class. Indian equities, if you see any asset class in the whole world, not only in India. So that way, there is going to be, more and more fancy for Indian stocks. I expect more and more FIA inflow into the market in the coming years.
That was a verdict coming in from the experts, but let's take a look at visuals on your screen shortly. And then on your screens, you do have the visuals of BJP workers performing a Havan. Visuals are coming from BJP headquarters. Of course, this was the second longest since India's first election. And the verdict is something that we're all keeping an eye on. On your screens, you have the visuals from BJP's headquarters. But on that note, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you some more news and updates.
in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth?
Just clarify this entire
What
case.
is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
At ET now, I've been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be getting a boost of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, isn't this all factors aligned wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
You just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally aane wali hai.
The market approach has to be stay bullish, just in the way how markets should move in the
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with authenticity and provides actionable information, helping millions realize their goals. But
Hi there, welcome back. We're getting some fresh visuals of the counting that is taking place as of now, and the first set of visuals right now are trickling in from Pune, and Lok Sabha elections 2024 counting day has kick-started. What you're seeing on your screen is coming from Koregaon Park in Pune. That's the counting center at Koregaon Park, and well, these are live visuals coming from there. We also have some visuals coming from the counting center at Prabhat Kumar College, which is in West Bengal. And we'll switch to that very quickly as well. But well, yes, what you're seeing is that counting has, is going to begin in a very short while from now, and everybody is assembled, and well, it's all going in top gear. And very soon, by the end of the day, we are going to know who's going to form the government once again. But let's get a move on. Let's take a look at what the world has been doing while we have been focusing on elections. Let's start with what's been happening at Wall Street. And well, yesterday, a technical issue at the New York Stock Exchange affected price quotes of several stocks earlier yesterday, but trading returned to normal around midday. Now, let's also take a look at, on an individual basis, what's been happening. The Dow Industrial began trading yesterday with a decline after weak US manufacturing data raised concerns about the strength of the economy. Banks, industrials and other shares dependent on economic growth led the pullback. Let's also see individually what all of these three indices have done. Dow has closed the day 0.3% lower yesterday. S&P and Nasdaq, however, have managed to close in the greens. You have S&P 500 with an uptick of 0.1%. Not much happening, but in the green nonetheless. And for Nasdaq also 0.5% in the green, so that index did pretty well for itself yesterday. Now, cyclical stocks whose fortunes are closely tied to economic growth slid, with the energy, industrials, materials sector closing in the red. Earlier, the US manufacturing sector showed signs of slowing, with the ISM manufacturing index measuring 48.7 in May, sending treasury yields and the dollar lower. Let's also take a look at what the treasury bonds are up to, and well, 4.406 is where the bond treasury 10-year bond yield is as of now. Remember, when it comes to manufacturing, a reading below 50 is an indication of a contraction. So let's see how that pairs for the markets today as well. And well, yesterday Nvidia rose nearly 5% because that stock is seeing no stopping. This after announcing a new suite of artificial intelligence chips, a sign it is prepared to fight to stay ahead in the highly competitive space. The chip maker said it will upgrade its AI chip architecture on an annual basis. Now, the first week of June is also brimming with further economic updates. Investors are awaiting private payroll data tomorrow from ADP, followed by the May jobs report on Friday. Investors appear to want some economic slowing that would give the Fed Reserve the green light to cut interest rates, but not too much of a slowdown that would raise fears of a recession. Largely, this is what has been happening across the US markets, but let's also shift a little bit and talk about what's up with Europe, because European markets have started the month higher yesterday, extending last week's rally as investors look ahead to the European Central Bank's latest interest rate decision later this week. Shares of British pharma company GSK fell to the bottom of the Europe WIPE benchmark, dipping 9.2% before pairing losses slightly on news that it was set to face a jury trial over its allegations that its Zantac heartburn drug caused cancer. Now, the ECB is widely expected to cut interest rates for the first time since 2019 when policymakers meet on Thursday. This is notable as it would mean the central bank moved before the US Fed Reserve, which tends to lead the monetary policy for itself as well the rest of the world. However, investors will watch closely to see whether a slightly higher than expected Eurozone inflation print on Friday will alter the bank's path going forward. But on an individual basis, DAX was up 0.6%, FTSE slightly under pressure, down 0.1%, and the Pan-European Stock 600 index holding up smartly with gains of 0.3%. But Shreyansi, while this was your US and what Europe was up to, also tell us what crude is doing.
Absolutely, and it's very interesting what we're seeing play out with the crude prices, right? Because what you're seeing right now is that US crude oil fell more than 3%, and that was as OPEC Plus announced plans to phase out voluntary production cuts totaling 2.2 million barrels per day. And a coalition of 8 OPEC Plus members led by Saudi Arabia and Russia announced on Sunday that they would be beginning to phase out those cuts over the course of 12 months starting in October. And the planned phase out, however, will be subject to market conditions, and that could be reversed. That is the verdict coming in from OPEC as well. And OPEC is also keeping separate tranches of production cuts totaling about 3.6 million barrels per day in place until the end of 2025. So that largely is the move coming in. And when you look at oil prices, then what you're looking at is a more than 3% fall, like I mentioned. So when you look at WTI, you're looking at prices around $74 a barrel and a downtick of 3.6%. On a year-to-date basis, though, that contract has gained about 3.6%. And when you look at Brent as well, that was down about 3.3%, and year-to-date, that one has also gained about 1.7%. Of course, under the OPEC plan, there is more than 500,000 barrels per day that will be returning to the market by December, and 1.8 million barrels per day that will be coming back by June of 2025. OPEC, of course, is facing a conundrum when you look at member states having a lower budget and as well as their move to sort of ramp up prices at this point. And they can't do it too aggressively because then that would weigh on prices as well, in that the prices would be higher and that would weigh on demand rather. So that largely is the move coming in, a 3% fall coming in with oil prices. But let's also take stock of what Asian markets are doing then. And Asia stocks largely dipped after kicking off June on a solid ground, with investors also awaiting the final results of India's general elections like the rest of us. Now, Japan's Nikkei on your screen is down about 0.5% thereabout, was previously down about 0.6%. And South Korea's Kospi also in the red, currently down about 0.4%, should be on your screen shortly. And then you also have Hang Seng that edged marginally higher. Kospi there on your screen, down about 0.4% as of now. And Hang Seng was the only index holding up, edging marginally higher and currently just about up about 0.4%. In Shanghai, there's a slight downtick as well on the flip side. So you have Shanghai that was down 0.2% on your screens, and ASX 200 as well was down about 0.1% and currently is around those levels as well. Now back home, of course, we closed around the 23,263 mark rather, and then what the Nifty implied on the bottom of your screen is penciling in is a good gap up open, especially on a spot basis and even on a futures basis. We're looking at a good start. So let's see how that pans out for us, Snehi.
Well, absolutely. Big moves we did see coming in on the index yesterday. A 3% uptick is where Nifty closed for the day. So let's see if we're able to sustain on that momentum. However, GIFT Nifty implying a good start, but not as big as yesterday. But let's move on then. And SEBI has launched the Sarthi 2.0, an upgraded mobile app designed to simplify personal finance for investors. Featuring a user-friendly interface, financial tools and educational content, the app aims to provide unbiased, reliable investment information, now available on Google Play and the iOS app stores. My colleague Anuraksha has more details on this app. Listen.
In era of a social media where there is so much overflow of information, and in this overflow of information at times investor get misleading information also, and that can impact their decision making of investing. So to overcome this and to have a more reliable and trustworthy information regarding the decision making only, SEBI has launched a new app, Sarthi 2.0, which will give a reliable information to the investor to make their decision making. I have also downloaded this app, and a couple of features are there in this app. So one important feature this app provides is a financial tool and calculator, which have SIP calculator, inflation calculator, EMI calculator, rate of return calculator, bond yield calculator, SIP goal calculator, standard compound interest calculator. So this is a calculator where an investor can calculate about their goals. Other than that, this app also provide how to make your nomination related to your securities, how to apply in IPO through ASBA process, that has also been mentioned. Consolidated account statement about your all investment, how to get that, market about the index and Sensex and Nifty, information about that, bull market, bear market, the complete detailed study about that. That all information has been given in this Sarthi app. Apart from that, it also mentioned that what types of caution need to be there for investors. Other information about the money matters, how to understand money, investment avenues, how you can grow. So detailed videos are there about KYC procedure, depository services, IPOs. So trusty, reliable source of information to get the information provided in this app. So purpose of launching this app only is that investor can have a reliable, trustworthy information so they can make informed decisions about their investments.
All right, thanks Anurag for all of those important details then. That's the latest coming in as far as the Sarthi 2.0 app is concerned. But on that note, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you some more election related updates. So you don't go anywhere.
sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth?
Just clarify this entire
What
case.
is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It's clearly one of the biggest deals.
Here, ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be getting a booster shot.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Just on the editor's radar, the strategy is going to be for the day.
It just starts coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally आने वाली है.
Market compounding rate. The market approach has to be stay bullish, just in the way how markets should move.
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with authenticity and provides actionable information, helping millions realize their goals. But
Hi there, welcome back. Let's get you straight to the ground and with the live action that everything has been happening because we're just minutes before the counting begins. Let's go straight across to our reporters who are standing on ground. We have Sumit and Sumita from the BJP headquarters and Samir is also joining us from the Congress headquarters. But Sumita, tell us first what the mood is like. Give us a vibe check. What's happening? Is there a lot of excitement being seen?
Yes, in fact, it's been a high-stakes battle, so excitement is palpable, excitement is quite obvious. Let me take you to some of the visuals over here. There are preparations. In fact, a couple of people, BJP supporters, have gathered to organize a Havan, and as you can see, they are displaying that 400-par slogan, that 400-par slogan that the Prime Minister has spoken about repeatedly, Sumit, as well. And it is high-stakes in the sense that the Prime Minister is looking to be the Prime Minister, the head of the country, for the third time. He's looking to beat the record that was formed by late former Prime Minister Nehru as well. On the other hand, for the Congress party, it is the battle for survival. It is a battle for resuscitation of its party, which has lagged behind since the past two elections. So, Sumit, the markets have already been factoring in policy continuity. The corporates are also looking for continuity. So, the BJP, in case it again comes back to power, it has its task cut out.
Well, absolutely. Well, even if you look at what was released yesterday, what PM Modi penned his thoughts while coming from Kanyakumari meditation. Well, he laid out what is going to come possibly if they come to power. First of all, reforms. The reforms will continue. Second, they have the whole thing. They are focusing on reform, perform and transform, speed, scope, standardization, quality. That is going to be one focus area. Also, they want to do away with outdated thinking and no scope for pessimism. So, in a way, they are going to now once again aim for Viksit Bharat 2047. Reforms will continue. PM Modi-led BJP government and the government will come and take a number of steps or maybe issues which will be there so that the development, all that agenda will be continuing. Well, we have to see whether they come or not. But if they come, yes, that's the path going to be.
Yes, in fact, it is also going to be an exciting election considering that India really enjoys a solid position globally. India is emerging as a reliable partner globally, also being seen as a reliable partner as far as China plus one policy of global corporates is concerned. We've seen the entry of several global corporates like Apple, Micron as well. So that is key. But I think the other big event to be watching out for is, of course, the budget.
Well, absolutely, because what the interim budget this time was just a trailer. Now, big picture is coming. Budget will happen in July as expected. Big reforms, what decisions? It has to be really looked out for, excited.
Yes, back to you.
All right then, thank you so much Sumita and Sumit for that update coming in right from BJP headquarters. So the trailer, it was just the trailer and the picture is yet remaining, and we'll see how the picture unfolds as well. But thank you so much for joining us with that update. We also have Sameer standing by with the update from the Grand Old Party's office in New Delhi as well. Sameer, tell us what the mood check is like there at the Congress headquarters then.
Yes, firstly, let me show you that what is the current status, what is the ground reality. As of now, you can see that biggest difference that I have also seen, that you see that Congress has done some sort of preparation. You have seen that the tents, it is there. There are some preparation that has been done for the journalists. In addition to this, it is morning, just around 8 o'clock, but you can see that there are multiple posters that are mentioning कि आज देशतंत्र, लोकतंत्र और संविधान जीतेगा या मोदी की EVM. By holding these posters, the supporters, they are having that sort of confidence which has been echoing from their senior leaders as well, that whatever the exit polls that are suggesting the numbers are wrong, but they have shown confidence that this time the India Alliance, they are likely to reach to 300 mark. So based on that, the supporters are also quite, they think so that this time Congress will make a turnaround, but the ground reality also suggests that there is some hope that Congress understand, and that can be purely reflected through these sort of arrangements that have been done. So my experience also suggests that in the last two times, when in 2019 I was here and I was reporting for the same, for the general elections, and also during the Delhi state government elections, no such arrangement was done. That was an indication that Congress also understood that their numbers or their performance was not up to the mark. But this time, the kind of preparation that the Congress has done, this raises some sort of hopes that there might be a bit of change in their fortune. But whatever the picture is, that will be cleared by around 11 o'clock, when we can see that initial estimates or the rujhans will be coming in. That will very much clear the picture. But in Congress office, as of now, the Karkartas, the supporters, they are very hopeful. They understand that there are going to be some good numbers that will be coming to their way, and they will give it a fight to NDA or the BJP.
All right, Sameer, well, some optimism being reflected outside the Congress headquarters. Thanks so much, Sumit, Sumita, as well as Sameer, for joining us this morning and taking us on ground with all the action that's been buzzing. But viewers, with that, we're completely timed out on this edition of Market Cafe. You stay tuned, because we'll keep reconnecting with our reporters on ground and bring you the latest and the freshest updates of what's been happening with the election counting. But as of now, it's a goodbye from us. You stay tuned. The market takes the action ahead.
in individual sectors. What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth?
Just clarify this entire
What
case.
is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
DADT now have been getting you bit by bit.
are going to be taking a booster shot.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET Now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, isn't this all factors aligned wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
It just starts coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally आने वाली है.
Market compounding rate. The market approach has to be stay bullish, just in the way how markets should move.
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with authenticity and provides actionable information, helping millions realize their goals. But on a daily basis, as experience clashes with uncertainty, it brings forth brilliance. Catch Nikunj Dalmia, India's most experienced market anchor. ET Now, rise with India.
Hello. Yeah, I'll be there.
There's no particular time to rise. Not tomorrow, not the day after. There's no particular time to move forward.
Hello?
Through the ups and downs, amidst the chaos. The stories that can move an entire economy, drive us to break obstacles.
Breaking news aa gaya.
The business stories that need to be heard. The stories that need the right voice.
3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome. You're watching ET Now and there is breaking news right there on your screen.
And it's an ET Now news break. Confirm we told you first. This is Cheryl D'Souza with cameraman Akshay for ET Now.
This is why we rise. ET Now, rise with India.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth?
Just clarify this entire
What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
Here, ET Now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a booster shot.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET Now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, isn't this all factors aligned wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
It just starts coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Good morning, and you're watching ET Now. Arguably, today is the most important day of the year for Indian capital markets. Well, the markets have voted, but soon we will find out which way India has voted. While post-exit polls, the bears have exited and the bulls have made a comeback.
Oh, absolutely. And talking about bulls, I mean, just look at the FII buy figure yesterday. Over 6,000 crores. You had a gap up and that managed to sustain pretty much for the better part of yesterday's session. But the big question is whether we're going to replicate yesterday's magic today or not when we actually see the results come in. The counting for which, of course, is going to begin at 8 a.m.
So, Aisha, here's what, we always say that you rely on history to judge what is in store for future. And historically, election cycles have happened. So what we've done is, and this is some back-ended research our research team has put out, what historically has been the reaction to the exit poll, and post the exit poll reaction, how markets actually have reacted on the verdict day. Now, I would urge our viewers, and especially a lot of our young viewers who are first-time investors post-COVID, to really pay attention here. On the exit poll day, this is 2014, ab ki baar Modi Sarkar, Modi, the NDA's first term. On the exit poll day, market appreciated by 2%, 2019, 3.5%, and yesterday was about 3.3%. So the similarity is that the exit poll reaction every time has been
more exaggerated.
Yeah, and it's similar. It is between 2 to 3%. Similarly, on the verdict day, the reaction actually has not been there. Even the markets have liked the verdict. The market reaction is turning out to be more like a case of buy the rumor and sell the news. So will 2024 be any different? Well, history tells us it may not be different.
Yeah, I mean, look at the verdict day, right? From 2014, when you had a near about 2.5% move on the exit poll day itself, the market was a meager, somber 1% higher the next day when it was the actual verdict day. More importantly, on 2019, when you had a very exaggerated and exuberant move near about almost 4% on the exit poll day, the market was down 0.7%. And might I say, yesterday we've seen the same kind of reaction when the market held out by about 3.5%. And this is just the Nifty move that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about individual names here. So it's a big question mark on what happens today. But then again, Nikunj, it's also about the juxtaposition of how the previous elections, what the macro setup was, what the market depth was, and where we stand today, which is a complete contrast.
So Aisha, before we do that, you want to perhaps look at again taking the point slightly forward in terms of what has been the 1 week and the 1 month reaction.
Sure.
See, on an intraday basis, it's pull and pull, it's give and take, it's call and put, it's resistance and support which are at play. Sentiment plays a very overarching role in the short term. But 1 week after the 2014 election verdict, the market has given you slim gains. It's not like, it is not like an OMG moment or something spectacular. Similarly, in 2019, when the markets liked the verdict, it was much better than what exit polls were indicating. The gains were about 2.5%. And 1 month from now, this is interesting, 2019, the gains actually vanished.
Yeah.
Now, the point I'm trying to make here is that please remember that the positioning this time by the local crowd is high.
Yeah.
The positioning from DI crowd is cautious. Will history repeat itself? It might, at least in some large policy stocks. But in general, the BJP coming back to power, you've seen glimpse of that, how markets excited were. So you may twist, turn, go up here and there, you may hit a near-term peak in some stocks, but BJP coming back to power, I think what really matters is that the medium-term and the long-term cycle changes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just picking up on a few parameters, not just where the index has been, and it's a very deep, broad market that we're talking about now, as opposed to what we had in 2019 and even before that. But just the VIX positioning, the kind of valuations that we are now sitting at. And I'm not just talking about index level. Look at what's happening within the SMID space, for instance, right? It's even more bloated than the large caps. And yes, of course, the FI positioning. That's been, I think, the biggest contrast to what we've seen in the previous election years as opposed to now.
Okay, so the standard feature, again, we are comparing last cycle with the current cycle and the previous cycle with the last cycle, is that the volatility this time around is actually low. it is surprisingly low. So markets in a sense were betting on a particular verdict, and the verdict in a sense exit polls have really endorsed what markets wanted. Interestingly, when it comes to the big differentiator, and valuations is a judgment argument whether we are expensive or not, we'll talk about it. But the most important differentiating factor is what you will see here now, and folks pay attention here, the magical number of SIP. So this market is no longer dominated by tips, it is actually dominated by SIPs. And that for us, I think, is the most brilliant analysis, or most standout feature, that Indians have participated in this bull market, and in the run-up to the election, the Indian investor was fully committed, the SIP levels were high, but surprisingly foreign institutional investors in the run-up to the election, they have been surprisingly negative, and they've been very short. So the real surprise factor, Aisha, really could be, I don't think domestic institutional investors would like to now lap up the stocks, but based on yesterday's data, which is what, let's say the FI figure was indicating their positioning, are we in for more reversal and short covering going forward? So for me, that is one differentiating factor, not the joker in the pack, but an important aspect which in a sense could have an impact in the near-term market direction.
Yeah, and I think it's important to tell our viewers, given the kind of move that we had in the market yesterday alone, the way the small and mid-cap space has been, the way large caps have lagged, the FI positioning, and all the factors that you just talked about right now, as to the positioning in the short term, in the medium term, and in the long term, has to be completely different an approach.
Yeah, I think that's the, that's a differentiating factor, that what may work in the short term may not apply in medium term, and will certainly not work in the long term.
True.
So again, just very broad analysis as to how things really stack up. We've seen evidence of that yesterday, short term, which is 1 week to about 1 month. 1 week to 1 month, VIX will collapse, which it has. FIs will come back, and short selling, short covering will be evident, in which I think is really happened. What may interestingly happen is that policy related stock after yesterday's rally, have they peaked out, or they may hit a pause button? That would be an interesting factor. In the medium term, well, a lot changes. The currency market will become stable, macros will become better, your fiscal concerns will completely fade away, new themes will emerge. For example, in Modi 1, it was focused on digital India, it was focused on really Jan Dhan. The focus of Modi 2.0 really was Atmanirbhar Bharat, China +1 policy, PLI schemes, make India the manufacturing hub. So those are new themes which I think will emerge in the medium term from the agri space, from the land space. That is something you need to watch out for. And I guess what is interesting here would be that if yields come down, if liquidity comes back, then you could be in for outperformance in financials, which is what we all are hoping for.
Yeah, given the kind of underperformance that we've seen in select financials, and we already saw that, right? The FI dominated names, the way they made a comeback. And I think in long term, nothing changes. If you're in India bull, you remain in India bull, and you stay invested in the market.
Yeah. So Aisha, what happens, you think 5 years out? What is the number one thing which any investor would want? Stability.
Yeah.
Stability comes with a stable government. And that really has been the USP of India in last 10 years, that you've had a stable government. There was a time in the last decade that you did not have political stability. Political stability means strong policy reforms. Strong policy reforms mean that there would be a higher recognition of what the India story is, which means your P multiple will remain strong. So the bottom line here is that the wealth creation cycle, which has started post-COVID, long term the wealth creation cycle will extend itself. So all of us as Indians who've invested in stock markets with a disclosure, I think the wealth creation cycle will only extend itself. So next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, valuations are not that rich, stability of the government, you put all those factors together, then I think the wealth creation cycle for a long-term investor continues.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, we've got the who's who today to highlight what your short, medium as well as long-term strategy should be, and how is it that you should approach the India equities right now. In fact, we've got some of the biggest market voices joining in today. We've got Vallabh Bhansali with his experience of multi-decades. He's seen many governments come and go. So who better than him really to throw light on what really the market's reaction should be, and how is it that you should be approaching the India story. We'll also have Ravi Dharamshi join in on the show. Madhusudan Kela, we all know his call on how he's been betting on the SMID space. So take more value tips from him on where is it that he sees opportunity in the markets right now. Prashant Jain, Sandeep Tandon, Sandeep Tandon has been extremely bullish on PSUs. So we're going to question him a little bit more about where is it within PSUs that he sees value. Are we going to see a churn within PSUs further or not? Ramdeo Agarwal, Vijay Kedia, Nilesh Shah, Purin Juveliat, Sameer Arora, it doesn't get bigger than this. Of course, we'll have some global perspective as well. The FI fraternity. Shortly, we'll be joined by Rahul Chadda, Vikas Prasad from M&G Investments, who are all India bulls, and they've been very keenly eyeing this big event. So now that the overhang of the election verdict is over, and soon it will be today, so we're going to find out what is it that their India positioning is going to be. And of course, as always, we'll have our chartists join in to give you trade every 15 minutes and stock ideas. We'll have Kunal Bothra as well join in on the show. We'll also have Sanjeev Bhasin give us stock ideas and Sandeep Sabharwal as well. But with that, I'm going to hand it over to Aman in the studios. And I guess we'll have our next guest join in just a few minutes.
We absolutely will. We've got a stellar lineup. Morning, Nikunj and Aisha. And it is, of course, all eyes are pinned on whether or not the NDA is going to script a return to the power with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi making a hat-trick this time or not. In fact, let's just garner more perspective as well. We've got Times Network's group editor, Navika Kumar, here to set the context as to what exactly is at stake if the BJP does return with a thumping majority, as what the exit polls really seem to have been predicting. Navika, morning. Thanks so much for taking time out. Let's just understand what kind of a role you're seeing for the Congress, for the other opposition parties in the years to come. And also, is this move really going to empower the government to play a bigger role in setting the global agenda, especially now that India is seen as a military and an economic counterweight to China?
Clearly, there is one agenda that the Prime Minister has, and that agenda is to take India's economy only one way, that is upwards. Third in the world is what he wants India's economy to be. So you can expect reforms in every field. Companies Act, Direct Tax Code, making ease of business a reality, looking at how to create investments in this country. That is the biggest agenda for the Prime Minister, because if India grows and does economically well, it will help to actually give the fruits of development to the people of India at the lowest levels of economic strata of the society. So yes, expect all the reforms, whether it is labor reforms, whether it is land reforms, whether it is tax reforms, all of that will be top of Prime Minister's agenda. And you will begin to see all of this from the first budget session that will happen sometimes probably in July. And the 100-day agenda is already set. That will be more a people's agenda, but the first budget will have the economic agenda charting the vision and the course over the next 5 years, and that will come within the first 30 days or 40 days of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's third term. So if it's a hat-trick, I'm writing an if to this only because till the results are in, there is always going to be some amount of questions that will hang in the air, but it is a done deal that economy will be his top priority.
Thanks for that, Navika. That's really setting the economic agenda. And by the way, the counting now has begun. This is for the election, D-Day finally arriving after a long 2-month wait. And we're tracking this from a 360-degree angle. We're getting you the top market voices. We're getting you top corporate voices, the global and FII community, and our reporters as well, who are on ground standing by. Let me take it across to Sumita Karir, who is joining in along with Sumit Chaturvedi, and they are at the BJP headquarters. I also have my colleague standing by in New Delhi, Sameer Dikshit, at the Congress headquarters. And morning, all of you. Sumita and Sumit, going to come to you first with the exit polls really predicting this thumping majority, with the BJP really expected to outperform its own 2019 tally.
Yes, in fact, that is the expectation that the BJP has. It's been a high-octane election, a bitterly fought election on both sides, the opposition side as well as on the side of the NDA or the BJP. It is a high-stakes battle for a couple of reasons. One, the Prime Minister is looking to break the record of former Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, as he's looking for a hat-trick, as he's looking for a third term for his party. Then, on the other hand, you have the Congress party, which is looking for a chance for resuscitation, for its survival. So it is as basic as it gets, and which is why this election, which has been spread over around 2 months, has been really bitterly fought. We have seen a whole host of issues really come up, from wealth tax to polarization. A whole host of other things have really come up. But Sumit, the key agenda remains development, and this is what the Prime Minister also stated in his blog post yesterday.
Well, absolutely. If we read his thoughts, it's going to be reform, 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 and achieving goals towards Viksit Bharat by 2047. That's what is on his mind. Reform, transform and perform, another agenda he is driving it with. Also, he wants to go with scope, speed, standardization. He has also said that let's keep away the pessimism in the economy, and those naysayers, they should be kept aside. So that has been said since long time, but this time I think again walk the talk will happen once again. We have seen over the last few years development happening in road sector, infrastructure sector, banking sector, finance sector. A lot of things have happened, reforms have started which are bearing fruits now, and now we have to see where it goes, how it's continued.
Yes, in fact, that's exactly what we've seen as far as some of the corporate reactions that have been coming in. In fact, the market also pricing in continuity, policy continuity, as far as this government is concerned. And of course, we'll go over to startups and several corporates over the course of, the day to get their reactions on what they really think of the numbers, the trends that start trickling in. In fact, counting of the votes has just begun. So it is going to be a really interesting day, a historic day really to watch out for. As I said, the market is already priced in continuity, the exit polls giving a clear majority, but it remains to be seen whether BJP is able to achieve those numbers.
Absolutely, this 400 is a humongous target, as being said by some analysts. If it is achieved, definitely it's going to be one of the...
Yeah, absolutely. Let me get some color from Samir Dikshit as well, my colleague. He's at the Congress headquarters. And Samir, what's the buzz like? I'm guessing all the joy and the celebrations are at the BJP headquarters. What about the mood there?
So over here at Congress headquarters, the things have changed a bit. Right now, I'm at the headquarters, and let me show you that over here, the preparations have been done by the Congress. You can see the tent that has been placed over here. So the unusual part is that my experience that I have gained in last, I have covered the Delhi state election, even the 2019 general election. But then the mood over here at Congress headquarters was completely different. They were very well aware that they are not going to perform well, and that was the situation that they were not having any such preparation. But this time, the placement of these tents or providing some sort of relaxing sort of accommodation to the party karkartas or even to the journalists, that is quite a different thing. And this also reflects that the Congress or the India Alliance, they are quite hopeful, they are quite optimistic that they are going to perform much better than the previous elections. Now, in addition to this, if you see the karkartas or the supporters, they have gathered in good numbers over here, but they are also raising multiple slogans. Let me show you that they are wearing these sort of t-shirts. They are showing their support to the India Alliance, and also they are coming up with these sort of poster that mentions the slogan that देश का लोकतंत्र और संविधान जीतेगा मोदी की EVM. So once again, EVM is it is under question on the authenticity, on the credibility of EVM, that is under the question mark. The supporters, they are raising a question, but that's the mood check over here at Congress headquarters. That
Samir, thank you very much. Now, what do we have? The first leads have started coming in. These are initial leads. As more and more EVMs will be opening up, trends will start changing. BJP is off to a good start. Initial leads 25, 10 for the NDA bloc, others 3. So khata badhiya khula hai. Let me put it this way. These are just initial leads. Now markets, and I'm going to put that simple graphic once again, that how markets have reacted to the exit polls and how markets have reacted on the verdict day. By the way, this is what SGX, or the Gift Nifty as we call it now, is indicating 100 points higher for Gift Nifty. Let's look at it. Rahul Chadha, you may want to pay attention to this. I know you're online. 2014 on the exit poll, market reacted by 2.5%. On verdict day, it was a 1% reaction. Similarly, 2019, a great thumbs up to the exit poll, but markets were actually down on the verdict day. Yesterday, a super reaction to the exit poll, more than 3%. But if, like they say, history may repeat itself, are we in for a good reaction to exit poll, but a dull reaction to the verdict? Could it be a day of buy the rumor and sell the news in the short term?
So again, Nikhil, to what you said, I mean, it can happen that look, today is lackluster, but from a FI perspective, what the large institutional investors would do here is see the actual mandate, see the policies, look at the budget. Look, there are talks of some of the capital gains tax being revised in the budget. So see the policy making. Look, I think from a medium term perspective, one is very positive, and this kind of a verdict hopefully should reaffirm the big India overweight we've had over the years, and that also kind of builds momentum for next 5-10 years of growth.
In the short term, medium term, and long term, if you're an India investor, if you're India bull, what changes in the short term, medium term, and the long term?
I think short term still, again, after the elections, is going to be a reality check. Look, is there something happening on the taxation front? What is the recovery in the economy? We've seen the consumption space, which has been under pressure for last 6-9 months. There was some kind of a green shoots around March, April, particularly for the rural economy. So you want to get some clarity on that. So it is going to be kind of getting some bit of science from the government that what are the plans from the third term. Look, if we see what happened over 10 years when the government came in 2014, there were its own set of issues. A lot of these projects were stuck, all these things. So one had to rectify that. The second term was marked by COVID and the GST implementation. So hopes are running high for the third term that look, is government able to take some of the tough decisions towards privatizing the PSUs, doing some of these labor reforms, etc., which kind of keeps the economy on this strong growth momentum.
Absolutely. Rahul, hi, morning. So where is it that you're going to be buying? And are you buying afresh just yet at these elevated levels after we hit those record highs yesterday?
I think financials are still attractive. See, financials got impacted last year because look, EM funds had redemptions, and that's where the financials got impacted. But the way we look at this year and next year is as kind of we see some bit of an easing from Fed as US slows down and rest of the EMs kind of stabilize to improve in growth. We're going to see flows shift into EM. So again, India is a good story in EM, but outside that, we have this value program in Korea also playing out. Taiwan benefits from these AI spends, and the Chinese economy is stabilizing slowly. So our hope is that look, EMs get allocations in the coming quarters, and that's where India would also benefit.
Modi, you have a question, Avan?
No, go for it.
No, please.
No, I was just wanting to get in your take, Rahul, as to what the outlook is when it comes to, the fact that the capex-related stocks, it seems like there is going to be that sentimental positive, and that's what we've been talking about day after day with respect to this sector. Is that really what's in store now?
Yeah, so I think those are names we've liked and owned for last couple of years, but like the way you rightly said, the valuations are slightly on the higher side for these names. So one has to be comfortable with the growth story. And I think this clear verdict which comes through reaffirms that the growth story continues for next 5-7 years. What we've seen with these names, and this is a reiteration of what one saw between the 2003 to 2007 cycle, if you remember, you had the ABBs, you had the Siemens, etc. And when you had strong revenue growth, one got a very positive signs on that operating leverage, and the profits were surprising. So I think that is what the hope is this time around, as the capex spends are significantly up, and we get to see the private sector capex pick up. So as the private sector capex kind of picks up, these names should do well. And I think the bigger change which is going to happen is last couple of years, one didn't see any significant uptick in the FDI. But as one gets clarity on this verdict, a lot of long-term money, which is the FDI money, should kind of come to India.
We have, well, the initial leads, and their leads right now have started coming in. And in line with what the exit polls are indicating. Let's see if we can give you, this is a total tally, 90, 30 for the India block and others are 10. Immediate reaction, counting started at 8 o'clock. GIFT Nifty's immediate reaction is, we like the initial trends. 40 points higher, 60 points higher. It could be 70.
161 points higher, Nikunj.
No,
the
from
Nifty implied open is 0.6%.
Yeah, from 8 to 810.
Yeah,
50, 60 points.
Sure, yeah.
Rahul Chadda, give a tip for SIP holders.
No, I think because it's as I said, it's hard for the day traders. But what I'm saying is, look, what one has to realize is the volatility of the market has reduced because we have a policy predictability, because we have a strong macroeconomic policy in an environment where you see most country running high trade, high fiscal deficits. I think India stands out. At every dip, the market is going to be bought. And from that perspective, it's a big positive. Look, in the past, I remember for bulk of my 25-year investing career, we used to bake in 3-4% rupee depreciation. Now nobody talks about that. I mean, who knows? You may see rupee appreciating also. So I think those are meaningful changes which have quietly happened over last 4 or 5 years. And we'll reap the fruits of that in terms of getting this higher for longer or much, much superior growth rates for a longer period of time.
Rahul Chadda, appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us. Must say that Rahul's been always an India bull, and it makes sense to be an India bull in this kind of a market. All right, now what do we have? Now today we have a large swing day. And how do you measure the swing? Well, you look at historical averages. That's what you always do to look at the swing now. They say history does not repeat itself, but it certainly rhymes. And what we've done is that we've looked at the day how markets have moved, or what has been, we're looking at Nifty here, folks, how markets have moved on the exit poll day and how markets have moved on the verdict day. Because today is the verdict day, and what historically has been the market action, even though markets in last 2 election cycle, they've really liked the election verdict. Very interesting. On the exit poll day, markets appreciated by 2.5%. On the exit poll, after the exit poll, the verdict when markets opened in 2019 was about 4%, and yesterday was 3.3%. So it's between 2.5% and 3.5%. That's a benchmark number you need to understand. Now on the verdict day, this was the first term, Abki Baar Modi Sarkar, right? Markets loved the verdict. There was change of guard. BJP was voted back to power. The verdict day reaction was not great. 2019, the verdict day reaction was not there at all. And today, could it be a case of buy the rumor and sell the news? And that's where I want to, bring in Kunal, because Kunal, it was more like a magical Monday yesterday. But if history is anything to go by, the medium-term outlook changes, the long-term outlook changes. But in the short term, could today be a case of buy the rumor and sell the news? That's what history has told us. I'm only talking about today. This one. Yeah. Will it be green or will it be red?
I think it will be green.
How much?
Less than 1%, I would say, on closing. Should be less than 1%.
That's a summon story, right?
So hardly anything.
Hardly
the major part of the reaction was done with yesterday.
Yeah. See, because what we've seen in 2014, 2019 also is that post the exit polls and the verdict day, markets have gone through a very slow movement on the upside. So what we have to also understand that the pace of rally over the next 1 week, 2 weeks should slow down significantly. I think that's where, because the IVs will drop down. So I think yesterday we were at 20. Now we should be at almost 15, 16 post the event today or tomorrow. And I think from there, moving up higher will take a lot of effort for the indices. You will see a lot of moves from large cap names. If that all of the positive factors come together, then we can see another 500 points on the upside. But if you see a staggered move, like few sectors participating, few not, then I think it will be just 1% to 2% move.
But Kunal, what's different from last time or the time before that to now is the FI positioning. The fact that the short pile-up is the highest in about 13 odd years or so. And the way we moved yesterday, the FI buy figure itself yesterday was over 6,000 crores. And we were chatting about how banks actually saw that influx of money or would see that influx of money coming in. Your biggest point contribution on the Nifty yesterday was largely private banks, right?
Correct.
With the Nifty Bank also hitting 51K. So does that not give you confidence that the Nifty Bank itself can do it and pull up the market higher, and maybe we will not consolidate, maybe we will inch up higher?
I think that's a very valid point.
Because of the shorts in the system.
Yeah, so I think short covering is a very important concept, and I think again in 2019, 2014 we had a very similar stance. So in 2014 it was a 3-year high in terms of short positioning. 2019 it was a 7-8-year high for the FI in terms of the short positions. Okay. What happens is the bottom gets created for the index, but the initial move is very slow, gradual, because the markets have to adjust to new speed, new IVs, and I think because of that new IVs and new adjustment towards the speed, the initial movement becomes a bit slow. The trend is still intact on the upside, so it's not as if that the markets will correct very sharply, but slowly and gradually we will move up higher, maybe scale up towards 24,000 say by the end of the month, and then slowly and steadily we'll move to 25K.
So the new base is 24K?
Yeah, 24K should be, I think, is where I would expect the markets to test this month.
Wow.
Okay, so perhaps it could be a little bit of a gradual move, but it would be interesting in light of this as well. You know, you've been talking about your top recommendations. It's been focused largely on the PSU space. Now that we've already perhaps seen the move priced in yesterday, 733 points on the Nifty close, what are the stock ideas that you'd be working with?
So I'll go with a large cap name, and this time around HDFC Bank is something which I would pick. I've been bullish on the stock earlier also, but I think after yesterday's gap up move, the stock confirming a breakout above its 200-day moving average, which I think is a very important technical breakout for HDFC Bank, and historically we've seen the stock rising to as much as 5 to 10% also in a matter of just 1 to 2 weeks post this strong 200 DMA breakout. So I'd be bullish on the stock. 1625 could be an immediate target. Stop loss at 1455 for HDFC Bank. And the other stock which I would be bullish on would be REC Limited. I think that's also another PSU name. Yesterday the stock closing above the 600 mark. A very strong breakout. Again a gap which was formed for the stock. So we'll be bullish on REC with a target of 630, stop loss 575.
Okay, so momentum PSU, and then of course an underperforming large private bank. Soni Patnaik, hi, morning. What's your technical setup looking like? Do you think today calls for some consolidation, or do you think we're going to see a follow through from where we left it off yesterday?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me on the show. I think today would be another day of the continued momentum that we saw yesterday, and the immediate resistance that can be seen in Nifty is around 23,500. However, if this resistance were to break today, you can see a continued short covering in Nifty where it can test 23,800 levels today as well. So I think it's very important to understand that yesterday, when the gap up happened and Nifty was continuously defending 23,000, it has become a very strong support zone for now. We've seen massive short covering in the FI's positioning yesterday from 13% longs to 28% longs, which has indicated that the short covering has come in Nifty especially. So I think that short covering is to continue today. Any sort of a minor profit booking or a consolidation can only be viewed from tomorrow onwards as per the options metrics data. So I think today could be another day for Nifty. Similarly, in Bank Nifty as well, 50,000 becomes a new support zone, and from current levels you can see 51,500, 51,700 getting tested for the day. I think these two indices are going to play quite heavily. Plus, it's going to get a lot of support from heavyweights like Reliance, HDFC Bank, Axis Bank, ICICI Bank, PSU banks, and a lot of sectors which are coming to the defense for both the indices.
All right, Soni, let's find out what exactly your tilt is towards. Where is it that you're seeing preference when it comes to individual stocks, top picks for the day?
So my first pick would be in Reliance. We are seeing a fresh range breakout in Reliance. Any move above 3030, you can see it heading towards 3070, 3080 levels, even 3100 levels can get tested. This is a fresh range breakout coming in Reliance. So keeping a stop loss of 2980 and a target of 3080, 3100 can be seen. So that's the first pick. The second pick comes in DLF. We've seen a fresh breakout on intraday charts yesterday in DLF. Very good fresh positions on the long side getting added up. So keeping a stop loss of 850 and a target of 900 to 910 can be seen. The third pick comes in UPL. UPL for the last 2 days, we've seen 505, 506 level getting very strong support. It's getting defended. And, there's a resistance of around 530, 535. So if UPL were to break that resistance level, you can see it heading towards 550, 560. So one can buy at current levels, keeping a stop loss of 505 and a target of 560.
Right. Soni, thanks a lot for that. Sanjeev Basin is here. Hello, sir. Sir, abhi subah typing. अभी तो मार्केट भी नहीं खुला है.
अरे निकुंज जी धंधा है, क्या करें.
क्या टाइप कर रहे थे?
गुड मॉर्निंग कर रहा था FIS को. The people who have always got it wrong and who have got it always correct. So when fools buy and fools sell, you should do the opposite. Correct, Aisha?
Absolutely.
It's been proved in the whole month of May. Yesterday this stellar rally.
But I was just going to say they were very big buyers. So are you saying we should sell?
Of course.
Okay.
It is time to be greedy. It's time to be
fearful.
It's time to be fearful at 22,500 when it was lock, stock and barrel known that sitting in Singapore or US, you have no clue what the election trends are. Neither did I have as much, but I still was privy that whatever has to play out will play out on Monday or Tuesday. And lo and behold, you have the exit poll and suddenly a 700-point rally. How long back have you seen that, Evan? A 700-point rally?
Exactly, that really hasn't played out.
So I'm not belittling what they are, but common sense in 35 years has told me greed and fear go hand in hand, and similarly the trends have been visible whenever there has been a herd mentality.
Sure.
Indian retail investor is here to stay, so hats off to him. And that is what has been the real icing on the cake. Now, I am also in the camp that you have to stay invested. Aisha, there are no free lunches. Only if you are there will you participate in this.
Exactly.
But a large part of the market is now, particularly the over-owned PSUs are now looking little frothy. So take some money, but the larger market, Kunal just said HDFC Bank, HDFC, the AB Birla Group, Ultratech, AB, I can go on the list.
Sure.
I think there is a lot of value over there. So pick and choose. Index, I would be neutral.
Okay, so let's pick it up one by one. For the short-term players, you're saying profit take, that's the clear messaging. Within PSUs, where are the stocks or the segments where you would say profit take? Or is it across the board call?
Defense, railways across the board. My two picks, which I still think are value picks or excellent IRCTC Concor, you do your diligence, but don't get chased by the momentum. Let me be frank, the whole mutual fund industry has been very, very underweight on PSUs for the last many months, and now everything is catching up. Commodities, metals, wherever the left out feeling. I'm not saying that they are going to fall overnight, but now the risk on the table is less. You don't want to be burnt right at the top and then see a 15% correction and then forward. So I think taking money there off, but private banks, like I told you, Ultratech, a lot of those like ABFRL, Vodafone and Ratan Power, my dear.
Yes.
That 9 rupee 50 stock is locked at 20.25. Today again will be circuit. That is called making money.
How do you know it will be circuit?
Huh?
How do you know?
Conviction of a bull.
God's grace, God's grace.
Okay, so I'll put this graphic out again. On the election day, how markets have moved, the verdict day, how markets have moved on the exit poll day, what has been the reaction. And then 1 month, what has been the market historical reaction in last two cases when they've liked the verdict. So, Basin Saab, you want to pay attention here. Give me a number. 2024. क्या होगा आज?
Nikunj, no guesses. मेरे को लगता है आज market range में रहेगी. Maybe it closes close to flat.
Closes to flat. Okay, now flip it with 1 month and 1 week. How markets historically have reacted. Again, 2014-19 markets liked the mandate. 1 week after 2014 and 19, this is the data. Basin Saab, 2.5%. Even though markets, they love the verdict. So could the same happen that markets will like the verdict in 1 week, 1 week we may not see a sizable change?
1 week from now, whatever rally you get, please sell and sit on the side, go for a vacation. The budget, whatever it comes, will have uncertainties, and taking money off the queues over there is a very, very good ploy. June is a very hot month. It's very good if you go on vacation.
हमारे यहाँ बारिश होगी. It will be hot for you in Delhi.
दिल्ली में तो उबल रहा है भाई. क्या बोले?
But Kunal, let's get in a take. Sanjeev was flagging off a number of cluster of stocks. He was talking about Aditya Birla, Ultratech, etc. And you track some of these names quite closely. What's the view on the chart?
So I think many of the stocks are coming out after a deep hibernation as such, because EBFRL, for example, that stock was languishing at this 150-200 range for quite some time. I think almost 13-14 months, and that stock has made a dramatic comeback, now on the verge of breaking about the 300 levels. You look at AB Capital, one of the stocks which I've been very bullish on. That stock has moved from 100-114 to now 220, 230 plus mark. Again, a stock which has surprisingly become very stable from being extremely volatile and choppy few quarters back. You look at the likes of Hindalco, I think one of the prominent metal stocks which have done exceptionally well so far in the last 3-4 months of this entire metal rally, and one of the more leading stocks in terms of price performance. Ultratech Cement has been a bit of a consolidation, but then when you look at the long-term charts, it's as if that the stock has come back towards a major support point and should be a good accumulate. So I think plethora of stocks from the AB group which have done exceptionally well. Vodafone Idea also, I think the stock has recovered from 10-11 just about I think a month out back to now 16 plus mark.
But picking up that point with the AB group, Sanjeev, I want you to come in here. What gives you this kind of conviction on Vodafone? You've been bullish from what, 7 odd levels?
No, about 10-11 levels.
10-11.
And correctly so. See, Aisha, there was a case for survival. You always called it 2.25, 2.5. It is a third player now. ARPU is at 142, 42% EBITDA. And now when they are saying the 5G expansion comes with the liquidity, also if you recall what yesterday Indus Tower said, we will be very, very conducive to the type of arrangement of payback. And I think that the way they have restructured the whole thing, with government now taking 33% stake and not being willing, being there for the long term, you cannot but have making money on data. I mean, Bharti is a $100 billion company. How can this languish at a 1 lakh, 1.5 lakh? So I still think there is a lot of room on the upside. It will take time, but the icing on the cake would be the AGR verdict, which will be very positive. Aisha, another stock which is a dark horse, and I have been bullish for 2 years and maybe had to be very patient, is ABSL AMC. That yesterday broke out. Maybe Kunal can tell you more. But that stock, according to me, came at a price of 720 at the IPO. It's never retested that in the last 2 years. Just yesterday, it's the highest closing. ABSL AMC is headed back to 700 and more. The underlying business remains extremely positive. That is, AMCs are here to stay for the next 20-30 years. And if you can get good names, then that makes your journey even more better.
Kunal, do you see that breakout happen on the charts? Can it hit 700 soon?
Yeah, I'm not sure about 700, but I think yes, the stock has confirmed a breakout yesterday. So I've been tracking the stock over the last 2-3 months, and 555, 540 was a range the stock was stuck into, and I think that's where yesterday saw the breakout closing above 555 mark. But what is also interesting is that the likes of HDFC, AMC, NAM India, etc., these stocks have also confirmed a breakout for themselves, and we are talking of a multi-week, multi-month breakout for the entire group, cluster in this sense. So I would probably believe that that's also another positive for the sector.
Okay. What do we have in terms of the leads? Now Maharashtra, Gujarat, all those big states, they've started opening up. So let's just look at it. I think
213.
Yeah, 213. Yeah, I mean by 9 o'clock, you see these are leads, Aisha. Again, these are not the fine, and these as more and more ABM opens up, of course things will change. Technology has changed.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a time when it used to be like this election purchase. You would open the election purchase and then it's acha mohar hai. Now days are gone, right? You take out the card and the card tells you that okay, what's happening. These are leads here, but these are leads which will surely make markets very happy. And
there, 93 for India, for NDA 230.
Yeah, 230,
so
93. Yeah, so far, and the states now will be playing a larger role now. So let's see where leads are coming from. Are they coming from Uttar Pradesh? The gains are expected to be in Andhra Pradesh. The gains are expected to be in Orissa. The gains are expected to be in Bengal. Do we have anything on Bengal, Patricia? Okay, this is the swing state, as everybody is saying.
Yeah.
Where
Maharashtra is very critical as well. Yeah.
I'm just waiting for Bengal because leads in Bengal, there you go. Karnataka, they're winning. Bengal.
There. 13 and 19, 9 for TMC, 13 for BJP.
And these are only 20 seats.
Yeah.
So the trend in a sense is decisively in favor of BJP. So what do we have? The final, let's look at the current leads right now. All India leads, last we saw was 212, but blink of an eye, 5-6 seats get added right now. So let's look at that. Let's look at implied Nifty, and then we'll, overall kitty, 231. A clock needs to be fixed. It somehow says 7:11 a.m., right? It is 8:30. The clock needs to be fixed.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Another trend, Nikunj, not to sound ominous, but has been the downfall of political analysts and journalists and the upside of stock market analysts. Our rating is going up, your ratings are going up, and the political analysts and journalists are going down. Nobody is interested in the type of discourse which goes around.
Well, if politicians are talking stock markets, I think your BSQ is there, right?
And Aisha, touchwood, we are making people richer, or at least getting financialization of saving. And nobody talks of us from the COVID times when we were the real warriors who, bucked the trend and never gave up. So rightly so, we deserve a better place.
Of course you do. Okay, on that note, we're going to take a very quick break. By the way, the Nifty implied open has flattened out completely. We're barely in the green right now. So seems like that profit taking has well been digested already. It started off with that 130, 150 odd point gain, but barely scratching the surface right now. Quick break. Be right back. We'll get the FII voices in just a short while from now.
in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
This is clearly one of the biggest deals.
ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a booster start.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impact.
Early leads are indicating what markets and exit polls predicted, and it really could be bigger than what exit polls are predicting, because we are looking at 406 leads coming, and BJP or NDA is leading in 281. India blocked as expected. The gap is more than 50% now. Now, looking at this, why is GIFT Nifty down? And I'll tell you why. Because if one looks at the history of Indian stock markets or history of any markets, you know, at the early part of my career, I learned one very important line, which is buy the rumor and sell the news. एक simple line है जी, वो हमेशा याद रखें जब आप market में trade करते हैं, invest करते हैं. And why am I insisting on that is because if you look at the markets on the election verdict, and if you compare with the market on the exit poll, the market reaction to the exit poll has been strong, but the market reaction to the same exit poll actually has been quite numb. 2014, a table thumping response to the exit poll. 2019, same. 2024, yesterday, 3.5%. 3.5% is what you gain. On the verdict day, markets were up. On the verdict day, markets were down. And on the verdict day, will it be a buy the rumor and sell the news? So I would insist and I would make a case that rather than taking a 2 to 3 day view, I think what is important here is that we should now take what could be called as a 2 to 3 year view, which is focus on the medium term. Macros will become better, new policy themes would be initiated, currency will become better, P multiple will expand, SIP culture will expand. So don't focus on next 2 or 3 days. Next 2 or 3 days could be short covering, compulsion, FI buying, adjustment in the portfolio. There is a little bit of excitement which has got created in some of the policy stocks that may just go away next couple of days. But trust me, what changes is the medium term and the long term outlook, and that really changes. But we are in conversation with Kunal and Sanjeev Bhasin. So let's recap some of the ideas what we've got so far from Sanjeev Bhasin. And these are some of the top ideas from Sanjeev Bhasin. ABFRL 325. This is the retail business of Aditya Birla Group. ABSL, AMC, Wipro and HDFC Life. Very unusual stock ideas here. And I will pick up Wipro here, Bhasin sir. Why an IT stock and why an IT stock which has underperformed within the IT basket? एक तो IT नीचे and within that Wipro और नीचे. So you actually saying backbencher खड़े हो जाओ. वो लास्ट बेंच पे जो बच्चा बैठता था ना जी, खड़े होने का समय आ गया.
So निकुंज, I think IT में जो weakness है वो इसलिए है because the money is chasing the high momentum. I think Wipro has been a far outperformer in the pack of IT. Only in the recent time it has. But what I have, what I have in the knowledge is that the Microsoft tie-up is going to lead to a bigger thing. You've already seen a change of guard with the previous managements being, done away or changing. And I think now there is an inevitable change which can take place at the higher level. The corporate event is something which I am playing for. Wipro's earnings have been far in ahead of any of the IT stocks. It trades at half the multiple of an Infosys, TCS and HCL Tech. And I think that arguably it is the best IT stock for me in 2024. Plus, Nikunj, I want to be slightly defensive and invested and not chase momentum, which I think may lack in the second half of the day. So be watchful. Don't get caught in the whole realm because a large part of the play out has taken place yesterday.
Oh yeah, it seems to be the case. The initial leads are indicating NDA is leading with a massive 280 seats so far. But we've been talking about as to how FIs have just about begun making the comeback. So can that really enthuse the markets further from here? While today, of course, may be a profit-taking day and a flat day. But what about tomorrow, day after? Who better than Vikas Prashad from M&G Investments joining in on the show right now? Vikas, hi, good morning and good evening to you, or I should say late evening to you. Thanks for staying up for us. Vikas, 6,000 plus crores buy figure yesterday. I'm sure you were a buyer, though you've already been a buyer all throughout.
Hi, good morning. It's wonderful to be back. Actually, it depends on the sector. In some areas, we were taking some profits. Defense was one of them. And we were adding to some of our other holdings, some in hospitals, healthcare broadly defined. Sanjeev mentioned a good point about IT services. There's not been a broad-based recovery in earnings in that sector yet. But I think investors are making a mistake by overlooking that sector. So there's a lot to talk about. But generally, we didn't trade too much yesterday. What I will share is last week when we were making our contingency plans, as you know, we think probabilistically. Deepika and I were spending more time thinking, if there is a sell-off, what do we buy? Rather than if there's a sell-off, what do we sell? How do we become more defensive? I think there's a lot of opportunity. Nikunj said all the right things, that rather than focus on the next 2 to 3 days, our focus is on the next 2, 3 years and beyond. And there's a lot to like still about this market.
You know, Vikas, much unlike the popular names with the FIIs, the Reliances and the Infosys of the world, you and your portfolios have been focusing on SMIDs, right? So would that focus continue, or would you say it's going to be a more balanced approach now? A little bit of underperforming large caps, but large focus on the small and mid caps as well?
We have increased our focus and our capital allocation on the SMID names, on the small and mid cap names. When we were in the studio in February, the question came up, is this the year for large caps? Our view is that in India, it's always the year for small and mid cap names. Since then, we have increased our holdings in small and mid cap names across sectors. Make in India beneficiaries dominate that list, but there are a lot of other themes that are being expressed, or a lot of other views that are being expressed in our small and mid cap names, and that will continue. We're increasing that. There was some thought that with the perhaps uncertainty around the election outcome or the volatility that might ensue, let's not go overboard in that area. But with that behind us now, the allocation of small and mid-cap names will increase over the next few quarters.
Right, and you know, one would imagine that at a time like this, morning, Vikas, that we would be looking at very capex-related themes, especially in light of what we're seeing play out with respect to what the election verdict could potentially be. Would that be a prudent portfolio strategy?
We think so on our time horizon, yes. Yesterday, if you look at the capex beneficiaries, the direction of the moves was not very surprising. I think the magnitude of the moves was surprising to us, even though we're exposed to it already. The power beneficiaries, that and private capex beneficiaries, they moved more than we had thought. And you're showing one on the screen now that that was a strong mover yesterday. And in the long term, that should continue.
Right. But in the long haul, Vikas, you've always been a fan of the Make in India themes, right? I mean, the budget will also be the next event, and it'll come and go, and it will delve, I guess, more into the government policies, Make in India, PLI schemes, etc. Many of them have already been beneficiaries. And I guess you believe that in the long haul, that's the one theme that's here to stay and is going to make money.
That is a very real theme. It's still very early for many of these companies. Last week, I spoke to the CEO, the founder of a machine tool company in India. And if you look just in the last few years, the orders and the revenues for the industry from Japanese companies versus Indian companies has flipped. From 30% India, 70% abroad, it's now become 70-30. That 70 is only going to grow in a market that is growing. And so these beneficiaries are going to benefit for a long time. That's just one example, but there are very many. What has positively surprised me over the last 2 to 3 trips to India this year is how real the Make in India theme is, how large it is, and how quickly it is moving. And as we talked about in February, it's not just China plus one, it's one plus India. Anybody who is looking to sell to India is looking to sell abroad, can use India as an export hub. So this is still very early. This is going to take a long time. It's going to play out over years and decades, not just a few months.
And Vikas, you know, when we're looking at the auto sector, a confluence of factors have really been putting this space in the spotlight, be it demand revival, the new launches, festive season, etc., the spending power as well. How are you looking at the entire space as a whole if we were to expand the horizon and look at the overall supply chain, the auto ancillaries, and the entire auto space as a whole?
So it's a good question. Over the last 18 months ago, we were quite overweight four-wheelers. If you look at our portfolio allocation to vehicles today, it's quite different. That overweight in four-wheelers has gone to underweight. We are now overweight CVs and two-wheelers, but then we've also taken a lot of capital from other sectors and from some of the four-wheeler exposure that we had and moved it into the ancillary companies. There's a lot of these based in Pune and Chennai and in Delhi. There's a lot of companies in that supply chain that are worth looking at. And again, just like with the other Make in India beneficiaries, it's still very early for these companies.
Because, I mean, you know, as critical as it is to know where to park your money, it's also where not to spend time. And India is largely and always been a very stock-specific market. So where is it that you would say that, avoid looking at that space right now?
I think we're expressing that view through our underweights in staples, through our underweights in pharma. We have consolidated our holdings into fewer and fewer names in those two particular areas. And in IT, there is a broad set of opportunities for the long term, but on a 6 to 24 month view. As you know, companies or stocks follow earnings, and the earnings recovery, we just don't see it broadly in the IT services space. But one thing I will say though is coming back to how we're positioned in the short to intermediate term. One thing that has helped us this year is having no cash in the portfolio. We've been fully deployed. That has not changed. We feel that there's enough liquidity in the portfolio that if there were to be a big dislocation, we can move things around. But there are a lot of opportunities. And being underweight staples, being underweight pharma, being underweight most of the IT space makes sense to us because there's so many opportunities elsewhere.
Because the seat leads for 487 seats are already out, and out of that, NDA so far, and again, these are early indicators, these are just leads, it seems that NDA has already bagged 311 seats, whereas India is at 145, others at 33. A big event is out of the way now. Would this uncertainty now being behind us make you deploy more cash in the days to come?
Yes, I think what we're going to do now is, even though the cash is already deployed and the cash levels in our portfolio are zero, is move some capital around into some of the less defensive names, even more so than we had already. I think there are a lot of opportunities for both absolute performance and relative outperformance in this market. As we've spoken about before, there's a general view that a market like China is only for relative performance because it's so hard to find absolute performance. We don't have that view. And in India, there seems to be a view that it's a market for absolute performance, but relative performance is very difficult. But as an active manager, we see so many opportunities in India, 6,000 listed companies now, almost 2,000 with a market cap over $100 million, the most active IPO market in the world. This is one thing that we haven't touched on yet, but there will be many more IPOs in the next few months than we had seen in the past few months. We're spoiled for choice across sectors, and we'll be allocating more capital to IPOs as well.
Because I recall in our last interview, you had made that statement that India is no longer an emerging market. India has already emerged. So suffice to say that at least in our lifetimes, we're nowhere near a peak when it comes to equities. I mean, sure enough, 5 to 10% correction in any given bull market is a given. But you think that the index will be maybe double from here in the next decade?
This view for me is foundational. As you know, as global investors, we can spend our time anywhere. Why are we spending so much time in India? This is where the money is to be made. And especially if you're a local currency investor, and if you don't have to worry about translations into dollars, into sterling, into what has been a stronger currency elsewhere. And this is why you see the very strong bid and continued support from the domestic investor, whether it's institutions or retail investors. So yes, this view that there's no peak in the market in my career or in my lifetime. This is foundational to me. I do think that investors who are in the long term materially underweight India are making a mistake. This remains the best market in the world for long term alpha generation, and this is why we have allocated so much time, capital, and resources to it. I'm very excited for the next few years in India, just as we have been. The last 20 years, in percentage terms, might not be matched because you're coming off a much larger base. We've gone from $500 billion in market cap to $5 trillion in 2 decades. That pace might not be matched, but in rupee terms and in dollar terms, the size of the gains will be exceeded.
All right, you're very excited, and we'll end it on that very positive note. Vikas, appreciate you taking the time out and joining in and walking us through your top themes and view on the market. By the way, let's just take a moment to address what's happening with respect to the GIFT Nifty. Remember, when we got off to the start, it's looking fairly different from those levels, a complete reversal, and off now, not even in the green, and just holding out, absolutely flat, 12 points lower as we speak. That's the Nifty implied open. But it's quite interesting given that the BJP and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi are on the verge of a historic third-term victory. But before we dive into the future, let's understand what the past trends have been. Since the BJP came into power in the year 2014, the markets have seen a significant performance shift. Which are the stocks that have experienced soaring gains? Which are the sectors that have really stood out? We've got Sharad joining in with all that historical data. Sharad.
Well, yes, the journey of NDA, the first NDA started on 16th May 2014, and from then till now we have calculated data how the markets have performed. And interestingly, if you look at the Nifty numbers, that's up almost 223%, in Nifty Bank more than 240%, and interestingly mid-cap has outperformed the small-cap indices, almost a 462% returns coming over the last 10 years. Also, the top sectoral gainers, if you look at it, Nifty Realty comes at the top of the pack with more than 400% returns coming in, followed by the energy, auto and the financial and the metal segment. Also coming into the list, but actually coming below the Nifty, if you come across the numbers, that is the FMCG, Pharma and the PSU Bank. But of course, we have seen over the last 1 year or so, there has been a strong rally when it comes to the PSU segment and also the PSU Bank segment. So that is something which the analysts are watching out for going ahead in the term 3.0 as well. Now, which are the best performing stocks? That is something which you should be looking out for, and manifold returns have come. Nifty gainers over the last 3 years. Adani Enterprises at the top of the list, more than 5,400% return coming in. And also in the list is the Bajaj twins, Bajaj Finance and Bajaj Finserv, giving humongous returns to investors. Same thing applies for Sensex returns as well when it comes. The Bajaj twins are there, but making it to the list is Titan, also the consumption space, giving almost 1,000% returns going ahead. Nifty Midcap 100 Index, that is something to watch out for. APL Apollo Tubes, standout performer, more than 7,600% returns coming in, followed by Deepak Nitrite from the chemical space, and also Escorts Kubota, almost 3,000% returns coming to the shareholders. In the small cap space itself, the story is a bit different. Largely names are coming in from the EV segment. We are having Olectra Greentech as well as JBM Auto. They're giving a strong returns of almost more than 14,000 to 20,000 returns. And also CPaaS player Tanda Platform makes it to the list with more than 18,000% returns. So these are the huge returns coming in if you look at both the mid-cap indices, the small-cap indices. But overall, let's look at how the market capitalization has changed. We have taken BSE's total companies and how the market capitalization has changed. In 2014 itself, it was at 100 lakh crore rupees, and see the significant improvement. And do remember, BSE is having a lot of number of micro caps and small caps also, and you can see that movement happening. And yesterday itself, the amount was touching 426 lakh crore rupees, and that is a huge number. We spoke about markets, we spoke about sectors, we spoke about stocks, but the power of retail, that is something which is a big data which we have gathered. Monthly SIPs earlier used to come in at roughly 1,200 odd crore rupees, and this was in the year 2014. Currently, it's more than 20,000 crore rupees, and that is growing at a CAGR of more than 14% over the last 10 years. The Demat account itself, almost 2 crore active accounts were there in 2014, and currently it's sitting at more than 15 crore. Also interesting is the mutual fund AUM. That is something data which we have watched out for. That has grown 6 times, going at more than 50,000 crore rupees over the last 10 years. So for the market, for the retail, it has been a very strong ride over the last 10 years.
Okay, Sharad, we'll leave it at that. That's the kind of broad dynamic that we're currently sitting on when it comes to this election verdict. By the way, the almost 502 leads are now out, and it's a massive victory for the NDA. That's what the leads seem to be projecting. 325 is the count now for NDA versus 142 for India. But with the election trigger now out of the way, should investors be looking at newer areas? What are market honchos looking at in terms of return havens? Here our opinion coming in from Purinju Veliat, Nilesh Shah, Sandeep Tandon, as well as Manish Dangi.
The oil and gas sector in PSUs, it looks very attractive. And it is, most of them are trading at, single-digit Ps. And of course, there are a lot of uncertainty. People even fear about, political policy. The decisions could be against these companies because of, managing subsidies or whatever. But I feel the dividend yield of these companies from 5 to 10%, and their earnings are going to be better, if not same.
EMI space, which is energy manufacturing and infrastructure, will remain the the bedrock or the pillar of this bull market. That will continue to be the big area. The second essentially is basically the long-term compounders witnessing linear growth, areas in like financials or the premium consumer side. I think these are some really attractive opportunities which will be there.
Infra as a theme, manufacturing as a theme, PSU as a theme will continue. I think railway could be a very important thing, which they have talked about. Energy could be a very important thing. So far, we have seen power. I think the continuity of that space will continue. Anything related to storage aspect on the energy we were talking about, and maybe a lot of speculation is going on. The taxation related changes coming, the GST will be part of these things. So I'd like to wait and watch. But these are the areas I think where under ownership is very meaningful.
They will return to their favorite sectors and favorite caps, which is why mega caps will do rather well. And within that, private sector banks, it's sort of easy to dial that risk because it at least on the face of it appear relatively cheaper vis-a-vis other constituents of Nifty or big market. So I guess this is where a little bit of a perk up can happen, where FIs who are short, actually burn their positions and sort of unwind their short positions.
Now decisively down by 0.5% almost on the Nifty implied open. That is what the mood of the market currently is after a ferocious run-up that we witnessed yesterday. We have the latest leads as well that are playing out, with the NDA now holding at about 310, with the INDIA Alliance at about 157 and 41 for others. But let's get a move on and find out what exactly the brokerage community has to say, because clearly it seems that the markets have priced in a third term for the Modi government. Capex stocks seem to be the theme that a lot of the brokerage houses are bullish on. So let's get in some of the highlights then and find out what exactly the top brokerages have to say. And we've got Vinny here to walk us through that. Vinny.
Good morning, and absolutely, capex is the theme, manufacturing is the theme, and first just a roundup of what they're looking at. Manufacturing, capex, real estate, some of these cement names that have come in from most of the brokerages, and private banks, that's making the list as well. Now let's look at specifically what these individual brokerages are highlighting in terms of the specific stocks as well. We have Nomura, who's saying that yes, manufacturing, investment, that's a theme they're looking at. They're overweight on financials, infrastructure that they are looking at. Other than that, oil and gas, telecom, power, cap goods and defense. Despite the run-up, they still like defense and they're overweight on the defense pack. Moving on, when you look at it in terms of the stock picks, like I mentioned, private banks making the list of most of these brokerages. So we do have ICICI Bank making the list. Other than that, we have SBI. Consumption side, we do have Brokerage Consumers, M&M, which is making the list, and RIL, Bharti Airtel, as well as BEL among the top picks in the large cap side for Nomura. Let's move on to the mid cap. What they like in the mid cap, they like Federal Bank, Voltas, MedPlus, Info Edge, Uno Minda, as well as from the pharma pack, they like Lupin. Other than that, let's move on to what Jefferies is picking out. Jefferies too said that they believe large caps will be a good tactical play now, and that is something that one could watch out for. We have seen a run up in the mid and small cap, but large caps, maybe that is something which have been a lookout. We'll see a good positioning there. Real estate, industrials, power are their long-term bets, while in terms of private financials, they like HDFC Bank, IndusInd Bank, Kotak Mahindra Bank. So yes, all these large banks coming in the list of Jefferies, and they are trading at a significant discount. That is why they're picking up these themes. Other than that, in the auto pack, they like Eicher Motors, TVS, and other than that, when you look at it, you have Coal India, ACC, Shree Cement, as well as ONGC is what they like. Move on to Bernstein. Now they have just given a theme that they're liking. So capex theme, surely that continues to be a story, and they believe that will continue to play out. And other than that, manufacturing is also something they like. Let's move on to Motilal Oswal, who likes his overweight in terms of overall financials. They like industrials, consumption and real estate is what they're overweight on as of now. But they prefer investments going forward in something like industrials, consumer discretionary is making a trend there. Real estate as well as PSU banks coming in terms of the preferred themes of investment going forward. Ideas that they like in the large cap, ICICI Bank making the list again. We have SBI, L&T, Coal India. Coal India has come in most of the names as well. So Coal India is something that seems like a favorite of the brokerages. Similarly, M&M, Adani Ports, ABB, HPCL, you can see the list here, and Hindalco also making in from the metal pack for Motilal Oswal. Mid-cap, they like hotels like Indian Hotels, they do like Godrej Properties, Global Health, and other names like PNB Housing, Cello World among the recent listings that have happened in the last year. They're liking that as well. Let's move on to the last one. We have IIFL Securities. What they do pick out is infrastructure, cement, and private banks is their bet. And select industrials and NBFCs is also something they're looking at. So interesting to see, in terms of a lot of cement names, private banks, as well as infrastructure names coming into play for most of the brokerages.
Vinny, thanks so much for giving us a sense as to what the brokerage community is talking about. So yes, private banks seem to be back in favor. A lot of the capex related themes, infrastructure as well included, and manufacturing as a whole. In fact, let's pick up on that theme, Kunal, and talk a little bit about that entire infrastructure space as a whole. While we have already seen quite a bit of a run up, any interesting charts that you're spotting?
So I think from infrastructure, names, the only recent name in terms of the chart breakout is IRB Infra. I think that's a chart which has started to look very attractive, because I remember, I think over the last 1 month, the stock, which was almost at 65, 67, started to show signs of a price volume breakout. The stock moving up above that 74, 75 mark initially, and then now settling into a higher range. So I think that this movement of the stock settling into a higher range, I think is a very important concept for the stock price to start showing signs of a continuous uptrend. I would believe from current levels, wouldn't be surprised if the stock scales towards levels of 85 to maybe even 90 over the next 12 to 18 months.
Okay, meantime, Soni Patnaik as well is with us. And Soni, given that we've been talking a lot about some of these private banks coming back into flavor, that is something that you flagged off as well as your top recommendation. Just wanted to understand what the outlook is on the Nifty Bank Index as well. After yesterday's mammoth move, is now some sort of consolidation in store? Are you seeing moves coming in on just select private sector names, or is it going to be a basket call?
It most probably will be a basket call. You can see PSU as a basket doing very well yesterday. In the second half, we saw private banks also contributing. If you look at the Nifty Bank as an overall index, then from current levels, 51,500, 51,700 seems to be the level where it can test easily. So there's a level around 52,000 where there could be some resistance and hurdle, and profit booking may come only from those levels. Slowly it may get into a consolidation mode in the range of 51,000 to 52,000 or 1,000 odd points of a range of a consolidation that may begin may perhaps from tomorrow. But if you look at individual bankings, individual banks, then they are likely to continue with the momentum. For example, ICICI Bank, which is looking quite positive to test 1,200, 1,240 odd levels. I think that's one of the private banks that can outperform. And HDFC Bank is something that one should definitely keep an eye on. And there's a resistance of around 1,600, but the stock can definitely cross that resistance level and see it heading higher towards 1660, 1670 in the month of June series. So I think these two could be the top private banks contributing to the Bank Nifty index to test 52,000 levels.
What is the pre-open rate indicating? Let's look at the pre-open rates. We're still clearly getting a sense that it is going to be a BJP government. The leads are clearly indicating that the halfway mark has been crossed very comfortably. Let's capture the first reaction. These are pre-open rates. They will settle in, like 10-15 minutes. But the pre-open rates are not really looking anything very decisive, so to speak. That is what the screen currently is telling us if one really looks at the pre-open rates right now. Let's just, zoom in the pre-open rates here. Should we go back to the studio if this is not working? Okay. Now let's look at some of the picks of Sanjeev Bhasin, and then I'll just go back to a very interesting graphic which we've been talking about, that how the election verdict has moved. These are some of the picks of Sanjeev Bhasin which we have for you: ABFRL, Aditya Birla, AMC, Wipro and HDFC Life. But more importantly, I want to go back and establish a very simple fact here, that rather than just taking a one-day change or a one-day view or a 2-3 day view, I would urge our viewers that take a 2 to 3 year view. Because historically what has happened on the election verdict, at least on the verdict day versus the exit poll day, there seems to be a similarity. They always say that markets buy the rumor and sell the news. Well, guess what? That's happened. Exit poll reactions pretty much have been similar, but on the verdict day, I guess the market in a sense has not given you cracker of returns. So could history really repeat itself? But if markets today they fall, I don't think you should get disappointed. If markets settle into a pause mode and some of the policies related stocks move into a pause mode, I don't think you should feel anything. You should feel that the bull market is over. History tells us that markets, they tend to rally in the run up to the election verdict and then they tend to flatten out. But if you extend your time frame from 2 to 3 years, I guess that's the time big gains essentially are made, and I think it is visible. So Kunal, that brings me to a strategy for the day, just for the day. If somebody is trading, there is going to be a swing. That's what the pre-open rates are indicating.
Correct.
What could be the strategy for the day for the Bank Nifty and the Nifty?
So I think if someone is holding long positions, then the best strategy over here, Nikunj, is to try and book profits. And assumingly, if you open with say 100 point up on the Nifty or say 150, 200 points on the Bank Nifty, I think it could be a very good time to try and take some chips off the table. Wait out for the index to settle back into a normalized range. So what happened yesterday? There was a huge gap. Bank Nifty managed to break past about the 50,000 as well as the 51,000 mark. Now these are very two important landmarks which the Bank Nifty has achieved. Now the Bank Nifty, after such kind of a strong 2,000 point up move, has to settle into a trading range. So I think in the initial euphoria, if it happens, I think it's a very good time to try and take some chips off the table.
Kunal, what about Adani stocks then? What would you do there?
So I think Adani Ports, I would be very bullish on, Nikunj, at current levels. Adani Enterprise, I would still believe that it's a lot more volatile. In fact, we did a study on the options, premium for Adani Enterprise, and the premium of at the money strike was as much as 12 to 15% for Adani Enterprise. I'm sure today the premiums would probably drop down because of the IVs, which could probably fall off. But I would believe that Adani Ports could be a far more stable stock. That's a chart which has looked very consistent in terms of the time, and the price trend for itself. So I think at current levels of 1,400, 1,500 plus, I would believe that the stock still holds a lot of merit on the upside. Most of the other names, Adani Transmission, Adani in a part sector, I think these stocks are very volatile as well as high beta. So I would probably skip most of the pack, but I think Adani Ports is something which I would keep an eye on.
Okay, I just want to tease our guest lineup today because the market reaction would be there at 9:15. I don't think what you will see at 9:15 may really hold for rest of the day. We are in for a day of twists and turns and peaks and turns. But our promise as always is to get you the most insightful coverage with the best market and some of the key fund managers. Puranjo, Samir Arora, Bala, Rahul Chadda, Manish Dangi. From the corporate lineup, we've got Anish Shah, Mahindran Mahindran President of FICCI, Sanjeev Puri, Chairman of FICCI, R. Dinesh, TVS Group, and R. Mukundan from the Tata Group, along with Sunita Reddy. So it's a packed house. We would be getting you action, reaction, stock ideas, and everything you need to know in how can you really maximize your portfolio and make the maximum gains on the verdict day. It happens once in 5 years, but our experience of seeing markets of 25 years is really going to tell you that how can you really maximize from this one-day event which happened once in 5 years.
Absolutely, and it's interesting as well, Nikunj, given the kind of choppiness at least that we're seeing today in the pre-open rates itself, what we saw in the Nifty implied open, that would be as well interesting to track as to how stocks are going to perform and whether now it's already all in the price. And given that, it seems that the policy continuity as well seems to be priced in, the question is what is going to happen when it comes to foreign investors? Will they start now parking their funds back into India, going by yesterday's FII buy figure? Let's hear out the opinion of some of the big market voices that we've been interacting with. Puranju Veliat, Sandeep Tandon, Nilesh Shah, what do they have to say? Listen in.
The global investors, I think it's going to be impossible for them now to ignore India, not just as emerging market allocation, but essentially to be a mainstream market where they make substantially higher allocations, because obviously they have been apprehensive about continuity of policy for the next 5 years. Here now what you have is essentially a continuity, stability, and maybe a turbocharged policy calendar for the next 5 years. And I think that's what they basically would be looking forward to.
India P multiple will expand further. A lot of FIs have exited India, highlighting that India has been very expensive related to other emerging market. I think they will be forced to come back. Okay, and I'm using the very strong word. They will be forced to come back when they see this outperformance continue and the P expansion. They themselves, their inflows will actually further increase the P multiple of this overall India as a basket.
I think the short position of FIAs, we should not give too much importance, except for the very short term, there could be some covering. But it's only minuscule of their total holding in India, bet on India in the equities. So that way, I think they also will be happy for the market going up. So need not worry about FIAs, I feel.
2 minutes to market, and the initial pre-open rates are indicating that we could be in for a flat start. Now let's look at Adani Group of stocks. That's where the magic of market cap addition happened. Markets, in a sense, or the Adani Group of stocks yesterday post the election verdict, they really zoomed. And let's look at them. Adani Ports in the pre-open session down. Adani Enterprises in the pre-open session is down. So Adani Group of stocks, which in a sense yesterday just went through the roof, today they are not off to a great start, so to speak. So, Pasin Saab, Kunal, looks like we are in for a flat start. And the initial polls are indicating that markets, in a sense, are getting what they want in terms of an election verdict. So why is there a flat start with a lower bias?
Well, clearly a large part of everything was played out yesterday, the biggest bout of short covering. Now, Nikunj, it is difficult till 12 o'clock to get clear trends. But like I said, if it's not such a big majority, then maybe you have overshot the park on the... And specific groups which may have outperformed, particularly PSUs, Adani and the likes, there may be a little bit of froth over there.
Would you go short in any of the stocks?
No.
Even if verdict is not right, even if there is little bit change in terms of what exit polls indicated?
You go short when there is a change of trend. You don't go short when there is trimming of profits or excesses which have been created and the markets are just trying to trim the excesses.
No, one thing is consensus that they will come to power, maybe with not 370, but maybe 300, 320. That will be accepted by the market. And we may be in a range with a day of profit booking. Does that change the trend? We will know only by the end of the day. But I don't think it's a time to short, but I don't think it's a time to go long on the high beta trade. The Adanis, the PSUs, just be cautious there. Try and build your portfolio on stocks which are giving you opportunity, momentum. HDFC Twins, SBI Life, Ultratech, AB Capital, AB FRL, Vodafone. I mean, I can give you a lot of names.
Okay. 20 seconds to go, and I would urge our viewers that don't have a 2 to 3 time. When you are judging the market right now, whatever may happen today could be a function of market behavior and technicals. Give and take, put, call, all of compulsions are at play. Before I read the first line, I'm just going to request our viewers that take a 2 to 3 year time frame rather than not go to 3 day kind of a time frame. The market is not exactly off to a great start, but you've got to bear in mind that yesterday was an extraordinary day of surge. Across the board, markets yesterday rallied. Whether it was in Adani group of stocks, or whether it was in PSU stocks, or whether it was in some of the entire, policy-related stocks. So some of the policy-related stocks, if I may use the word, they are not off to a great start. But this could be pure profit booking. It is anticipated, it is expected, and it is something which markets were in a sense secretly prepared for. So we are not off to a great start, but you may see a very different market as the day progresses. Leads when they become reality, and when the gains are established, some of those data points could change significantly. As of now, it is a NDA, BJP-led NDA government which is coming to power, which is what we should focus on, and what I think is important in terms of the market positioning. So the market right now, in a sense, would be focusing on, right now the behavioral finance, behavior I think would be at peak. A lot of hand-on-run traders who booked profits, who bought stocks yesterday or let's say last week, they also could be in a hurry to really book some profits. But again, don't judge the market by today's price action, what may happen tomorrow, what may happen next 3 days or next 10 days. It is important to judge the market in the spirit of a stable government means the wealth creation cycle will continue, which is what our viewers should focus on. But large part of gains, Avan, which were registered yesterday, have got eroded.
Yeah, and blame that a little bit on IT to a certain extent. That's a bit of a soft pocket in today's trade. So a lot of the heavyweights within that sector, TCS for instance, Tech Mahindra, Infosys, HCL Technologies, that entire cluster isn't holding out. Reliance Industries, no support whatsoever. In fact, down 3%. You've got ITC as well, which is bearing down on the index. And today's list of losers includes the Adani group of stocks. Adani Ports, Enterprises, and the entire cluster too is under pressure, not to mention some of those very favored PSU stocks. I don't know if it's the entire cluster. I'm just going to quickly check in on that. But yes, an SBI at least is down in trade. And yes, what do you know? The likes of HAL, Bharat Electronics, BHEL, SAIL, IRCTC, etc. Those are some of the stocks as well that have come under pressure. So yes, that's the screen that you're looking at. A very divergent picture from what we witnessed yesterday, where it was all song and dance. You had the advanced decline ratio yesterday that was favoring the gaining side. Today, quite the contrary, favoring the losers, down 1.5% or so. Not very many newsmakers, so I'm not going to take you through that. But monitor an SJVN, that's down 10% in trade today. Sobha, by the way, has shaved off about 6%. Adani Total, Energy, Green, Ports, that entire basket is in the red. Vodafone Idea has lost out some steam, and even something like a UCO Bank is trading in the red. So that's really the market texture for you. A lot of those banking stocks like HDFC Bank, Bandhan Bank, IndusInd Bank, all opened on the back foot. All right, so Nikunj, market had open on verdict day, and it is quite a bit of choppiness.
See, I want to go back to that graphic again before I go to Ravi, that what and how markets have reacted. I think there's a bit of audio leak here. We need to look at how markets have reacted on the exit poll 2014, 2019, 2024. The reaction to the exit poll has been anywhere between 2.5% to about 3.5%. But on the verdict day, Ab Ki Baar Modi Sarkar 2019, the market reaction on the verdict day was not fantastic. 2019 similar. The stakes are very high this time. Could the verdict be different? All I'm saying is that what happens today may be a function of compulsions, technical setup, FI buying, selling, put, call. Don't judge the market for next 2 or 3 days. A stable government means that the wealth creation cycle, the P multiple expansion, policy reforms, all that will continue. Ravi Dharmesh joins us now. Good morning.
Hey, morning.
I thought you would be glued to your trading screen. You are in the studio looking relaxed on a day like this.
So probably for a trader it matters more. From an investor's perspective, I guess policy continuity and political stability is in the bag, and I don't think a few seats here and there is going to matter.
What is in the price, what is not in the price? They always say the investor looks at what is in the price, what is not in the price. So for an investor like you, what is in the price, what is not in the price?
No, so see, markets have been rallying for the last 4 years since the bottom in March 2020. So one cannot ignore the fact that valuations are on the higher ground. Having said that, probably there is a pocket, there are pockets like infrastructure, defense, railways, which have done very well on the back of anticipation of this government coming back as well. So those pockets are definitely on the more expensive side, but there are other pockets like private banks, consumption areas, which are not so expensive as well. So I won't pass a judgment on the entire market that markets are expensive. In fact, the large caps are not so expensive as well.
Okay, let's look at a very simple thought here, and again we were discussing this with everyone in the morning. If you look at Modi 1.0, the focus was largely towards getting Digital India right, getting the house in order, fixing a lot of loose ends like power and roads. 2020 was put towards Atmanirbhar, which is, I'm just breaking this question for the benefit of our viewers. If you bought defense stocks in Modi 1, you did not hit a home run. But if you bought the same set of stocks, let's say post 2020, you hit a home run. Do you think the set of stocks which will outperform and which could potentially outperform in Modi 3.0, could that be different?
No, so as you rightly pointed out, the performance of the stock depends on the entry point and the valuation. So I do believe that the priority might change for the government in the coming 5 years. The first government's agenda was to put the house in order. The second government's job was to kind of kickstart the investment cycle. This particular government's job will be to actually put money in the hands of people, is what I strongly believe. I think with the kind of tax rate, tax collections and GST collections we are seeing, I think there is a strong case to be made for the rates to come down. And if that's the case, then I think that should finally kickstart the consumption cycle, especially at the bottom of the pyramid, which has been languishing since a while.
So how would you be investing differently in next 5 years versus how you've invested differently in the last 5 years?
If you honestly, if you want to make money from a 5 years perspective, go where nobody is looking, and consumption, and which includes discretionary as well as non-discretionary consumption, and sorry, I'm forgetting, but essentially
rural consumption
and exports are two areas which I think should should start doing well. What has been doing well, infrastructure and all, I think market has kind of factored that in, and valuations are on the other side now.
So next 5 years, Asian Paints will make more money or SBI will make more money?
Without naming any particular stock, but I think stocks that have not done well.
You can talk about it.
Stocks that have not performed well for 5 years is the place where one should be looking at.
You know, Ravi, I recall that when you had come to our studios about a year ago, I think it was, that you spoke about that manufacturing renaissance, and that really has already played out. What's the sense that you're getting at a time like this? Is this a prudent portfolio allocation strategy to still look at that entire manufacturing space?
Absolutely. Manufacturing is going to continue. It's not a trend that's going to reverse. But in a longer term trends, there can be periods of no performance, underperformance. And I think this theme has been well recognized in the market for this point of time. I think most of the companies are factoring in 2 years forward numbers. So one should be careful in terms of entry point. But from the perspective of companies doing well over a 5-year, 10-year horizon, I have no doubt about it.
Ravi, you're talking about how the underperforming sectors are likely to reverse, and one such sector has been pharma for the last few years. Is that something which could be a bit of a dark horse as well, and which segment within that?
I think you are right. Pharma can be a segment that does well, but pharma does not seem like a top-down sector that is going to do well. It's more a selective bottom-up stories that are likely to do well. The revival in the first part is the US generics, where the price erosion is kind of ebbing for the moment. So that is a segment that is doing well. But what we are very keen on is some niche, some specialty where the competitive intensity is on the lower side. So there are certain pockets where the profit pools are still pocketed, protected, and those companies I think can do well over a longer term period.
Now what do we have? We have a drop. We do have a drop, a gap down start, and the gap down start is just not getting filled. Look, technical factors are at play here. Before you judge today's market independently, let's look at what happened yesterday, and then we are still higher from Friday's low. I simply put it this way. I can pour cold water by saying that large part of the gains yesterday have gone away, but you have to always put things into context. Don't look at the market for next 2 or 3 days, look at the market for next 2 or 3 years. That's what we've been maintaining, that this is a market where you may see a knee-jerk reaction, you may see a compulsive here and there, but that's not the way of looking at the market. Ravi, one debate which everyone's having is that the positioning of FIs has been short, and that's one big factor which could be a moving factor. FI short means that they may come back. FI short also means that they are bearish. If markets like what the verdict is, which is what it appears right now, looking at the leads, 295 NDA, 201 NDA, looks like BJP Sarkar aa rahi hai dobara. Could FIs be forced to exit their short positions?
I think that is likelihood, and I wouldn't be so worried on the large cap valuations, honestly. Large cap valuations are not that expensive. So positioning not only in the derivatives market but also in the cash market, I think it's at a 11-year low. Foreigners equity positioning is I think at around 16-17%, which is on an 11-year low. So from both the perspective, I think with the event out of the way, uncertainty being gone, presuming what the early leads are showing, the trend stays, even with that the government is coming back, I think money will get allocated. Only hitch over here is the valuation. And India is still part of that emerging market basket, which is actually not seeing inflows. The money has all been flowing towards US market. So those are more the reasons why money has not been coming to India, but that should change going forward if the policy, political stability continues.
Do you think that at a time like this, it's the large caps that present a good tactical positioning versus the mid and the small caps?
In general, you are right. Having said that, the definitions of small and mid caps have changed. Even a $10 billion market cap company is now a mid cap company. So these are all largish companies. But honestly, yeah, from a larger, if we had to slice it by market capitalization, probably because FII money has not come in, and that money tends to come into the large cap space, that is the space that should do well if the FII money comes back. The domestic, I think Juggernaut will continue to roll on. We are sitting on, all the mutual funds are sitting on enough cash, and that money should also get deployed. So barring today's reaction, I am not really worried about the market's trend changing at this point of time.
But yeah, for now the market is reacting quite negatively. You do have the Nifty below the mark of 22,800. Reliance is down a solid 4% as we speak, so 3.5% down there. HDFC Bank has seen quite a bit of dropping. L&T is down almost 5%. SBI, the big star performer of yesterday, which was up 9%, has taken a bit of a knock, 6% lower. Ravi, just wanted to get a sense from you, the private banking names, the HDFC Bank, IndusInd, Axis of the world, what would make them turn the kind of underperformance? Is it just going to be the FII money coming back? Is that the biggest monitorable? Or what will make them turn around?
No, so clearly the NIMs are the most important monitorable from the fundamental perspective. From the flows perspective, it could be the FII monies coming back in. But the pressure on the deposit rates is what is causing the NIMs to compress. But I think with the additional dividend from RBI, with the way GST collections are going, I think there is a lot of elbow room for the government to reduce fiscal deficit. That should bring the rates down. And once that starts to happen, I think the NIMs should start, probably going up again as well.
So Ravi, will you wait to deploy fresh capital in the market? Would you wait then for the budget to be done with and then take a call?
No, I don't think budget is likely to be a big event. I think there are a lot of fears about capital gains tax, the period being increased. Yeah. So from that perspective, I think the agenda of the government is pretty well known. With a 3 years perspective, I don't think there is going to be any major change in the budget. So our investment strategy has been to stay invested. It was not dependent on this event. It will not be dependent on the budget as well. And from both the perspective, I feel the markets will continue to track the global macros and the Indian micros, both of them which are looking quite benign at this point of time. So I don't see a reason why there should be a major move post any of these events.
You talked about urban consumption because he was talking about, he talked about consumption particularly taking a bit of a reversal there. I wanted to get a sense, are you looking at the urban theme, the affluent theme, which has been doing well for the past 12, 18 months, or is it more towards rural now, FMCG, staples, and even durables for that matter? Because if you look at those AC inventory situation right now, in May perhaps we hear that Voltas has already seen double their sales.
No, so my hope or my wish is more that the government focuses a little bit more on reviving consumption. At this point of time, it is only the upper end of the pyramid that is doing well. So, and it is more urban consumption that has been doing well, but it's the rural consumption that has been suffering. So, I would really want the government to start focusing on this piece that is not doing well, but that remains a wish list at this point of time rather than any tangible data point that we are witnessing.
Ravi, the other debate has always been as to, where is it that there's valuation comfort? Because the SMIDs have run up so much, the valuations are so frothy over there. Is it a given then that stick with large caps and the bottom-up stories, which we've already seen begin play out, I think, all through the month and especially yesterday?
No,
and
so
ease off from the SMIDs?
It has been an uneven recovery. I won't say it's been across the board. Capital goods oriented or capex cycle oriented companies are doing much better than consumption oriented, export oriented, services oriented companies. And I think even specialty chemicals for that matter, the companies have been reporting really bad numbers. I think that cycle is probably nearing an end in terms of being bad. So I would focus on those areas to look for value. Relative value already exists. The absolute value probably we would want to wait a couple of quarters more because the numbers are still not reversing. So I think, for example, there is one area, plastic pipes, where the reversal has already now begun. The PVC prices have now started going up. So that is one example of an area which was not doing well for a 3, 4, 5 year, 3-year period post-COVID, and now there has been a revival. So I think those are the kind of pockets that we would want to focus on.
So plastic pipes you said specialty chemicals, and what else?
Consumption at the, discretionary consumption as well as staples.
Just wanted to take a moment and take a look at the market because it's a 3.5% fall right now in the markets. The Bank Nifty is down 1800 points, and look at the leads. It's not as wide a gap as it was anticipated earlier. So NDA right now stands at 286 thereabouts, and the Indie alliance of sorts is around 218. So that is, I think, what is making the market a bit nervous. Take a look at India VIX. That surged 25% on an intraday basis. It's trading at the levels of around 25. So clearly there's a bit of a nervousness coming back, and the Nifty is now below the mark of 22,500 thereabouts. So massive surge in India VIX and a sizable drop in the Indian markets right now. Today you have the wish list ready, Ravi, in terms of what to buy, and just are you missing out on the opportunity of perhaps putting in those orders?
More than that, are you shocked with the tally so far?
Yeah, absolutely. This does seem to be a much closer fight than was anticipated for sure.
Yeah, but early leads, let's see where it goes. But for now, yes, a bit of a dramatic turn. But do you think anything changes for the market, or your thesis, let's say, if it is a narrow margin, will their political, kind of capital that they have to push a lot of these agendas get subdued a bit?
Let's see what the margin is eventually. But I wouldn't think so if we are assuming that the current dispensation comes in. But if it was there was to be a change in government, for sure there will be a big change in the sectors that will do well as compared to. I think that will push the market even more in favor of consumption oriented sector is what I feel.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty interesting to just take a look at what really these numbers are currently throwing up, but we'll have to wait and see what the final tally is. As of now, 289 and 215 for the opposition. I was just wondering and wanted to get in your take on the overall earnings momentum. Ravi, what exactly is it that you're penciling in? Any sectors that we could see positive, negative surprises?
No, so the momentum continues in the capital expansion areas. I think the order books have been fantastic. A lot of the companies we track are growing more than 25-30% in top line. Margin expansion has been more than anticipated. Renewables is one sector, defense, railway. So the areas where the earnings growth is strong, the markets have recognized the same as well, and that is kind of factored into the price as well. So I don't see a scope for a fantastic positive surprise over there. But the areas where I think the fundamental or the quarterly results have not been coming good, I think it will be interesting to see how the stock price react over there. And less fall over there will be a sign of bottom.
By the way, there's been a huge spike in the India VIX as well. Of course, the market has fallen from what the GIFT Nifty was indicating earlier this morning. But 2611 now on the India VIX, and that's a spike up of almost, or rather a move up of almost 25% that you're seeing. It's pretty much a reversal and a mirror image of where we left it off in trade yesterday, right? All sectors are in the red right now. It's led by infrastructure, power, metals, telecom, oil and gas. And I'm looking largely at the F&O picture in the market right now. The biggest movers from yesterday, they're the biggest laggards right now. Adani Enterprises, Adani Ports, right at the bottom of the heap. It's almost a 10% cut on both those names. Coal India down 8.5%. SBI, which was, so to speak, the leader in trade yesterday, that's down 7%. So a complete mirror image of even the fall and the gain that we were sitting on. You've got L&T, which is down about 5%, Axis Bank, ONGC, Reliance, which was one of the biggest point contributors to yesterday's Nifty move, that's down almost about 5%. HDFC Bank is down 4.25%, and I can go on with the list of losers. In fact, there's only one Marico. So, Ravi, you were so right. I mean, if the market is getting nervous about the leads so far, consumption, Marico is the one which is holding out.
Correct. Cash flow throwing businesses are the ones where market will gravitate towards. In both the ways, businesses are resilient, as well as the fact that they have not done well for 4-5 years means they are hiding places for funds as well. So from both perspective, I think that is an area where money will gravitate towards.
Well, when you speak about consumption, again, is it the bottom of the pyramid? Because as of now, it's only the top, the premium segment which has been doing well, better.
So the premium end which has been doing well has been recognized by the market, but where the margin of safety lies is at the bottom of the pyramid, because that is where markets have kind of completely ignored. There have been no lead indicators pointing to a recovery over there, but if market are a lead indicator, then that is where the recovery will happen. So in case there is a government change, consumption will do well. In case government does not change, I would still hope that this government will come and this time around put some money in the hands of people. So that should also revive the consumption. From both perspective, it's the rural consumption where the value is arising, and one should be looking at playing that from the next 3 to 5 years perspective.
All right, Ravi, lovely having you with us in our studios. Thank you so much for taking the time out and walking us through your views on the market. By the way, I think it's only the markets that merit our attention. It's the PSEs that are really taking it in the chin. In fact, let's take it across to Ajay to just capture the overall market trend, what the numbers are doing in terms of overall sentiment, and how we've completely, Ajay, erased the moves and the trend and the highs that we made yesterday.
Well, now we understand, good morning, Avan, why Swami yesterday afternoon was saying that you should, kind of consume the exit polls with a pinch of salt. The real counting and the verdict is what matters. And look at what the early trends are showing. Early trends are clearly saying that things are very different, starkly different than what the exit poll was throwing up. The exit poll was showing very clear majority by the NDA, and a large section of that coming from BJP. But look at the numbers. India and alliances crossed 200 and NDA is 299, 295. And so basically two-thirds of what the BJP and NDA is doing. That was not the case what exit polls were showing. Also, what is important is that one of the key battlegrounds this election was in UP. Everybody was talking about a clean sweep. Exit polls including, last time they had 62 there, BJP, but right now look at the number, barely 48 or near a 50 number. So clearly there's no clean sweep in UP, and that was the main point, that it has 80 seats coming in the Lok Sabha. If they are not able to cross the number of 60 also, so far the early trends, then there appears to be a problem. Still, I would say that look at this data. It is all building up, but the market is a very swift animal, and market is already kind of tracking that data very closely, and that is why you're looking at almost a 700-point fall coming in. Probably it's important to see the data from Maharashtra also, which will come up, but look at that. Even in Varanasi, there are a note coming in that PM Modi is trailing behind Congress. This is Ajay Rai. So this is what is making the street very nervous right now, and hence the 700-point fall on the Nifty.
Okay, so that's the interesting bit right now. Yes, it's only the initial leads that we have at the moment, but for now the market is nervous about the margin that we were anticipating. So it's still 300 plus, at least as per some initial leads and initial counts. But the Congress also, or the Congress India I should say, is also perhaps doing better than what Street was expecting, 218 thereabouts. And please remember, these are just early leads as per now. The final picture can be very different, but for now the market is not taking it well. There is a bit of recovery from lows of the trading session. We went around that 22,400 thereabouts. Right now we're at least 22,600. So there has been a smidge of a recovery, 2.5% down still for the markets right now, but volatility is really very high. But let me take it where all the action is, and apart from, of course, the stock markets, the action is in the political arena, and my colleague Sumita as well as Samir are right there at the headquarters of various parties. Let's take it across to them to get the feel as to what's happening on the ground. Sumita, is there a bit of a worry at the BJP headquarters as well, because the leads aren't as big as they were anticipating? What's the mood like?
Yes, in fact, at the BJP headquarters, I think there are still preparations going on, because the party, of course, the overall party cadre on the ground is pretty confident of scoring that 300 par or 400 par mandate. At least that's what they were saying. Meanwhile, all the exit polls had suggested a comfortable majority coming in for the BJP, and of course the NDA 350 plus marks. Remember, all the brokerages had mentioned, in fact all the exit polls had also mentioned that comfortable majority for the BJP coming in. Perhaps a referendum on Prime Minister Modi's leadership. They were also suggesting that there's not going to be any anti-incumbency despite the Prime Minister and of course the BJP being in power for almost a decade. But again, these are early leads. We'll really have to see how key seats like the Uttar Pradesh state, which has about 80 seats, that battle really plays out. Then there is Maharashtra also, there is Gujarat also, where the party is expected to score a clean sweep according to what exit polls were predicting. And of course we'll have to see the play that the BJP is able to make in the southern parts of the country. Hindi heartland, the exit polls had stated that they will win by comfortable majority. But Sumit, the lead's not quite up there. We'll have to again wait and watch for the final picture to emerge. But meanwhile, the Prime Minister has been pretty upbeat and has been pretty decisive on his agenda of development, and that's what he also stated in that note that he released yesterday.
Well, absolutely. There's a lot of focus on reforms, but now the big question on reforms is what majority NDA gets, because if there's a clear majority and that a big figure, they can easily take all the reforms through Parliament, Lok Sabha, Raj Sabha. But what if the numbers fall short? Then there's a pressure on reforms. Definitely the whole picture will change. So now everything is dependent on what kind of lead, if NDA is getting, even if they make government, what kind of majority they get, how many seats, 400 plus or not. That's a very crucial question, because all reforms now depend on one big factor. What kind of majority BJP is getting, no voting they have got. So that's the most crucial question or answer to look out for.
You know, and very interestingly, the markets had already factored in what the exit polls were showing, and we are seeing, the market not quite up there. It is falling, considering given the early leads, but we'll have to watch out how it really emerges, because this is a very high stakes battle. The Prime Minister is looking for a historic comeback, a three-time, he's looking for a hat-trick to be scored. Remember, the only Prime Minister who's done this before has been the late Prime Minister Nehru earlier, and he's trying to beat his record. The Congress, on the other hand, the opposition India Alliance, trying to resurrect itself back, trying to survive, even as the Prime Minister has been, or the BJP has given it a very tough fight.
So opposition, a strong opposition will definitely mean that there is proper due diligence on all reforms. There is strong opposition, which means that a lot of good things will happen. So that is important, to have a strong opposition. How strong they are, which party in opposition, that's very important to look out for. Things will be changing every moment now.
Markets, the initial trends, these are leads, not the final picture. Even though the India government is leading, markets are markets. It was expected to be a highly volatile day. We told you in the morning, election day comes once in 5 years. Looking at the market positioning, the last 10 days of run-up, the reaction to the exit poll yesterday, the markets were, these are pictures coming from where?
Congress headquarters.
Congress headquarters. And
a little bit of buoyancy is what you can see there. Yeah,
yes.
They're a little charged up.
They're a little charged up, but the polls are indicating, leads are indicating that there has been a significant gain for at least the India Alliance there. Going back to markets now. And the question we would ask everybody is that, do you use this decline to your advantage? to buy stocks which you always wanted to buy, because suddenly stocks are down 5, 10, 15%. Today, in the emotional reaction of the market, which is going to be sentiment and technicals and put and call and hedging and view and push, is it time to buy something?
So defensive. Like I told you, you have to stay invested. I don't know till 12:30 how much of gyration you'll see. This is like an option or a crypto market which is going to be both sides. Yeah. You had the best of the crypto short getting squeezed. In the morning I told you, Nikunj, be greedy when the fools are going to be buying, and the fools came whole hog yesterday. I don't mean literally fools. I meant the left out feeling. I still think defensives are a good place. The insurance companies, the IT companies, select pockets of where you are seeing group outperformance, that is where I would be putting money. It is easy to say that you sell and go away. It doesn't happen like that. In the end, you will have a government which will be in place, and I am still of the view 320 is what I would be putting my numbers at. Not a very big as mandate as the yesterday's number, but still the government may continue.
Okay, let me put some facts on the table here. Let's take the clock back to Friday. What was Friday's close and where we are today? All what the market has done is that it has knocked off the Monday's gains. The 3.5% what we added yesterday, markets have knocked that off. There was an exit poll. The leads are not in sync with what the exit poll was. But that does not mean that a bear market has started, markets are circuit down, BJP is not coming back to power, it is a big departure in terms of economic reforms and all. No, nothing like that. The gains of Monday have got eroded on a Tuesday, and we are only 45 minutes into trade. So a long day is still left. These are leads which are changing, and the final picture is very different. Markets were expected to act and markets were expected to react. And that is something, now look at it, we've recovered from the day's low, have we?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah. So it is just one of those days where you can't guess what's coming.
But Nikunj, just to beg your point, 2,000 points on the bank nifty and a day up and down is very volatile.
No, it is volatile.
And like you said, it was expected on the day of the results that you summarized it correctly, that today could be a very volatile with a down day bias. Now these numbers will continue, and like you rightly point, 45 minutes, India is not made or break.
And we've only knocked off yesterday's gains. Correct. I mean, I just look at what was yesterday's market reaction. It was in market reaction to exit polls. And it was a bout of large short covering which FIs did. Now, the election poll final tally, that is what markets are telling you right now, may be different from what the exit polls were. So whatever you gained yesterday, you've eroded off.
Completely erased it. Yeah.
But does that change the big picture? So rather than taking a 2 to 3 day view, 2-3 दिन का view मत लीजिए, 2 से 3 साल का view लीजिए.
View, take it for 5 years.
Exactly. 2-3 दिन का view मत लीजिए, 2 से 3 साल का view लीजिए, which is where you need to perhaps see that there would be a change. Who is joining us next? Is Prashant Jain ready?
He's coming to the studio.
He's coming
He's
to
on
the
his
studio.
way.
Great. Ravi is here, Prashant is here. The investors are just like, normally on a budget day, they are in the offices, glued to the trading screen.
I think they must be missing that feeling out that they should have put in some buy orders today, because clearly it's a fire sale right now in the market. Everything is down 10 to 15%.
But
all those
is this
capex
a fire
stocks are
sale?
down.
Or do you think there will be weaker days, right?
There will be weaker days, particularly in the consensus plays, the Adani, the APSUs. Be cautious. I'm not saying...
You're saying don't buy them in any case, right?
No, but you overown them. You've been caught in the momentum. Anisha, it's a greed and fear. Yesterday, nobody could sit on the sideline. Today, you don't know whether to sell in loss or to just stay out.
So today is not a day to sell as well, right?
If you are leveraged and if the verdict turns negative, it is where your mark to market will close your book out. In the end, there is a limited amount of leverage which you have. Do you know the turnover yesterday was 13.5 lakh crores, which you can't even count the zeros.
Let's count. No? Let's count.
Let's start. Nikunj would know.
No, I'm trying to count. Million के बाद गिनती नहीं याद होता है.
No, but tell me, you're saying 320 we'll still get, and there will be the current government continuity. These are, of course, just leads, and it's bound to change by 12 noon, perhaps. Then what happens?
But let's see. I'm giving you a call which I feel.
No, give us all scenarios.
Well, then,
assuming that we have a verdict which is exactly like yesterday, which is the exit poll day, assuming that we have a majority, but not a thumping majority, say 310, 320 thereabouts, above 300. Or then if it completely turns tide, if it's neck to neck, or it's a complete follow.
That's the worst scenario, which I'm not expecting. 320 comes, we'll be down 300 points on the Nifty.
Okay. Even with 320. Okay.
Prashant Jain joins us now, and good morning. Thank you for joining us. ये उल्टा पुल्टा हो गया अभी तो.
So are you surprised or not? Let me ask you that.
Yeah, exit polls are the best that we have to go by. So to that extent, I think one is surprised. Yes.
I think we can tell by his expression he is surprised.
What are markets prepared for? What are not markets prepared for?
Markets, I think, are clearly pricing in political and policy continuity.
Okay. So a big mandate or a clear mandate? Is the clear mandate will also be acceptable for the market?
I would think so.
Okay. So it doesn't matter whether it is 290, 310, 330, those numbers don't matter. As long as there is policy continuity, markets would say, okay.
I would think so, but see, markets went into this with whatever exit polls were saying. So to the end, markets, I guess, were pricing in a lot of optimism. And when I talked to people, they were saying there is a post-election rally on the cards. So I think whatever reaction you are seeing today is also a result of that.
You liked PSUs and you bought into PSUs when nobody liked them. Now everybody likes PSUs. What are you doing?
No, I think the markets have moved beyond that phase where they used to differentiate between PSUs and private. So I think businesses are now getting discounted, or they are trading as per the underlying fundamentals, which I think is very good. So I think while we still talk in terms of PSUs, non-PSUs, but markets are not differentiating between public and private enterprises anymore.
Irrespective of the verdict, will anything change in the way you've structured your portfolio?
I don't think so. See, the key to watch out is, to what extent you follow fiscal discipline and to what extent your allocation towards infra continues. I think that's the key two things to watch out for, I would say.
One more follow-up question, and purely looking at last 10 years of journey. First tenure of the Modi government was about getting the house in order, repair the balance sheet, recapitalize banks, fix the power sector, fix the core sectors. Second tenure was marked by COVID, but is also marked by PLI schemes, manufacturing boost, defense, which is if you bought into defense stocks in Modi 1, you did not make money. You made money if you bought into defense and railway stocks in the tenure 2. What would you like to buy in the tenure 3, which could be different from tenure 1 and tenure 2, assuming that we are talking about policy continuity?
So I think, Nikunj, there is no big mispricing in this market.
Okay.
And almost all sectors are, I would say, reasonably close to the underlying values, and so it is a challenge to point out a theme, an outlier theme. I still feel the larger companies probably are better placed, the large caps, and I would feel the banks have underperformed, and there the valuations look quite appealing. So I won't argue for massive returns even there, but still I think on the margin in a relative sense, large banks look best placed.
But Prashant, is that thesis about large banks irrespective of what happens today, what the election verdict is?
See, if the election verdict is not to the market's liking, you will expect a meaningful correction in the near term. That's very simple. And when that happens, almost everything will fall. But I think, yes, if you think longer term, 2, 3, 5 years, I think banks should still do quite well.
The other thing that we've been hearing a lot about is of late consumption and the lower end of consumption, which is underperformed. Is that something that you would start looking at positively now?
As things stand today, I would say they still appear to be very expensive. Unless and please remember, last cycle when they underperformed, the underperformance lasted for almost 8-10 years. It was largely a time correction. So stock market cycles can be very, very long. But in case there is a realignment or change in policies and focus is more on distribution, bottom of the pyramid, then that would certainly be perceived as positive for that space.
But urban consumption no longer, where value lies or where you are willing to pay that, premium for the growth it's providing?
See, I don't think we should divide. See, the divide, rural-urban divide is fast shrinking, and the consumption habits even in rural India are basically coming. It's basically about income levels and not about rural or urban. So I would say the low penetrated categories is something where makes more sense from an investment point of view.
Okay. The original PSU bull is actually Prashant.
Yeah.
I'm talking of 7 years back when I track and I used to PFC REC 90 rupees, 85 and downwards, Bank of Baroda 100 rupees, Coal India. I can give you a list.
Did you invest in his fund that time?
HDF, yes, I did buy the fund. I bought the stocks. I bought the stocks. I used to follow, so I know Prashant since many years back.
He's accepting public money. You can invest with him now, right?
Prashant, what's the next 7-year call now?
So I think these are compounding markets. See, these markets, the multiples are about 10 and 20% higher currently than 10 and 15-year averages.
Yeah.
I think that can be justified because India's growth rates are accelerating, and we have seen GDP growth numbers for this year and the previous year. I think the cost of capital in India has gone lower. So the gap between Indian and US yields is down to all-time lows. So low cost of capital means higher multiples. And third, the local participation in equities is quite secular and very meaningful. So because of that, I think the volatility of Indian markets is headed lower.
We'll show you that data, sir. And that's a data which you've been discussing and we've been bringing it out, the SIP number. And that I think is the most magical number. Kehte hain na magic. That is the magic. And that data point will just come up on your screen. Prashant, you may want to just look at that data. When you look at that data, you say, screen par aa jayega samne. Right, left, dekho, thoda mil jayega. Okay. SIP in 2014 was about 1200 crores. Now it's gone to 20,000 crores. So for me, this I think is the most important data. Foreign institutional investors this year have sold 1 lakh crore. In last 1 month, they've sold 42,000 crore. So वो ज़माना था कि FIs would sneeze and markets से बुखार हो जाता था. Like they say in English, when FIs would sneeze, markets would get flu. That time actually has changed. That is something which is very, very important for us. I'll go back to a very basic point, which is that India is trading at a premium. The reason why trading at a premium is because markets can see visibility. One of the aspects for visibility for last 10 years has been policy continuity and stable government. Do you think a weak government, when I say weak government, the current government comes back, just they manage to finish the finishing line, so to speak, they just hop across, they don't jump across. What happens to the so-called policy premium in that case?
So I think markets would still expect policy continuity.
Okay.
And
current government coming back with a clear majority, there will be no worry from a market standpoint on policy continuity. Can I say that?
I would, in my opinion, I think policy continuity should be there.
Just take a moment to kind of mark what's happening in the market because there's a 450-point recovery from lows. So at one point of time, we went below the mark of 22,400, but we are right now staring at 22,800. So as the numbers keep on coming in and the fact that for now there's a lead on 300 points, the market is digesting that as well. So it continues to be fairly volatile. India VIX is up almost 20% right now. It's reached a level of around 25, and that's going to be the nature of the game throughout the trading session today. So, okay, India VIX has actually come off sizably as well. So India VIX at one point of time was up 18-19% at a level above 25-26. Now it's come off. So, and my guess is as we progress through the day, all of these adjustments will keep happening. But for now, a bit of a recovery on the cards.
But Anisha, what's surprising is look at the names which are moving up, and it's all FMCG names. Dabur is up 4%, Unilever 2.5%, Marico, Colgate, Britannia. These are your top 5 movers, and I'm talking about the F&O markets right now. That's where you're actually seeing spots of green. So the market in that sense is, it's just such a beautiful instrument. How quickly it's readjusting to the moving dynamics right now. And all those movers, your Adani names, SBI, ONGC, L&T, even private banks, of course, they are getting all clobbered now. It's a mirror image.
That's how markets move. Defensives come back. I don't think IT will come back because growth is not there. But that's how markets are, right? I mean, nobody wants to leave the market.
TCS
You want
is
to
up
switch.
0.5%.
Yeah, growth नहीं है भाई कितना.
But yeah, anyway.
5% growth.
But yeah, Prashant, you were telling us about your next 7-year idea. 7 years back, it was PSUs.
And it cannot be a SIP. It cannot be a SIP.
No, I think
Where do you see money being
buy
made?
Indian equities. Buy Indian equities because India's growth is accelerating. You can't ignore that. Our cost of capital is lower. You can't ignore that. The local flows are sizable. And our bank balance sheets, company balance sheets are extremely good. Our current account deficit is low. The external environment is very conducive, whether it you talk about manufacturing or about services. So I think I would be positive on India. I would continue to be positive on Indian equities. And see, please appreciate what happened yesterday. If something moves up 10%, 12%, and it is pricing in a lot of expectations. After all, what changed in a single day yesterday? Nothing.
You know, we are still up from Friday's close. Yes. With all the mumbo jumbo, with all the volatility, you add today's gain, loss, and yesterday's gain. We are up 1% from Friday's close. So much so, when you go higher, if you fall by one story also, no, it looks like a steep fall. But logically, you're only down by one story. On the peak of the mountain, you come down by 10 meters, you would say, oh my God, gravity is at work. No, it does not work like this. It is that you are still higher than what the Friday's close was. Okay, one conversation we had when we met last time, you said that you like power. Indians will consume more power. Heat waves will be coming. Air conditioning penetration will increase. And that is something which is playing out beautifully both at the demand front and at the policy front. This is one space where big changes will happen. Solar, wind, thermal, hydrogen. How do you see this space moving?
No, I think this space has re-rated massively, and I think it is now over longer periods one can still make money. I think, but it is in the nature of growth. I think these stocks, to my mind, are trading broadly at fair value levels. I mean, no scope for re-rating essentially. And see, while a lot of investments are needed, but the ROEs are in a way capped in this space. So you can't lose sight of that. Earlier they were trading at 0.2, 0.3 times price to book, but now most stocks are between 2 to 3, 3 to 4 times price to book value. So I would be optimistic, but I would have very reasonable return expectations in that space.
And what is that reasonable return expectation, let's say for the next 12 to 18 months? Is high single digit what you should be okay with, or do you think the average which is there of 11 to 13% thereabouts is still going to be there?
So India's nominal GDP is growing around 10-11% because we are fundamentally a lower inflation country. So I think to that extent we need to reset our long-term return expectations from the markets lower.
If I literally had a gun and if I could put a gun to Prashant's head, क्या लगता है? I would say small cap अच्छा नहीं लगता, mid cap अच्छा नहीं लगता, large cap में margin of safety है. I don't have a gun, so don't worry.
He said that already, by the way.
No. But this time if I put a gun to your hand.
No, I think Nikunj, buy. See, I mean, if you push me, I will take a minute and I'll say this debate of large and mid is often misplaced or small. The real debate is between companies that have a right to win in the marketplace and companies which are weak. So you can buy large companies that are weak, and there can be small companies which are very strong. So the real, to my mind, the best way to do it, focus on strong businesses that can win in the marketplace. Don't overpay.
Is your old franchise looking interesting now?
Old franchise? Yes.
The stock's gone through time-wise correction,
as I said, large
correction.
banks. I mean, you can see price to book values.
We get a declared portfolio now, whatever is in the public domain. You bought into names which, in a sense, some would say why. Let's say you bought into Senco, you bought into Zomato. Is there a thought in which end of the consumer market you're betting on? Because one is a jewelry company, one is a food delivery company.
So as I mentioned to her some time back, that consumer discretionary appears to be more positive to me than consumer staples. And so we have bought into consumer discretionary names. And in some cases habits are changing, in some cases markets are moving from unorganized to organized. And I think both of these are plays on that.
If one looks at the market, and this is a data which you may just want to pay attention to, the 1 month change after the election, 2014 and 2019, but since ek data dekhte hain, the market have not given you gratifying returns because a lot of good news that it tends to get priced in. But you take the time horizon from 2 to 3 years and 3 to 5 years, great wealth has got created. So can I say that today, tomorrow, this week, next week, ahead of budget, post-budget, ahead of US election, post-US election, the theatricals in the market will continue. We'll continue to discuss and debate. But next 2 or 3 years, बड़ा पैसा बनने वाला है.
I'm glad Nikunj said that, because shorter term markets are volatile and it's very hard to to forecast. You can't forecast the outcome of a toss of coins. Markets are exactly like that. But I think yes, if I take a 3-5 year view, I would be optimistic on these markets. And I will come back to what I said earlier. Inflation in India is structurally low. You are dealing with a 4-5% inflation. So your rupee GDP growth is lower, and to that extent I would say 11-12% longer term Nifty compounding appears to be reasonable to me.
Okay, on that positive note, Prashant, we'll let you go. Thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
I'm sure you're going to be closely tracking the lead so far. So far, it seems like it's going to be a neck and neck race, because 299 NDA now and 214 the India Alliance, whereas others, they stand at about 30. So it seems like it's going to be quite a close fight. But again, these are just early leads. These are not the declared numbers. So let's see. Let's give the market some time. Let's give the leads some time to settle down, and then we'll see what the market does. Of course, it's been a good 1.6% recovery as well, which we've seen just at an index level. And FMCG, that's your big mover so far at least. We'll take a very quick break. Come right back. We'll continue tracking markets.
Stories.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth?
Just clarify this entire case.
What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a booster shot.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other.
Stocks on the the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
It just starts coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally आने वाली है.
Market compounding rate. The market approach has to be stay bullish and in the way how markets should move.
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with authenticity and provides actionable information, helping millions realize their goals. But on a daily basis, as experience clashes with uncertainty, it brings forth brilliance. Catch Nikunj Dalmia, India's most experienced market anchor. ET Now, rise with India.
Hello. Yeah, I'll be there.
There's no particular time to rise. Not tomorrow. Not.
Welcome back. Well, the volatility is the biggest talking point in the markets right now. So the BJP leads right now is below the mark of 300. Remember, just a few minutes ago, it was 302, 303. But that's the kind of nature of the market right now, that it is going to be very volatile right now. But to help us wade through this volatility, we do have Sandeep Tandon joining us on the show. He's, of course, the CIO at Quant Mutual Fund. Sandeep, hi. Good to be speaking with you. A bit surprised, shocked by the kind of numbers that we're seeing on the screen, because the margin is not that huge.
See, to be candid with you, I was slightly worried, when we saw euphoric move, it's always seen, more from a behavior perspective when you see extraordinary hype getting built or froth getting built or euphoria, which we spotted yesterday. And small disappointment obviously leads to a massive correction, which is the case today. But if you look at a much larger perspective, let's say when the volatility on the higher side, I think if we remain constructive for India from a longer term perspective, I think these are great buying opportunities. And I will generally like these things, whenever a froth gets built, you give you sharp correction and all weak players are out. So again, market becomes a healthy. Now, this statement, people will not like it at this point in time because everybody's portfolio will hurt very badly. But the point is very important, the way when we look at from the institution perspective, these are great opportunities to build or reconstruct your portfolio. Like yesterday, we were like very quiet. Okay, we didn't know when market opened some 800 point what to do at that point in time. Now, and again, from a purely from the outcome perspective, again slightly premature to really conclude. I think the maybe by afternoon the clarity will emerge, and if it is a cost a very close context, maybe the final picture will emerge only by evening. Until the time, this volatility will continue. So either you get worried about these developments or look for opportunity to buy, provided you have a constructive outlook on India, which we have.
And exactly what are those opportunities, Sandeep? Because yeah, it does look like today at least you are getting those opportunities if you do believe in the long-term story. Talk to me about the biggest themes. Has anything changed in your view with respect to the manufacturing, capex, defense themes?
See, both manufacturing and defense in particular have been very expensive. If I have to say some in any manufacturing space, where is the biggest fraud? Okay, again, not in absolute term, but on relative basis. Yeah, defense is the biggest fraud which got built and is getting built for last many months now. Okay, so those are the area where we are cautious. We are not negative. Okay? If you are looking for anything for 5 years, 7 years perspective, I don't think there's a problem. But we do look at an absolute opportunity and we do look at relative. So in absolute opportunity, you may make money in long term, but on relative opportunity perspective, you will lose money in the medium term and near term. So is our thought process how well you can do sector rotation or stock rotation, which will help you in reducing the overall risk in your portfolio and generating alpha also out of it.
Right. Sandeep, so what changes if, if one were to really take note of the leads so far? Because it looks like it may not just be neck and neck, it could actually go either which way. What is it that we should brace ourselves for? I mean, are we going to see those gap down moves coming in the market? We're currently, of course, at 300 to 212 being India, but that's a neck and neck figure and a far cry from what the exit poll was indicating yesterday.
See, the way I read exit poll is not about exact number, it's about the trajectory. Okay. Now, right now, neither the numbers is giving confidence, not the trajectory. Okay. But I have seen historically exit broadly, I'm saying that exit trajectory is generally right, may not be the exact number. So I still believe the trajectory is right. Maybe by the end of the day, you will see that they will form the government. So that's the way I will look at. And even ultimately, they will emerge as one of the largest party. I don't see that big crisis. Yes, where the hype was there in terms of, let's say, PSU stock, where the build-up is very messy. They might see some correction or consolidation or some deterioration in P multiple in the medium term or near term perspective. But broadly, if India's story remain intact, irrespective of any government, okay, I don't think anything can be reserved right now. So if nothing can be reversed, then I don't think one should be too much worried about. Yes, it's a shock, definitely, because everybody is coming with that mindset. That's the reason I'm saying, let's not conclude right now. I will like to wait at the end of the day. And even is a close context also, then we remain very constructive on India. So the way we have designed or rebuild our or reconstruct our portfolio, we have reduced beta, we have moved towards liquidity, we have moved towards safety. And we are very comfortable with that approach rather than saying that we will evaluate completely different post-election outcomes. I don't think that's the way we as a macro house will look at this situation.
Let's look at the so-called unpopular sectors, FMCG. One would imagine that, and you've spoken about FMCG, you've spoken about consumer durables. What happens to those pockets?
Okay. And I'm not talking about just one day phenomena like yesterday was euphoria and all PSUs and some of the banking names. But we are very constructive on the consumption space. That's the reason in January we launched our consumption fee. We were early to spot the inflection point in the consumption thesis, particularly FMCG names. We think they have hit the neglected territory and they're still trading in that zone. So when any sector stock hits the neglected zone, I think what is very important to understand, your downside is protected and upside is open. Those are the inflection points we will try to capitalize. A lot of people think, it's all about momentum, which gives you a maximum money. No, if you buy and sell stocks or sector at the extreme inflection point, it protects your downside and actually generate massive alpha. So I think I'm very constructive on the consumption as a theme. FMCG also. But again, you have to be very selective and choosy about it. Try to avoid all the stocks where over ownership exists from the institution and particularly from the FI perspective. If you can filter a bit, okay, then I think food processing company even looks better to me, okay, rather than just saying the entire FMCG. But we are very constructive as a consumption team after post-COVID. I think after 3 or 4 years now, the rural economy, early signs are there. You know, if you look at most of the high frequency data which we track, they're giving early signs of indication that recovery is around the corner.
Sandeep, what happens to banks? I'm working with an assumption that a stable government means lower bond yields. A stable government means more liquidity back into the system. A stable government means that no NPA cycle. Do you think banks are getting ready to, to just getting ready for the next launch now?
So if you really look at in last, let's say 1.5 years or so, actually private sector banks have underperformed. I will not say they've hit the most hated zone, which I will like to see. But now they are in the neglected zone, at least, on if not on absolute basis, on relative basis, they are in massive neglected zone. I think there's an opportunity also to some of the large private sector bank which has corrected a lot. I think there could be a great opportunity to optimize at the current level and irrespective of the election outcome. I think consumption could be thesis, private bank could be a thesis. So I'm very selective right now rather than saying that entire market looks good to me, because I've been very vocal about the last many months. I'm saying that easy phase of bull run is over. But we are in decisive bull run, but we are in difficult phase of bull run. And difficult phase of bull run, you have to be very, very choosy and selective about it.
You know, your conviction on PSUs, and I know, you know, you're a India bull, so this sort of goes beyond any government that comes into power and, you know, today, tomorrow. This is a long haul story. But say in the next 1 year, assuming the mandate goes a little bit awry, or at least it's not that extreme majority of seat count, which one was anticipating earlier for the NDA, what happens to PSUs in that case, Sandeep?
So the temporary setback will be the P expansion, which was expected might halt. Okay, maybe it can even correct a bit. But if you really look at, let's say, the thesis which I'm talking about, power or railway, okay, whether power shortage will be reversed because new government has come into picture, which was not anticipated. Answer is no. This is a shortfall for next 5 years is quite visible. So if new government come into picture, whether they will want to make any radical changes in terms of power supply, I think they will push forward. So again, they will be beneficiary. And who are the biggest beneficiary of power sector? It's all large PSUs which are there in this space. So I don't think there could be a water phenomena impact. Maybe answer is yes, which is also looks unlikely, particularly. Look at the investment which has already happened in railway and is already been proposed. I don't think any new government can come and change overnight. So I think what could be affecting is more of a psychological impact in terms of P multiple for a very near-term perspective. But I think these cycles have reversed completely from a longer-term perspective. So I think we live with that some pain. If you have gain of last 2.5 years, you have sitting on massive gain, which we are. I'm happy to live with 1 quarter pain also, because my longer-term thesis, and when we talk about that India or PSU are decadal opportunity, then I will not get upset just because of 1 quarter fear of underperformance, or first of all, that event has not given a final verdict. Assuming it is completely against that also, then could be a small setback in terms of earnings multiple, not in terms of earning itself.
Earnings multiple, that's going to be important. But Sandeep, what's the view on HDFC Bank? Because that's a big debate right now. Yesterday we saw big moves on SBI while HDFC didn't do much. Do you see a bit of a reversal there happening?
So I generally we don't answer on a stock specific thing, but I'll give you a larger.
Let's say, yeah, large private banks. Let's make it that.
Yeah, so I'll put it that if let's say government comes back, okay, and even not with the thumping majority, even with a decent majority, I think a lot of FI's money will come, okay, and if that is the case, then I think banks and private sector banks, we're talking about leading private sector banks also should be beneficiary. The problem will only start if this doesn't government come and there could be temporary setback, more from a perception point of view. Then FI may not able to participate up to that extent, and hence these stocks can remain under pressure because FI holding has been in large private sector banks few technology names and few consumption names and few financials companies. So if these are the 8, 10 or 12 names where FI holdings are very concentrated, maybe those 8, 12 stocks may not able to perform up to that extent the way we thought of. So that's the only caveat which we like to get into. But again, it's too premature and it's not fair to really assume that.
Let me construct a market narrative. It appears as of now that NDA Alliance is getting a drop in their vote count and they're losing vote share. Now that could be ascribed to the rural distress, that could be ascribed to what is happening in the tier 2, tier 3 and tier 4 cities. Whichever government comes to power now, do you think there could be a change of narrative? It could be more rural focus, it could be more freebies, it could be less expenditure, and there could be renewed focus on, let's say, what we saw in terms of getting the rural distress out of system.
I will not rule out that thing, but if you really look at and sit down peacefully and analyze, every government has been pro-ruler, okay? And it's not only the previous Congress government or the current NDA government. I think every government, okay, whether current government has stopped any of those policies which was there during the Congress tenure, answer is no, maybe minor tweaking here and there. But the way I look at, if I'm thinking, ultimately any government will take a decision will be based on the data. And I'm looking at the data, at least giving us confidence the rural economy is improving. Yes, the worry will only if they start focusing a lot on focusing on the consumption sides, okay, and start ignoring the investment going forward. That market may not like it. But again, as I said, it'll be too premature to take that call. That could be the biggest worry if it happens. But as of now, I will not like to conclude that, and I will like to review as and when it happens instead of preempting that.
Okay, so that's a smart call right now. Review it as and when it comes. But Ajay, looks like it's a very interesting setup that we have at our hands. The market is not able to make up its mind. Should they try and take positions right now? Should they wait? Because there's a lot of volatility out there.
Well, that's correct. I mean, there's a almost 60-70% fall has been recovered. But as Sandeep was saying, that market, the rest of the full recovery, if it comes, will depend on how the tally is. So why don't we discuss that part? Where are the leads coming in? What should we read of the data which has come in so far? Madhavan Narayanan is also joining us, senior journalist. Madhavan, versus the exit polls, which are the extreme win kind of a situation, now the things are tilted. It appears that it's an intense fight. How would you read the data which has come in so far? And where would you, if you can extrapolate where the final tally could actually come in?
Let me tell you, first of all, that I was shying away from making predictions publicly, but I did mention in either my Twitter conversations or in my WhatsApp conversations that my number for NDA was something like 290. No, 290, 285 to 290. It was 300 2 months ago. Then I thought I'll calibrate it. I'm happy personally that it's pretty close, showing pretty close to that. But there are 2 or 3 observations I want to make on this. My conclusion was based on the fact that samples can go wrong, but in statistics, they say errors tend to cancel each other out. But that still doesn't answer the question on why exit polls were showing much more for NDA. And my own reading onto this is 2. One is that there is a tendency to overestimate vote shares and extrapolate them into seats. And speaking from my personal experience as a political journalist and economic journalist, I use a combination of qualitative factors to moderate what is there in the conversation. That's what led to my conclusion. Now, I still think sticking to my figure, which is that between 285 and 300 is what NDA will probably end up with, because all said and done, 2 big surprises are there in favor of the BJP and Modi, which is both in Bengal and Odisha. So the interesting part is that north is where the BJP was supposed to be strong, but east is where the sun seems to be rising for the BJP. And that is something we need to keep in mind, because there is this error cancelling each other out. So if you overestimated the north, But personally, a lot of what I have said is pretty, what I thought in terms of qualitative factors is pretty true, because the errors are balancing out. But if you look at Bihar, Odisha, and Bengal, which together may be described as East, because Bihar is also towards the eastern part of the north, in that case, the BJP is doing very well there. And but what I'm looking at is a fairly stable government for under Modi, in a very sober sort of a mood. And I have to pick up the piece from what was said by Sandeep Tandon earlier. There is a lot of unfinished task for the BJP government. The markets and others have been talking too much about infrastructure because it's a personal fantasy. Markets tend to get the better of reality because of hope, whereas actually there is a higher tendency towards agriculture and consumer economies that may be in focus. Because when, as my favorite saying is from Kanshiram, who used to say, "Hame majboot sarkar nahi, majboor sarkar chahiye." So this
No,
is
absolutely. I hear that, Madhavan, but even by your own estimates, at least you're definitely giving the majority to the BJP-led NDA with the number of around 290. But to the point that you were making at the end about the policy reforms, because that is what the market really wants to know, the policy continues or there is going to be a bit of a shift. What's your answer to that?
There will be a what I call course correction. Let's not call it a shift or a radical change. There has to be a course correction. And if you really looked at what Narendra Modi said in his 100-day plan, which was lost in the election din, that he's probably going to announce something majorly in favor of Panchayat Raj. This is let me stick my neck out. This is going to be one of his first actions if he comes back to power, as it seems likely now. In which case there will be a rural bias towards the economy, to the economy. So some of the stories like infrastructure may be comparatively muted. It's a relative shift. That's why I want to call it course correction. People tend to think in binaries in terms of either or, either or. It's never either or. It's all about how much shift. It's a calibrated shift. And a calibrated shift in favor of agriculture is what I'm expecting, and rural areas is what I'm expecting. And especially one person who should be seriously worried now is Yogi Adityanath. I think if the numbers coming from UP are any indication, he hasn't quite delivered to the scale that it was being hyped. And Mr. Modi himself has been hyped, saved partly by some of the disagreements within what I call the non-BJP parties. Because if you look at BJD, I had got into a lot of trolling a few days ago for saying that the Biju Janata Dal is now unofficially part of the India Alliance. But it does look like a reality now. But BJP is doing well in Odisha as of now. And TMC has lost more than I had estimated. And to that extent, it gives Mr. Modi a chance to fight for, prove himself again. And the question is, reading into this mandate, what will he do in terms of policy and programs? And I would say he would focus more on the people's issues, on everyday issues, on the things that he might want to convert some of the opposition criticism into some kind of an unsolicited advice on where he should focus on, which could be in terms of price management and jobs growth. And that is the kind of thing. So it's a safe thing to say the economy is stable. One of the things that I want to emphasize is that we often forget that we are looking at the India story and not the Modi story. And there's a limit to which a leader can be either credited or blamed for what is happening in the country. To that extent, what we are going through is a demographic transition. And the number of youth votes, for instance, aspirations, for instance, are all linked to the demographics, as well as some of the issues linked to an emerging economy in which there is a huge bottom of the pyramid surge. So what we are witnessing is the bottom of the pyramid surge, and it's important to use that as a stable foundation for whatever is happening in both the polity and the economy. So there is a social anthropological element, and that goes beyond simple cephalogical head counts that might come and go. So to that extent, I see a lot of course correction linked to the demographic transition that we are witnessing.
And I want to go back to that point which you were discussing. The data which has come in so far without extrapolating, how much probability would you assign? The early trends show that invincible kind of a image which BJP NDA had, which got reflected in the exit polls as well, that has got challenged by the intense fight which India alliance has given. But still, if the NDA crosses the majority mark, how much probability would you assign for Mr. Modi to come back as Prime Minister, or do you think there could be push and pulls there as well if the number is on the weaker side?
I think there will be certainly a push for Mr. Modi to continue. This kind of awesome, loyal following is not going to dissipate in a day. So let us not, I rule out any leadership challenge. There will be murmurs, and that's why I love the word course correction, because that should be the expression of the day. When there's a course correction, there is no major shift in paradigm or in leadership, but there will be a lot of listening and calibration. And my assigning probability of a leadership challenge to Mr. Modi is only 5% at the max. So what will happen is, even if murmurs begin, look at what happened in Congress. Rahul Gandhi has been around for a decade now, in spite of the fact that the power has been out of Congress. If this is the case with Congress, it's much more with Modi, because the kind of halo that he's had, even his utmost loyalists or even the opportunists will find it difficult to distance themselves from Modi overnight. Winning a third term is no joke. It's never been done. And therefore, politically, loyalties get intermingled with some of the demographics, which intermingle in turn with some of the procedures and processes that are needed in intra-party as well as in intra-government meetings. If you put all this together in terms of speed of action as well as the direction of change, you will find that Mr. Modi is still sitting on the seat, but it has now become a hot seat. That is the story. It's become a hot seat, and even if he wins the he's likely to become Prime Minister again, unless, well, I'll never put it past Mr. Modi to do some grandstanding. He's always loved surprises. If he says something like, I wouldn't put it past him to say things like, oh, I deserve more, I don't deserve this is not enough, or something like that. He might say something dramatic. I don't put it, it's a personality-based analysis I'm making, as opposed to, all along I've been talking about demographics and statistics and social trends. We should always apply what I call the last literary layer, which is about personalities, where there is a certain quirk or idiosyncrasy that you assign to a personality. And from that point of view, if you see, the man went to Vivekananda Rock and meditated for 2 days. So if you look at that Modi and extrapolate it with the demagogue who was speaking in God knows how many rallies, in that case, you have to, let's not rule out the black swan in Mr. Modi himself.
I like how you ended it, that black swan is Mr. Modi itself, given his, idiosyncrasies, as you call it. Thanks, Madhavan, for making time and speaking with us today. But that's the latest. The poll count, or the leads at least for now, suggests 297 for BJP, 215 for the India Alliance. We'll keep tracking that, but time now to slip into a very short break. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, we have another big market voice joining us, none other than Madhukela.
sectors, in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth?
Just clarify this entire case.
What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a booster shot.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other.
Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
Will this start coming up on your screen? There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas?
Welcome back. Well, the market continues to be fairly volatile, and so is the tally as far as the early leads are concerned. So 292 right now for the BJP. At the moment, the NDA, I should say, and India right now at 222. So the margin is very narrow because one part of the street was giving less than 200 seats to the India Alliance. So that's clearly at least 4 now leading from the front, and that's what is causing the market nervousness because yes, we are off the lowest point of the trading session by 200 points, but do remember we are off the highs as well quite materially, and there has been a lot of flip-flop right now. Having said that, at least Prime Minister Modi has a lead of around 436 votes. So from that constituency itself, which is Varanasi, we are not seeing a massive lead. In fact, there too we have seen a bit of a flip-flop happening. At one point of time, he was actually on the losing end, but these are just early indicators and only a couple of rounds of counts have happened so far, so a long runway to grow. But you stay tuned to ET now because we've been getting you the best market voices as to what you should be doing right now with your portfolio and the various scenarios which are building up because a part of the street wasn't even ready for this kind of scenario. Let me actually go across to a whole host of experts and the market veterans whom we spoke with as to which are the themes which they would continue to bet on irrespective of what happens in the Delhi corridors.
Return of Modi actually is absolutely loved by bonds, because it sort of assures that this small risk of high fiscal deficit and potentially very high inflation has gone. Modi regime's policy have ensured that even in a growth such as what we are experiencing right now, core inflation is below 4%. So you would see more of it over the next few years. That means a sort of legitimately a secular and rather very big bull market can happen in bond markets over the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Short-term players will indulge in profit booking. I mean, as they say that buy on rumor, sell on news. So today is essentially the day when the markets are reflecting the exit polls. Tomorrow is 24 hours from now. We will essentially have visible trends in terms of which way the verdict is flowing. I don't think anybody has doubts about which way this verdict is going. But it's very likely that you might see some profit booking happen because that's essentially the kind of nature of business in which short-term players are in. But long-term players, I still think they will continue to kind of come in. And clearly, when you take a 3 to 5 year perspective, markets essentially are not expensive. Markets are reasonable. There will be pockets of where valuations are way more attractive. And that's where money will flow in.
Going to be a very interesting time ahead. There will be a lot of volatility. At the same time, for the long-term investors, see the long-term trajectory for India's economy and Indian stock market. It's very clear. It is very bullish. Equity will continue to be the best asset class. Indian equities, if you see any asset class in the whole world, not only in India. So that way, there is going to be, more and more fancy for Indian stocks. I expect more and more FIA inflow into the market in the coming years.
Happened in the last few minutes is that the bank Nifty has gone back to day's low. Pull up bank Nifty, and even the Nifty, which had recovered 350, 370 points from the day's low, is reversing that direction, is back at day's low. What exactly is Adani stocks clearly are back on lower circuit. So are some of the PFC, RECs of the world, GAIL. Pull up a bunch of PSCs. In fact, why not PSC index itself? You would see that the recovery did not last and we are back at day's low. Why exactly? Because these stocks are seen as beneficiaries of Modi policies so far, and the number which is on the screen right now, 290 NDA at 223 India Alliance. India Alliance is gaining the numbers faster than NDA number tallying actually improving, and that is the reason that the street is actually getting nervous. But at the same time, let's be honest, Anisha, I think it is a bit foolhardy to think that even if some other government comes, the bulk of the policies so far which have been announced will be reversed suddenly, and energy transitions you will lose steam, which is not possible. Infra creation will be required for the country irrespective of who's there. So I think sometimes market actually goes ahead and extrapolates stuff a little on the higher side.
Say, right, over analysis leads to paralysis. That's the kind of situation which is right now, because as you said, it will be really foolish to undo the kind of good work that we have seen in terms of some of the sectors, the PLI, the manufacturing, and a lot of these themes which are working out like energy transition. These are global in nature. The overall increase that we are seeing of affluent India is structural in nature. All of that is not going to completely overturn in a matter of few days, and for right now, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a change of power completely. What we are talking about right now is a big departure from what the exit poll numbers were, because exit poll of polls was the number closer to 366. Right now we are staring at the screen which has the number of 293. So yes, a bit of a tizzy right now because the Nifty is around 22,500, but we'll keep tracking what's happening in the market as well right now, because in terms of the big movers, you have FMCG which is clearly outperforming. Take a look at Dabur, up 4%, Avenue Supermarts is up 3.5%, Imami, that stock has run up quite substantially post its earnings. Today as well, it's bucking the trend and there's a move of around 2 to 3% there. 5-star business is higher by 3%. You also have Campus Activewear, Sapphire Food, Colgate Palmolive, HUL. All of these stocks are actually rallying quite hard. And the other pocket which is showing a bit of a green is some of the select pharma names. So Max Healthcare is something which stands out. Just quickly taking a look at the major pullers and drags of the markets, and we should pull up the heavyweights, the likes of Reliance, the likes of HDFC Bank, SBI, because these were the big names that we were watching out in trade yesterday. There is a bit of a reversal there. So Reliance is down 4%, around that mark of 2,900. ICICI Bank taking a knock of 4%, and SBI has completely sort of undone what it was doing yesterday. The stock is down 7.5% right now, and that compares with the 9% move that we had seen. Sensex is down almost 2,150 points. So it's not only a knee-jerk reaction of sorts, because we have been in trade for the last 2.5 hours, 1.5 hours, but it seems like an eternity already. Ajit, the kind of moves that we have seen, to be honest, it's just 1 hour 45 minutes that we have been trading, or 1 hour 15 minutes thereabouts, but you feel like you've already seen those big topsy-turvy rides, and I don't know what the rest of the day will bring.
Anisha, we've seen this happen before. I'll give you an example.
Sure.
There are 4 back-to-back great numbers from a company. And obviously, when the silent period actually ends and management interacts with calls and appears in JP Morgan's and Macquarie conferences, the estimate of the market gradually goes up. And that is exactly what has happened. Of course, these 300 rallies were conferences of the management. The way they have prepared the street was a blockbuster number. Actually, that is where the problem lies. Now the entire street is holding on to that 400 number or 350 number. Even 291, they will actually make the government, right?
Yeah,
272 is what the math requires, 272 plus. But street is not even looking at it. They are not even looking at 20% margin because you have promised me 25, I will only look at 25. But for this space, I mean for the third term,
right.
And I mean as the earlier gentleman Madhavan was saying that it hasn't happened for a very long time.
True.
Third term, even 272 and a majority government and Mr. Modi coming back would be enough.
What it might mean, Ajay, a bit is that the political capital and the political power that they had in terms of making reforms will ebb a bit. So, and they might want to, tilt their focus a bit towards social agenda and take it off the capex theme. But I think Rajiv Thakkar is also joining us on this show.
That's correct.
Right
Rajiv Thakkar, a very balanced voice in the market, Chief Investment Officer at Parag Parikh Mutual Fund is here. So, you've seen the action so far, Rajiv. First of all, thank you so much for joining us. Now, we were just discussing the analogy of market, a company which has really outperformed on most parameters so far and landed up over-promising and, very broad commentary on that terms. Even 293, the math suggests that they will form government, but the street is unhappy. How are you analyzing the details so far?
Well, a caveat first, I'm not a political analyst or I don't even track politics that closely except when there are major elections around. So as a person who's from the financial markets, if I look at what has happened, if you exclude yesterday and today, broadly we are where we were before the exit polls came in and today's leads that we are seeing. In terms of markets, again, we are close to all-time highs. Okay, we may not be at the exact peak, but broadly, returns have been quite good. And if we step back, really, what does the election outcome mean for the markets? So barring the pre-election and post-election for a week, 10 days, people will move on. Now, the next discussion will be who gets what ministry. After that discussion, will move on to what will be there in the forthcoming budget. But really, the election outcome does not affect your crude oil prices. It does not affect your auto demand. It does not affect your US tech demand. The pharma companies will be focusing more on US FDA inspections rather than the outcome today. So doesn't matter really. Life moves on. And as you said, the government more or less, it seems, will be the same with a smaller majority, and it's likely to be a coalition government rather than one single party having a full majority and calling all the shots.
Right. But Rajiv, at the same time, don't you think markets' concern on this part is legitimate, that the pace of reforms could actually slow down a bit? Some of them in the power side, some of the defense kind of work. Yes, it may foolhardy to assume that everything would be reverse of the previous governments, but if the shape and construction of the government actually changes, then probably the reform process will take a back seat, or at least people will read at it, or not quite.
So broadly, we have been following the same economic policy for the last 30 years. Now, people with political leanings will tend to disagree with this statement of mine, but broadly, since the economic liberalization started in the 90s, we have been broadly encouraging economic activity rather than looking at a license Raj kind of environment. Now today, let's look at the policies. You mentioned, let's say, power and defense, for example. Now in defense, we are encouraging domestic manufacturing. Now, which party is opposing that? I don't see anyone opposing domestic manufacturing of defense or power. People encourage lower prices for the consumer at the end of it, but otherwise everyone is encouraging fiscal discipline, or everyone wants increased share of renewables and things like that. So I don't think anything materially changes from that perspective. So the only area where these things have much of an impact is where if people are dependent on a particular state infrastructure projects, and then they depend on the party in power, focusing on one sector versus the other, or some policy-driven areas or companies may get affected, but otherwise I don't see so much of a change.
There is something called a policy premium, and that policy premium is responsible for the aggregate P multiple. For example, how good you feel, where do you see the visibility. 10 years, India has enjoyed a premium to other emerging markets because of policy stability, because of government stability. There was a time when between 2010 and 2015, every 2 or 3 years, we used to have what could be called as policy uncertainty, political uncertainty, and the premium never expanded. I hope we are not headed there, but that is a logical risk which, if the mandate is weak, that is a logical risk for the markets.
So Nikunj, you have been there long enough to have seen all sorts of market regimes, bull markets and bear markets, big majority governments, coalition governments, minority governments. So the first reaction may not be the way things pan out for the next even 6 months or 1 year or 5 years. So again, 2004 was a very, very surprising outcome where you got a hung parliament kind of situation, and a minority government came in with left party support. Markets were on lower circuit at that time, and then 2004 to 2007 was one of the biggest bull runs we have ever seen. In fact, some report was out there where a very, very tiny party having its prime minister saw the best stock market returns in their tenure. So I think we'll come back to what really matters. The reason why I think, and you put the point that India has traded at a premium to other markets for a while, I think that is the bigger cause of concern for me rather than the outcome today. Valuations have not been supportive for a while now, and really to make good returns in the future, you need good valuations upfront, which have not been there.
So what would you do if you're sitting on cash? What should one do? I mean, one is the SIP investor, where in long term we will look back and say, okay, this was a passing moment. I've seen 2003 circuit down. I've seen 2009 circuit up. In both the times, the excesses in 1 year, they got checked. So what should one do who's invested and is now worried about what happens to policy-related stocks in the short term?
Policy-related stocks are always very, very risky. If you are dependent on one big change coming, then that is a very, very big risk. If it is something which is more generally to do with economic policy or conditions in the country, I think things should be fine. As I mentioned, it's not that we will not encourage domestic defense manufacturing after the outcome. That will continue. I don't see any of the basic policies like production linked incentives or Make in India or any of that to change. It is just that if you are very, very keen on one particular new thing coming in, then obviously that risk remains. But otherwise, broadly, investors should do fine sticking with their financial plan and asset allocations. I would not advise being overweight equity at this point in time, because valuations have been a concern irrespective of the election outcome.
What happens to the other end of the market, which could be an obvious beneficiary? I'm trying to put the market psychology here. There is rural stress that needs to be addressed. Post-COVID, it's been a K-shaped recovery. The rich have got richer, the poor have lost their purchasing power. Do you see a revival in that end of the market? Because markets would like to preempt what's coming next. Could this be the decisive turn now?
I'm not very sure on how this thing will play out. So one among the beneficiaries for let's say rural demand, you could see things like maybe two-wheeler demand or something coming back. But otherwise, the complaints that one hears from the FMCG kind of companies saying rural demand is not there and all that, I think it's a different kind of demand. So firstly, we have seen these newer brands coming in. We have seen direct-to-consumer plays coming in. We have seen the increased popularity of things like gaming apps. We have seen increased data consumption, OTT consumption. So I think it's a different form of consumption. I don't think just because of this election outcome, you'll see big reversal in fortunes in sectors. And again, coming to FMCG kind of names, the starting valuations are still not attractive enough. So they are very, very expensive despite the time and price correction we have seen in some of them. So I would not make any significant changes to the investment approach.
We may look at the screen, and when markets fall, irrespective of the levels they are in, you'll always say, oh my God, the world has turned. But if you simply take out Monday, let's take out what we saw yesterday in terms of the Monday. And we have just gone back to Friday levels. And Ajay, I think that for me is the most important point here, is that between Friday and today, market has eroded Monday. That's
right.
1 day of gain. We gained what, 2,200 points yesterday? How much are we down? We added 700 points. 6-day change after today's brutal fall is about 3%. And yesterday's gain was 700 points, right?
That's correct.
From 700 points, what have you done? You've knocked
90% of the gains gone.
All the gains are gone. I mean, more than 1%. So actually, you've knocked off Friday and Monday both. And this is the biggest intraday fall. Now it's getting what could be called as the scary territory. Not scary, but now it's getting into what really could be called as uncomfortable territory. Markets were betting on a verdict which has not come out true, and that is the reason why if you see that right now there seems to be an unwinding. Interestingly, it would be to see that what FIs do now. They came back yesterday. Will they be coming back today? They are net long, they are net short. And what are they likely to do, both in terms of a mood and also in terms of an approach? I think that would be the differentiating factor.
In fact, even DIIs for that matter. Rajiv, the DII money is actually retail money. Retail money kind of really loved Mr. Modi policy so far, this, that, and their entire SIP number nudging the 20,000 crore mark. Is there any risk to it? Was it only changing performance in the market? If market halts, that money is also at risk?
Money loves trailing returns rather than a particular political party. So as long as trailing 1 year, 3 year, 5 year returns look good, money will keep coming in, and a lot of effort has been put by the mutual fund industry and the regulators and all to encourage the regular saving habit. I think that will continue. I don't see that being at risk.
Great. Rajiv, thank you very much for giving time this afternoon. Very, very interesting afternoon. Everything has been reversed. 22,400 is also lost. 900 point fall now coming in. Sumit is joining us now from BJP headquarters. Sumit and Sumita. Guys, afternoon. How's the mood there? When we started the day, the mood was different. Now it appears to be different. What are you gathering? Sumit?
Well, absolutely. The mood has changed now completely at BJP headquarters in Delhi. There's a lot of excitement. Celebrations are happening now. Well, clearly, till few minutes ago, we would say that there was a cautious optimism, but now optimism has taken over. Behind me, you can see there are supporters who have gathered in large numbers. They are excited now. The slogan, though, I would say, has changed from 400 par in the morning to Ab Ki Baar Modi Sarkar. So they have gone back to the slogan Ab Ki Baar Modi Sarkar. In the morning when we were here, they were saying 400 par. So clearly 400 par, if we read correctly, is not happening. But yes, the optimism here shows the government is coming back. At least the supporters are optimistic. So a lot of excitement here at BJP headquarters. The temperature in Delhi is rising. So the political temperature is also rising as the tough fight looks like. But it looks quite clear that the current government could be coming back. That's what supporters here also have come back with the whole hope that the current government is coming back. It's not 400 par, but Ab Ki Baar Modi Sarkar. That's the whole color here. And I'm joined by my colleague Sumita also what she has to say, Sumita, about the color here, what you have read since morning.
Yes, in fact, Sumit, this has completely changed in a matter of just about an hour. I think when we were seeing the early leads this morning, there was a bit of, stress in the air. Of course, the BJP leaders and of course the supporters whom we spoke to early in the morning, they were saying that they're pretty confident of, the government, the BJP government coming back and scoring a hat-trick. And that's what the BJP has been looking at, of defying the Congress's record, that of late Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru's record, as the opposition parties are really this time now fighting for their survival. So pretty encouraging trends came in from the India Alliance, different from what the exit polls had predicted. But now it seems that NDA is catching up fast, with the leads really showing that 291 is the latest update that we have. In fact, India also trailing at 223, and of course BJP being able to get back to score back in seats and states where it was earlier trading.
Since morning there is a complete change in color, from a different color to now it's a different color, and excitement levels are changing by every passing minute. So a lot of optimism is at BJP headquarters now, as we still wait the numbers, though we would say that when we came in the morning, it was a different mindset changed. It's changing once again. Lot of optimism here.
And most important, as far as this election is concerned, because this is not like the 2019 or the 2014 election. 2014 there was a clear wave against the government and pro Prime Minister Modi, because he was campaigning on the back of development work that was done in Gujarat. Then in 2019 as well, there was a pro incumbency wave, and this time as well the exit polls predicted that there is a pro government wave, pro BJP wave, but we'll have to wait and watch, because some of the states, the outcome in some of the states will be key. Most importantly, UP, Maharashtra. In UP, for instance, we know that the opposition is in a neck-to-neck fight. Odisha, the BJP is taking the lead. Rajasthan is taking the lead, along with several other states.
Right, so complete change in sentiment. Well, the change in sentiment is clearly visible on the street as well. Look at that. India VIX is surging 35%. Highest since February of 2022. We have Samir Arora now joining us. Samir, it appears to be all sea of red, but your smile is intact. That is such a saving grace.
I am not smiling. The thing is, I always look for the
bright side of the
to defend what we are doing and what is happening. So the best way to look at it is, if you look at it over 2 days, if you say that on Saturday, the opinion polls had said that the BJP will get, the NDA will get 290 to 300, let's say, or whatever, 305. Then what would have happened to the market over 2 days? I think the market would have been down 3-4% or up. It may not have been up, would have been down 2-3-4%. At the end of 2 days, because yesterday was such a good day, we are now maybe down less than 2% over 2 days. The way to survive this market and to be always happy is that yesterday's gain is not my gain. It is this month's gain. Today is this month's loss. Ghoom phir ke you go back to near zero. If you say, no, yesterday's gain though I had earned, and today I'm down 4%, how bad it looks. So that's the way to look at it, plus minus. You may fall another 3-5%, but I can't imagine that these stocks, these PSU stocks, the State Bank or some defense stocks, are supposed to be down 15% if BJP or these guys get 290 seats or 330 seats. Are you supposed to get more orders if you are getting 330 seats? But if they are not in government, you can say that a new government may have different priorities and may deliberately not follow on the programs that were set up by the previous government. That is currently not the situation. Therefore, you can hit it 5-7% because you made them go up 5-7% yesterday. But otherwise, it makes no sense to bring them down 20% more or 10% more. Aaj ka chalo is justified as a reversal of yesterday. And then you add a few percent to it on this logic that what would you have done if on Saturday the opinion poll, exit polls had said that the NDA will get near 300.
What would you do now? You would
if
say
they get now 300.
Okay, what would you do? You would say that, look, it's time to perhaps look not at right, but look at left now, which is maybe make some cosmetic changes in the portfolio?
So right now, today is not the day to do it because, after getting so hyper one way, then hyper other way is always a losing thing. Fortunately, we didn't buy more than one stock yesterday. So that gain of yesterday is being given up right now and maybe a little more. But that is it. So this will be seen after a few days, seeing that whether BJP has got how many seats. And the point is, at the end of the day, BJP is going to be the biggest party and therefore the government will be formed with BJP and NDA. Now, there will be some changes because if the BJP gets less seats, then sort of the reinforcement of some of their policies may change. They may want to do more for in subsidies or become more socialist a little bit and may, try and do something for the middle class in terms of little bit tax cut. And I am pleased at the back of my mind that now capital gains tax is not coming after all this. So therefore, some stocks will change. Maybe 5-10% of the portfolio, you mix it for the new environment and you are again set for whatever may happen. But today is not the day to do that, I think, because it's too hyper right now.
Just one quick word. In the next 6 months, do you think market will completely forget this?
Sorry?
Samir, the way markets are, the way GDP data, GST collection, the underlying momentum, as long as BJP comes back in power in whatever composition, do you think market will rise over it and forget and get back to quality earnings with good fundamentals, all of that?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that after a few days, if the government is the same sort of face, and 90% of the policies will be 90% of the policies will be 90% of the policies will be similar, then how much can you hit the stocks? You can hit a few stocks still on the basis that some policy might change. But why will the defense policy change? Why will the fact that oil prices are now free change? Maybe something on the margin will change, or because you have only $100, you might buy some other stock because there might be some small shift. You will not be able to see that shift in 1 minute. Nobody says publicly, because I got 30 less seats, instead of worrying about defense sector, I will now be giving subsidies. So please go and buy levers. But anyway, separately, these stocks that outperform on such days, I think that thing has changed. In the past, what we would do is interpret the performance of these stocks as saying, the rural India is in distress, or the poor don't have money, they are not upgrading, they are not buying a better shampoo, they are not buying better noodle. I think part of the story is that people's basket has changed. They don't want to waste their money buying a better soap. They want to buy a better phone. They want to buy better shoes which somebody outside can see. They want to buy a better t-shirt maybe. They don't care whether it's one branded or unbranded noodle, is what I think. Because part of the this thing is to show on media, social media, everywhere you want selfie. So that is where the money may be spent. So in the end, it won't matter a lot. But obviously it is negative, and therefore for a few days or a few percentage it will happen.
Point taken. Just want to mark a few things in the markets right now because it's turning out to be a historic day in terms of the volatility, and that's purely because India VIX is up 40%, no less. It's now hitting towards that 30 marks. Let's pull up the India VIX, and that will tell you it's one of the biggest gains that we have seen in India VIX, at least in my memory, whatever I have seen so far, but we are very close to that 30 mark. 10-year yield have also reacted, of course, with the fact that the majority is expected to be slimmer. So India VIX, or rather the 10-year yield, is now past the level of 7% already. And if you look at the Nifty right now, it's below the mark of 22,100. We have given up almost 1,200 points on the Nifty. The Bank Nifty, I think the carnage was almost 3,000 points. Sensex staring at a cut of around 4,000 points. So it's a day where individual portfolios, wherein the positionings which are leveraged, the FNO positions, all of that will come under a sizable cut today. But not trying to be cheeky here, Samir, but just kind of putting it on board. Yesterday when we were having the conversation, it was very different scenario, and we talked about 25,000 perhaps on Diwali, perhaps maybe by the end of the year. Has that view changed?
Will change by a few months for sure, just because your starting point is now maybe 8-10% lower than what it was yesterday. But I'm saying, conceptually, just too practical. There's no great logic behind this except what I'm loud thinking with you. That 2 days later, if NDA is the government and Mr. Modi is the Prime Minister and he has some NDA partners, which is whatever, Chandrababu Naidu or something, and he even insists that I want one ministry or two ministries. So what happens? I mean, we are saying upfront that therefore that new fellow will not let any of these policies happen. What will exactly change after 3, 4, 5 days? If the government itself has changed, it's a big change. If the government has changed, it'll be a different change because the other guys, refuse to continue with the policies of the previous government as part of just a way to brand it under their own name. And their stated priorities are different, that we don't want this, we want this. But the same government also on the margin may change a little bit as feedback from, the fact that their results are disappointing. But beyond a little bit here or there, what exactly will change? And also at the index level, instead of stock A, stock B will do well. That is how life is. So here some defensive will do, some, like yesterday I was saying, local economy related, maybe a little bit, something else will outperform for a few days. And the index over time, therefore, is, sort of catches up and discounts these things. And some individual stocks lose their momentum. And that is why we always say be diversified and do long short.
Politicians and the market men will have to go back to the pen and paper and relook at their portfolios as well as their strategy right now. Sameer, hold that thought. Nikunj and Kunal are actually at the board trying to analyze what's happening with the market mood right now. What are the technical factors at play? So let me toss it across to Nikunj.
Have turned. I can look back and say that, okay, this is just the excitement which got created, let's say, last week and earlier this week, that has reversed. But in terms of the magnitude of the fall, well, the magnitude of the fall is sharp. The magnitude of the fall is scary. But if you look in absolute terms, let's look at the 1 month change here, then the 1 week change here. I just want to establish a point here that markets in the short term, they can behave very emotional. Stocks go up and down. Now that's the 1 month change, 2% down. Let's look at the 1 week change. I saw last it was 3.5% down.
Correct.
So what we've done is that whatever we added after exit polls, we've knocked it off.
Yes.
That is not such a scary scenario.
It's not a scary scenario, Nikunj, but the reaction the markets are showing today is an indication that the risk and the confidence which was there for the markets, that confidence is now trimmed out. The Nifty coming back towards 22,000, the Bank Nifty at 48,000 approximately. I think these are again factors that all the confidence which was there into a one-sided market action, that is now trimmed off, and now we should be back again tracking how the global cues are and how the global markets are shaping. That will be the next trend forward for the markets.
Question number 1, will markets fall further? Question number 2, will markets stop falling? Question number 3, is there a V-shaped rally?
So I don't expect a V-shaped recovery, V-shaped rally, because generally at 11:30 is where this is the ideal time, and the market reaction is considered to be a very mature kind of a market reaction. So I think in that sense, I would probably expect that we should just about maybe linger at this 22,000, 22,200. Can we fall further? I think maybe by the end of the day, we'll get the data a lot more clearer. I think that could probably determine that whether we'll fall further. Then again, we fall back into the same global theme. Like if the global markets have trimmed off 4%, 5%, then we are also trimming off 4-5% from the lifetime highs.
Okay. So now it's a matter of 1 or 2 days where the dust will settle down, then you'll be going back to global cues. But what it means is that the peak in the market, at least in the near term, seems to be firmly established. Let's look at Adani group of stocks. What happens there now?
No, I think of course the sell-off over there should probably continue for some more time. And we've always discussed, Nikunj, that these are high beta pockets, and high beta stocks in a high beta event or an election event generally is not a safe strategy to go for. And that's why you've seen many of the large cap stocks are still outperforming as compared to mid caps and small caps. You've seen so many large cap stocks still in a range of 1% to 2% down, and that too in such kind of a market. That I believe should be the strategy to go to for many traders and investors.
What about PSUs?
See, again, I believe there should be a trim off over there, further trim off for many of the PSU stocks, because many of the stocks in technical parlance were going into way overbought natures. The likes of, we've discussed so many of the PSU names, etc. So I think there could be a trim off which could probably further extend for many of the stocks, but I believe the major part of the panic reaction could be out. Now these stocks can probably fall by a weight of their own price action or maybe by inertia.
Is the panic sell-off over?
yeah, most part of the panic sell-off I think is over.
Okay. So Ajay, let's put things in perspective here. Let's go back to the 1 month chart, 1 week chart. 1 month chart, you've fallen 2%. 1 week chart, if I subtract yesterday's gain and add back today's losses, again, not a very scary one. At an index of 20,000 plus, and when you put it against an election cycle, you will obviously see changes. So look at the chart rather than the last part. You blow today's market action, it will look very extended. But is the panic sell-off over? There are 3 scenarios. Will we fall further? Are we likely to see a V-shaped rally? Or are we likely to stop falling from here? Now, Kunal feels that the large part of the panic reaction, which is what we've been talking about, seems to be getting over. Ajay?
Well, that's correct. Look at how the large cap names like Reliance 7%, 8%, and many other names are actually on the lower circuit or in that direction. Pull up SBI, that was closer to a lower circuit. Well, the bulk of, we hope that bulk of the damage is actually now over. But we'll get back to Samir in 1 minute. Samir Dikshit is joining us right now from the Congress headquarters. Yes, that's correct. The tally has been increasing to 232 now, India Alliance. Samir, how is the situation there? Even Nilesh Shah is joining us from Envision. Gentlemen, I'll come to you in a moment. But Samir, how's the action there at Congress? Celebrations already or not quite?
Yes, definitely interesting situation over here. As the numbers that you see, they are showing a close fight, a tough fight, and that is the reason that over here at Congress headquarters, the supporters, the Karkartas, they have gathered in a good numbers. They are chanting, they are raising slogans. Whenever any tally or the seats that goes up, that shows that Karkartas or they are chanting the slogans of Congress. And not just this, you can see the posters or the banners that are being raised. That clearly reflects that now the Josh is high, the optimism of the Karkarta level is also high, and they understand that this time they have performed better than the previous, whether the Delhi state elections or even the general elections. Frankly speaking, I covered the Delhi state election in 2020. Prior to that, 2019 general elections. Even earlier to that, we have seen that when 3 states gone for the election, then also we have seen that this kind of situation or the scenario was not at the Congress headquarters. But as of now, the kind of preparation, the kind of setup, the kind of arrangement that has been done, and the volunteers or the Karkartas, those who are here, that clearly shows that the optimism and the belief that yes, there are signs of revival which is happening, that is bringing the numbers, and that is the reason that there is so much of enthusiasm in the right now at the Congress headquarters, and the Karkartas are also reflecting the same, whether it be through their slogans or through their numbers.
It's an interesting bit. The enthusiasm is quite high at the Congress headquarters because it's 230 right now in terms of the leads. I don't think any exit poll was actually penciling in that kind of number. None of the brokerages who had written about the market mood around exit polls had that number factored in. So this is completely coming out of syllabus per se for the markets, and that's the reason you're seeing this kind of wild reaction. The Nifty is below the mark of 22,100, and pull up the individual names. Bharat Electronics, for instance, down 20%. Adani Ports, its circuit down with a cut of 20%, and Adani Ports is not a small cap name at all. PFC down 19%, REC is down. You also have names like SBI, etc., which are coming under a lot of pressure. GAIL is down 15%, BHL is down, JSW Energy, all of these stocks are down 15% in the trading session right now. It's time now to take a breather, but before that, let me thank Samir Arora for making time and staying back with us on a volatile day. Thanks so much, Samir. But we'll take a small break and be right back with Nilesh Shah of Envision to talk to us about what he's making of the market mood right now. Nilesh will be coming to you in a couple of minutes after this break.
In individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth?
Just clarify this entire
What
case.
is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
This is clearly one of the biggest deals.
ADT now have been getting you bit by bit.
markets are going to be taking a booster shot.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, isn't this all factors aligned wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other.
Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
You just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally aane wali hai.
Market compounding rate. The market approach has to be stay bullish, just in the way how markets should move in the
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with authenticity and provides actionable information, helping millions realize their goals. But on a daily basis, as experience clashes with uncertainty, it brings forth brilliance. Catch Nikunj Dalmia, India's most experienced market anchor. ET Now, rise with India.
Hello. Yeah, I'll be there.
There's no particular time to rise. Not tomorrow.
All right, Nilesh Shah, Envision is from Envision Capital is also joining us. Nilesh, it appears to be a somber mood. Clearly, the screen is bleeding. Well, the final tally will only be out by 1. But what are you making of the numbers? Even if BJP and NDA comes to power, even if it's not 400 and all of that, would market be nervous, or is there any reason to be nervous, or we were expecting too much out of the party, and that is why the kind of nervousness on the screen right now?
Ajay, it's probably both the situations where there were a lot of expectations which were built in, and there were a lot of expectations which were priced in, especially the kind of up move that we saw in the recent days, especially between Friday and Monday. And more importantly, Ajay, post essentially the December state elections, I think the markets had begun to kind of price in a very clear majority for the largest party, and a much stronger majority for the coalition was the icing on the cake, which the markets had begun to price in, and that had got reflected in different pockets of the market, more particularly the PSU pack. So that is one part of it. The other is that some bit of nervousness and anxiety, Ajay, is pretty much par for the course. It's kind of has to be there when you have a verdict like this. What is not essentially, what is less worrisome is the fact that yes, there will be a government and there will be a coalition government, but I think it will take some time for the market to figure out the coalition arithmetic. The firstly is the composition of the coalition, and second is essentially the coalition arithmetic. That's something which will take some time for the market to essentially figure out and absorb. So my view is that probably between now and maybe the first budget of the new government, you will see some bit of pause, some bit of anxiety, and some bit of nervousness in the market. And you could also call that as maybe profit booking as well.
Right, Anish. Good morning. This is Vinny joining in the conversation as well. So obviously, till the budget, maybe some bit of a volatility is what you're expecting to continue. But then in such a time, is there something that you would be looking at, or would you still continue to play that infra theme or, Make in India theme, which has been working out?
Well, Vinny, what looks to essentially be the go-to market strategy, if I may use those words, would essentially to be look at the defensive pack. Sectors which have had an extended period of underperformance, which is FMCG, rural plays, IT, pharma. These will emerge to be the risk of trades or will emerge to be the defensive plays. And it's quite possible that you will see some kind of recalibration, tweaking of allocation, sectoral allocations. And it's quite possible that you will see some money move from the favored lot to basically this lot. So I think I see that happening, number one. Number two is the bull market over? No, I certainly don't think so. The best is yet to come. Thirdly, will the leadership change? Temporarily, yes, but I don't think in terms of leadership, sectoral leadership packs like energy, manufacturing, capital goods, I think that will continue to hold sway, though there will be some cuts in between. But post those cuts, I clearly think that the bull market in them will resume. Go back to what happened between, that period of 2001 to 2008, where we had sharp cuts in 2004. But after some period of volatility and deep cuts, we saw the bull market resume again. And between 2004 to 2007 end or 2008 beginning, we saw a massive bull market. And I wouldn't be surprised if we again are faced with a similar situation, that there are deep cuts in some of these favored sectors, but after that, the uptrend resumes. The only area which may remain a bit of a challenge would be the PSU pack. Similarly, in that period, then the PSUs basically had peaked out in 2004, and after that, they basically underperformed. I wouldn't be surprised if PSUs again go through an extended period of essentially underperformance from here.
Talk to you about something practical. We all are not political experts, but we can claim to know a bit of markets for sure in order to understand and just been around and doing it for such a long time. You've seen very rare occurrences such as today's screen right now. If we go back to basics, earnings quality, the management outlook shared by some of the companies, the inherent space is providing a particular solution, be it Make in India, capital goods, all of that. Is it time to buy? If you had extra money in your fund, would you be utilizing this extremely weak patch to buy, even with a 2 to 3 year kind of a outlook, or you will wait it out?
That's for me, Ajay?
That's correct, Nilesh.
Yeah, no, surely. I think these are wonderful times. I mean, you're seeing stocks which are down like whatever, 5, 10, 15%. And maybe over the course of next few days, few weeks, you will essentially see probably more corrections, and you will see fantastic opportunities. I again think that in these kind of times of uncertainty, the best is to kind of stick to your core, stick to your fundamentals, have your shopping list ready, look for companies which still are going to grow irrespective of what the political situation is or irrespective of how the policy parameters are. Still continue to kind of be in companies which are sound, which are growing, which are capital efficient, balance sheets are intact, governance is top class, and you are going to get some of these stocks and companies at huge discount to where they were, maybe where they had peaked maybe yesterday or early this morning. So I think clearly pretty much for a long-term fundamental investor, nothing changes, if at all. Use these adverse situations and use this adversity to your advantage by being extremely opportunistic and going in and buying into high quality companies at discounts.
Right. Looking and buying into high quality companies, shopping list is what you're talking about. Nilesh, what's on your shopping list today? Is there anything that you looked at for the long term?
So clearly believe some of the online companies, some of the niche technology services companies, these essentially also are down today just because there is collateral damage, just because the markets are down. But honestly, they don't have much to do with essentially the policy environment. So clearly, I think look out for those kind of companies. So online digital is one space. Consumer companies which are down today, but essentially have a premiumization dimension to their growth, they essentially will continue to do well going forward because the top 1, 2, 3% of India doesn't get as much affected. So to that extent, I expect consumer spending to kind of be on. And lastly, financialization. I think companies which essentially were benefiting out of financialization, people taking on more credit, people wanting to save, people wanting to invest, those are the kind of businesses which will continue to do well. So that's the space. the most recently favored sectors like energy, manufacturing, infrastructure, I probably think there's some more collateral damage still out there. And maybe if you see today, some of them are down 10 to 15%. They probably could be down as much in the days or the weeks ahead. But at that point of time, post a 20-30% shave off, they again will become extremely attractive opportunities for the medium to long term.
Right. Nilesh, this Modi premium, which was kind of getting assigned to certain section of the market, or maybe the full market is as well, but defense, power, is there a risk that that may be stripped off a bit?
Ajay, yes, that's purely because of more the sentimental reasons. I think some of those phenomena like Atmanirbharta, indigenization, import substitution, and eventually India's products finding its way into global markets through exports, and India emerging to be a key part of the global supply chain, and the China Plus phenomena, a combination of all of these things essentially will continue. I think one thing great about India and India's economy is that over the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years, rarely have there been reversals of key policy decisions and key policy programs. I clearly believe that some of the sectors that you mentioned, like railways, defense, even manufacturing as a pact, I don't think any government has any choice but to continue to support those sectors and manufacturing as a phenomena. Finally, if we want our economic growth to come in, our per capita incomes to increase, we need that shift from farms to factories, which has been the experience of other Asian economies. India's experience cannot be dramatically different. So I still believe the focus on factories, the focus on manufacturing will continue and continue unabated, irrespective of who essentially is in power and who runs the government. So I clearly believe, see this as an opportunity. We will see cuts, but see that as an opportunity. And I think, as there's a cliched saying, that be greedy when others are fearful. I think we will encounter those situations in the days ahead.
Absolutely, be greedy when everyone's fearful. But Nilesh, while obviously manufacturing, no matter which government comes, no matter what happens, that's the theme that one will play. But the consumption staple side is what I want to talk about. Today we've seen those names moving in trade. Side bit of a green is only coming in from that side. But is that story that whoever comes will have to focus on that also, because that's a day-to-day, and while that had taken a bit of a backseat right now in terms of a move, that is a story that could play out?
Yes, Vinny, I think in the very short term, that sector will get benefited because of a risk-off trade. These are sectors, or it's a sector which is perceived to be defensive, and clearly we'll see liquidity moving into that sector. Third is that crude oil has started to kind of fall. The correction in crude oil basically augurs well in terms of gross margins, EBITDA margins, and net margins, which drives earnings and therefore will drive stock prices as well. So I think that's the other third benefit. And fourth is that the green shoots in rural spending and rural economy were anyway visible. And if the forecasts turn out to be true, that we are going to have a normal monsoon, that's going to lift farm output, that's going to drive farm incomes, and that's going to drive spending in the rural economy. So the FMCG sector is essentially going to benefit because of better spending, better margins, and better flows of liquidity because of a bit of risk off or a defensive mood in the market. So I clearly believe that as a sector is likely to outperform, at least in the short term, if not over the medium term.
Okay, Nilesh, thank you so much for joining in with us this morning on ET Now. It's a pleasure having you in the show. But let's move on. And what's the picture emerging from the Election Commission website so far? Anurag Shah is joining in with us to give us those updates. Anurag?
I'm joined by my colleague Ankur also. So as per the Election Commission's website, the latest update is, I will enlarge it for our viewers. BJP is leading on 237 seats, Indian National Congress 97, Samajwadi Party 34. The biggest surprise, Ankur, is from UP.
Yes, the biggest surprise is coming from Uttar Pradesh, where Samajwadi Party is leading in 32 seats. Now, let me clarify to viewers. These are all the data which is from Election Commission's website, which is the authentic website where the data is credible. And as far as the exit polls were concerned, if we we take the whole mean median, wherever you would have not seen this kind of surprise which has come from Samajwadi Party. Now also let's look at the data in terms of percentage share, because this is where the surprise is
West
coming
Bengal
from.
also.
Yes.
Trinamool Congress 28 seats, DMK in Tamil Nadu 21 seats, NDA partner TDP is getting 16 seats in Andhra, JDU again NDA partner 14 seats. We'll go to the...
Yes, let's look at the voting percentage share, because if you remember in the exit polls, the data said that BJP is going to get around 40% share. In fact, 40% was the base.
So
here you would see more or less the share is same. It's 39.18%, but where's the surprise? Let's look at Congress's data. It's 25.87%. The prediction was around 20%, but this is where the dent is coming from.
In 2019, Congress vote percentage over total percentage was 19% only, so they are getting a handsome 7% vote share. BJP vote share was around 37%, so BJP is also getting...
The percentage share is almost intact for BJP, but other parties are doing well as far as the data from Election Commission is concerned. Let's also look the margin wise. Where how the parties are faring, and also you would see that if you see the constituencies where BJP is leading, if you can zoom in a little, the margin where it is less than 30,000 or so, you would see many of the seats like
there is a one seat with a 36 vote.
So this seat is Mithilesh Tiwari. It is from Buxar. The margin is just 36 votes. I would also ask my colleague to explain how this works. This means that
anything can change. So I will tell you, Ankur, around still 140 seats are there where margin is between BJP's leading margin is between 5 to 10,000 votes is there.
Let's look at this seat. This is very interesting. 2461. Now this is the seat from Bhiwani, Haryana, where Dharamveer Singh of BJP is leading, but margin is just 2,461. So in this thin margin, you would expect that the election can go any way, any side, because if the margin is less than 5,000, it's very hard to call in.
So the biggest surprise is, Ankur, in Uttar Pradesh. You can see Samajwadi Party
is getting 32 seats, 32 out of 80. Nobody would have expected this kind of
BJP
lead.
37.
Yes. And Congress has also made inroads this time, which is getting 8 seats out of 80 and RLD 2. So overall, if you talk of the whole picture of Uttar Pradesh, out of 80, only 37 seats are there where NDA is leading as of
37
now.
plus 2. RLD is also part of.
Okay, so total overall 39 seats, less than 50%, where NDA is leading, and SP is leading on 32 seats, rest 8 seats where Congress is leading. Another state which is interesting is Maharashtra itself. You would see that Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena, it's leading at 10 seats. And what about BJP? BJP is leading at 11 seats.
Biggest gain is from Congress. Last time in 2019, Congress won only 1 seat, but this time Congress is leading with the 11 seats in Maharashtra. After the split, Shiv Sena UBT is also leading on a 10 seats. Very good performance by NCP. They are fighting on only 10 seats and they are leading on 8 seats. Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde leading on a 6 seats.
So overall, if you talk of NDA, 11 seats from BJP, 6 seats from Shiv Sena. The tally is around 17, 18?
11 plus 6, 17 plus NCP of Ajit Pawar.
Ajit Pawar, that is 18 seats.
18 out of 48. 18 is by NDA and 30 seats from India Alliance. This is the latest update from Election Commission's website. So we will keep updating you about the latest trends going on.
Thank you so much, Ankur, as well as Anurag, for joining in with us, giving us the latest updates from the Election Commission. That's the site that we're seeing right now in terms of the trends. But on that note, we're going to slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more updates. And we do have Vikas Kimani joining in with us after the break as well.
investor is
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on Brokerage?
Just clarify this entire case.
What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
At ET now, I've been getting you bit by bit.
Won't pay. All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on Brokerage?
Just clarify this entire case.
What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
At ET now, I've been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a booster shot.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other.
Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
You just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally आने वाली है.
Compounding rate. The market approach has to be stay bullish in the way how markets should move.
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with authenticity and provides actionable information, helping millions realize their goals. But on a daily basis, as experience clashes with uncertainty, it brings forth brilliance. Catch Nikunj Dalmia, India's most experienced market anchor. ET Now, rise with India.
Hello. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there.
There's no particular time to rise. Not tomorrow, not the day after.
So go back and get an account of what the brokerages were saying before the actual poll actually comes out on themes they should be betting on.
Absolutely, capex is the theme, manufacturing is the theme, and first just a roundup of what they are looking at. Manufacturing, capex, real estate, some of these cement names that have come in from most of the brokerages, and private banks, that's making the list as well. Now let's look at specifically what these individual brokerages are highlighting in terms of the specific stocks as well. We have Nomura who's saying that yes, manufacturing, investment, that's a theme they're looking at. They're overweight on financials, infrastructure that they are looking at. Other than that, oil and gas, telecom, power, cap goods and defense. Despite the run-up, they still like defense and they're overweight on the defense pack. Moving on, when you look at it in terms of the stock picks, like I mentioned, private banks making the list of most of these brokerages. So we do have ICICI Bank making the list. Other than that, we have SBI. Consumption side, we do have Godrej Consumers, M&M, which is making the list, and RIL, Bharti Airtel, as well as BEL among the top picks in the large cap side for Nomura. Let's move on to the mid cap. What they like in the mid cap, they like Federal Bank, Voltas, MedPlus, Info Edge, Uno Minda, as well as from the pharma pack, they like Lupin. Other than that, let's move on to what Jefferies is picking out. Jefferies too said that they believe large caps will be a good tactical play now, and that is something that one could watch out for. We have seen a run up in the mid and small cap, but large caps, maybe that is something which have been a lookout. We'll see a good positioning there. Real estate, industrials, power are their long-term bets, while in terms of private financials, they like HDFC Bank, IndusInd Bank, Kotak Mahindra Bank. So yes, all these large banks coming in the list of Jefferies, and they are trading at a significant discount. That is why they're picking up these themes. Other than that, in the auto pack, they like Eicher Motors, Tint, as well as ONGC is what they like. Move on to Bernstein. Now they have just given a theme that they're liking. So capex theme, surely that continues to be a story, and they believe that will continue to play out. And other than that, manufacturing is also something they like. Let's move on to Motilal Oswal, who likes his overweight in terms of overall financials. They like industrials, consumption and real estate is what they're overweight on as of now. But they prefer investments going forward in something like industrials, consumer discretionary is making a trend there. Real estate as well as PSU banks coming in terms of the preferred themes of investment going forward. Ideas that they like in the large cap, ICICI Bank making the list again. We have SBI, L&T, Coal India. Coal India has come in most of the names as well. So Coal India is something that seems like a favorite of the brokerages. Similarly, M&M, Adani Ports, ABB, HPCL, you can see the list here, and Hindalco also making in from the metal pack for Motilal Oswal. Mid-cap, they like hotels like Indian Hotels. They do like Godrej Properties, Global Health, and other names like PNB Housing, Cello World among the recent listings that have happened in the last year. They're liking that as well. Let's move on to the last one. We have IIFL Securities. What they do pick out is infrastructure, cement, and private banks is their bet. And select industrials and NBFCs is also something they're looking at. So interesting to see, in terms of a lot of cement names, private banks, as well as infrastructure names coming into play for most of the brokerages. Okay, that was the broker that we spoke about, and this was mainly, in talking about the majority. If it comes in about 300 seats for BJP, but it's verdict day. Surely today we have a lot of word and bites that have been coming in terms of the candidates themselves. What are they saying? What is it, the feel over there? Let's go across and listen into what they have to say.
उम्मीद तो है मैंने अभी तक ट्रेंड्स देखे नहीं, अब घर जाके देख लूँगा, लेकिन उम्मीद है कि तीनों सीटें यहाँ नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस की होंगी और मुल्क में जो एग्ज़िट पोल के नतीजे रहे वो गलत साबित होंगे। मैं चाहता हूँ कि एग्ज़िट पोल जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए सही साबित हों और बाकी मुल्क के लिए गलत, लेकिन अब देखते हैं क्या होता है।
Let's slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more updates after the break.
In individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth?
Just clarify this entire case.
What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
This is clearly one of the biggest deals.
ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a booster of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other.
Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
You just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? Let's look at where we stand. Where we stand is, of course, the studio is quite noisy, so let's maintain silence here. Where we stand right now is more important for a trader. There are three things now I should to look at. One, can we fall more? B, are we in for a V-shaped rally? Or we are likely to just bottom out, let's say in a course of 1 or 2 days. These are three questions which I think the trader should now really focus on.
And the bigger question is, should you buy the fall already or not, I guess. The sum and substance of all of it.
So Aisha, let's look at this very interesting intraday, the 1 month chart. Any guess how much we've fallen in the last 1 month, including today's panic?
I think 4%.
3%? 3 months. What's your guess?
Yeah, roughly around that, 3%. Oh, today's fall included, I don't know, 4%?
Okay, we're actually down 2%. Oh. We are only down 2% in the last 1 month. So frankly, if you talk about in last 1 month, we saw a pre-election rally and then a election disappointment. What are markets reacting to today? Markets are reacting to an exit poll disappointment. If the current tally of 297, which is for NDA, and India, which is
227,
if it comes true, frankly, Prime Minister Modi comes back to power. It does not, will a defense order get changed? No. Will a railway orders get changed? No. So if the current government comes back, if the current tally is to be true, which it appears that the India government is coming back into power, then today's market will be a reaction to the exit poll disappointment. It will not be a reaction to what markets were hoping. In the month of April, if anybody would have said that a 300 to 305 NDA, BJP plus NDA combination was coming, markets would have said, wow. In the month of March, it was 400. So expectations keep on changing as the narrative keeps on changing. Today, the narrative is based on what we saw yesterday. One. Second, if it reverses, which is that it is a non-India government coming to power, which looks like a slim majority and an outside chance as of now, but if that happens, then we are in for a bigger trouble. That means the scenario 2 comes in, that means the panic is not over. Third is, are we in for a V-shape rally? That I think is ruled out now. Because the excesses in the market which got created because of market participation, behavior, euphoria, put an option, assumption, trading, I think that trend in the market, somebody's put a harp in the heart of the market momentum in some of the policy stocks. And once somebody hits you, you will take your time before you heal and you recover. That is how I see the market moving.
Yeah, it's bleeding, and clearly, like you said, we are undoing, Sanjeev sir, all the reaction from yesterday, the exuberance, the froth, and then eventually once the rates settle down, once you know what the final seat count is, then the market will, go into phase 2 of reacting to that.
Correct, and Aisha, that is perfect greed and fear. Yeah. Till Friday you were fearful what the verdict is. The exit polls all came up with euphoria. There was a strong bout of short covering and you went ballistic. Now today the ballistic part has got very much corrected. And like Nikun said, I would expect you get stability, which means Modi ji comes and I am very sure we'll get 310, 320. That means the market will have made a strong bottom for the time being. Will it get into euphoria? No more. No. People will be choosy, they will wait for projection, they will wait for the budget, but maybe some of the sectors are overdone and you will see the outperformance of FMCG, insurance.
The underperformers.
Exactly. The large caps will play for a while and PSUs will take a strong breather, which was much needed after such a shock.
But Kunal, how do you tackle with today's pain? I mean, we are headed in for what, a 6% decline now on the Nifty, right? And I'm not even going to individual names. The pain is evident in the scripts. How do you tackle today?
Yeah, I think the best way to try and do is trim your portfolios in the sense in which stocks which you have in terms of mid caps, PSUs, etc. Of course, you have to trim your portfolios over there. But then on the other hand, build large cap names. I think the defensive part of the tilt, FMCG, pharma stocks. I think these stocks will probably cushion the markets a lot further. The timing, the question over here is the time to buy. I believe in terms of technical structure, the best time to buy is when the IVs sell off. Because till the time the IVs are at 24, 25, 28, 29, which means the markets have still not factored into the event out. The event would be out or the event volatility would be out once the IV starts to collapse.
And they haven't yet.
They haven't yet. Okay. And whatever the number is, whether it's 22,000 for the index or 22,500 or maybe 200 points lower, that would be the point where the markets would probably take a pivot from there.
I'll give you a classic example here. What has fallen more than the Nifty today is the Bank Nifty. Within that, XBI is down 10%. Now ask yourself logically and say, okay, whatever the political mandate would be, I can argue about defense, I can argue about road, I can argue about infrastructure, I can argue about a lot of policy-dominated stocks. But what will change in life of in
SBI? Yeah.
The retail book is 55%. The corporate book is doing irrespective of what is happening. Their liability franchise is strong and they've gained market share. Why should that stock be down 10%? So there are a lot of these pockets where you will have to hunt. You will say, okay, what will be the reaction to this company irrespective of the government, and what will be the change if there is a change of government? I think that kind of opinion making now will start, but you should start doing that not today, maybe when markets settle. Let the market stop falling. Let the markets know that what we are in for next 5 years, right? That will figure out by the end of the day. Once markets know in next 5 years what the mandate is, then you say, okay, whether collateral damage has been more and whether collateral damage is actually less. And that's the time you would say, okay, I'm going to go all in. I would say that would be a better strategy. I don't know if you guys agree with it.
No, I fully agree. Wait for the dust to settle, know what the program is, and you'll know by the end of the day. Like you said, there is no cause of reason for certain excesses, but those were already made excesses in the last few days. Yeah. Nikun, yesterday was a blockbuster day as far as shorts getting squeezed, but it also meant there was a lot of froth which was created. I think it's a big correction of that froth. Underlying assets will again pull back, but once you have surety on what the next 5 years is, and Aisha, let me tell you, irrespective of who comes, the trend of India's growth is irreversible.
Exactly.
So we may see this volatility last another week, 10 days, and this to and fro, but by the end of the day, I feel a lot of the dust will be settled.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an India bull, eventually once the dust settles down, you'll be back to business and you will be back to buying those stocks. And whichever government comes into power, they have to focus on capex, they have to focus on defense, they have to, focus on India per se. So these stories will remain good stories.
Exactly, and that's what you were saying, that it's been 2 decades since you saw the real unraveling of value creation of PSUs.
Exactly.
It has just come to the fore.
Why
And
would they give it
why would
away?
anybody give it up?
No, the other point, Aisha, let's look at, and again, I'm not saying that what will happen at 4 o'clock. Right now, it is evident that the NDA is coming back to power, which is what is important. Let's remind ourselves 2 very famous examples. Circuit down in the market and circuit up in the market. 2003 circuit down, markets did not like the mandate, but markets then liked the way the economic momentum was moving. So we saw the biggest bull market, which happened at a time when the government was supported by left. Similarly, 2009 circuit up, market said, wow, policy continuity, circuit up. But then we moved into a multi-year pause. And then by the time 2014 from 2019 moved, the India had moved from top 5 to fragile 5, right? You'd become, there were narrative which said that, BRICS, India got out. So it really depends on what work will happen now. So markets will act and react. Today, let's say if whatever we are assuming today, if it changes in 3 months, stocks will recover. And my point is very simple, that right now, if we close in the current number zone, which is 295 to 300 for NDA, it means continuity. That is something which is not going to hurt the market in a big way. Then it would be called as a disappointment to the exit poll. If the tally changes in a very drastic manner, and if the green becomes a bigger number, and then this change of government, that is something what markets are not prepared for, and that opens the downside, and that opens serious downside in the short term. So let's cross the bridge when we reach there.
Yeah.
As of now, we are not there.
Kunal, any trades? I can see the Nifty Bank has fallen, what, 8%?
Yeah, I think it's 4,000.
Yeah.
No trades are such in this kind of a market.
Do nothing, right? Don't try and catch a falling knife.
Because it doesn't make sense to have your IVs are still at 28, 29, and that's the base which we look out for. When the event is out, when the IVs collapse, and the IVs have to collapse for us to make a sensible trade, whether it's on the short side, because if it's on the short side, you are looking at a prolonged downtick for the index. Prolonged in the sense maybe a 5% correction further for the next 1 month. And even if it's a bounce, then I think the IVs for that has to stabilize.
Let's see, all I can say is that nobody wants uncertainty. You want continuity. That's what life is all about. Not trying to predict the uncertainty, but trying to, embrace certainty. So by the end of the day, we vote for certainty rather than uncertainty, because financial markets have now become core to India's wealth creation. And it would be painful to see that if markets go down for whatever reason, and then you see a destruction of wealth. And I'm really keeping my fingers crossed that the numbers where we are right now, that slightly better becomes the reality at 4
We're down
o'clock today.
1,500 points now on the Nifty. It's a 6.5% crash.
Yeah, nobody saw
Let's
this
use the
coming.
word crash now.
Now it's crash.
It's crash.
It's more than a crack.
Yeah. But anyway, you never know. Yeah, you were making
Yeah,
closing points.
So see, opportunity and fear go hand in hand. If you waited too long, then you may not get it, because just like the fall, by the end of the day, in another 1 hour, if you cross that 310, I would expect very strong short covering.
Also,
so
yeah.
see where you want to put your money. These opportunities don't come knocking every day.
So give us 3 names that you
So
recommend
like I
buying
said,
right now.
I would say, ONGC and Coal India, clearness in anything of execution, there will be no hurdles. These are, the multipliers of the year. I would say HDFC Life, which I'm very, very sure is going to be one of the outperformers. And I would say Wipro and an ABFRL, which I think are going to be relatively well, escorted against the government and so on. So do your picks and chooses, but don't miss the opportunity also. For the next few days, the volatility and the fear is giving you an opportunity.
Yeah, and the market has now broadened so much. The depth is so much that the market will be very, very quick in reactions, very swift. Kunal, you also like ABFRL, right?
Yeah, ABFRL
so can we buy the fall in ABFRL right now?
Time to time
Yeah.
buy, chip into this name. Even the large cap range, I think L&T is down some 8-9%.
Yes.
That's also another attractive name. SEBI Bank has come back to the 1500 mark. That's also very attractive.
Okay. Yeah. We toss it back to the studios.
Yes. So back to the studio for the moment.
we are keeping on those updates, and ABFRL is something that one could look at, but markets seeing a very, very, very sharp fall. Look at the Nifty, 22,000 levels below that mark. 21,722 is what the Nifty is trading at. And among the top losers, we do have the Adani names, with the Adani Port, Adani Enterprises, ONGC, NTPC, Cheryl, PSUs. Clearly the sharp fall that's coming for PSUs as well, right? And
more than a sharp fall, it's a knock that they all are getting actually. If you look at the PSC index, be it the PSU bank index, all of them seeing really sharp cuts in trade today. In fact, all the sectoral indices are under immense pressure, and the pressure actually is just building more and more as the time goes by. When you talk about the markets, like you see, Nifty is fallen approximately 6% as we speak, and like Aisha was saying, it's no more just a fall coming in the market. You could actually term it as a crash, given the fact that it is over 1,400 points downtick, or rather 1,600 points downtick coming in for market. So yes, indeed a weak move coming in, and only 3 stocks gaining on the bourses today on the Nifty index, Vinny, and you'll be amazed to know they are from your pack, and they are the FMCG counters that are holding the fort.
Names, Cheryl, before. When I checked just 15 minutes back, there were larger and bigger names, or more names from the FMCG coming in, but FMCG itself also now has slipped into the red.
Yes,
that was some bit of that grave. Okay, but on that note, I think we're going to slip into a very short break, but don't go anywhere, because after the break we do have Vallabh Bansali, who will be joining in with us to talk more about what one should be doing in such a market.
Stories.
All leaders in individual sectors. What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
This is clearly one of the biggest deals.
At ET now, I've been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a booster shot.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other.
Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
It just starts coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally aane wali hai.
Market compounding rate. The market approach has to be stable and distinct in the way how markets should move in the
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with authenticity and provides actionable information, helping millions realize their goals. But on a daily basis, as experience clashes with uncertainty, it brings forth brilliance. Catch Nikunj Dalmia, India's most experienced market anchor. ET Now, rise with India.
Hello. Yeah, I'll be there.
There's no particular time to rise. Not tomorrow, not the day after. There's no particular time to move forward.
Hello?
Through the ups and downs, amidst the chaos. The stories that can move an entire economy, drive us to break obstacles. The business stories that need to be heard, the stories that need the right voice.
3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome. You're watching ET Now, and there is breaking news right there on your screen.
And it's an ET Now news break. Confirm we told you first. This is Cheryl D'Souza with cameraman Akshay for ET Now.
This is why we rise. ET Now, rise.
Well, I'll have to officially use the word crash now. PSU stocks have crashed. There is panic in some of the policy-dominated stocks. Markets are not liking what the current tally seems to be indicating. In hindsight, you could look back and say that there was a lot of built-up euphoria in terms of the pre-election period, and that seems to be coming down. But it's a day when a lot of opinions, in a sense, or the positioning of the market surely has changed. So how should one read into the current market mood? Should you buy the fear, or it is time to embrace the reality? For those who've been in the market, they would remember that we've seen similar instances several times in the past. But every time, if you bought into big market falls, I think you've emerged as winner. Now, I've got a very special guest, and all of us, in fact, look forward to hearing views from Mr. Vallabh Bhansali when it comes to market, economy, and his view on the world. Mr. Bhansali, always a pleasure to have you on ET Now. And I'm glad, sir, doesn't matter where markets are, the warmth and the smile on your face is always intact.
I think it's an extraordinary day where we are reminded that we need to learn all the time. Markets and democracies are beyond any one person. And I think this is a great success of the Indian story. Indian democracy means a lot to the world. A lot of questions were being raised about our democracy, and they have all been proven wrong. Now, what does that mean? Is it just a political statement that I'm making? No. I think capitalism and democracy are closely linked. And the risks and endemic in a market reflect in the democratic process. And therefore, it's good to be reminded that if you get euphoric, if you take future for granted, whether in business or in politics, that's not wisdom. And I think that is playing out. Having said that, the long-term trend of Indian economy, I do not think is here to change. The most important development in the last few years, or last couple of years maybe, was the trend in investment cycle. As long as that investment cycle does not get dented, I think the Indian story will continue. Political uncertainty compared to the certainty that we had may set in, but it still looks like that the old government will come back with a smaller majority, but who am I to really, predict that? Therefore, I feel pretty happy that our democracy is winning, and which is very good news for capitalism.
Mr. Bhansali, okay, let's look at what the numbers currently are. And like you said, the numbers currently are indicating that the current government will come back to power. Now, if that has to happen, then do you think in hindsight, when we look at today's market reaction, will that be called as a panic reaction?
Indeed, because we had a euphoric reaction yesterday. And panic follows euphoria is well established. So I think that's okay. I mean, we had gone crazy yesterday and without the results. So that's okay.
There is a change. And I'm again, sir.
So that is not real panic. I think panic would be 10% down from here. or 5% down from here, that would be panic. So this is just a correction of what happened yesterday by and large, or the last 2 days.
The 1 month graph here for the Nifty and for the Bank Nifty, and I just want to bring this point what Mr. Bansali is bringing out for the benefit of our viewers, that what have we lost in last 1 month. Today it almost looks like a financial Armageddon, reminds us of the gut-wrenching fall what we had post-COVID or what we've had in instances of 2008. But if you look at the 1 month change, after today's amplified loss also, the correction is actually 4%. So are markets really reacting to the disappointment of exit poll? Maybe the answer to that is yes. My next question, Mr. Bansali, is that if the current government does not come to power, are markets prepared for it, or it could lead to more downside?
I don't think markets are prepared for that situation, because that situation is far from clear. That what is the alternative, who is the prime minister, what will be the policy bias. A lot of things have been said in the election campaign. Some of them are extremely scary for capitalism or even our constitution. And therefore, I think that has not really dawned on the market. The market is reacting, trying to correct from its euphoric state. So alternative to this government, I think, is still not got baked in. And if I've seen the governments in the past, that every government that comes in wants to do good for the country in its own way. What actually happens is a different matter. So the intent will be there, effort will be there, but the policy, execution, all of those things have to be evaluated. And after 10 years of one government, one cannot say that that will be very predictable. That would not be easy to say.
That more than the reaction to the current election tally, this was an accident waiting to happen because market valuations had become bloated. Whatever may be the reason, the accident was waiting to happen?
In a way, yes, because for several times market was, doing only one thing, all-time high and higher and higher. And so the earnings momentum that we had seen, some of it was due. Some of it was correction from the COVID years. And some of it was predicated on, investments continuing and becoming profitable too soon. So I think there was a bit of overvaluation. Considering the long-term potential of Indian economy, one could feel justified, but there was never a case for buying for the last several months. There was always a case only for hold at best.
Mr. Bansali, the market post-COVID is enjoying what could be called as a clear leadership, whether it is in PSUs, defense, manufacturing, a lot of policy-dominated stocks. And as a result, policy, capex, PSU, these stocks have seen a grand surge in terms of P multiple and also in terms of the market cap. Do you think the party could come to an end in that end of the market?
So I think the valuations, as I said, that will depend upon the overall market trend, which will depend upon the overall policy thrust. But I think that some of the good measures, whether it was pushing the defense exports, some of it was opening up to private sector, the thrust on R&D, thrust on a product, what we call product nation, etc. I don't think that will change. What will change is, those who will come to power on populist agenda, what they do on that front. And therefore, what that does do to the character of our public, our fiscal deficit, etc., what it does to the interest rates, those will be bigger macro questions that will come into play. Immediate policy actions or other, executive actions on whether it is defense or whether it is trying to push the economy, that may not change. The overall macro picture within which these were operating, there will be some uncertainty about it.
I'd like to draw your attention to banks, Mr. Bansali. And frankly, banks are on the butcher block, so to speak, if I may use that word loosely. Do you think the selling in banks is slightly unfair? Because for banks, irrespective of what the government is, the banking sector per se is in a good shape.
Indeed, it is in good shape. But if the investment cycle, for whatever reason, takes a hit, then credit expansion and a lot of those aspects of banking come into, some kind of uncertainty. Similarly, cost of capital, if our fiscal deficit starts going up, because of populism, that's another big threat to, interest rate trend, which is another factor for banking. So the robustness of banking is one part, but credit expansion, directed credit to certain sectors, etc., which are part of policy thrust of a government, those will be uncertainties. So from robustness, yes, trend point of view, there will be some uncertainty in banks.
Now we are reaching what could be called as the scary part, because what we are not even 600-700 points away from a lower circuit which looked almost unimaginable. Mr. Bansali, I've had the pleasure of tracking markets with you, sir, and this reminds me of 2003, what happened. And we know that what happened after that. There was pain and there was a lot of, challenge for the financial markets when the change, when markets fell 10% in 2003. I'm not saying we are reaching there yet, sir, but it is a polite reminder of what markets can actually do.
So I think as long as you remain bottoms up, it doesn't matter what the changes are. You will always find opportunities. So just as we have seen over the last 2-3 days, that when the market becomes too euphoric, be very careful. When the market becomes too fearful, be greedy, look for ideas. And so the Indian story is, I think, here to stay. Indian story will do well on the whole, but it slows down from time to time. So those things will have to be baked in, and therefore it depends upon what is your portfolio made of. And to expect that, year on year, you will make 15-20% returns forever, which is not correct for particularly large portfolios. So I think the mutual fund trends may take a dip in terms of SIP becoming slow, but will SIP reverse? I don't think SIPs will reverse. Will SIP contributions flowing month on month may slow down? They may slow down. So things like that will happen. Now, whether a new government besides the NDA, if it all gets formed, at this point of time, that probability seems low, but who knows? And we see a total populism thrust, then I think it will slow down for a bit, but it will self-correcting, because I don't think Indian economy, Indian people are here ready to accept populism of the old kind, of the Garibi Hatao of the 70s and the 80s kind of populism. So I see some kind of swing, some kind of slowdown, but the long-term story is intact.
Bansali, today we don't talk about COVID. What happened during COVID was even uglier in terms of the absolute market carnage, because markets have moved on, and that's how markets always move. So a year from now, 6 months from now, when we would be discussing 4th July 2004, do you think it would be the biggest buying opportunity of a lifetime?
As I said earlier, prices are not low. They have corrected. And therefore, I would not see that these are, crying buying opportunities. There is uncertainty. So there is no wisdom. You want to be speculative and you want to do something, that's not me. So I would want to see the policy thrust, where it is, whether NDA or whether, because NDA may also, have to function under, more partnership approach, and what that is. An alternative government will be hugely partnership driven, likely potentially some kind of populism driven. So with all of that, only where prices have corrected seriously, I would want to buy.
Mr. Bansali, I'll just wrap it up with one more question, sir. So as a monitorable now, what are the 2 or 3 things which you would say would be on your radar in terms of a policy monitorable or key monitorable for next couple of months, which will give you a sense of policy, direction, and the mandate?
So I would think that stability of the government, that would be the most important thing. That can one see next 5 years government remaining stable? That's number 1. Number 2, what is the quotient of populism? Number 3, less unlikely, but who knows, that reversal of some of this, nation building approach towards more modern economy, more innovation-led economy, like we had this huge public, digitalization, we had huge thrust on defense, huge thrust on infrastructure. If some of those things get reversed, which is the last item on my agenda, but I would look out for all these 3 things.
Bansali, really, really grateful that you could find time on a day like this, join us and, share your words of wisdom with our viewers. Thank you very much. Mr. Bansali clearly seems to be making 2 or 3 big points here. One, markets right now are reacting to the disappointment of exit polls. The current tally is indicating that the current government will come with a weak majority. However, if there is a change in terms of the current government, in terms of the policy, in terms of the current ruling party, that is something which markets are not pricing in. The markets have fallen because the run-up was extraordinarily strong. We've not reached at a level where you could say that, okay, it's time now to really buy the fear. Excesses in the market which got created because of local money, global money, I think that all is getting simply cleansed. But more importantly, when you will look back and look at the India story, there could be a full stop, there could be a comma, but this is not the end of the road, so to speak, which I think is very, very important. 296, that's what the numbers are indicating. Let's look at that number. It's 296 or
291.
291 now, okay. So it's changing in favor of the India bloc. So this is something what is adding more and more uncertainty to the market. Let's take a break right now. It's turning out to be an ugly and a brutal day of trade. And stock markets now are really getting hit hard on all fronts.
Won't pay proudly. All leaders in individual sectors. What's the sense that you're getting on volatile? Just clarify this entire
What
case.
is it going to mean for the business?
What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a booster shot.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other.
Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
It just starts coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally aane wali hai.
Market compounding rate. The market approach has to be stay bullish, just in the way how markets should move.
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with
Welcome back, and you are seeing a sharp wealth erosion, or rather sharp correction underway in the markets. We've actually broke past the 21,300 mark on an intraday basis. Now we've tried to recoup some of those losses, but 22,500 has been reclaimed by the Nifty, but the sharp fall is underway for Nifty Bank as well. Take a look at Nifty Bank. The fall there is much more sharper than the benchmark indices. Percentage-wise is a similar one. But let's bring on board. We have Manish Dhangi, who's joining us on the show right now. Along with Manish Dhangi, we also have Mr. R. Gopalan, who's joining us. Very good afternoon to you, Mr. Dhangi, as well as Mr. Gopalan. Thank you so much for joining us on ET Now. Mr. Dhangi, what exactly is at play in the markets right now, given the fact that we're seeing sharp fall across the board? We thought FMCG index was holding on to some gains. Some of the names were holding on to gains, but they've also actually caved in.
So market is embracing a weak Modi setup, at least, and it's not fully priced in yet. So the areas where there was euphoria, given the policy thrust of the incumbent, be it in PSU, defense, manufacturing, that's bleeding a lot more. Once we sort of look beneath the surface, there is sort of all blood on the street right now. And legitimately so, because they were pricing blue sky, and it's likely that a lot of it will have to be unbound. It is still likely that Modi would return, but the best case scenario for the market would be a Vajpayee like Modi versus one, which continues to have animosity with state, because the later setup would be very, very bad for market. So I don't think markets have sort of absorbed the entire news. In fact, the entire news is not yet out. The margin of victory or the trailing margin are still sort of very low, 5, 10, 15,000 in many, many seats, 100 odd seats. And we frankly don't know yet, what's out there. Only by evening we'll get to know, and, market would continue to sort of react to the incremental, news flow.
Right, Mr. Dhangi. Surely, we still don't know. We'll have to wait till evening to get the final word. But as of now, the leads coming in, seems like Mr. Gopalan, what we'll see is maybe, what if the government comes but with a weaker mandate? Then do you think that there is a chance that they will have to focusing more in terms of the social spending side, and that is something that they will have to do now? Mr. Gopalan, I believe you're on mute, sir.
I thought...
Now I can hear you, sir. Yes, now we can hear you.
Oh, okay. See, for a long time, the public and the Indian economy has been used to a macro stability. So, the prioritizing macro stability is going to be very important for any government. Even for this government, it has been its policy, it will continue to do that. And reforms, in my view, will certainly continue. And I also feel that public capex, for the time being, until the private capex is able to put up a good show, the public capex will also continue, along with its ability to have the bandwidth to get implemented. So the external conditions of China plus one, that is also going to be useful to us, despite the other conditions in the external market. I have a feeling that no government will do anything to upset this kind of a fiscal balance and stability which has been created. Because they know very well that if they do that, possibly there will be difficulties in the both in the prestige which we have abroad, and also the kind of stability and the continuity which we have. Look at it. People are very happy with the food grains supply, electricity, house, gas. You talk of this kind of things. These are all things which the public need, and the politicians also know that they cannot go back on them. So, if there is going to be a little bit more populism, yes, there can be, but I strongly believe that it will be within the confines of macroeconomic stability.
Right. Actually, taking a leaf out of what Mr. Gopalan had to say, Mr. Dhangi, now all eyes will be on the policy reforms coming in, right? Given the fact that if the numbers are to go by, we will actually see them settle as time goes by. Maybe by late evening, we will get a firmer number. But for now, if you look at the way how the picture is, 289 coming in for NDA, which means it's just a tad bit above those halfway mark, which means that it gives the government a weaker mandate, isn't it? So they will have to be more, we will not see that firm move when it comes to the policy reforms that they've been taken over the last 10 years. Is that spooking the market as well?
Yeah, so I'm actually not a big votary of all these major reforms. I think a stable regime over next few years is decent enough for us to revive capex and start to then chug along and sort of produce a decent growth. I think there is a silver lining that a lot of the cultural and ideological policies. Things like, let's say, capital gain tax, may not come. So, in midst of so much of doom and gloom, there could still some positive takeaway. But as a matter of fact, as I said, markets were baking in, sort of blue sky in so many things that, that trade will have to be unwound. And unfortunately, far too much of retail is stuck in retail money is stuck in small caps and these themes. That pain would, as I said, just beneath the surface, that pain is sort of far more than what you're seeing on the screen as far as Nifty and mega caps are concerned. So I'm not sure, the so-called reforms would sort of, with that lots of people were clamoring for, land, labor, some of these won't come. The ideological big moves won't happen, such as capital gain tax. And I guess, the onus now is on the private sector, given the capacity utilization are high, the financial conditions are decent, leverage is low. You have a reasonable case to make that Indian capex revival can happen. But then on the other side, you'll have a flow pain that both foreigners and locals, will have to revisit. The foreigners, because they have better opportunities abroad, especially in emerging markets, including China. And locals, because, they are overweight right now on Indian equities, especially what has happened over the last 6-12 months. So that reassessment will happen and, flow will slow down. So after this, period of turbulence over the next few months, you will still have sort of a reasonable space for one to dial risk. And I stay sort of constructive on India. India growth will be decent over the next 3-5 years, and therefore there will be opportunities. But then, don't dial risk for investors right away, don't dabble in risk right away just because things are down. Let the big picture emerge and, take a first principle approach of what sort of policy frameworks will sort of evolve, and basis that, you take the call.
Right, just don't dive in. That's a word coming from Mr. Dangi, right? Just wait. Let's wait for some bit of a stability. And, Mr. Gopalan, that's what you were also talking about, prioritizing that macro stability. You just answered there that, that is going to be very important for, the government that comes into power. Does that, the ground for India being that powerhouse, how does that stand into play versus the global scenario right now? And how are you seeing that macro then?
Well, that's a reason why I mentioned to you that our prestige abroad, how do we project ourselves abroad, has a tremendous impact both on economic growth and security preparedness. So I don't think any government can afford to tinker with the macroeconomic stability, because that is really fundamental for the purpose of projecting your prestige as well as on security preparedness. That's very, very important. The way we are facing how the international situation is turning around, that's going to be very, very important. And I am sure whichever government is there, the reforms will certainly continue. May not be with great depth. For instance, if you look at a great reform in labor and land, may not be so much, but there still will be some reforms, because even for a let us say the opposition comes to power, for argument's sake. Now, they have to feed the bottom 40% of the population. Their income levels are pretty low. Their consumption is consumption asset. The asset being held by them is very low. So income generation by them is going to be low. So how will they consume? And if they don't consume, how the economy will grow? So all these factors will be certainly taken into account by whoever comes to power, and they will certainly be very, very responsible. Maybe of one or two populist thing which may not cause so much of harm to the budget and the macro stability. So that may be there, but beyond that, I don't think the trend set in the last 10 years can ever be changed.
Mr. Dangi, coming back to you, what's your view now coming in on the bond markets, given the fact that we've seen a spike of about 12 basis points on an intraday basis coming in for 10-year bond yield? This is the most in about 8 months. We've reached 7.06% levels coming in for bond yield. Do you still believe that we are in a secular bull run coming in for the bond market? No doubt the bond market also moved yesterday also in anticipation of what the exit polls threw up, isn't it?
No, it's certainly a sort of a shock to bond markets because, as I mentioned on your channel yesterday also, the strong Modi is effectively a strong bond trade, more than a strong equity trade. And if the government is such that the heft of BJP is reduced, and Mr. Modi's sort of reflexes are going to be different. He runs a very tight government, and if the BJP is going to be at 230 to 240 seats, it essentially means that there's going to be a coalition dharma, and it's also a win of social justice policies and such like. So, in some sense, the government will have to sort of bring itself sort of close to center from being right now, and that would mean a lot more sort of rural spending, less, and government budgets are of course constrained. So in some sense, the spending will be lot more on redistribution instead of capex. So which is sort of more inflationary, and this kind of outcome, of course, certainly is pretty bad for bonds at margin. So there are many tailwinds as far as bonds are concerned. US rates are going to go lower. Indian inflation is pretty low. Indian growth will actually at margin will begin to slow, and therefore monetary policy will have to sort of support. But a very strong Modi would have led to a significant bull market in bond. I think, I will have to chop off 25-50 basis points from the potential gains that we would have had in the next 1-2 years if there were to be a coalition government of the kind that we are seeing right now.
Right, Mr. Dangi and Mr. Gopalan, thank you so much for joining in with us today on ET Now and giving us your thought and views in terms of, the markets as well as the mandate, what's happening with there and the reforms that one should watch out for. But as of now, what we can see in the Nifty 50, some bit of a recovery at least is what we are seeing there. 21,790 levels, 21,800 is what?
500 points
recovery. So yes, from like every 15 minutes, we're seeing a lot of moves coming in. But yes, 21,800 levels is what the Nifty is trading at right now. 500-point recovery from the day's lowest point. FMCG continues to see still a bit of a decline because that was the only one managing to hold on to some bit of a green. But yes, that's also seen a recovery. Keeping an eye out on the markets. But with that, we're going to slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more updates after the break.
in individual sectors. What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
Here at ET Now, I've been getting you bit by bit.
are going to be taking a booster shot.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other.
Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
You just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Welcome back, and you're watching ET now. As we can see that the markets are seeing a sharp downtick, bounce back as well over the last 15 minutes or so. About 500 points bounce back coming in for the Nifty. But let me take you across to my colleague Ansh to tell us exactly what the market trend has been like. And Ansh, it's not a pretty picture when you look at the screen. No doubt now we're trying to recover from the day's low, trying to claw back to the 22,000 mark on the Nifty. But what do you make of the market moves?
Yes, let's start from yesterday's move. Actually, in the previous session, all the move which we made because on the back of the exit poll got washed away today. And here we are saying, yes, we are seeing some recovery, but the overall sentiment looks very bearish here. Nifty and Nifty Bank both have registered its biggest ever fall in terms of absolute terms, in terms of numbers. And they have also registered its biggest fall since COVID crash of 2020. Both the indices on year-to-date gains have got eroded, and it is negative currently. Whereas if you talk about sector indices, then in previous session, all the sectors were in green, and today everything is in red. Even the top sector gain of yesterday, PSU Bank, is down 18% today. Also, there are many stocks of PSU index which have touched its lower circuit. If you talk about India VIX, then that has spiked to over 30%, which is the biggest move seen since 2015. This is also a bit of bearish sign coming in here. Whereas if you talk about BSE mid cap or BSE market cap, then here we are saying that it has been eroded by more than 45 lakh crore in one session itself. Also, the market breadth in market is looking very negative. Over 95% of stocks are trading in red. Lastly, there is a possibility of both Nifty and Nifty Bank touching lower circuit today, looking at the way we are falling.
Right, Ansh. Thank you so much for that, keeping an eye out on the markets. That's the important one to watch out for today on the verdict day. But we also managed to speak to Ravi Dharamshi, and what is he saying in terms of the trends that are poised to continue to do well despite whatever happens. Let's go across and listen to what he had to say.
Manufacturing is going to continue. It's not a trend that's going to reverse, but in a longer term trends, there can be periods of no performance, underperformance, and I think this theme has been well recognized in the market for this point of time. I think most of the companies are factoring in 2 years forward numbers, so one should be careful in terms of entry point. But from the perspective of companies doing well over a 5-year, 10-year horizon, I have no doubt about it. Pharma can be a segment that does well, but pharma does not seem like a top-down sector that is going to do well. It's more a selective bottom-up stories that are likely to do well. The revival in the first part is the US generics, where the price erosion is kind of ebbing for the moment. So that is a segment that is doing well. But what we are very keen on is some niche, some specialty where the competitive intensity is on the lower side. So there are certain pockets where the profit pools are still pocketed, protected, and those companies I think can do well over a longer term period.
All right, and this is a good time to increase exposure to SMIDFs. This is according to Vikas Parashad, who is a portfolio manager, Asia Equities at MNG Investments. Listen into what he had to say about the space and also about the sectors that he now is overweight on.
We have increased our focus and our capital allocation on the SMID names, on the small and mid cap names. When we were in the studio in February, the question came up, is this the year for large caps? Our view is that in India, it's always the year for small and mid cap names. Since then, we have increased our holdings in small and mid cap names across sectors. Make in India beneficiaries dominate that list, but there are a lot of other themes that are being expressed, or a lot of other views that are being expressed in our small and mid cap names, and that will continue. We're increasing that. There was some thought that with the perhaps uncertainty around the election outcome or the volatility that might ensue, let's not go overboard in that area. But with that behind us now, the allocation of small and mid-cap names will increase over the next few quarters. Portfolio allocation to vehicles today, it's quite different. That overweight in four-wheelers has gone to underweight. We are now overweight CVs and two-wheelers, but then we've also taken a lot of capital from other sectors and from some of the four-wheeler exposures that we had and moved it into the ancillary companies. There's a lot of these based in Pune and Chennai and in Delhi. There's a lot of companies in that supply chain that are worth looking at.
Okay, on that note, we are going to wind down this edition, but don't go anywhere. We will continue with more of the election updates, the market updates, but it's a goodbye from Cheryl, myself, as well as the team who put this show together.
in individual sectors. What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth?
Just clarify this entire
What
case.
is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
This is clearly one of the biggest deals.
Here, ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a boost of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other.
Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
Will this start coming up on your screen? There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally aane wali hai.
Market compounding rate. The market approach has to be stable and consistent in the way how markets should move in the
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with authenticity and provides actionable information, helping millions realize their goals. But on a daily basis, as experience clashes with uncertainty, it brings forth brilliance. Catch Nikunj Dalmia, India's most experienced market anchor. ET Now, rise with India.
I'll be there. I'll be there.
Back, you're watching ET now, and we have the continuous coverage of markets and mandates for all of you. And as you can see it on your screen, the markets are actually stating a steady recovery. Actually, to say not so much so, because given the fact that the fall has been quite huge. When you talk about the Nifty, at one point in time we fell around 1,900 points or so on an intraday basis. Now we've recovered from those low levels, around 580 points recovery coming in for Nifty index as we speak, but still we are lower by about 6% coming in for Nifty. We breached even 21,300 mark on an intraday basis. The sharper cut or the most damage is in the PSU sector. Take a look at what PSU Bank Index is doing and what PSE sector is doing, because both of them have been actually down and out in trade today. In fact, PSU Bank Index at one point in time registered the biggest intraday fall ever. So that's the way how the markets are looking like at this point in time, given the fact that you have the trends are trickling in. As of now, what we're picking up is NDA is with 289 seats, while the INDIA, that's the India Alliance, that is seeing seats about 236. In fact, talking about that, let me take it across to my colleague Samir, who is there at the Congress headquarters as of now. And Samir, take us through what's the mood like right now there, because yesterday we did see some images of them putting the shamiana and the tents and preparing for the voting, or rather the counting day. And how's the mood right now?
Exactly. The Josh is quite high over here at Congress headquarters of all the Karkartas or the supporters. You can see the flags, the banners, the poster banners they are having in their hands. The scene is almost filled with enthusiasm. The Karkartas are very much excited because the numbers are quite surprising. The performance is much better than the previous elections, and that you can see that number of Karkartas, and they are constantly flowing. The Karkartas are constantly coming in good numbers at Congress headquarters. The dhol nagadas that are being played outside and right at towards my right side, you can see the tent that has been placed over here. Two such structures have been placed, and that is to help the people, the volunteers, those who are coming, and also for the journalists, those who are coming over here. So scorching heat is there. The temperature is above 45 degrees. That is also a reason. But let me tell you that those who have come over here, let's hear from them that what sort of response they have got to say. किस तरीके का परफॉर्मेंस आप इसको शब्दों में कैसे बयां करना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि आंकड़े कुछ और बता रहे थे पहले, अब नतीजे कुछ और।
देखिए, झूठ की दुकान बंद होने जा रही है, सच्चाई जो है शाम तक आपके सामने होगी। राहुल गांधी इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनने जा रहे हैं और संविधान की जीत होगी।
आपको लगता है कि सरकार बनाने वाले जो आंकड़े चाहिए, जो बहुमत चाहिए, वो आपको लग रहा है?
निश्चित ही हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इस देश की जनता पर कि शाम को इस देश की जनता अपना मैंडेट देने जा रही है। राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस इंडिया गठबंधन की सरकार बनने जा रही है।
क्या आपको लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और मोदी जी और अमित शाह ने जो कहा था कि 400 पार, क्या वो अपने बेसिस पे 400 पार होने जा रहे हैं इन आंकड़ों से?
ठीक है, तो आपको लग रहा है कि जो नतीजे आएंगे वो बिल्कुल सरकार बनाने के पक्ष में होंगे?
लोकतंत्र जीत रहा है, भारत जुड़ चुका है और इंडिया जीत रहा है, ये हकीकत बात है। क्योंकि ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, आप इसी लोकसभा चुनाव में आप देख लीजिएगा कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो मंगलसूत्र से और मुजरे तक आए,
आप उनके बयान
तो वही चीज मैं कह रहा हूँ,
नहीं काम करा
कि वो काम नहीं करा।
देखिए सर, इन्होंने 400 पार का नारा दिया था। पहले इन्होंने 15 लाख जुमले का नारा दिया, वो इनका फेल हो गया। आज 400 पार का नारा फेल हो जाता है, तो ये साबित होता है कि जनता का विश्वास नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार पे से अब कम होता जा रहा है, और जो मोदी लहर 2019 में थी वो आज खत्म होती जा रही है। और आने वाले समय में अभी नहीं पता कि आज का क्या निर्णय रहेगा, लेकिन हमें ये पता है कि हम 295 क्रॉस करेंगे इंशाल्लाह।
So there's a declining graph, and the Karkartas are constantly saying that it is all because that the graph is declining, and the Josh over here, you can see the euphoria, the enthusiasm of the Karkartas, that is clearly visible, that can be reflected through the statements that are coming in from all these people. Well, let me show you that over here, towards my left, towards my right side, the Karkartas, the volunteers, they are constantly coming, and this is all because that the numbers are much more than expected. It was not expected that India Alliance will be crossing the 250 mark. Initially, it was estimated that it will be less than 200, but the numbers are quite surprising, and that has filled the Karkartas with josh, and they are coming and they are trying to celebrate it, and they are quite hopeful that by the end of the day, they will be much near to form the government.
Right, Samir, thank you so much for that update. That's coming in from the Congress headquarters right now. But let's go across to the BJP headquarters where Sumit is there. Sumit, good afternoon. And assembly elections, first we're going to talk about that in terms of Odisha as well as Andhra Pradesh where BJP is leading. So what's the on ground right now at the BJP headquarters?
Well, that is definitely there. It's a mood of victory. As far as assembly elections is concerned, generally mood is changing overall for the elections, but let's begin with assembly elections. Clearly BJP coming in Odisha is a big surprise once again. It's a positive change as they are, as the Karyakartas or the leaders are saying here, they were confident about that assembly election victory. Andhra Pradesh, clearly TDP is one of the main, which are going to make the government there. TDP is again in the pole position in Andhra Pradesh. So both these states, assembly elections were there, and BJP is clearly coming with a surprise win in Odisha, and that is something is giving a lot of relief to these Karyakartas and leaders here. We have been talking to all of them since morning, but if we talk about general sentiment about the general elections, 4.5 hours and still no clarity who is going to have the clear majority or with what overall seat share. So we are in BJP headquarters. Behind me you can see the preparations still going on. Optimism is there, but the mood changing every half an hour, 15 minutes, from optimism to cautious optimism to pessimism to once again optimism. So clearly a very tough fight, that's one would say, but yes, a lot of optimism is still there in BJP headquarters in New Delhi. Heat is rising in Delhi, the temperature is rising in New Delhi, so the political heat is also rising. And there are many rumors or talks that are floating around about what is going to happen, but none of us can't talk about that till the time results are really out. So assembly elections, yes, Odisha is a big win for BJP. In other general elections, Lok Sabha elections, still the verdict is out, but however, optimism prevails in BJP headquarters in New Delhi.
Right, Sumit, you sounded definitely like a business journalist out there covering politics, given the fact that you use all the terms, optimistic, cautiously optimistic, pessimistic at one point in time. But hopefully now they are optimistic with the Odisha assembly elections as well. A big win, at least looks like it, coming in for BJP. Thank you so much for getting us the mood check coming in from the BJP headquarters, but also. All right. So we also have updates coming in from Andhra Pradesh as well. Remember that in Andhra Pradesh is going to be it's going to be an alliance government coming in with TDP as well as BJP. So we will get clarity on that, on who is going to take oath. Most likely June 9th will be the date, but we will get you the update on that particular front. But we also have Times Network Shreya standing outside the TMC office to get us update on that particular front. And Shreya, over to you.
दादा हम देख रहे हैं अभी तक टीएमसी 30 सीट्स में लीड कर रहे हैं, अभी तक काउंटिंग बाकी है, आप लोग सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हो. आपके हिसाब से कौन ऐसा फैक्टर अब काम कर गया जो बीजेपी के अगेंस्ट चला गया और ममता बनर्जी को इतना सारा वोट्स मिल गया?
देखिए, सबसे पहला बात तो ये है कि ये जो 400 पार का नैरेटिव गढ़ा गया था, ये एकदम फॉल्स था. जब एग्जिट पोल आया तो सबसे पहले दीदी ही थी जिन्होंने इसको फेक पोल कहा. उसके बाद अगर कोई भी दल हो इंडिया का, अगर बंगाल में आके ये बोलेगा कि हम लक्ष्मी भंडार को बंद कर देंगे, दीदी का इतना कल्याणकारी योजना जो कि महिलाओं को सशक्त बनाता है, उसको अगर बंद करने की कोई बात करेगा तो बंगाल की जनता उसको हमेशा नकारेगी.
तो आपको लग रहा है कि दीदी का जो लक्ष्मी भंडार का जो स्कीम है यही भारी पड़ गया है इस बार बीजेपी के ऊपर?
ये बहुत सारे इशू है जो कि भारी पड़े हैं, जिसमें से ये सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है. ये सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट इशू है.
Of course, and more people are in fact coming. More and more people are joining. They're coming with a party flag. They're joining in this area. They're joining the celebration.
हटाओ नाले बाजबे ना. मोदी जी जीएसटी छाड़ाओ नाले व्यवसायी मरे जाबे. व्यवसायी के वास्ते दिच्छो ना तुमी. मोदी जी जीएसटी हटाओ.
दादा, इस चप्पल का क्या मतलब है?
हवाई जड़ी दीदी पहनता है, ये पहन के दिल्ली जाएगा, इसलिए हम हवाई जड़ी.
तो आप खाप करते हो कि इस बार ममता दीदी प्राइम मिनिस्टर बने?
हम लोग कहते हैं इस बार ममता दीदी प्राइम मिनिस्टर बने।
दीदी ये हवाई
जड़ी पहन के जाएगा, हवाई जड़ी पहन के दीदी का वादा है।
Okay, a very excited crowd. This man is holding Hawaii chatti on his hand. He's holding this kind of slippers which generally, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee wears. He says very interesting thing. He says this time around, Mamata Banerjee is going to be the Prime Minister. She is going to wear these sandals and walk to Delhi and become the Prime Minister. That is what these people are telling us. They are raising slogans. They are saying BJP dur hatao. They are saying that Mamata Banerjee will win because of her scheme like Lakshmi Bhandar, and it is wholly and solely green at this point in time. You can see the mood of the people, the kind of celebration that has started on the ground.
Right, but we do have a lot of political voices trickling in, and listen in to the likes of Paravan Khera, Ajay Rai, Hema Malini, what they had to say.
2004 याद कीजिए जब इंडिया शाइनिंग हो रहा था, आज भी लगभग वही होने वाला है। हमें पूरा भरोसा है हमारे गठबंधन को पूर्ण बहुमत मिलेगा।
रुझान एक तरह से कहें कि अभी थोड़ा और वक्त, क्योंकि अभी बहुत अर्ली कहना होगा ये, लेकिन क्या जो एग्जिट पोल रुझान और नतीजे, क्या कुछ फर्क लगेगा?
रुझान जो आपको दिख रहे हैं उससे बहुत बेहतर परिस्थिति आने वाली है। एग्जिट पोल्स को ना मैं पहले गंभीरता से लेता था, ना आगे लूंगा।
सरकार बना रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल बना रहे हैं, आश्वस्त हैं।
लेकिन ये जो लगातार नेताओं की तरफ से अलर्ट किया जा रहा है कार्यकर्ताओं को कि जो काउंटिंग सेंटर है वहां पर मुस्तैदी से बने रहे, सतर्कता बरतने की जरूरत है, क्या ये सब जो अलर्टनेस है ये किस तरफ का संकेत दिया जाता है?
अगर मेरे घर में चोरी होने का अंदेशा हो तो मैं मजबूत ताले भी लगाऊंगा, लोगों को कहूंगा मुस्तैद रहिए, अपने स्टाफ को भी कहूंगा मुस्तैद रहिए, अपने परिवार के सदस्यों को भी कहूंगा मुस्तैद रहिए। क्या ये गलत करूंगा?
किस तरह की चोरी की? क्या
आप तो जानते हैं किस तरह के लोग बैठे हैं ऊपर, उसी तरह की चोरी।
जोरदार मुकाबला देखने को मिल रहा है, न सिर्फ देश में, उत्तर प्रदेश में, बल्कि प्रधानमंत्री के संसदीय क्षेत्र वाराणसी में भी।
फंसी नहीं है, हार रहे हैं आशुतोष जी। मोदी चुनाव बनारस की जनता को हरा रही है। निश्चित तौर से काशी की जनता इस बार अपना हक अधिकार लेकर रहेगी। उनका बेटा है, उनके साथ खड़ा रहेगा और डंके की चोट पर काशी की जनता मोदी को हराएगी, भारी वोट से हराएगी। अभी आप देखते रहिए, आने वाला समय है, वो जो पूरा इनका इंडिया गठबंधन है वो बहुत बुरी तरीके से हारेगा। इतने बुरी तरीके से हारेगा कि अंदाजा नहीं है। इंडिया गठबंधन की सरकार बनेगी और हमारी सरकार महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, भ्रष्टाचार, बाकी सारी चीजों पर हम काबू करेंगे।
तो बहुत ही अच्छा ही है, वेरी गुड, इट विल हैपन। लेकिन जब गिनती सब शुरू हो गई तो थोड़ा सा टेंशन रहता है कि पता नहीं कौन आगे पीछे सब। इट्स वेरी एक्साइटिंग मोमेंट है अभी इस वक्त, एंड मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि हमारी पार्टी आएगी और हम लोग ज़रूर सरकार हम बनाएंगे। और मेरा भी मथुरा से बहुत अच्छा लीड हो रहा है अभी इस वक्त, तो काफ़ी अच्छा चल रहा है। एंड अभी आगे देखेंगे, 1 बजे तक बहुत सब कुछ क्लियर हो जाएगा।
किसी महिला के बारे में इस तरह की ओछी बातें करना, तो वो तो आज साफ हो रहा है। जिस तरह से हमें लीड मिली है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो लीड मिली है मंडी क्षेत्र से, तो बेटियों का ये अपमान जो है वो बहुत अच्छे तरीके से लिया नहीं है मंडी की जनता ने। और जहाँ तक मेरे मुंबई जाने का सवाल है, खैर मेरी तो ये जन्मभूमि है और मैं यहाँ लोगों की सेवा में तत्पर रहूँगी। और जिस तरह से मोदी जी का सपना है सबका साथ सबका विकास है, उसमें मैंने हमेशा से कहा उनकी सेना बनकर काम करूँगी। तो आई एम नॉट गोइंग एनीवेयर, और हो सकता है किसी और को अपने बस्ते अब पैक करके है वो कहीं जाना पड़े, लेकिन आई एम नॉट गोइंग एनीवेयर।
सलमान जी, एग्जिट पोल, रुझान और नतीजा, रुझान में भी अब कहीं न कहीं जो चीजें निकलकर सामने आ रही है, बराबरी की टक्कर दिख रही है कांग्रेस पार्टी, इंडिया गठबंधन और एनडीए के बीच में। किस तरह से इसे देखते हैं और क्या लगता है कि सरकार बनाने तक की अंक आप लोग के पास आ जाएंगे?
देखिए, जब हमको एग्जिट पोल बता रहे थे कि हम कहीं नहीं हैं, हम तब भी यही कह रहे थे कि छोटा मुंह बड़ी बात नहीं होनी चाहिए, लेकिन हमारा विश्वास है कि हमने मेहनत की है और उस मेहनत का परिणाम अवश्य सामने आएगा। लेकिन सच्ची बात यह है कि जब अब परिणाम आ रहे हैं सामने, तो फिर अनुमान काहे लगाए जाएं। हम विश्वास से कह रहे हैं कि हम एक ऐसी पार्टी हैं जिसको सरकार बनाने का अवसर प्राप्त होना चाहिए। हमको कितना अवसर प्राप्त हो रहा है, कितना हमको समर्थन मिल रहा है, वो आपके सामने है।
राहुल गांधी को प्रधानमंत्री भी तो 5 साल से 10 साल से बनाने की कोशिश।
देखिए, जो हमारे मन में है राहुल गांधी जी के बारे में, उसको कोई नकार नहीं सकता।
Stories.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
This is clearly one of the biggest deals.
ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be getting a booster shot.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
Will just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally आने वाली है.
Market compounding rate. The market approach has to be stable and distinct in the way how markets should move in the
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with authenticity and provides actionable information, helping millions realize their goals.
Welcome back, and keeping it going with the coverage on the markets and the mandate and what's going to be happening there. But yes, as of now, what we're seeing in terms of the markets has recovered comfortably from the day's lowest point. 21,900 at least is what we're seeing from the day's lowest point. So keeping an eye out on that, though the market is still down 5.7% in trade. PSUs continue to be under pressure, whether it's PSU banks, PSCs, all of them under pressure. And with that, we have energy as well as the metal pack too among the top sectoral losers, keeping an eye out on that. But let's move on and also listen in to what Ravi Dharamshi had to say in terms of the trends that he's expecting to see going forward as well, especially in the manufacturing sector. Listen in.
Manufacturing is going to continue. It's not a trend that's going to reverse. But in a longer term trends, there can be periods of no performance, underperformance. And I think this theme has been well recognized in the market for this point of time. I think most of the companies are factoring in 2 years forward numbers. So one should be careful in terms of entry point. But from the perspective of companies doing well over a 5-year, 10-year horizon, I have no doubt about it. Pharma can be a segment that does well. But pharma does not seem like a top-down sector that is going to do well. It's more a selective bottom-up stories that are likely to do well. The revival in the first part is the US generics, where the price erosion is kind of ebbing for the moment. So that is a segment that is doing well. But what we are very keen on is some niche, some specialty where the competitive intensity is on the lower side. So there are certain pockets where the profit pools are still pocketed, protected, and those companies I think can do well over a longer term period.
Those are the key themes that Ravi Dharamshi is eyeing out on. By Prashant Jain, Chief Investment Officer, 3P Investment Managers, also joined us earlier in the day, and he believes that power stocks are trading at a fair valuation and he's not seeing any scope for re-rating. But listen in to what else he had to say.
This space has re-rated massively, and I think it is now
over longer periods one can still make money, I think, but it is in the nature of growth. I think stocks to my mind are trading broadly at fair value levels. I mean, no scope for re-rating essentially. And see, while a lot of investments are needed, but the ROEs are in a way capped in this space. So you can't lose sight of that. Earlier they were trading at 0.2, 0.3 times price to book, but now most stocks are between 2 to 3, 3 to 4 times price to book value. So I would be optimistic, but I would have very reasonable return expectations in that space.
Well, today surely we are seeing PSUs under pressure, but Sandeep Tandon, CI at Quant Mutual Fund, said and gave his take on how he thinks PSU would be affected by the poll verdict. Let's go across and listen in.
The temporary setback will be the P expansion, which was expected might halt. Okay, maybe it can even correct a bit. But if you really look at, let's say, the thesis which I'm talking about, power or railway, okay, whether power shortage will be reversed because new government has come into picture, which was not anticipated. Answer is no. Is a shortfall for next 5 years is quite visible. So if new government come into picture, whether they will want to make any radical changes in terms of power supply, I think they will push forward. So again, they will be beneficiary. And who are the biggest beneficiary of power sector? It's all large PSUs which are there in this space. So I don't think there could be a water phenomena impact. Maybe answer is yes, which is also looks unlikely, particularly. Look at the investment which has already happened in railway and is already being proposed. I don't think any new government can come and change overnight. So I think what could be affecting is more of a psychological impact in terms of P multiple from a very near-term perspective. But I think these cycles have reversed completely from a longer-term perspective. So I think we live with that some pain. If you have gain of last 2.5 years, you have sitting on massive gain, which we are. I'm happy to live with 1 quarter pain also, because my longer term thesis, and when we talk about that India or PSU are decadal opportunity, then I will not get upset just because of 1 quarter fear of underperformance, or first of all, that event has not given a final verdict. Assuming it is completely against that also, then could be a small setback in terms of earnings multiple, not in terms of earning itself.
All right, let's get back to politics then, and what exactly is happening when you talk about the assembly elections in Andhra Pradesh. The Telugu Desam party has surged ahead in both the Andhra Pradesh assembly elections as well as the Lok Sabha elections, positioning Chandrababu Naidu as the driving force behind the party's resurgence. He's set to take oath as the Chief Minister on June 9th. My colleague Imran is here from Times Network to tell us what exactly is happening on the ground. And I'm sure the celebrations galore, Imran.
Well, absolutely. In fact, both the coalition has, all the coalitions have come together, the Jansena and the BJP and Naidu, primarily TDP and Jansena. They are the large party which has, in fact, got this alliance together. And in fact, we saw how they had a meeting with Amit Shah, and the results here is also quite surprising for the YSRCP. In fact, they are shell-shocked over this entire result, not just assembly, but even the Lok Sabha too. We have, as of right now, the TDP is leading in more than 15 seats, and 4 seats is the BJP and 2 seats in Jansena. So it's also a shell shock to their YSRCP. We are not yet reacted to the results which are coming up right now. But we are expecting the chief minister to respond by evening once complete results are out, is what the YSRCP is clearly telling us. But at the moment, as rumors are going on that there are India Alliance people are calling TDP, they have ruled out any such thing. They're staying firmly with the NDA Alliance over this issue. And on June 9th, they're expecting even the Prime Minister Modi to come here and be part of the vote-taking ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu.
Okay, thank you so much for that update there, Imran. But let's move on and talk about the markets, because 22,000, that's what the Nifty is back again at, 22,100 right now. So yes, down 5%, recovered comfortably from the day's lowest point in terms of the moves that are coming in from the Nifty 50. Let's look at what's holding on to green. We've seen again the consumption names coming up. So HUL, Britannia, Nestle, Tata Consumers, all of them managing to hold on to gains. And now we also have, when you look at it, Hero MotoCorp, TCS and LT TI, Mindy, all of them also managing to hold on to gains. But yes, that's how the market is. 22,100 is what, when you look at it in terms of the Nifty, that's recovered 3.85% from the day's lowest point. Let's move on. And what is the latest trend suggesting right now? Let's go across to Anurag Shah joining in with us with the highlights in terms of the election update on the latest trends. Anurag?
We have taken a 10 latest update of the election, and the first one is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is leading from Varanasi with around 97,000 votes. So this is the other than that, Smriti Irani is trailing by around 62,000 votes in Amethi. So Kishori Lal Sharma is leading by more than 60,000 votes in Amethi. Jailed preacher Amritpal Singh is leading by 1 lakh vote in Punjab. Khajur Sahib seat, that is the seat in which Amritpal is leading, although he has fought this election from jail, but he presently is leading by 1 lakh vote. In Uttar Pradesh, this is the biggest setback for BJP. So presently BJP is less than 35 seats in Uttar Pradesh. Samajwadi Party has made a exceptional gain and have performed very well. Samajwadi Party is gaining more than 30 seats in Uttar Pradesh. Indian National Congress is also getting around 8 seats, leading on 8 seats. So BJP is below 35 marks in 35 seats in Uttar Pradesh. Is the biggest setback for BJP from Uttar Pradesh. If we talk about the Maharashtra, then in Maharashtra there was a 6-party contest, 3 NCP, Sharad Pawar, Shiv Sena, UBT and Congress against the Shiv Sena, NCP and BJP. So neck-to-neck fight is there. Presently around Mahayuti, they are leading around 23 to 24 seats, and the Mahavikas Aghadi, which is part of India Alliance, they are also around 24 to 25 seats. Tejasvi Yadav failed to impress in Bihar. The performance is abysmal for Rashtriya Janata Dal. Although Tejasvi Yadav has done more than 250 ground meetings, but still RJD is in single digit. They have failed to cross the double digit mark. So for RJD, consecutive second Lok Sabha election, remember in last Lok Sabha election, RJD was unable to open their account. Out of 40 seats, NDA won 39 seats. 1 seat was won by Congress and RJD was 0. Again in 2024 Lok Sabha election, RJD is at around 4 seats only. TMC, Trinamool Congress, has performed very well in West Bengal. TMC is leading in more than 30 seats. So TMC is continuing improve their performance. In 2019, TMC won 22 seats, BJP won 18 seats, but in 2024, TMC is leading on more than 30 seats. First time ever, BJP is winning or about to form government in Odisha. Out of 147 constituency, BJP is leading 73 seats. So 25-year rule of Naveen Patnaik is might come to an end. BJP can form first ever government in Odisha. Other than that, in Lok Sabha also, BJP has performed very well in Odisha. Out of 21 seats, BJP is leading on 19 seats in state of Odisha. And my last take, the 10th take, is Chandrababu Naidu has performed very well in Andhra Pradesh. And state assembly also, Chandrababu Naidu is going to form the next state assembly government.
All right, thank you so much for that, Anurag, for actually taking us through the latest trends that's coming in. And talking about the latest trends, you are seeing some recovery coming in the metal counters actually over the last 15 minutes, Vinny. But on that note, we slip into a break. When we come back, we will take you through more market moves and what exactly is happening when it comes to markets and mandates.
Progress is.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
This is clearly one of the biggest deals.
DADT now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a booster of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Just on the editor's radar, the strategy is going to be for the day.
It just starts coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally aane wali hai.
Market compounding rate. The market approach has to be stable and just in the way how markets should move.
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with authenticity and provides actionable information, helping millions realize their goals. But on a daily basis, as experience clashes with uncertainty, it brings forth brilliance. Catch Nikunj Dalmia, India's most experienced market anchor. ET Now, rise with India.
Hello. Yeah, I'll be there.
There's no particular time to rise. Not tomorrow, not the day after.
Welcome back. You're watching ET Now, and let's take a look at the markets. Recovery underway coming in, especially for the metal counters over the last 15 minutes. We've seen steady recovery, be it Vedanta, be it Hindalco, or even for the Tata Steel, for the matter of fact, Tata Steel, around 4% or so recovery coming in from the day's lowest point over the last 15 minutes. But earlier in the day, we spoke to Sandeep Tandon of Quant Mutual Fund. Let's listen in to what's his take on investing given the current market scenario.
Much larger perspective, let's say even the volatility on the higher side, I think if we remain constructive for India from a longer term perspective, I think these are great buying opportunities. And I will generally like these things, whenever a froth gets built, you give you sharp correction and all weak players are out. So again, market becomes a healthy. Now, this statement, people will not like it at this point in time because everybody's portfolio will hurt very badly. But the point is very important, the way when we look at from the institution perspective, these are great opportunities to build or reconstruct your portfolio. Like yesterday, we were like very quiet. Okay, we didn't know when market opened some 800 point what to do at that point in time. Now, and again, purely from the outcome perspective, again, slightly premature to really conclude. I think maybe by afternoon, the clarity will emerge. And if it is a very close context, maybe the final picture will emerge only by evening. And till the time, this volatility will continue. So either you get worried about these developments or look for opportunity to buy, provided you have a constructive outlook on India, which we have.
And exactly what are those opportunities, Sandeep? Because yeah, it does look like today at least you are getting those opportunities if you do believe in the long-term story. Talk to me about the biggest themes. Has anything changed in your view with respect to the manufacturing, capex, defense themes?
See, both manufacturing and defense in particular have been very expensive. If I have to say some in any manufacturing space, where is the biggest?
Okay, now what do we have? We have a market which has made a comeback. We've got a market which seems to be indicating that a weak verdict is something which is okay. The screen and the current tally is telling us that the markets are, in a sense, reconciling that it's not going to be a strong government which will come back. It's going to be the same government with a weak majority. You would ask yourself one simple thing. How much of the reaction today is only to exit poll, and how much of this is because markets fear that in the near term the earnings will change? Second, has the panic to today's political, I mean, it's not a verdict right now, but today the political picture, has this factored in? Are we in for further fall, or are we in for V-shaped recovery? They say you buy the fear and you sell the greed. Yesterday was greed, is today fear. They say you should never catch a falling knife. They say that you always go to Ramdev Agrawal when there is panic on the street. So I'll do the last part, Mr. Agrawal. Like they say in Mumbai, Dalal Street. Ask Ramdev Agrawal when there is panic. So is this a panic you should buy? Ramdev ji, is my voice reaching you?
Yes, I can hear you.
No, they say that you buy the fear and sell the greed. Yesterday was greed and today is fear. 24 hours we've seen both the emotions of the market.
Yes.
So, what should one do now?
So, see, if you are an investor, then choice is very clear. You know, that you have to bring patience, which is very precious. Everybody loves to be in the market when markets are doing well. But now you have to bring patience because markets are have not done well in last 3-4 hours and may not do well for some more days. So you have to be patiently waiting, and your IRR, which was say 30%, will come down to maybe 25% or 22%. So this is the way risk plays when nobody expected the market to fall. Like till yesterday, market closed at all-time high, and today you are talking about limit down and things like that. So clearly, markets have a tendency to go from one side to other side, but that's how it is. And I don't think investor has any problem. The problem is actually for the speculators.
Mr. Agrawal, so there are 3 questions. First, let's look at the tally on the screen.
Yeah.
It could change, it may not change. But as of now, it appears that the current government is coming back with a weak majority. Weak majority. That is the new change. Not majority, weak majority. Is the word weak majority and the current government coming back, is that priced in at current levels?
Yeah, if the information is there on the board, it is priced. I mean, market is that much efficient at least. So I would think that whatever is there on the board, it is priced in broadly. I mean, markets are down 5, 6, 7%. Damage is almost 40 lakh crores of market cap is wiped out. Maybe it is not showing that much in the index, but 40 lakh crore loss is almost 10% of the total market cap. So obviously the losses in the mid and small or select stocks are much higher. So clearly, the loss is pretty big. Is it fully done? I'm not too sure, but I would think that bulk of it is priced in.
Second scenario, Mr. Agrawal, change of government. And I'm putting scenarios here. I'm not saying what is going to happen. I'm putting scenarios here, and that's what we are doing. Change of government and no continuity of the current government. Could that have more collateral damage? And if yes, could it be 5%, 10% or even more?
Yeah, that is a very different scenario altogether, and it's not a very low probability possibility. That probability is now coming into the game, and hence even the change of government could also be, right now very low probability. But as you are saying, it's not it is not a zero probability now. So I mean, as the things open up, I mean, first the mandate and then formation of the government. And if the formation of government is not smooth, I think markets are not going to take too kind to that. I'm very clear about it.
At what level 5%, 10%, 15%, you would say that I will be a buyer in the market and I will buy the fear. I want to remind our viewers that Ramdev Agrawal was a big buyer in 2003 when market did not like the government mandate when circuit was down. Ramdev Agrawal was a buyer in 2008 when GFC crisis happened. So irrespective of who the next Prime Minister of India is, what is that point, 5%, 10%, 15%, Mr. Agrawal, you will be a buyer?
First thing is, Nikunj, it all depends on the stock which I want to buy. If the stock has hit where I want to buy, how does it matter whether the market is gone there or not? But you'll get a lot of time now. Now markets are not going to reverse. I mean, people are still rubbing their losses, and still it is not done. So even if some more correction is there, this is the correction when you can get your stuff at your price. So it's a buyer's market now. Yesterday it was seller's market. Today it is a completely buyer's market. So these terms of trade will keep changing. It is very tough to say where exactly it is going to bottom out. I mean, it is just about few hours that market has been correcting. So let's have some patience. I think let's have some appetite for some more correction. I would say another 5-10% correction on the downside, and I hope it is only 10%. And then I think corporate earnings, I mean, dialogue will change, new government will come, and the corporate earnings, the winners will come, maybe some change in policies will happen thanks to this mandate. So, so market is saying that now the churn will be from capital goods to consumer side. I mean, I don't know, it looks too early to call that, but the market has already taken a call that consumer is going to do very well. So clearly, the momentum which you have, my biggest plus is that the broadly you are still going to get NDA government. You might still you will still get Modi, of course, little weakened, and policies are going to continue. Economic policies are not going to be impacted that much. So why the 8% growth will be derailed? And if 7-8% growth is there, your corporate profit will be very healthy, and hence markets will find its feet.
Do you think there is merit in buying rural-related stocks, consumer-related stocks? Because some would argue and say that, look, that is one end of the market which needs to be now taken care of. The last 5 years was about investment. It was less about freebies. It was less about subsidies. It was less about money at the hand of the consumer. Could that narrative change? And if the narrative change, could the leadership in the market change?
See, something will definitely change because the story is changing. But which way the story change will happen is too early to call. Very early. Because if the same dispensation is there with little lesser majority, I don't think the story is going to change that much and that rapidly.
Second question, sir. My next question is, a year from now, by that time, lot of things would have settled. Indian US elections, we would have seen, how things are progressing on the monsoon front. In next 1 year, we would also know which way the government is going to move in terms of reform process. How do you see the shape of the market a year from now, 12 to 18 months from now?
I would think that with this mandate, we would not have a great year. In terms of the bulk of the time will go in correction, and whatever excess return we had in last 2-3 years, part of that we have to give in next 12 months. I'm preparing my mind for kind of very low return or no return for in near future.
Mr. Agrawal, what would be your advice to the SIP investors? There is a large generation which has come and which has not seen an election volatility. They've come after COVID. The demat accounts have swelled. The SIP investors have swelled. For them, when they see a 7% drop, it just shakes them.
Yeah, but this is the golden period when they should be continuing. I mean, the message to the SIP investor is very clear, that they must make doubly sure that every single installment of the monthly SIP is credited to the MFs. Because if you don't buy now in the corrected market, then in any case, the very purpose of dollar cost averaging is gone, because you have bought all the way up. Now, on the downside, if you don't buy, then your average will not be, can never improve. So this is a great time for them to continue buying, and if further it corrects, then you should also start more SIPs. But whatever SIPs you have started, that must be continued.
Mr. Agrawal, let's look at the other side of the market, which is PSUs. And they are in a leadership space. Now, the leadership of the market today is suddenly 20% fall, 10% fall. If you fall in 10%, you are outperforming. If you fall in 20%, you are part of the crowd. How will that end of the market move? When I'm talking about PSUs collectively, because the market reaction today in PSUs is collective. Markets today are not differentiating between a banking PSU or a metal PSU, or for that matter, a government defense PSU or a railway PSU. सब साफ हो गया.
Yeah, so market loves myths, you know. I mean, myth of public sector company, myth of private sector company. I think that has to be broken down. But markets work the way it works. I mean, they love to put PSU as a separate category altogether and private sector as a separate category, and that's how they pick a stock. So everything goes up and everything goes down. But I would think that time has come where public sector companies should be seen on its merit rather than just because it is a private public sector company.
What happens to global denominated sectors? You know, right now we have seen a market which has been a very inward looking market. Minus consumption, everything inward looking has done rather well. Do you think there could be temptation to now, let's say, look at pharma, IT, typical outward looking sectors?
Nico, the companies which are making money, those are the companies we want to buy. Just because of this mandate of little weakening of the government, I don't think the business trend changes that much. I mean, there has to be a complete change in the business trend for the stocks to do well or not to do so well. So I don't see in the current mandate of 295 NDA, what is showing on your screen, 295 NDA, I think we'll have a comfortable NDA government with a slightly weaker, weaker BJP, but the broad mandate is still same. So I don't see story changing on the corporate side that dramatically.
Coming in, PM Prime Minister Modi has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. Now, you know, trust me, when you have a mandate like this, and this is still an evolving picture, all kind of speculative permutation, combination, khus-phus will start. We are not speculating anything, we are not indicating anything, we are simply putting facts on the table. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken to TDP Chandrababu Naidu. The allies will have a large role to play in which how the government formation would move, and that is something which is very critical for us. We'll try and see if we can get you in reaction from the JDU also, but for the moment what we have is that Prime Minister Modi has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu and looks like he's committed to be part of the NDA government. That is point number one. Point number two, in the last 20 minutes, markets have recovered by about 200 points. Let's look at the Sensex and the Nifty intraday graph. I'll get Kunal in and perhaps Sanjeev Pasine in also to see that if there's a trade coming up for rest of the day. So markets, in a sense, it's not like a free fall kind of a market. Look, you had acted and you had reacted. First, markets had moved in anticipation of a strong exit poll. They reacted to the exit poll, and now there is a panic reaction. Fear and greed. Very rarely do you say a cycle of a day of extreme greed and a day of extreme fear. You know, these days market cycles, Mr. Agrawal, are getting so short that you can feel fear and greed, hell and heaven in just 24 hours.
Yeah. So that's because of social media and I mean everybody. The kind of news flow which is there on the television right now. There must be 50 channels which are throwing up minute by minute what's happening, the pace at which and the precision with which it is happening, and everybody is watching. Everybody has a cell phone all over, so everybody is reacting also. So all this, you don't have to wait for tomorrow to read in the newspaper what has happened. So clearly, this is the pace of what we have set in the markets. Yeah, that's it. So that's why corrections are happening very quick, very sharp, and right now I think what we have to see is the formation of the government and then formation of the, and then the next budgetary, what do you call, the formation of the cabinet, how the cabinet, because the real trouble comes in the formation of cabinet when coalition government is there. So once the formation of cabinet happens, then I think the next phase starts, and we'll be able to take a final view. So uncertainty will still stay. I think the extent of uncertainty today will not continue, but there will be some kind of a hesitation in the market for market to make a big move. I don't think there is any firepower left in the market to make a big move very shortly.
To come back to its rhythm, for markets to regain its momentum, could it be time? Could it be earnings? Could it be a political clarity? What will it take for markets to regain its momentum?
So first thing is that there should be sense of political stability. You know, I mean, we have to, as a democracy, as a nation, we have to put, because it's not only event for India, it is a geopolitical event. The world is watching India. India had really come back in the world stage very, very prominently. So that rise should not be compromised, and so the world is watching, and so it is the geopolitical, it is politics itself. But once the politics dies down, because politics has sense of a lot of noise for some time, then it dies down. So once it dies down, then finally it is a weighing machine in the long run. So what happens to the corporate earnings? And that's what I'm saying. There is a momentum in the economy. If the current expansion comes, they will make sure that this momentum continues, and hence corporate earnings picture, which is looking not very robust, but looking like 15, 17%, 18% for next year. If that gets delivered, I'm sure the market will find market will be in good shape as we go forward.
Right now, markets have recovered. Mr. Agarwal, really appreciate your time. So glad you could join us. Let's look at the good news. It's always relative. When you look at the fall is bad, but you look at the recovery from the day's low, it'll make you happy. Nifty, intraday, please. Sensex, intraday, please. Bank Nifty, intraday, please. Adani Group of Companies, intraday, please. State Bank of India, intraday, please. Let's look at it. Nifty is up 4%. Half the gains have... You fell 7, you've recovered 4. What's the maths? 4. Right? 8 ka 4 kar 6 minus 1. That's the maths, right? So we are down 4%. Which means if I take out yesterday's gain, you are technically down only 1% from Friday.
Yes.
Which is not like scary. Okay. Now let's look at Adani Group of stocks. For whatever reason, markets, they love to have a connection and a correlation. Then I'm not suggesting anything, I'm putting price action on the table. Adani Port circuit down is up 7%. These are recoveries, guys. And in isolation, the graphs will look completely scary. 7% down for Adani Power. Only 7% down, but 7% down. But up, how much? 10% for Adani total. Stocks have started limping back into normalcy too. What about PSUs? And especially banks. I mean, why should banks go down? The credit cycle may just contract, but it's not going to be over. They've got enough capital. Their books are becoming far more retail dominated. Bond yields are under control. So inflation is under control. It's not like, world's going to end. State Bank of India is down 12%, but it has recovered smartly from the day's low. I think would banks be the next one where markets will start recovering? Look, when there is panic in the market and when there is extreme positioning in the market, markets will always act and react. In 24 years, I have seen cycles of fear, I've seen cycles of greed, but I've never seen a phase where in 24 hours you've seen perhaps the biggest day of market cap addition followed by the biggest day of market cap erosion. See, I've seen COVID. COVID was systematic.
Right.
It happened over a period of 20 days. I've seen a big phase in 2099, 2007, when there was a phase of 2-3 years, like we've seen. $4 trillion becoming $5 trillion in 6 months. Right? It's a phase of a elongated bull run. But where I have never at least seen in my limited, market coverage experience, 24 hours of extreme greed and extreme fear. It's like hell and heaven has happened in 24 hours. And that's what markets are. Whatever reaction has to happen, my sense is 2-3 din mein ho jayega. Until and unless something changes drastically. I'll tell you what is in there. What you would ask yourself now, 3 questions. Are we likely to fall more?
Yeah.
what is in the price and see, are we in for a V-shaped recovery? If the current ticker of 298 NDA comes back to power, it's in the price. If it changes, it's not in the price. One. But it appears that they're coming back. Second, are we in for a V-shaped rally? No. It is I think we've topped out for the year in many stocks, especially PSUs for the year we've topped out. For many months now, PSUs will not will regain that loss sheen. Third, will FIs come back? FIs are preparing for a downside and they were hedging their portfolio. When you're hedging your portfolio, protecting your portfolio, and once the event risk is over, they want to come back. Jo damage hona ho gaya, now let's cover.
So this would be that sort of an event that they were looking out for in that anticipation, given the fact that they will wait for a correction in the markets. The correction is here now. We are.
See, in the run-up to the election, they were short, which means they did not participate in the way up. So they have not made money. In the way down, you protected your downside. So frankly, for them, you're jumping in the same place. If you would have gone up and then protected your gains and come down, that's smart hedging for me. So I don't think they've done anything extraordinary. Now the event risk is over. They will have to come back and cover their positions or take a fresh call. I don't know what call they will take. So the question you could ask yourself again and again and again and again is the current ticker in the price? Which is a weak majority, but the current government coming back. Second, are we in for a V-shaped rally? Third, are we in for more fall and a substantial fall if the current take changes? And I think we will be in for a substantial fall, but that does not like in scenario that the current government will not make a comeback. Look at the 1 month chart, please. You want to guess how much down we are in 1 month?
We'll have to see that.
But just guess, just like, okay, Bini, एक महीने में market कितना गिरा? बिना ticker को देखे, ticker नहीं, don't look at the screen. Take a guess, including today's fall.
Couple of percent.
अब 5, 6, 10 कितना? 1 month.
3%, 3-4% must be.
3, 4, 5%, right? This is including today's fall, and we've recovered 4%.
Yeah.
I think similar, maybe not. It wouldn't be that much of a huge fall because we've actually covered lost ground.
Give me a number. How much are we down as of today? How much, to your mind, we're down in last 1 month?
It could be around 2 to 3%.
Same.
Let's look at it. 1%.
Less than 2%.
Yeah, less than 2%.
No, 1%.
And actually 1% actually put it.
एक महीने में market has gone down by 1%. 1% the market कभी भी गिर सकता है.
Yeah.
It's like a day job, right? You can fall 1% between 9 in the morning to 10 in the morning and recover 1%. You guys put in the flashes, you know it.
Yes.
So think about it, that whatever we are talking about, the absolute collateral damage, it's not there. Now, individual stocks are different kettle of fish. Yeah. You will have PSUs, you will have, few corporate names, you will have this, that. So there are, markets also got bloated.
Yeah.
Yes.
And when you are obese, you will always, either the Humpty Dumpty will have a great fall, which is what's happened in some of the small cap Humpty Dumpty. So they're having a great fall. Or you'll have to lose some fat before you start running again. So some of these stocks which had added that extra pound, I think they are just getting healthy. So the bulls are now going to be, some of those stocks now, it's like saying that it's a doctor's warning that bhaiya vajan kam karo. So that's what that is what is happening in the market. 1% fall in last 1 month, I think is something market should be happy about. If this number crosses 300, the markets will rally more. What markets are not prepared for? The change of the scenario. Then their downside becomes sizable. That is what my picture is. Let's hear it out from Vallabh Bansali and then we'll take a break.
I think panic would be 10% down from here or 5% down from here. That would be panic. So this is just a correction of what happened yesterday by and large of the last 2 days. Market is reacting, trying to correct from its euphoric state. So alternative to this government, I think is still not got baked in. And if I've seen the governments in the past, that every government that comes in wants to do good for the country in its own way. What actually happens is a different matter. So the intent will be there, effort will be there, but the policy, execution, all of those things have to be evaluated. And after 10 years of one government, one cannot say that that will be very predictable. That would not be easy to say.
sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
Here, ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a boost of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, isn't this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Just on the editor's radar, the strategy is going to be for the day.
You just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally आने वाली है.
Market compounding rate. The market approach has to be stable and distinct in the way how markets should move in the
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with authenticity and provides actionable information, helping millions realize their goals. But on a daily basis, as experience clashes with uncertainty, it brings forth brilliance. Catch Nikunj Dalmia, India's most experienced market anchor. ET Now, rise with India.
Hello. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there.
There's no particular time to rise. Not tomorrow.
Welcome. You're watching the market setup right now, and it's not looking very pretty at the moment. Yes, we're off the lowest point of the trading session, but it's still deep red on the markets. For the Nifty, we're off almost 1,000 points from the lows of the trading session. Bank Nifty too has managed to recover almost 1,700 points. So it's not as ugly as was the case just 1 hour ago. And in fact, there's a sharper recovery at play when you're looking at the small cap index. That's managed to inch up by almost 7% from the lows. The mid-cap index is also seeing good gains. And the intraday volatility, that's something that you have to deal with a lot today. So India Wix went up to the level of a gain of almost 40-45%. It's cooled off right now, but the Nifty too has been gyrating quite a bit today. For now, 22,128. But to decode the way forward, we have with us A. Bala Subramaniam, of course, the Managing Director and CEO at Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC. Bala, hi, good to be speaking with you. Surprise, shocked, disbelief. What's the mood right now, you believe?
So, of course, you can put all the three, given the fact the outcome which is coming in.
Always smiling, irrespective of whatever.
Yeah, we have to stay bullish in the market, of course, right? I think the way I see is the market was getting constructed. The way I think the people are looking at the market while investing, highest political stability was given high marks. While of course the fundamental economy is getting better, and very other things are happening which will actually make the economy more sustainable. At the same time, I always give higher weightages for the political stability. Even now, political stability is going to be there. It's not that it's not there, but the fact is, the market had some expectations that there will be a thumbing winning could come for even the ruling party, which of course has fallen short of the expectations. But at the same time, there is not ruling out the same government getting formed and ruling this country for the next 5 years. It's not getting ruled out. But because there is a shortfall, that I think the correction we have seen. Second is, always been India market has got most of the returns got front loaded. If you look at the last 2 years, most of the return which otherwise would have come over a period of 5 years all got front loaded, and all of us were expecting some correction was not coming. Valuations were always, there was a strong feeling, is the valuation is justified and so on and so forth. But that's something also got corrected. The way I see is today's market correction is in all probability would have actually removed the froth whether the other would have been in the market by way of excess valuations, and therefore now getting into the reasonable valuation from the broader market perspective. But I think once we know what the exact outcome is going to be end of the day and how the government is going to get formed, and given the fact now after a very long time, of 2 terms, we are coming back to the coalition government. Therefore, to the extent whether there will be any question mark in terms of fast forwarding the economic growth, I have been of the opinion the next 5 years will probably see a lot of things will get fast forwarded, given the fact last 2 years of experience, two terms of experience will give more strength to the government to fast forward a lot of stuff. Maybe that's something we'll have to just make an assumption whether it will be fast forwarded or probably will be a stable growth in the economy that we can see. But otherwise, fundamental economy continues to be very strong. Therefore, the market volatility, having seen multiple cycles, this market volatility was bound to be there, never came the last 2 years for a variety of reasons. That has come, I think is good for longer term market benefit.
Yeah, it's a healthy shake off, gets rid of the weaker hands. I mean, look at the screen right now. You've got a Unilever which is spiked up about 6%, Dabur is up 5%, Colgate is up 4.5%, Britannia, United Spirits, by the way, that's in high spirits for sure. A 4% uptick is what you're seeing there. And the list of movers today in the recovery that the market has seen from the lows, Hero MotoCorp, that's up 3.5% right now. The Tata Consumer, which is up 1%. So clearly the defensive / FMCG tilt in the market is very, very evident right now. But Bala, with today's damage, while we may have recovered from the day's lows, but we're still down a good 1,150 points on the index alone. And I'm not even talking about individual stocks or individual portfolios, how much they have erased today. Is a bottom in place now? Or do you think that if it is the current party, the current majority government continues, not with such a strong majority, we're bound to see another such day of a shake-off in the markets?
I think it's more or less, nowadays I've seen, whenever the market corrects, it all comes in 1 or 2 days only. Yesterday we saw the pullback, today is a big corrections. I think historically if you look at it, whenever the market hit the low circuit, I'm talking about even the period of 2009 period I have seen when there is a India Chinese story was going on that got disappointed. Then we saw actually single day market falling by 10%, and that was the only day it falls, and rest of the days actually come back to normal. People start looking at the going forward, what will happen, how the decisions will be taken, and how the economic growth will be driven, how the company's earnings will come back, and so on and so forth. Therefore, going by that principles, I would assume today's market has fallen excess of what one would have thought about it. And also given the fact there has been a concern in the market that F&O outstanding positions are very large. Today, I would say 50 to 60% of the fall was on account of the margin calls. The moment stock price falls, and the exchange has become so efficient. Margin call comes, you sell the stocks, irrespective of how fundamental the strong companies are strong. So that's the way the market behaves. Therefore, my own belief is today's fall I think is more or less done. But now you see the volatility continuing. Still such time we actually come to a firm decision in terms of how government will be formed, what kind of ministry is being given, and what the roadmap is going to be given in terms of manifesto what they are given in the party and how they are going to be get rolled out. And those I think will start determining the going forward. But valuation concern which was there on the basis of which people are doing the rebalance in the portfolio, probably will see the people doing a rebalance in the portfolio, moving from low valuation to high valuation and low valuations. Those kind of things, I think we'll see the trend changing. But otherwise, broadly from a market point of view, once you see an opportunity, as long as you have a view that next 5 years, probably I have to take a view, given the fact that companies are very strong on balance sheet, low leverage, they'll have enough leg room for them to leverage and build the business and put the private capex could go up. At the same time, earnings are not going to get disappointed given the fact we are seeing broadly the economic momentum continues.
So Bala, market had become Humpty Dumpty in small cap stocks and the Humpty Dumptys had a great fall. What is good here is that we've recovered from the day's low, and if you look at the 1 month change for the market, it is down only 1%. So much so for the election volatility. For the index, now individual stocks will get whacked, depending on the positioning and depending on where the things are and where the mood point is. What you got to ask yourself is there, what changes permanently, what changes temporary, where prices have changed because the change is permanent or the change is temporary. Where the change is temporary and price change has happened, you should be a buyer. But in some policy stocks, some would say that the sentiment has changed. PSU leadership in one day has lost its mojo. PFC, REC, BAL, BML, they are down 20 to 25%. Have PSU stocks topped out for a long, long period of time now?
I doubt, Nikunj, for one simple factor, all of them have been becoming efficient. Leave aside today's fall. I think if you look at the reality, they are becoming very strong on balance sheet. They have been the largest contributor to the success of the Indian economic growth by way of sheer presence they have in the respective segment. And second is each one of them are leader in the respective segment. And despite the all have gone up so much, you cannot say that they are actually overvalued given the fact they were undervalued for so long. So the last 1.5 years of pullback, I would probably say partly it's a pullback that they would have suffered in the last number of years. But if you look at the leadership of all these POCs companies have got changed big time, because the next generation of leadership is coming and they are driving for the future growth very aggressively. Therefore, it's very difficult to assume that the today's fall is actually put an end to that story.
What are fund managers buying today?
I think that wherever the valuations are justifiable, whether it is the banking sectors, whether the capital goods sectors, even for that matter FMG sectors, we have been of course turning positive on contra call we took on FMG sectors few months back, is also paying off. And we are in the middle path. Neither we are taking a too aggressive position or we are taking a too conservative position or building a portfolio.
But in your, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm saying it's a good time for the fund managers, right? Because whatever they were buying yesterday, because of the fact that the fundamentals are strong, it's available 20-30% cheaper right now. So why not go ahead and deploy? And Bala, to the point that the SIP flows, do you expect an impact there? Because that was the biggest driving force of the market this time around. FIIs had been selling left, right and center. It was the DII flow which was supporting. You anticipate any sort of nervousness from retail around SIPs now?
So I don't think so. On the contrary, you will see more flows coming in, or rather more participants will come. Really, one of the school of thought that I have, I think after the COVID when the market fell, the people have been investing in the market directly, they started turning towards mutual funds. And at the same time today as well, the number of people who have been participating in the market directly through the F&O market, through the speculative trades, they would have realized how dangerous it can be if you don't have enough margin. Even if you have margin, if the price fall happens, how he will lose his stocks by way of automatic selling that has been created in the system. So therefore, people would have realized how dangerous it can be. Therefore, such investors, in my view, will actually migrate to mutual funds, they will become SIP investors. On the contrary, I would say the current market fall would be seen as an opportunity for investors to participate more rather than moving away from the market. Historically, we have seen the last 7-8 years, one trend that got emerged from investor behavior point of view. When the market falls, they say it's an opportunity to invest, rather ask a question. Is the time to invest, rather asking a question is the time to redeem.
Sure, absolutely. And I think COVID has been great learning that you've got to stay invested in the market because, events come and go, market will do what it has to and it goes up eventually. But Ballard, to the point that you were making about PSUs, the froth definitely has come off, but still there's lots of scope in there. I mean, still the stocks could fall a lot more for the valuations to be justified and come to reasonable levels. Within PSUs, how do you now make a distinction, assuming that it's not going to be a majority government or it'll be a slim majority, so to speak?
So I think wherever there is a regulatory environment for those sectors remains very, very strong. If you take the banking sectors, all the PSU banks comes under the same regulatory environment of the Reserve Bank of India. The same thing if you take power sectors, it comes under the same regulatory environment. as any other companies. Wherever there is a regulatory supervision, which actually has been the driving force for all these companies to run more efficiently, at the same time manage their the funding needs of their balance sheet, both from rising capital as well as the leverage, all such things. Wherever there has been a very orderly building of a book, at the same time good leadership is there, I think they will continue to do well. I think at the end of the day, from an India point of view, the core sector, which has been the driving force for the economy, I think is going to continue. Nothing is going to change. But definitely the price rise has been quite sharp. Therefore, it's not about the valuation increase. It's about price rise has been so large. The number of people who missed this rally in the POC's participation have been so large. Therefore, there has always been a feeling of avoiding these companies. Fear of missing out, you can always say it in the form of valuations. Probably this price is correcting in, probably people will wait for more price to get corrected, therefore you can enter. You will start seeing people people evaluating these companies from the point of ownership, given the fact that they probably will have a long the period of success they can create in parts of the economic growth. That's why I see it.
Bala, just last question before I let you go. If you had to pick up the top 3 themes right now in the market, despite all the noise which is around, which are the top 3 sectors or themes you will bet on right now?
I think clearly the banking and financial service sectors will remain. They have gone through a 2.5 years of consolidation period. Second is you'll find capital goods sectors. I think the significant investment being made by both state and central government will continue. Related to the Make in India theme, I think will continue. I don't think there will be any kind of pullback. And third, I also believe that given the fact the last 3 years consumer segment, FMCG segment have gone through the period of consolidation as a sector. We'll also probably see some kind of recognitions coming back from the portfolio management from ownership point of view. I think that also will come back.
Okay, Bala, great to speak with you always and get that balanced advice. Thank you so much for taking the time out. Lifted a little bit, but yes, still got a long way to go before we recover our losses. Actually, no, we're seeing another bout of selling coming in. So we're now down back to almost 1,300 points on the index, just scratching that surface at 22,100, and this is the Nifty futures that I'm talking about. Adani Ports still down 17%, Enterprises still down nearly 17%, ONGC has now fallen 16% as well, SBI down 13.25%. A large part of the market still continues to bleed, but yes, it's good to see that at one point in time there were nothing green in the Nifty. Now that list has kind of increased, but we'll take a very quick break. We'll continue tracking markets on the other side.
Won't pay proudly.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
This is clearly one of the biggest deals.
ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a booster start.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, isn't this all factors aligned wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other.
On the editor's radar, the strategy is going to be for the day.
Will this start coming up on your screen? There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally आने वाली है.
Market compounding rate. The market approach has to be stay bullish, just in the way how market.
Welcome back. Well, the biggest and the most important tally that we are watching out for right now is not only what's happening to the markets, but also the leads coming in from the ECI. And as per the latest data, around 293 seats is the position what NDA is leading on. And India is also faring much better than expectation at 233, because the exit polls were putting in a number of just about 100, 150 thereabouts. So it's a big, kind of improvement versus expectation as far as India leads are concerned. The markets are taking clearly the cognizance of that. So we're below the mark of 22,000 yet again. Yes, off the highest point of the trading session, but sharp cuts nonetheless across the board. But let's try and navigate the market mood and try and analyze where should we go from here on. Mr. DP Singh from the SBI Mutual Fund joins us on the show to talk to us about just that. Hi, Mr. Singh. Good to be speaking with you. Good afternoon. I actually don't know whether I can call it a good afternoon, because the bulls out there might be not in a great mood. But what's your, analysis of the market setup right now? Is this the time perhaps one should start deploying, or let the volatility be out of system, wait for budget, etc. to be out, and then only take a conscious call on markets and the way forward?
Thank you very much for having me. But first thing is, yes, it's not that good an afternoon. Of course, we people are always were expecting little different in the market, but things are what these are. But just what you are saying is, yes, this is a point where they will be looking forward for deploying some cash which is there with us. Volatility is going to remain, but I think one thing is very clear, that NDA is going to make the government, and once the market is formed, then the volatility will come down. But these next 10-15 days are definitely going to be little volatile. So this is wait and watch situation. But yes, this was not expected, and that's why there's a lot of moves in the market. But yes, we are watching the movements very, very closely, and whatever is in the interest of investors, will take those decisions.
Mr. Singh, I think what comes into question really is, what is it that you do with stocks which ran up perhaps higher than what one anticipated? And that's true, I guess, for the entire PSU pack, ex-banks, of course. A lot of froth is coming off as we see that in today's trading session. But what could be the approach from here onwards? Do you think we're headed in for a long-haul consolidation for the entire PSU pack?
I don't think so. Actually, the valuations were always very attractive for most of the PSUs, and they were buying at the right kind of valuations. So I'm not looking at that people will just book profit and get down, and when the prices are always so much down, I don't see any reason that people will now go and sell out in the market. Because valuations are where valuations are, and some of the reforms which have taken place for the upgradation of PSUs, those remain intact. Whatever the government decisions are, but the PSUs have really unlocked the values, and that's not going to get destroyed now just because there is some volatility in the market. And yes, since there was a very, very sharp upside on the PSU stocks during the last couple of days, and say last 6 months, if I took a medium-term position. So people, the things are settling down. But I personally feel, and we at Fundos feel there is some value emerging, and we might start deploying at a little more attractive valuations.
Right. Mr. Singh, you know, SBI Mutual Fund is the largest mutual fund of the country now, biggest SIP book. You clearly have the pulse of the retail investor, which has been extremely contrarian. Every large dip in the last 5-7 years has been bought. What is the stance now? Do you think that flow of money could get shaken, or you think that will come to the market irrespective?
I think people will wait and watch for another 1 week's time when the government is formed. But definitely the Indian investor, especially the retail investor, has matured much better than ever before. And we will definitely see buying coming at good valuations. And we are hopeful that the trend which we have saw during last 3, 4, 5 years will continue. But one thing is there, that the retail investor putting money through SIP route, that will continue to remain unbated. And today, when we'll be having almost $3 billion coming every month through SIP route. Well, that will continue, and that will give a lot of stability to the markets. Today's moves and yesterday's moves should be seen in some other way, because here the traders are playing much more than the investors. But eventually, the investors, when they come to the market, they will definitely bring in stability. And see, I'm sure all these upswings and downswings are a matter of few days, and history also tells us the same thing happened earlier when such days came. But eventually, market comes back, sanity comes back, and we mutual funds are long-term players. We are handling money of retail investors, and retail investors should remain calm, and they should see that nothing is lost. Corporates are doing phenomenally well. Businesses are doing very well. India growth story is intact. Whatever government, whosoever becomes the finance minister, whosoever comes through. In any case, one thing is very clear, that it's almost looks like that the NDA is going to come back to the power, and the policy decisions are not going to change in a big way.
I also want to get a thought on how some of your partners like Amundi and other international players, they have been very cagey for the market for the longest time. A weak win, a weak mandate by the current dispensation, would that change? Will they continue to be sellers in Indian market? Were they expecting a big strong win? Only then they would have come, because at least one part of the market thought that if there is continuity and a strong win, then FIs would come back.
See, political stability is definitely one of the considerations when they come to any of the markets. See, India growth story on business side remains intact. The very strong mandate would have definitely given them much more confidence. But these things get settled down over a period of week to 15 days. The moment there's a strong resolution, today we are looking at the numbers, the victory and losing is coming, now visible on the screens. Till the time, even if whatever numbers are being shown gets into reality, if they don't swing too much, and at this point of time, whatever number looks like, this will consolidate at this level only. So once it happens, once the things are clear, when the allies and the BJP sit together and they decide that they are going to hit the market, I think that will give a lot of comfort. Today, there are a lot of rumors in the market. In such a situation, it always happens. So we are sitting quiet. We as a mutual fund, we are today managing almost 7.5 lakh crores of equity oriented funds. And it's huge responsibility on us to take very conscious and very cool call on the investors' money. And we are very confident that we will keep the interest of investors in mind, whatever decision we take. But yes, these 1 week, 10 days time are going to be volatile, disruptive, but things will come back to normalcy very soon.
Okay, Mr. Singh, thanks so much for making time and speaking with us. That's the view coming in from SBI Mutual Fund, that the India story doesn't change, and for now the premise is still that NDA forms the government and the political reforms will continue. So it doesn't change entirely the kind of India story that we're talking about, because the fundamentals are strong. Time now to slip into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We have more market voices lined up on the other side, and the markets continue to be fairly volatile. We'll track the last 1 hour of this topsy-turvy ride that we have seen throughout the trading session on the other side.
in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a boost of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other.
Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
It just starts coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally आने वाली है.
Nilesh Shah, Kota of Kotak KMC, is now joining us to talk more. Well, the recovery is intact. Earlier, it appeared that we are kind of going back and revisiting, but back at 22,000. But the circumstances, Nilesh, good afternoon. The circumstances at which we are at 22,000 today and the way we were at 20,000 few days back completely changed. The way data has kind of folded up so far, what is the best case scenario for the markets in your view?
So Ajay, this is the nature of the market. It prices in events, and when actual events are different from what has happened, there is a reaction. Undoubtedly, market was pricing in continuity of government and policy push for accelerated growth. In exit poll, as the market expectations were exceeded, there was even further rally in market on Monday. Today, when actual results are lower than the market expectation, as well as exit poll, there is a correction happening. Investors rightfully will be looking at what kind of government gets formed, what kind of analysis is done by political parties of this verdict, and what kind of policy recalibration happens. One policy recalibration which probably will happen is that there will be more support to consumption at the bottom end of the pyramid and for mass market product. Now, with that kind of policy recalibration, markets will then adjust to a new level and try to build scenario. While political event has gone against the expectation of the market, there are few things which market can take comfort from. Our growth momentum is intact. FY24 was one of the rare year where Nifty 50 EPS at the end of the year was 3% higher than the beginning of the year. Normally there is downward revision as people are optimistic at the beginning of the year. Our profit to GDP ratio is well above average, and leverage or debt to GDP ratio for corporate India is well below the average. Both things ensure that valuations have remained reasonable. One more positive thing for India today is OPEC announcing production cut restoration that has brought oil down to $77, and hopefully oil will remain below 80 in the days to come. So while there are fundamentals in place, obviously market will wait for this event to settle down before taking its next view.
Nilesh, you know, you're famous to throw up cricket analogies. What you just talked about, of course, was the long term. But in the near term, I mean, how would you describe yesterday and then what's played out today? Yesterday seemed like a total googly.
So in some sense, this is like India's World Cup campaign. Till semi-final, we played very well. And in the final, the performance was well below everyone's expectation. The same thing happened with market. Till exit poll, it had one expectation. Unfortunately, the reality was significantly different. But one way to look at it is also maturity of our democracy. There were so much of noise around election, but clearly India has demonstrated to the world that it has a vibrant democracy. Hopefully, this will give confidence to global investors.
Okay, I think there is a bit of an audio issue. We'll try and... Okay. Sorry, Nilesh, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just think that at some point of time, people will take into account that we have vibrant democracy and we can conduct a complex election so seamlessly.
Complicated election, and at least the counting for now seems to be a complicated bit as well, given the fact the BJP leads right now as per ECI website is 240 and they are giving 98 leads to Congress. I'm talking of course on a standalone basis. The numbers for NDA right now is 293 versus 233 of the Congress. But the big question, Nilesh, is also the fact as to what changes with respect to the political strategy now. And I'm talking about the reforms because it was expected that the NDA government will have a bigger political capital to push for more reforms. Do you think there's going to be a complete reset of the policy initiatives as well, and hence one needs to relook at their portfolio strategy, which was tilted towards defense, manufacturing, capital good infrastructure?
So there will be certainly recalibration of policy, analyzing the election verdict given. Now, please remember that every political party has to keep in mind what is the wishes of the voter. Many a times, good politics and good economics don't go together. So there will be recalibration of policies. One thing which I can probably analyze is that our 8.2% GDP growth in FY24 came on the back of public investment and trade, and little less on the back of consumption and private investment. Certainly consumption at the bottom end of the pyramid in rural India and in mass market product was lower than the GDP growth rate, or consumption at the top of the pyramid, urban consumption, and in premium product. I'm sure there will be consideration to boost consumption in the days to come, especially at the bottom of the pyramid. And we'll have to see how that gets funded. So market will wait for policy recalibration and then take a portfolio call.
Nilesh, stay with us. We've got commercial obligations. Have to take a very quick break, but we'll come right back and continue our discussion with you.
PhonePe proudly.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
Here, ET, now I've been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be getting a boost of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, isn't this all factors aligned wonderfully well for us?
We are analyzing scenarios here. You were earlier saying that some amount of alteration of policy is not ruled out. Some of the sectors in our market which got massively, re-rated, I would say defense for one. But at the same time, the way defense armament is happening by top 5 economies in the world, our requirements won't change. So we will have to either continue buying from abroad or, of course, there's the start which has happened to manufacture at home will start. Do you think severe derating of some of the sectors where reform work has happened and the stocks have done well, or that is expecting too much?
I think, Ajay bhai, it is too early to comment on the same. What has worked well for economy, any government would like to continue. There may be modifications here or there, but I think the foundation laid will be taken forward. For example, Aadhaar, direct benefit transfer, they were there in the UPA government. It got carried forward to a greater height by the NDA government. Same thing, the incoming government will carry forward the good work done by the previous government. Second, we were saying for some time that low floating stock counters and concentrated holding counters are trading at unreasonable valuation. For almost last 6 months, we had been repeating that again and again. For 5 months and 29 days, we were proven wrong because those stocks continued to rise. Today, they are all correcting. I think, Ajay bhai, this is the market where quality will outperform momentum on the way down as well as on the way up. Counters where there is market discovery of price thanks to higher floating stock will outperform counters with low floating stock. And sectors and companies which are reasonably valued, not expensively valued, should outperform expensively valued stocks.
Consumption that space then, Nilesh, where we can expect that churn to happen, because as you said, they are probably something which hasn't outperformed, though on expensive and the valuation bit, it's a bit of a debate given the growth outlook. What would be your view on consumption, staples or discretionary?
I think consumption is one sector which should do well along with private sector banks. One, there will be boost to consumption in our opinion post this verdict. Monsoon is expected to be good. That should also support rural and agriculture economy. Combined good monsoon and boost to consumption should bode well for a consumption sector, which has been derated over last couple of years. Private sector banks, business has done well, and their NIMs may come under pressure, but their profitability growth should continue. Put together, that should also help in re-rating of private sector banks over a period of time. And mind you, we are talking about compounding return, not returns, from the bottom of the COVID lows. Two sectors, IT and chemical, there are lots of uncertainties today. People will be waiting and watching whether IT companies are recruiting people, whether they are getting orders, whether the sales cycle is getting reduced, and in chemical sector, whether Chinese dumping is getting reduced. IT and chemicals commentary for June quarter will be observed, and there might be some opportunity if there is positive forecast in those commentaries.
Nilesh, great to have you on the show today. Thank you so much for taking the time out. We're going to take a very quick break, but come right back. You've got Vijay Kedia, and he's going to open the show with a song. I don't know if it's a happy one or not, but yeah, after this very quick break.
Won't pay proudly.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
At ET now, I've been getting you bit by bit.
Okay, when you've got Vijay Kedia in the house, there's just lots of chatter and banter. But one song to describe from yesterday to today. क्या से क्या हो गया? No?
नहीं, वो सॉन्ग ये कि रुक जाना नहीं तू कहीं हार के कांटों पे चल के मिलेंगे साएं बहार के ओराही ओराही.
So does that mean you're still deploying in an active mode and a perennial bull?
Of course, Saman Kanda. Yeah.
No, but you know, you have a very massive following among the retail and HNI kind of crowd in the market. And this is the crowd which is badly shaken today. What will your message be to them? Should they start buying now?
No, I don't know about buying today or maybe tomorrow. I don't know about all these things. What has happened today is just the replica of what happened yesterday.
Correct.
Yesterday, if market has not gone up, say 3,000 points or 2,800 points, it would have not fallen. So, आज मुझ 4,000 point is down, right?
Correct.
Minus 3,000 of yesterday or 2,700. It's just 1,000 point down or 1,300 point down as of now. So this is all right, it's okay, no? It's
Fair
exuberance. You know, every action has equal and opposite reaction. But in the stock market, your stupidity had severe correction and action.
So you're saying yesterday's reaction was stupid?
Stupid, no, because entire calculation was wrong, no? 12 or 13 exit poll went wrong. So that was something it never happened, you know? So
but you know, that also tells you that the way consensus can be wrong. Yesterday, of course, the consensus was 360 plus seats thereabout for NDA, and right now consensus is, of course, India is in a Goldilocks scenario, nothing can go wrong, and of course pockets like infrastructure, capex, PSU themes, these are to bet on. Do you think this consensus also has a bit of an error room?
Which consensus?
India has Goldilocks and there's nothing to worry about at all?
No, I think it depends. Again, it depends on the government to government. Every government has a different agenda and different mindset.
Okay.
I don't know what is going to happen still, because since BJP hasn't come with a majority and all, right? So that is the biggest fear factor in this market, that what is going to happen tomorrow.
Sure.
Let me tell you, somebody was telling me who is going to become PM also.
People are questioning that much as well.
Yeah, so
and
now
which
you
side the JDU is going to go, which side the TDP is talking, all of those permutation combinations are
so
all
just
right.
imagine, so now since, look at your thinking,
Other
to
side.
what extent it can go to, you know.
Right.
So
No, but you know, as the leads are coming in today.
Sentiment,
See,
yeah.
if you look at the leads right now, 224, 232, if there is a strong, there's no question that opposition has come out very strong compared to what we are expecting. That's for fact. And at the same time, BJP or NDA together seem to have lost some political ground as well. But still, if they manage a steady government, in the next 6 months, do you see markets higher from now, or you think a kind of a long consolidation can also come?
No, if the structure remains like this, like Mr. Modi becomes a PM and like there is no problem with the allies and all. Because we have understood that how ethical are those allies.
Some of them can go back on their word all of that.
So this is what their business is only, no? Ayaram Gayaram, whatever they had been doing.
That's politics.
That's politics. So if you can tell me that it is going to be a stable government, if there is no worry from that side, then I think that big reforms are going to come in next 3 months' time.
And which reforms will that be? Will it be rural focus? Will it be continuation of capex push? What do you think has the more probability?
I think it would be exponential. It should be from all the sides, of course, because rural demand is lagging. This is what we are reading. Yeah. So they would certainly try to revive that. And one most important factor, which I always be saying, that one fear what India always has is unemployment.
Correct.
The rate of unemployment is really alarming. So I think they will certainly do something, and that can be taken care maybe through manufacturing or through capex or through whatever it is.
But Vijay, you have always been a stock-specific guy, right? And in some sense, India has always been a stock-specific story. Where is it that you would put fresh money to work?
Look,
what kind of themes would you look at?
Yeah, let me tell you, currently I do not have any spare money to put. I am already invested, 100% invested. So whatever idea, even if I get some new idea, I have to sell some old stocks, which I am not
in a hurry.
in a hurry to sell. So whatever like this capex and this manufacturing, this capital goods and this telecom equipment, whatever all these things had been playing in the past, should continue to play. Maybe the valuation of some of the sectors like defense and PSUs has gone up through the roof. So they are correcting, they might correct little bit more here and there. And then I think this market will become investable.
You have actually must have seen this kind of market many times in your 30-35 years. Have you deployed usually when you used to see this kind of a massive crash? Have you utilized that opportunity to raise exposure?
No, I don't want to catch the bottom. I had never been keen because nobody is going to give me any price for that. Even if somebody gives me some price, that would be very, very small compared to the kind of money I can lose. So usually in this kind of scenario, I stay put.
Stay put.
Yes, I don't do anything.
The message to the retail investor will be, whatever you have, stay put, stay calm, let it dust settle, and then take a call.
But then don't be adventurous, no. What is the point in catching the bottom?
True.
कि भाई मैंने ले लिया इस भाव के अंदर में, how does it matter even if you buy 10%, 15% higher than whatever was the bottom tomorrow or maybe after a week or so. If you are playing a long haul game, right, if you have to stay invested for 5 years or 10 years, then what is the point? I bought on 4th of June or I bought on 7th of June. It does not matter.
No, but the question is whether somebody who is, let's say, sitting on cash, and I'm talking about a retail investor who has a 3 or 4 year view, should they start deploying right now or wait for the budget and the other uncertainties to be also out and only deploy, let's say, post-July, July mid or later?
You see, one thing I'll tell you, I always say this thing. So whenever or whatever you are buying, always ask these questions to your mind that suppose if I'm buying today, even if the stock has fallen, say 20% from the top, not from the bottom, from the top, still there must be 2 times, 3 times up than their bottom. You should ask the questions, suppose if I buy today and tomorrow stocks or in next 1 month stock falls say 20% or 25% from here, what would be my mental
situation would be?
Yes, so that you have to ask yourself. If you are comfortable with that, okay, it does not matter to me, let it fall 20%, I am okay as long as the story is intact, then you should buy. But if you have a weak heart or weak mind, then it's better let the market stabilize. You can buy 10% higher than here. So it depends person to person.
Fair point.
So where is it that you could recommend retail investors to buy, not today, tomorrow, but whenever for the next, say, 5 to 10 years? What are those stories you think that are going to withstand any government change, anything globally that happens, strong fundamentals? We could debate about the prices.
See, there are so many sectors, I think, if this country is like we are in Amrit Kal, okay. So if we are really in Amrit Kal and suppose really we are going to become a 10 trillion economy maybe by 2030 or 31 or whatever, then you cannot imagine a country without growth in infrastructure. You cannot imagine a country where you need 1 crore people to create job for 1 crore people every year. You cannot imagine that kind of job without manufacturing and all. So all these things should do well.
Okay, so similarly, energy transition. You have got some big bets in EV space and all. Energy transition is the need of the hour globally, not only in India. So whoever comes in power will have to address that issue. So is that the right way to go for more structural and wider plays which are available in the market at lower prices.
Exactly, this is what one should think, that whoever comes, whoever becomes the minister, whoever becomes what, ultimately what they are going to do, what they are not going to do. So if you will get the answer of that and you are convinced with that answer, with your own perceptions, then your task to find out shares would be very easy. So as you rightly said that EV, you can't,
question it at all.
think about without EV, without infrastructure, without manufacturing, without telecom. There are so many things without that you cannot imagine developed India.
But Vijay bhai, what happens is that as you've been talking to retail investors in your style of songs and all of that, behavior becomes the question. हाथ ही नहीं चलता ऐसे मार्केट में, or maybe in this kind of phase, right? COVID also, and before that, so many financial crises. When the prices become too juicy, an average guy gets almost frozen. So behavior aspect, how to overcome that?
No, this is what happens. No, what we learn from history, we learn nothing from the history. We have faced a situation like COVID, and what happened after COVID? Stock went up 10 times, 20 times, 40 times, 50 times. So this is what tells us all these election, those are petty things, Baba.
Right.
In a 20 years horizon or 20 years bull market or growing economy, all these things are okay. Of course, they play crucial role. I'm not saying that. It's also, they come, they go. You have to become let me tell you, blind bull in India. If you believe in the India story, then everything becomes very easy.
Sure.
If you are not convinced with the India story, one day you will think that we are going to going to grow 7%, 8%. Next day you think that no, we are not progressing. You see 70 crore people are having free ration, all these things. There are different aspects of everything.
On that note, before we take a break, I must tell you guys, a week back I was reading one of the most sharpest critics of the current political dispensation, Mr. Raghuram Rajan, comment that irrespective of political leadership, the economic momentum underlying is so strong that it will clock 7 to 8% growth for next 3-4 years. If a guy like that is telling you what is happening in the underlying economy.
He's been at the helm of Reserve Bank himself.
Yeah, and he actually at one time said, India will be lucky if we get 5% growth. So the economy underlying is so strong. So we need to take all of that into mind. But we'll come back and discuss a lot of other things as well. Time for a very short break right now.
Won't pay proudly.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
This is clearly one of the biggest deals.
Here, ET, now I've been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a booster start.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, isn't this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other.
Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
Will this start coming up on your
So we are in discussion with Vijay Kedia, markets one of the most loved strategists, and he's actually sharing his, and of course, it's like his master's voice. Every time market goes through some upheaval, he comes up with an amazing song. But right now we are discussing and learning from his experience. And he's saying that he's held stocks, quality stocks for 15, 20 years as well. Of course, Sarah, we all know that you've held for a very long time. But how to buy a story so confidently that you can hold it for decades?
How to buy?
How to do that? I mean, how do you do that? The entire process of first identifying such a strong story and then holding on to it for such a long time.
First, like before buying the stock, you have to find the story first. okay, this story is going to be there for 15, 20 years or not. And this company is going to remain there for 15, 20 years or not. And this company is going to, rise faster than its peers for 15, 20 years or not. All these things, if you can find out, then it becomes easy to select a company and stay. And one thing I know, there is a quote of mine, chase the story behind the stock, not money on the table. Money will make you rich, but story will make you wealthy. So I am here to become wealthy, not to become a moneyed person, okay. So first of all, that ambition you should have, that okay, I want to beat the, my peers and all.
Sure.
And secondly, then you should just, then you should buy in a reasonable quantity. And then you hold on to it. After buying, I don't think that money belongs to me. As my statement is there, as you know, all know that your demat statement belongs to the market and your bank statement belongs to me. Today, whatever happened yesterday, I was not very happy. What is happening today, I'm not very sad. जो मिल गया उसी को मुकद्दर समझ लिया.
But that's good, right? I mean, we've seen, of course, other guests having a bit of a somber voice today, but you're the one who's still as cheerful, as happy, because obviously market gives you these ups and downs as well. But the other thing then that you talked about, chase the theme. So one theme is electric transition that you talked about, and you're playing it through EV and the power sector. The other big theme, of course, is pharma and healthcare, right? That's not going to go away, and you're seeing a lot of shortage across the world right now. India is going to be a manufacturing hub and all of that. In that context, do you expect India to play a large role in the pharma sector? And if yes, what's the way you would like to play it?
No, I have only one stock in pharma. Let me tell you, I don't understand pharma because it's too complex.
Many moving parts.
Too many moving parts in pharma. Kabhi UBI, kabhi FDI, kabhi API, kabhi AI, kabhi OI. So that does not go well with my. So I'm not. I am holding just one shares maybe for last 6-7 years and all. And so I know nothing about pharma.
You have learnt a lot about defense lately, right? You have added a lot of defense things. At least you have tried to study that theme.
I had bought, but I exited. So I missed this defense.
So was it the company specific issue that you exited, or you don't like the theme itself?
No, now it has become expensive. Now it has become expensive. I had bought Hindustan Aeronautics at 800 rupees.
Correct.
But I exited little, early. And after that, I did not attempt because it was just rising in one-way traffic and all.
So defense, do you think that it is at risk that the entire re-rating is over there?
The sector is not under any risk. Valuation could be. Valuation could be but usually it happens in a bull market. No, people discount FY27 earning or FY28 earning, FY30 earning.
Why not?
So it depends on your own mind that how do you convince yourself to stay invested. Right. So sometimes you have to tell lies to yourself.
Just
so you say
trick
that
the mind.
Cheat the mind.
But what about, given the fact this entire MSME story in India is also building up, are you looking at building up your portfolio, let's say in microfinance or those financial names that actually cater to that segment?
No, I am not invested in any finance company and all. Maybe it's my own problem because I usually feel that just to make 2% or 3%, you are risking 97% of your money. So this is my own thing. It doesn't matter. People had made a lot of money in Bajaj Finance and other finance companies and all.
And PSU banks.
And
PSU banks.
And PSU banks. Banking is different. Correct. So banking is because banking is ultimately taking from you and giving loan to me. अगर मैं डूबा तो आप भी डूब गया. So that is a different thing. But of course, this without finance and without this banking and all, you cannot imagine such a growth in the country. So those are the backbone ultimately.
Okay, right. Vijay, always good to have you in the studios and keep it cheery as always, no matter what the market does. But let's cut across a very important press conference. Sharad Pawar is actually addressing the media. Let's listen in.
राष्ट्रभारतीय आम्ही लोक जर सगळे काम करतो त्याची विशेषतः उत्तर प्रदेश आणि हिंदी बेल्टमध्ये जे आमचे सहकारी काम करतात त्यांनी आम्ही सगळ्यांनी मिळून अधिक लक्ष दिलं तर आज उत्तरेकडचा जो चेहरा आहे तो बदलायला एक अनुकूल अशा प्रकारचं चित्र दिसतंय आणि त्यासाठी आम्हाला लोकांच्याकडून काळजी घेतली जाईल. आज हा निकाल झाल्याच्या नंतर मी काही सहकाऱ्यांशी चर्चा केली. विशेषतः काँग्रेस पक्षाचे अध्यक्ष खरगे, मार्क्सवादी कम्युनिस्ट पार्टीचे प्रमुख काँग्रेस सीताराम येचुरी आणि अन्य. तर त्याच्यामध्ये कदाचित अजून नक्की नाही पण उद्या त्यालाच दिल्लीमध्ये बैठक होण्याची शक्यता आहे आणि त्याचा संदेश आज संध्याकाळपर्यंत मला आणि आमच्या इतर सहकार्यांना मिळेल ते असेल तर उद्याच्या बैठकीला आम्ही तातडीने जाऊ आणि एकंदर पुढचे धोरण पुढची नीती ही सामूहिकपणानं चर्चा करून ठरवू एवढंच या ठिकाणी मला सांगायचं.
Well, for the markets right now, there's another bout of selling which is coming in. We are below the mark of 21,800, so continues to be fairly volatile. Let's pull up the India Wix as well and see what's that telling you, because from the levels of 30 plus, it had come down to 23, 24. Let's see where it's settling at right now, because that is another way to gauge the market mood right now, because of course these are just the leads that we have been getting, but whether the market is factoring that in to be the high probability outcome is also something we need to watch out for. So the India Wix has also managed to spike a bit yet again. There's a gain of 32% there, close to the level of 28. But since we're talking about the political setup right now, there's a crucial meeting of the NDA which is lined up. Sumit Chaturvedi is joining us with the latest on that. Sumit, tell us what's the latest from the BJP headquarters and what's the meeting agenda? Who's likely to join? Because I understand both Congress as well as the BJP are likely to hold important meetings.
Well, absolutely. Now the things have gone to a level where anything is possible looking like at this juncture. So hectic negotiations and meetings have started. Tomorrow, NDA led by BJP will have more meetings, an important meeting tomorrow. News coming in that PM Modi can come to BJP headquarters in the evening to address the cadre, but that is still not confirmed because SPG has put all the bandobast here, but not confirmed so far. At Congress headquarters, Rahul Gandhi can hold a press conference. So right now, as every minute passes, there is a change in strategy, hectic negotiations going on, and a big part of that is going to be the meetings. Spokespersons have been called by BJP just now, and they are going to be briefed how to put the message forward. Tomorrow's meeting is crucial because allies are very important now. Allies including TDP, JDU, crucial for NDA. For India, allies have to be kept intact. So that is something in Delhi. That is something which is very, very important now. It's completely a changed picture. What exit polls were showing, it's a changed picture from there on. And that is why all the hectic negotiations have started, meetings are taking place. Just a short while from now, TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu was contacted by PM Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, and they were congratulated by them. But apart from that, what negotiations are happening? Clearly, Delhi is once again a very important place when it comes to political landscape. Temperature is soaring here, and so is the political temperature as well.
Temperatures making a lot of traders and investors uncomfortable in the market as well. It's not just in Delhi. Purenju Veliath is now joining us, a veteran investor. Purenju, how are things looking? How are you digesting? Your smile on your face is still there. Do you think they'll make it? You've been a big votary of the current political leadership. You think they'll scrape through and make it confidently?
Yeah, I have been highly appreciative about the current regime and, especially the last 10 years, what they have been doing for the nation. For a long-term, economic growth and a trend setting, I think they have done a wonderful work and a great platform. Now, of course, I think mostly in the market, people are expecting 320, 330 kind of a seat. Some of them are expecting 300 seats around. But the exit polls gave something differently. That's why market reacted differently yesterday. So it gave a lot more hope. But now things are coming, to reality. I strongly believe BJP, the NDA will form the government. And that's always good. There may be allies, partners, and a coalition kind of thing can happen, which is not very good. But these kind of things, it affects the initial sentiments. But again, stock market will come back to the that basics, which is earnings and valuation of individual companies and businesses. So that way, I think investors can still bet on India, look for the long-term, prospects of the economy and the sectors and the companies. And it's still an amazing market in the world, an opportunity to invest in. Everyone in the market on your channel, including me, we were all talking, it's a rich valuation. There is growth in the many sectors. and there's euphoria in some companies, in the PSUs, and some other select sectors. So a correction was due. We all were discussing in the last many months. We can just feel, now it has come, whatever is the reason. So that correction is happening, and I think it will be a healthy correction. The froth will go away. Again, investors should start looking at, value stocks, and, with the long-term perspective. India is offering a fantastic opportunity. There is no doubt. Doesn't mean that you should rush to buy today and tomorrow. You will have comfortable time in the coming weeks and months to invest and build up your portfolio and charge it up.
Purinju, what you're saying is that it's going to be a bit sideways and there's going to be consolidation, at least for the immediate term. And does that mean that those all-time high levels and the things about 25,000 Nifty, all of that gets pushed back, perhaps in 2025 only now?
It can happen in 2024. It can, whatever high you saw yesterday, I believe you will see index above that level in 2024.
So that's a high conviction call coming in that we have not made the peak of the year as yet. There's much more to go, and 25,000 is also possible in 2024 itself. But you talked about that the valuation will take a bit of a reset and there is opportunity available. If one starts to, one needs to start to deploy the money, where, which sectors and which segments would you buy first as far as the market goes?
Okay. I think most people are already invested in fully. So, to start investing and all, it is relevant to only very few people, some fund managers. I feel, again, PSUs, if it gives a good correction, we should start looking at some of those stocks, especially in the oil and gas sector I was talking the other day. So there are pockets of opportunities with very reasonable and attractive valuations. This fall happening is making it more and more attractive. So, but at the same time, I will tell you, if you take 1 year ago, or 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, the kind of valuation attraction across the board, that is not available today. It will not be in the future also. We are at a rich valuation because of a faster growing economy than most other economies in the world. And, a political leadership and stable politics, which at this point of time, some people started doubting. But I strongly believe, the voters this time might have got attracted, a lot of them, because of the perhaps kind of irresponsible doles offered by the alliance, which, if somebody say, every month we are giving you 8,500 rupees, you don't need not do any job. Go on looking at Instagram and Facebook. So why should somebody, there are a lot of people in that category. Why should he not vote for that kind of a regime? So that's a danger for India in the long term. But I hope people will realize the dangers of irresponsible doles. And I am very confident India ultimately as a whole will reject that kind of unhealthy economic pattern.
Purinju, you've always been a great stock picker and you've always believed that India is a stock-specific story. Not today, not tomorrow, but where is it that you think one could deploy fresh money to work whenever the dust settles down?
To be frank, I do not have any particular segment other than what I told. The oil and gas sector among the PSUs, they have not taken part in a big way, or they haven't gone into euphoria yet. So they are correcting today and maybe some more time. So that is one sector, and there are very good companies, large companies, lakhs of crores market cap, 50,000 crores, 1 lakh crores, and we have ONGC at 3.5 lakh crores. So that could be a sector which is going to do well, provided this government continues and they are well managed. That's also very important. I'm not telling the other side, everybody is bad, they don't manage Indian companies well. Not that way. When it's a coalition of too many, not similar thinking parties, everyone knows it's not good for the nation, especially with regard to the economic growth, and within that, with in the long term trajectory of the economic growth. That's always a challenge. But we are not going to face such a challenge in the near future. So I strongly feel investors should not panic and wait for the real results. I personally believe NDA will manage to form the government, and it may not be a very strong government like earlier. So there cannot be, they have to compromise on some of the out of the box, very big reforms if they have in mind. There can be challenges in those regards. Otherwise, India is going to shine, continue to shine, and our economy is going to grow in a superlative manner. So Indian equity investors will have good times. But this kind of sharp corrections, it's nothing but an opportunity.
This is not a major trend reversal, right? Because there is a small section of the market who believe that there's a major trend reversal under play. There is risk that the current leadership, if they make it with alliances, they will still be forced to become slightly more towards the rural side, doing measures towards the rural side of the economy, become slightly populist. So the focus on capex and capital creation infra may get diluted. Is there a legitimate fear in your view?
Fear, I agree with you to some extent, Rajay. That's what I told. There could be some difference in policy making with regard to the big ticket reforms, if they have in mind whatever we have been discussing about. Here, there will be a sober attitude, and this is also a wake-up call to BJP, to the leadership, and even to our investors, fund managers, and analysts. It's a wake-up call. We have to be alert. We have to be more conservative. Cannot take everything for granted.
Okay, so that's the latest coming in as far as India is concerned and the political mandate that we have at our hands. But it's really a bit topsy-turvy right now, Parinju, because the leads for BJP seem to be a bit constricted right now to that 240 mark. And as people believe, there could be some permutation combinations at play as well, though NDA is still leading on around 294 seats. But I remember having this conversation earlier when you were saying that India is just perhaps, the way China was growing, India is perhaps just a few years behind China. Do you think that entire thesis goes for a bit of a toss? Do we get delayed in that story as well, given the fact there's a bit of an uncertainty right now?
Yeah, that can be. This what is happening today could lead to some kind of uncertainties, delays in some of the reforms and process for India. That is definitely is a negative. But to what extent investors should be worrying about it in general, it's another question. We have seen many such things happening in our economy, in our market in the last decades. Political leadership changing. Ultimately after the election, after a week or two, things come back to normal. India is India. Don't worry about much. We will continue to be a democracy. Actually, what's happening today, it's showing that strength of democracies, and democracy is very strong. EMs are working. And we are one of the best nations in the world, not only economically and politically.
You coming in, Parinju. Thanks so much for making time and speaking with us today. It's a fairly volatile day, but good to be chatting with you on such a day. The Sensex down about 4,250 points. Even if you look at the Nifty right now, that's seen quite a bit of move, 21,937. But let's take it across to Kunal Botra, who's joining us in the studio now. Kunal, what next? What's the position right now, if any?
So in terms of fresh position, nothing to take away, because the India VIX is still at 27.28, which means that the markets are still uncertain regarding to this event, and I think that's the more critical aspect, because had the VIX fallen down to maybe 2022 odd mark, then we could probably have established that the floor for the index would probably have been tested at 21,200, 300 levels for the index and 46,500 odd for the Bank Nifty. But because of the still elevated levels of VIX, which means I would probably expect the markets to be a lot more choppy even going forward.
Okay, point taken. But all of these PSU names, the Adani group of companies, Capex Industrials, when will you start buying them? Are you just not going to look at the individual price and VIX is going to be the biggest monitorable for you? Or given the fact the likes of REC, PFC are down 20 to 24%, you'll start nibbling in?
So not now, not as of now, because I would probably believe that it's a good time to now first look at which are the stocks and sectors which will recover first, rather than just looking at the price and then saying that these stocks are down 20-25%. So maybe these stocks are cheap. They're cheap because the markets are pricing in that they were overpriced maybe a few days back, and that's why I believe that these stocks are now available at a 20-25% discount. Maybe they could correct by another 5%, 10% margin. So I think it's better to wait out for some strong recovery patterns rather than just taking an arbitrary call that these stocks are 20% down.
Okay. You know, given the kind of market fall that we've seen today, and of course the move that we saw yesterday, and how wrong the exit polls went, and how wrongly the markets read into that or believed that data, I should say, both MK as well as UBS have come out with their first takes on the election leads so far. So let me take it across to Vinny, because you know UBS's commentary, frankly, is quite alarming. Vinny?
Absolutely. So in terms of the commentary that we are seeing, what they're saying is, you know, contrary to the exit polls, what they're saying is the actual counting numbers far suggest that it's much weaker mandate for the NDA. And BJP may not get a simple majority is what they're highlighting. Now, they've given few scenarios. They believe one, obviously in terms of expectation, yes, Modi will come back as the PM, but along with alliances, so that is one part that is there, that it may not go out as smoothly. In the last 10 years, we have seen smooth functioning because clear majority was there. So now UBS highlighting that may not happen, and the PM office had a very strong control, so that could not be a scenario now. Other than that, they also believe that NDA forms a government, but with a new Prime Minister other than Modi. Also, the third scenario that they've given is some key alliance partners of BJP switch sides and move on to the INDIA and they come into power. So these are the scenarios they've given. And looking at the current scenario, they said that they would be more positive than the first scenario. That is that PM Modi will come back, but with the alliances, and that will work out. But what they believe is they see that the valuations of the market is also a factor that's come into play. It's not only elections, and that is why we're seeing a fall. And they believe that Indian valuations are quite expensive. So yes, they remain underweight on India in the emerging market context. Even other than that, we also had MK, which came out with a note. They said that yes, now the number of votes that the government, NDA government, will win with was much higher than the exit poll than what it's coming out to be. But that doesn't change the circumstances. That doesn't change the momentum that we're seeing in terms of the economic growth for India. So that is still in place, and the factors of major reforms that one could see, and those related to land, agriculture, labor, are now off the table. More privatization, asset monetization are also now coming into risk, and they expect something like FMCG, so that's consumption play. That is something that could work out. And other than that, they also see that value retailers, that could make a bit of a strong comeback. They believe PSUs and capital goods are the most vulnerable sectors, as well as they expect capex cycle may see a slowdown given the current scenario. So this is a key highlight that have come in from both these brokerages so far.
There, but for the time being, what we haven't done today so far is look at what's happening across the globe, because we have been so busy with our own internal headlines. Quickly taking stock of what's happening across the globe, because of course on your screen it's also talking about how ADRs in the US market have fallen, the likes of ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank, Infosys, etc. So we are tracking that, but overall if you look at the US market right now, it is suggesting that it's likely to open with a bit of a cut. Dow futures is looking at a cut of almost 0.5%. Nasdaq is down 0.5%, at least in the futures right now, and the picture from Europe is not strong either. You have the DAX, which is down over 1%, FTSE MIB is down over 1%, 1.25% actually, CAC and FTSE as well, all down in the trading session. But the other thing I wanted to discuss with you, Kunal, is how the F&O positioning has changed today. Is there any incremental data that you can share with us? Because of course, we started off this week with a very high FII short position. Has anything changed in terms of the retail or FII positioning right now?
So open interest data we may not be able to look at right now, because I think the data would change dramatically throughout the day, because the markets have gone through wild swings. But I think at the end of the day, my sense is that there should be a sharp reduction in the overall open interest for the indices, because that would probably indicate that we are now looking at a much more lighter market. And for retailers, institutional investors who are holding on to their long positions, I think, or even if for someone who's been holding on to short positions, they would want to encash on this first major correction for the index. So whichever way you look at, whether it's short positions which were carry forwarding their positions since last 2-3 days, they would have gotten in the money, so they would want to take out profits over here. And for guys who've been long positions, and they would probably have seen some trimming of gains for themselves, they would want to cut the leverage from their portfolio. So I would probably believe that a sharp reduction in the open interest is what we can expect.
Kunal, looking at the screen right now, does it make sense to have some exposure to FMCG, and especially the more rural dominated ones?
Well, yeah, I think it would make a lot of sense this time around. And my sense is that when the market gets into a risk on mode as well as a risk off mode, the two behaviors are very important, because in a risk off mode, which we are right now, whether markets would want to cut on the leverage, reduce the risk, etc. Defensives, FMCG, pharma, they would tend to, I would not say give stellar strong positive returns, but at least they may not fall as sharply.
They're good hiding places.
Very good hiding places in this kind of a market.
Okay, so any stock that you would recommend from within FMCG
so I think
or pharma?
HUL is something which is interesting. That stock has broken past about the 2400 mark today. So again, a very good comeback from the FMCG pack, and as well as HUL specifically, I would recommend that.
And from pharma?
Aurobindo Pharma surprisingly I think has come back again at 1200 level, so that would be an attractive pick.
Okay, just flagging out the flashes on the screen that the BJP victory margins in Uttar Pradesh are very narrow. These are the words of Mr. Sharad Pawar, and of course he's talking about the various permutation combinations as well, and he's confirming that they have not spoken to Chandrababu Naidu or Nitish Kumar today. So that's the view coming in from Sharad Pawar, because I think what's the next thing to watch out for from these corridors is the kind of tie-ups and alliances and all those permutation combinations that really turn out, because what will happen with a bit of a broken majority of sorts will be the fact that perhaps the NDA will have to give away some of the important ministries to the alliance partners. So that might change the dynamics a bit, and that stronghold that was there in BJP, that there are two people who decide everything, that's the narrative which really goes through. That might just kind of get a bit of a shakeout. We'll of course see how the numbers trend by the end of the trading session and end of the day actually. But 293 right now for the NDA and 233 for the Congress, and the tally actually has remained just around that level throughout the day. So it's been plus minus 5 seats, Aisha. So doesn't look like that the actual number is going to be materially different, because at least for the last 4 hours that we've been tracking it, it's been just around that 290 mark for NDA and 230 thereabouts for Congress.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But again, it's not done till it's done. So let's see. Though it seems like it's going to be a very long evening for us. I mean, one would have anticipated that you'll get a very, very clear trend within the market hours. That's not happening. It's not even happening early evening. I think it's going to go well into the night. So let's see. Tomorrow is going to be another testing day. But Kunal, any positions to be taken today to be carried forward tomorrow, or you would say do nothing till you have a clear mandate and clear numbers in your hand?
See, I think after the adjustment of portfolios, if someone is willing to take a trade, then I would believe HUL could be a good bet at current levels. I think even Pidilite Industries, a stock which is relatively very low beta at 3000, 2030 levels, I think that's also another trade to look out for. Sun TV is a very high beta stock, but I believe if it comes back to say 670, 675 mark, that could also be an attractive bet.
Okay, just one line that I missed reading out of Mr. Sharad Pawar is that not sure whether India Alliance will be able to form the government or not. So they're thinking on those lines, not confirming, of course, whether they can make it or not, but that idea is on the table. That's the interesting bit. But we're wrapping up today's day. It's been fairly volatile and a bit of a roller coaster ride. I think one of those historic days that the market participants wouldn't forget in a long time. But let me hand it over to Vinny to help us with the market close. Over to you, Vinny.
Absolutely, a roller coaster ride, you termed it right. That's what we're seeing for the Nifty. We had seen a sharper fall coming in for the Nifty. 21,281 is the lowest level for the Nifty 50 today. Intraday recovered for them from those levels, but not at the day's highest point. Good recovery is what they managed to see, but still down 5.6% in trade. That's what we're closing at, below the 22,000 mark. As of now, 21,954 is what the Nifty will be closing at. Today, clearly we saw that fall coming in the markets, and there was no stopping of that. Let's look at the bank Nifty as well. PSU Bank specifically, all of them, the PSU side. So Nifty PSU Bank, Nifty PSE, sharper falls and sharper cuts is what we saw coming in at one point of time. Down more than 17-18% is what these sectors were doing, and PSUs clearly were the sharp falls and sharp moves that we saw for the Nifty PSU Bank. So other than that, what actually saw some bit of a green today, some bit of that shine, was the FMCG pack. Now this is also coming into play because a lot of factors for FMCG work out. They're underperformed the Nifty on the YTD basis. Other than that, obviously, in terms of now, given the current scenario, in terms of the counting that we have seen, seems like everyone will have to focus on the consumption side, the staple side, and that is why FMCG pack, when you look at it, Nestle, HUL, Britannia, Dabur, Marico, Tata Consumers, any of the FMCG names that you pick, they were the only ones that were shining bright in trade today, holding on to very strong gains, was the FMCG pack. Let me pull up the PSU names again, right? So all of the PSU banks, whether you look at an SBI or whether you look at a PNB, IOB Bank, Union Bank, all of them have seen a sharper fall today, and that is a clear pressure that's coming on the PSUs. Other than that, also Coal India, GAIL, the PSEs also, they were the ones which saw a fall as well. So Coal India, GAIL, all of them also seeing down and out in trade. Nothing exciting happening for any of them. See the fall, 17, 18% for HAL. So the defensive sides which had seen a run up, nothing sort of that holding on right now in terms of a move for the pack. Other than that, we had metals. So let's pull up something like a Hindalco. What was that doing? Because that did see a bit of a recovery. Whether that recovery managed to hold on for Hindalco seems like it, So yes, Hindalco also closing in the red, but we're seeing sharper falls for this pack as well. So other than FMCG, we had all the sectors which were in the red today, and we've seen clear, very sharp cuts that came in overall for the markets. Now let's look at what other than that we're seeing is that when you look at the financials industries also, that was also clearly all the financials were under pressure. We had seen names like when you look at it in terms of moves that came in from the Adani group of names, they'd seen very, very sharp falls. So Adani Ports, Adani Enterprises at one point of time, and again they're back to the 20% mark. They did see a bit of a recovery, but again those Adani names also have been under pressure. So yes, today a weakness that we are seeing coming in the trade, whether you look at the Nifty, Bank Nifty, nothing of that sort managed to hold on to gains. Advance decline ratio, clearly there's no doubt about it, in the favor of decline versus advances is what we saw, and that pressure seems like has been continuing. And in terms of the Nifty 50 also, what saw a sharper fall today in terms of a move was ONGC, NTPC, SBI as well as L&T. So that's how we're ending the market. We're seeing off the day's lowest point, but not much of a recovery there. That's the day for today.
In a source,
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
This is clearly one of the biggest deals.
ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be getting a boost of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
You just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally आने वाली है. Mr. Bansali, always a pleasure to have you on ET now. And I'm glad, sir, doesn't matter where markets are, the warmth and the smile on your face is always intact.
I think it's an extraordinary day where we are reminded that we need to learn all the time. markets and democracies are beyond any one person. And I think this is a great success of in the Indian story. Indian democracy means a lot to the world. A lot of questions were being raised about our democracy, and they have all been proven wrong. Now, what does that mean? Is it just a political statement that I'm making? No. I think capitalism and democracy are closely linked. And the risks and endemic in a market reflect in the democratic process. And therefore, it's good to be reminded that if you get euphoric, if you take future for granted, whether in business or in politics, that's not wisdom. And I think that is playing out. Having said that, the long-term trend of Indian economy, I do not think is here to change. The most important development in the last few years, or last couple of years maybe, was the trend in investment cycle. As long as that investment cycle does not get dented, I think the Indian story will continue. Political uncertainty compared to the certainty that we had may set in, but it still looks like that the old government will come back with a smaller majority. But who am I to really, predict that? Therefore, I feel pretty happy that our democracy is winning, and which is very good news for capitalism.
Mr. Bhansali, okay, let's look at what the numbers currently are. And like you said, the numbers currently are indicating that the current government will come back to power. Now, if that has to happen, then do you think in hindsight, when we look at today's market reaction, will that be called as a panic reaction?
Indeed, because we had a euphoric reaction yesterday. And panic follows euphoria is well established. So I think that's okay. I mean, we had gone crazy yesterday and without the results. So that's okay.
There is a change. And I'm again, sir.
So that is not real panic. I think panic would be 10% down from here or 5% down from here. That would be panic. So this is just a correction of what happened yesterday by and large of the last 2 days.
The 1 month graph here for the Nifty and for the Bank Nifty, and I just want to bring this point what Mr. Bhansali is bringing out for the benefit of our viewers, that what have we lost in last 1 month today. It almost looks like a financial Armageddon, reminds us of the gut-wrenching fall what we had post-COVID or what we've had in instances of 2008. But if you look at the 1 month change, after today's amplified loss also, the correction is actually 4%. So are markets really reacting to the disappointment of exit poll? Maybe the answer to that is yes. My next question, Mr. Bhansali, is that if the current government does not come to power, are markets prepared for it, or it could lead to more downside?
I don't think markets are prepared for that situation, because that situation is far from clear. That what is the alternative? Who is the prime minister? What will be the policy bias? A lot of things have been said in the election campaign. Some of them are extremely scary for capitalism or even our constitution. And therefore, I think that has not really dawned on the market. The market is reacting, trying to correct from its euphoric state. So alternative to this government, I think is still not got baked in. And if I've seen the governments in the past, that every government that comes in wants to do good for the country in its own way. What actually happens is a different matter. So the intent will be there, effort will be there, but the policy, execution, all of those things have to be evaluated. And after 10 years of one government, one cannot say that that will be very predictable. That would not be easy to say.
That more than the reaction to the current election tally, this was an accident waiting to happen because market valuations had become bloated. Whatever may be the reason, the accident was waiting to happen?
In a way, yes, because for several times market was, doing only one thing, all-time high and higher and higher. And so the earnings momentum that we had seen, some of it was due. Some of it was correction from the COVID years. And some of it was predicated on, investments continuing and becoming profitable too soon. So I think there was a bit of overvaluation. Considering the long-term potential of Indian economy, one could feel justified, but there was never a case for buying for the last several months. There was always a case only for hold at best.
Mr. Bansali, the market post-COVID is enjoying what could be called as a clear leadership, whether it is in PSUs, defense, manufacturing, a lot of policy-dominated stocks. And as a result, policy, capex, PSU, these stocks have seen a grand surge in terms of P multiple and also in terms of the market cap. Do you think the party could come to an end in that end of the market?
So I think the valuations, as I said, that will depend upon the overall market trend, which will depend upon the overall policy thrust. But I think that some of the good measures, whether it was, pushing the defense exports, some of it was opening up to private sector, they thrust on R&D, thrust on a product, what we call product nation, etc. I don't think that will change. What will change is, those who will come to power on populist agenda, what they do on that front. And therefore, what that does do to the character of our public, our fiscal deficit, etc., what it does to the interest rates, those will be bigger macro questions that will come into play. Immediate policy actions or other, executive actions on whether it is defense or whether it is trying to push the economy, that may not change. The overall macro picture within which these were operating, there will be some uncertainty about it.
I'd like to draw your attention to banks, Mr. Bansali. And frankly, banks are on the butcher block, so to speak, if I may use that word loosely. Do you think the selling in banks is slightly unfair? Because for banks, irrespective of what the government is, I mean, the banking sector per se is in a good shape.
Indeed, it is in good shape. But if the investment cycle, for whatever reason, takes a hit, then credit expansion and a lot of those aspects of banking come into, some kind of uncertainty. Similarly, cost of capital, if our fiscal deficit starts going up because of populism, that's another big threat to, interest rate trend, which is another factor for banking. So the robustness of banking is one part, but credit expansion, directed credit to certain sectors, etc., which are part of policy thrust of a government, those will be uncertainties. So from robustness, yes, trend point of view, there will be some uncertainty in banks.
Now we are reaching what could be called as the scary part, because what we are not even 600-700 points away from a lower circuit, which looked almost unimaginable. Mr. Bansali, I've had the pleasure of tracking markets with you, sir, and this reminds me of 2003, what happened. And we know that what happened after that. There was pain and there was a lot of, challenge for the financial markets when the change, when markets fell 10% in 2003. I'm not saying we're reaching there yet, sir, but it is a polite reminder of what markets can actually do.
So I think as long as you remain bottoms up, it doesn't matter what the changes are. You will always find opportunities. So just as we have seen over the last 2-3 days, that when the market becomes too euphoric, be very careful. When the market becomes too fearful, be greedy, look for ideas. And so the Indian story is, I think, here to stay. Indian story will do well on the whole, but it slows down from time to time. So those things will have to be baked in, and therefore it depends upon what is your portfolio made of. And to expect that, year on year, you will make 15-20% returns forever, which is not correct for particularly large portfolios. So I think the mutual fund trends may take a dip in terms of SIP becoming slow, but will SIP reverse? I don't think SIPs will reverse. Will SIP contributions flowing month on month may slow down? They may slow down. So things like that will happen. Now, whether a new government besides the NDA, if it all gets formed, at this point of time, that probability seems low, but who knows? And we see a total populism thrust, then I think it will slow down for a bit, but it will self-correcting, because I don't think Indian economy, Indian people are here ready to accept populism of the old kind, of the Garibi Hatao of the 70s and the 80s kind of populism. So I see some kind of swing, some kind of slowdown, but the long-term story is intact.
Bansali, today we don't talk about COVID. What happened during COVID was even uglier in terms of the absolute market carnage, because markets have moved on, and that's how markets always move. So a year from now, 6 months from now, when we would be discussing 4th July 2004, do you think it would be the biggest buying opportunity of a lifetime?
As I said earlier, prices are not low. They have corrected. And therefore, I would not see that these are, crying buying opportunities. There is uncertainty. So there is no wisdom. You want to be speculative and you want to do something, that's not me. So I would want to see the policy thrust, where it is, whether NDA or whether, because NDA may also, have to function under, more partnership approach, and what that is. An alternative government will be hugely partnership driven, likely potentially some kind of populism driven. So with all of that, only where prices have corrected seriously, I would want to buy.
Mr. Bansali, I'll just wrap it up with one more question, sir. So as a monitorable now, what are the 2 or 3 things which you would say would be on your radar in terms of an policy monitorable or a key monitorable for next couple of months, which will give you a sense of policy, direction, and the mandate?
So I would think that stability of the government, that would be the most important thing. That can one see next 5 years government remaining stable? That's number one. Number two, what is the quotient of populism? Number three, less unlikely, but who knows, that reversal of some of this, nation building approach towards more modern economy, more innovation-led economy. Like we had this huge public, digitalization. We had huge thrust on defense, huge thrust on infrastructure. If some of those things get reversed, which is the last item on my agenda, but I would look out for all these 3 things.
Bansali, really, really grateful that you could find time on a day like this, join us, and share your words of wisdom with our viewers. Thank you very much. At what level, 5%, 10%, 15%, you would say that I will be a buyer in the market and I will buy the fear? I want to remind our viewers that Ramdev Agrawal was a big buyer in 2003 when market did not like the government mandate, when circuit was down. Ramdev Agrawal was a buyer in 2008 when GFC crisis happened. So irrespective of who the next Prime Minister of India is, what is that point, 5%, 10%, 15%, Mr. Agrawal, you will be a buyer?
First thing is, Nikunj, it all depends on the stock which I want to buy. If the stock has hit where I want to buy, how does it matter whether the market is gone there or not? But you'll get a lot of time now. Now markets are not going to reverse. I mean, people are still rubbing their losses, and still it is not done. So even if some more correction is there, this is the correction when you can get your stuff at your price. So it's a buyer's market now. Yesterday it was a seller's market. Today it is a completely buyer's market. So these terms of trade will keep changing. It is very tough to say where exactly it is going to bottom out. I mean, it is just about few hours that market has been correcting. So let's have some patience. I think let's have some appetite for some more correction. I would say another 5-10% correction on the downside, and I hope it is only 10%. And then I think corporate earnings, I mean, dialogue will change, new government will come, and the corporate earnings, the winners will come, maybe some change in policies will happen thanks to this mandate. So, so market is saying that now the churn will be from capital goods to consumer side. I mean, I don't know, it looks too early to call that, but the market has already taken a call that consumer is going to do very well. So clearly, the momentum which you have, my biggest plus is that the broadly you are still going to get NDA government. You might still you will still get Modi, of course, little weakened, and policies are going to continue. Economic policies are not going to be impacted that much. So why the 8% growth will be derailed? And if 7-8% growth is there, your corporate profit will be very healthy, and hence markets will find its feet.
Do you think there is merit in buying rural-related stocks, consumer-related stocks? Because some would argue and say that, look, that is one end of the market which needs to be now taken care of. The last 5 years was about investment. It was less about freebies. It was less about subsidies. It was less about money at the hand of the consumer. Could that narrative change? And if the narrative change, could the leadership in the market change?
See, something will definitely change because the story is changing. But which way the story change will happen is too early to call. Very early. Because if the same dispensation is there with little lesser majority, I don't think the story is going to change that much and that rapidly.
Second question, sir. My next question is, a year from now, by that time, lot of things would have settled. Indian US elections, we would have seen, how things are progressing on the monsoon front. In next 1 year, we would also know which way the government is going to move in terms of reform process. How do you see the shape of the market a year from now, 12 to 18 months from now?
I would think that with this mandate, we would not have a great year. In terms of the bulk of the time will go in correction, and whatever excess return we had in last 2-3 years, part of that we have to give in next 12 months. I'm preparing my mind for kind of very low return or no return for in near future.
Mr. Agarwal, what would be your advice to the SIP investors? There is a large generation which has come and which has not seen an election volatility. They've come after COVID. The demat accounts have swelled. The SIP investors have swelled. For them, when they see a 7% drop, it just shakes them.
Yeah, but this is the golden period when they should be continuing. I mean, the message to the SIP investor is very clear, that they must make doubly sure that every single installment of the monthly SIP is credited to the MFs. Because if you don't buy now in the corrected market, then in any case, the very purpose of dollar cost averaging is gone. Because you have bought all the way up. Now, on the downside, if you don't buy, then your average will not be, can never improve. So this is a great time for them to continue buying, and if further it corrects, then you should also start more SIPs. But whatever SIPs you have started, that must be continued.
Mr. Agarwal, let's look at the other side of the market, which is PSUs. And they are in a leadership space. Now, the leadership of the market today suddenly 20% fall, 10% fall. If you fall in 10%, you are outperforming. If you fall in 20%, you are part of the crowd. How will that end of the market move? When I'm talking about PSUs collectively, because the market reaction today in PSUs is collective. Markets today are not differentiating between a banking PSU or a metal PSU, or for that matter, a government defense PSU or a railway PSU. Sab saaf ho gaya.
Yeah, so market loves myths, I mean, myth of public sector company, myth of private sector company. I think that has to be broken down, but markets work the way it works. I mean, they love to put PSU as a separate category altogether and private sector as a separate category. and that's how they pick a stock. So everything goes up and everything goes down. But I would think that time has come where public sector companies should be seen on its merit rather than just because it is a private public sector company.
What happens to global denominated sectors? You know, right now we have seen a market which has been a very inward looking market. Minus consumption, everything inward looking has done rather well. Do you think there could be temptation to now, let's say, look at pharma, IT, typical outward looking sectors?
Nikunj, the companies which are making money, those are the companies we want to buy. Just because of this mandate of little weakening of the government, I don't think the business trend changes that much. I mean, there has to be a complete change in the business trend for the stocks to do well or not to do so well. So I don't see in the current mandate of 295 NDA, what is showing on your screen, 295 NDA, I think we'll have a comfortable NDA government with a slightly weaker, weaker BJP, but the broad mandate is still same. So I don't see story changing on the corporate side that dramatically.
To come back to its rhythm, for markets to regain its momentum, could it be time? Could it be earnings? Could it be a political clarity? What will it take for markets to regain its momentum?
So first thing is that there should be sense of political stability. You know, I mean, we have to, as a democracy, as a nation, we have to put, because it's not only event for India, it is a geopolitical event. The world is watching India. India had really come back in the world stage very, very prominently. So that rise should not be compromised. And so the world is watching, and so it is all. It is the geopolitical. It is politics itself. But once the politics dies down, because politics has sense of a lot of noise for some time, then it dies down. So once it dies down, then finally it is the voting. It is a weighing machine in the long run. So what happens to the corporate earnings? And that's what I'm saying. There is a momentum in the economy. If the current dispensation comes, they will make sure that this momentum continues, and hence corporate earnings picture, which is looking not very robust, but looking like 15, 17%, 18% for next year. If that gets delivered, I'm sure the market will find market will be in good shape as we go forward.
Right now, markets have recovered. Mr. Agarwal, really appreciate your time. So glad you could join us.
Won't pay proudly.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
This is clearly one of the biggest deals.
DT now have been getting you bit by bit.
markets are going to be getting a boost of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
You just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally aane wali hai.
Compounding rate. The market approach has to be stay bullish, distinct in the way how markets should move.
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with authenticity and provides actionable information, helping millions realize their goals. But on a daily basis, as experience clashes with uncertainty, it brings forth brilliance. Catch Nikunj Dalmia, India's most experienced market anchor. ET Now, rise with India.
Hello. Yeah, I'll be there. There's no particular time to rise. Not tomorrow, not the day after. There's no particular time to move forward.
Hello?
Through the ups and downs, amidst the chaos. The stories that can move an entire economy, drive us to break obstacles.
Breaking news aa gaya.
The business stories that need to be heard. The stories that need the right voice.
3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching our continuous coverage of Lok Sabha election 2024. It's been an election like no other. Definitely a roller coaster of a verdict day, from allegations of no wave to exit polls predicting a clean sweep for BJP 3.0. Every minute has thrown some interesting surprises. 8 hours since the ballot box opened, and we still don't have an audio on who's getting or who's taking the pole position. In fact, the BJP-led NDA were projected to surpass the 2019 tally of 350 by almost all pollsters. Some exit polls even predicted 400-par dream to come true. However, the reality is stark in contrast to the predictions made. In fact, the leads and results indicate that Narendra Modi is on course to become the Prime Minister for a record equaling third term. NDA has numbers on their side, but we'll have to wait out for the final numbers and the final tally to play out. However, unlike 2014 and 2019, the future of BJP is, of course, in the hands of alliance partners as well, like Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, both of whom are notoriously famous for switching sides as per their political convenience. In fact, there's another trend which has come up this election. The numbers on your television screens have been brought to you by regional parties. In fact, that's been on a rise and how. As far as the state of UP is concerned, that's also thrown in a wonderful surprise. Well, Akhilesh Yadav, Mamata Banerjee, in fact, Uddhav Thackeray definitely have not been beaten by BJP's juggernaut. In fact, they are looking to smashing it. At least that's what it looks as of now. and have, in fact, they have put the India bloc in a comfortable place. Team India, of course, has packed in a lot of surprises. The biggest surprise, however, like I was earlier mentioning, has come in from Uttar Pradesh, where the BJP is definitely not sort of in a gaining a spree, and the Samajwadi cycle is cruising its way to the top. And how? There are several such interesting this election, which have not really been seen as a repeat of what happened in 2014 and 2019. We'll decode all of those trends over the next half an hour with a special guest this evening. But first, let's go across to my colleague Anurag Shah, who's getting us what are the latest trends suggesting in terms of overall numbers and leads. Anurag, tell us the highlights and, of course, who's taking lead now? How much has the BJP reached? Has it crossed that trend of 300, or is it still below that number?
So latest trends are that the results of 9 seats are already been announced, and out of 9 seats, BJP has won 3 seats, Congress has won 3 seats, JDS 2 and Aam Aadmi Party 1. So as far as leads are concerned, BJP is leading on 239 seats, Congress on 98 seats, Samajwadi Party on 33 seats, TMC on 29, DMK on 21 and TDP on 21 seat. So BJP has emerged as the single largest party. Congress is winning close to 100, BJP around 240. Another development of this today's result is that Smriti Irani is trailing with more than 1.2 lakh votes from Amethi, and Kishori Lal Sharma, KL Sharma is leading in Amethi. Rahul Gandhi is leading from both the seats, Amethi and Rai Bareli. From Rai Bareli, Rahul Gandhi is leading with more than 3.8 lakh votes, and from Wayanad also, Rahul Gandhi is leading from Rai Bareli and Wayanad, and from Wayanad, Rahul Gandhi is leading with 3.5 lakh votes. So, Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress President, and Rahul Gandhi is likely to address a press conference at 5 p.m. After some time, both of them will address a press conference. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has met BJP President JP Nadda. They have discussed the way ahead. So the meeting has recently happened. Just a while back, Sharad Pawar has also addressed a press conference, and Sharad Pawar has said that he has not spoken to anyone, Nitish Kumar or Chandrababu Naidu, he has said in a press conference, and Sharad Pawar also said that he is not sure that India Alliance can form the next government. So that's a statement by Sharad Pawar in his press conference. The biggest surprise of this election is also performance by TDP in Andhra Pradesh. So once again, TDP is going to form their government in Andhra Pradesh. Out of 175 seats, TDP has leading on 133 seats in Andhra Pradesh in assembly election. And in Lok Sabha election, TDP is leading on 16 seats out of 25 seats. So once again, Chandrababu Naidu is all set to become Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. BJP has decimated BJD, Naveen Patnaik's party in Odisha. So Naveen Patnaik was Chief Minister of Odisha since 2000 year. From last 25 years, Naveen Patnaik was holding the Chief Minister post in Odisha. But first time ever, now BJP is going to form their government in Odisha. So out of 147 seats, BJP is leading on 79 seats in Odisha. So very good performance by BJP in Odisha for assembly election also, and in Lok Sabha election also. In Lok Sabha election, out of 21 seats, BJP is leading on 19 Lok Sabha seats in state of Odisha.
All right, thank you very much, Anurag, for getting us all of those details and trends as they are shaping up through the day. And let's now go across to my colleague Sumit Chaturvedi, who's joining us from BJP headquarters in New Delhi. Sumit, since we've been together there since morning, there's been a normal somber atmosphere or a vibe, if I may say so. But what's the mood like right now? Can you give us a ground check in terms of, when are we expected to see key BJP leaders come out and address a press conference? We are also learning that Rahul Gandhi will address the media this evening. Any word from the BJP on what the plan of action is for this evening?
Well, the buzz here is that PM may arrive here in the next 2 to 3 hours. well, that's going to be a big development, because PM, what he addresses, what he says, what he tells his cadre, the BJP Karyakartas, that is going to be a very important message. We'll be following it. Also, the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is addressing a PC at 5:30 p.m. So both sides, NDA and India Alliance, the hectic negotiations are going on. Different mind games are there. Different allies are working with their own allies. And what kind of overall picture is emerging, that's going to be clearer in the next 1 to 2 hours once again. But yes, one thing is sure, that this is a time, a moment of allies, where allies will play a crucial role. In some cases, they can be the real kingmakers. The one development that TDP chief was spoken to by PM Modi, because TDP has given such a good performance in Andhra Pradesh. BJP itself has been doing a commendable performance in Odisha, the neighboring state of TDP or Andhra Pradesh, and the nation over. Yes, there have been some appointments for the incumbent party, which was BJP in Uttar Pradesh. There was some disappointment, but they hope to maintain the lead of NDA above 272 and getting that magical figure where they will be able to form the governments. But yes, it is not a very excited, we can say that, atmosphere here. In the morning, you were here with me. Optimism, cautious optimism, pessimism, and again optimism. That's how we will describe it.
देशा तो 295 सीटों का है, हम तो वही टारगेट लेकर चल रहे हैं और हमें भरोसा है कि अगर सब कुछ सही चलेगा, ईमानदारी से चलेगा, तो हम 295 पे ज़रूर जाएंगे। यही हम पूछ रहे हैं। जयराम जी ने भी ट्वीट किया, हम सब ने ट्वीट किया, हमारे वकील भी वहाँ हैं, कि ये स्लो क्यों है, इलेक्शन कमीशन की वेबसाइट पे नतीजे टाइम पर क्यों नहीं अपलोड किए जा रहे। हम आश्वस्त हैं कि हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं।
एनडीए के उम्मीदवार आगे भी दिखाई दे रहे हैं, बहुत कम वोटों से आगे हैं। लोगों ने परिवर्तन के लिए वोट किया है। जिस तरीके का वातावरण बनाया जा रहा था, कहा जा रहा था कि लाखों वोटों से जो है एनडीए के उम्मीदवार जीत रहे हैं और बड़ा माहौल है, 400 के पार का माहौल है, वो चीज़ नहीं दिखाई दे रही है। जहाँ हैं भी बड़े क्लोज कंटेस्ट में हैं।
अभी तक के अनुमान के हिसाब से लगभग 1.25 लाख वोटों से उत्तर मुंबई में भाजपा आगे है, और अगर ये ट्रेंड कंटिन्यू किया तो मुझे लगता है कि उत्तर मुंबई की सीट अवश्य भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि देश में भी इसी प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए की विजय होगी और पुनः एक बार देश की सेवा करने का जनता हमें आशीर्वाद देगी और फिर एक बार मोदी सरकार देश की सेवा करेगी।
Outgoing Union Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal, of course, stating that the BJP is going to meet its target mark. Meanwhile, we also heard Congress leader Pawan Khera speaking about the fact that 295 is the target of the party and they will be able to meet it as the results keep trickling in, as the trends keep trickling in. And let's now go across to my colleague who's standing outside the Congress headquarters. Samir Dikshit is joining us to give us a mood check. Samir, the day really began on not a very exciting note, but as the day went on, excitement was in the air, the Congress quite upbeat. We've also been listening to leaders, Congress leaders coming out and stating that they will be able to meet that mark of 295. India Alliance will be able to meet that mark. Tell us what's happening on the ground, and have you been able to speak to some of the Congress leaders?
So definitely over here at Congress headquarters, you can see that a number of the Karyakartas, the volunteers, they are turning up. They are coming to Congress headquarters because of the enthusiasm, because of the surprising numbers that they have, the India Alliance, they have received from the trends that are now turning to the final tally. Let me show you the visuals over here. So you can definitely see the josh of the Karyakartas, the enthusiasm of the volunteers. They are chanting the slogans. They are raising the flags. You can see the flags that is being waved over here. And not just this, the recent development that we are picking up from our sources, that Rahul Gandhi is likely to address the media by around like 5:30 or 6 o'clock, and then he will be addressing that what were the key factors that has actually helped the party, the India Alliance, to make such a strong comeback, that they have given such a close fight. post the Rahul Gandhi press conference, but it is likely to take place at around 6 o'clock, and then Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to address media or maybe to Karkartas by around 7:30. Security agencies have informed that the preparations are being made at the Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. He is likely to reach to the BJP headquarters by around 7:30, and then he will be talking to the Karkartas. But as of now, at Congress headquarters, Dhol Nagade, they are being played. The Karkartas, they are extremely happy with the performance. Their josh can be easily felt, and that is purely reflection of the numbers, the surprising numbers, and the confidence that we are getting in from the multiple statements, whether it be from Supriya Shrineth, who is the spokesperson, or Pawan Kheda. They are quite confident that they are likely to cross the 295 mark.
And that'll be interesting to see, Samir, if the Congress and, of course, its alliance partners, the India Alliance, are in fact able to reach that figure of 295 that the Congress party has designated for itself as of now. The India Alliance trends are showcasing that the figure stands at 233, while NDA stands at upwards of 290. 293 to be precise. Meanwhile, let's take a look at how the markets performed today, and it was a bloodbath on Dalal Street. The Nifty registered its biggest single session fall in over 4 years. In fact, Sensex fell over 4,000 points, while Nifty gave up nearly 1,400 points. My colleague Ajay Sharma is joining us to give us the details of the carnage that we really saw on Dalal Street today. Ajay, so was it a long expected lines, considering that, we've been having these chats with several market experts, that the market was in fact factoring in a rally as far as the numbers of the Modi government, as far as the numbers of the BJP were concerned?
Good evening, Sumita. Well, it was anything but expected, but that's market for you. It gives you exactly a big blow on your face when you are least expecting it. It's got to do with the over expectations got built in to the prices due to the big exit poll result. It was more to do with that than to do with what the actual result is. And it's almost 5 p.m. The leads are still coming in. What appears to be that BJP will still form government. But the expectation was that it will be a clean sweep, and that not coming through actually led to the biggest fall we've seen in the 4 years. Not only that, in the last 4-5 years, the rally in the market has taken the valuations to premium levels. In fact, several global strategists have been saying that India has become the most expensive market among emerging markets because of high growth, etc. So all of that got stripped off today. So market sentiment was hugely bruised. We spoke with a battery of guests, Ramdev Agarwal, Sandeep Tandon. All of them, nobody is disputing that it's good time to start nibbling in for the really long term, because the underlying momentum of the economy is still strong. We just saw over 8% kind of a GDP, which will not be reversed. But at the same time, some derating of the market is not ruled out, especially in sectors which were seen as direct beneficiaries. Look at how Adani Group melted today. A lot of PSU, power PSUs, a lot of divestment candidates. Defense came down very sharply. So wherever there was seeing a one-to-one correlation with the current political dispensation, those were the areas which market stripped off. But at the same time, if you zoom out a bit and take a longer term picture for investment purpose, then clearly most of the strategists we spoke to through the day are saying it's a great opportunity to get back into the market with a long-term kind of a horizon and wait it out. Stagger your purchases. Don't jump into the market just tomorrow because of the big fall has happened. Stagger it out and then see. Even a stable government and a strong opposition actually bodes well for the economy in the long term. But well, uncertainty is not ruled out for a few days till clarity emerges on the election verdict front.
All right, so uncertainty is going to be the name of the game, at least till the time there is clarity on who gets to form the government and by what margins and by what kind of numbers are we going to see. Thank you very much, Ajay, for such a comprehensive analysis of what happened as far as the markets are concerned. But ladies and gentlemen, moving on now to our live guest who's joining us right now, Yuvraj Pokharna, who's a columnist, who's now joining us to decode and analyze developments of the past few hours. Thank Thank you very much, Yuvraj, for joining us this evening. I want to first ask you, what's been the one big takeaway, the one big highlight of 2024 election, especially the counting day? And of course, we'll do a holistic interaction as far as UP is concerned. But besides UP, what's been that one big highlight for you?
Well, for starters, the biggest highlight and silver lining for me with regards to 2024 elections is EVMs are not being hacked, Loktantra is not in danger, and Congress has gained a humongous momentum. But that, having said on a lighter vein, BJP has to retrospect somewhere. They have to look for the prospect. I mean, this result is nothing but astounding. I have maintained my position throughout the poll seasons that this election was nothing short of a nightmare to any cephalogist, be it A cephalogist, be it B cephalogist, but nobody knew the pulse of the nation. And these results are nothing but, I mean, astounding. They were expecting a resounding mandate, but this is in fact an astounding mandate. And still, I mean, I'm keeping my cards near my chest because to the best that I know, there are still about 125 seats, mind you, 125 seats with a trailing margin of BJP between 2,000 to 5,000 votes. So these 125 seats or 100 seats are going to be very crucial, and I'm still willing to put my neck out for the BJP will get a mandate on its own. Not NDA, but BJP will get a mandate on its own. But it is not at all 300 par, 400 par, 500 par, nothing like that. So it is time for Team BJP to retrospect and introspect to have a better prospect.
Right. So when you speak about it is time for the BJP to introspect perhaps on its strategies, what really is it that you're hinting at? Because the BJP, of course, the party was expecting a clean sweep. 400 par has been the slogan this whole election season, and we've seen union ministers, Prime Minister as well, speak about it. Now, while it's good to be ambitious and set a high and a huge target for yourselves, but one needs to analyze also in terms of why this will not be able to reach that target of 400 par. Can you mention some of the reasons where BJP has probably not done as well as it could have?
See, getting down to brass tacks, the election was only about Modi and Modi guarantee. And there are two facets to it. If BJP would have crossed 400, people, including me, would have lauded PM for him to be the sole Karta Dharta of BJP. But the other aspect, just because they were soaked in complete complacency, just because of PM Modi, his welfare schemes, his works, his connect to the ground, I feel somewhere the USP, the cornerstone of BJP, which has been its organizational strength, the robust structure, has been compromised. There was a complete laxity, complacency among the cadre, and everybody, starting from the Mandal president to the national president, was betting upon one single man. So that is, if you ask me, laxity and complacency. Of course, they could have done better. And just borrowing 20 seconds from you, I'll give you a very short and a basic plain example. During elections time, whenever voting happens, my local BJP Karyakarta reaches to my house. I get a call from BJP local people. I get an SMS or WhatsApp from local BJP people. But during these elections, I did not get a call. I did not get any message कि भैया आपको vote करने जाना है. And it is not about me. Let us just, I just wanted to extrapolate this example. And the point is, people have not been reached. They were very much busy in WhatsApping. And I mean, WhatsApp forward was the campaign for BJP. And the person-to-person connect was somewhere compromised.
No, but what do you mean when you say that the person-to-person connect was somewhere compromised? I mean, if we see the trends last two elections in 2014 and 2019, it's the Prime Minister, who's taken the lead as far as projecting the prime ministerial candidate is concerned, or projecting a tall leader from the party is concerned. So it's always been about BJP. It's always been about giving vote to the Prime Minister and to his vision. So what really is it that
मैं अंग्रेजी में संक्षेप में बोल दूं. We went to the Election Commission at short notice to convey a concern of ours It was more a concern, less a complaint. We are very happy that they gave us time at very short notice. They heard us patiently. The main issue was about not updating parliamentary constituency data round by round in terms of votes counted and the results of that round. However, it was clarified that it is done assembly segment wise. As you know, these are not assembly elections, but the statistics are counted and updated assembly segment wise. So if a parliamentary constituency has averaged 7 assemblies, then it is done each round in each assembly segment wise. Now the problem was explained to us is that different assembly segments follow different speeds of counting and also of updation, which is why there is a lack of synchronism for the parliamentary constituency as a whole. In any case, the Election Commission has assured us that without all this technicality, they are again going to give very strict instructions that counting and updation round-wise at the assembly segment level shall be the fastest and the most prompt as possible. We are happy if that happens, and I think the matter would be resolved. Only a few hours are left for the elections, and we don't want to create unnecessary question marks, so long as this direction to immediately A, to count fast, and B, to promptly disclose the counting round for each segment. There is a second issue, my friend will address you on that, about Sonipat.
जी आप सबका स्वागत है, धन्यवाद सिंघवी जी। एक छोटा लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण एक विषय था, एक छोटा परंतु महत्वपूर्ण एक विषय था, और वो सोनीपत पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी के संबंध में था। वहाँ 2 असेंबली सेगमेंट्स हैं, एक सफ़ेदों है और दूसरा है बड़ौदा। वहाँ पर 2 बूथ्स ऐसे थे जहाँ पर ये कहा जा रहा था कि वो ईवीएम्स बिगड़ गए हैं और इसलिए वो काउंटिंग नहीं हो पा रही है। तो हमको ये बताया गया, उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं, जहाँ भी ऐसा होता है तो वो स्लिप्स की काउंटिंग कर दी जाती है, और अगर नहीं भी हुआ हो तो जब अंतर आता है, अंत में जो अंतर आता है, अगर वो कम हो तो उन स्लिप्स की काउंटिंग जो है वो पक्की कर दी जाती है, ताकि कहीं पर ये संदेह ना रहे कि पूरे वोट काउंट नहीं हो पाए। हमने उनसे आग्रह किया कि इसको चेक कर लें, रिपोर्ट मंगा लें, ताकि कोई संदेह ना बचे और वहाँ के लोग जिन्होंने हमको ये बात पहुँचाई थी वो संतुष्ट हो जाएं। It's a small thing but an important thing, because although only 2 booths are involved, 2 booths of 2 constituencies in Sonipat parliamentary constituency, one is Baroda and the other one is Safiro. And there was some issue there that because the EVMs had developed a fault, the counting could not be done.
All right, those are Congress leaders Abhishek Manu Singhvi and of course Salman Khurshid speaking about issues pertaining to the EVMs. Mr. Singhvi speaking about the speed of counting and updation on that issue on EC's website. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to step into a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We will be continuing our continuous coverage of the Lok Sabha elections mandate 2024. We'll be right back, joining you shortly.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
This is clearly one of the biggest deals.
Here, ET, now I've been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a booster shot.
Hi, good morning. You're watching The Market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, isn't this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. stuck on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
You just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Welcome back. You're watching our continuous coverage of Verdict 2024. In just a couple of hours from now, we'll know which party is going to form the government or whether there'll be a coalition government at the centre. But from the trends that are coming in here, we're learning that BJP is leading with 295 in terms of numbers. India is at 230 and others at 17. We'll have to see how those trends really shape up through this evening. But for now, we're joined by our guests this evening. Kapil Madan, who's an advocate and political analyst, is also joining us. Yuvraj Pokharna, who's a columnist, is still with us as well. Kapil, let me come first to you. Yuvraj and me were having a discussion just before getting into break about what the BJP really needs to do in terms of revisiting its strategy. He was also pointing out about the fact that, you know, it was the Prime Minister that's been the face of the BJP as he was in 2019 and 2014 as well. However, the leaders really lost that connect with the masses. Your take?
Important points here. I would say that BJP has driven away from the core issues of the people. That is inflation, that is price rise, that is about how the people are suffering. If you look at the campaign done by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, he's used statements like Mangal Sutra, he's used statements like mutton, fish, etc., etc. So I think the people have got to know that these are all empty rhetorics. If you look at the entire last 10 years, how the BJPs have fought campaign, the main plank is polarization and Hindutva. But this time I think the voters have voted about the real issues, the issues that matters to them, and that's the reason why you have this result. My second point I'll make here is that you can't deny the fact that today there is over dependence on Mr. Modi insofar as BJP is concerned. If not Mr. Modi, then after Mr. Amit Shah. So when you have only one face contesting all 543 seats, of course there could be local issues. The people have started to realize that choosing a member of parliament is sending your voice to the parliament, and Mr. Modi can't be everyone's voice. So I think this could be the second factor which has dented BJP the most.
Right, so you basically are alluding to some of the factors, and those are some of the issues that, our reporters who've also spoken to people on the ground have also echoed, including inflation, including price rise, income inequality, that, that gap between the haves and have-nots increasing, and of course the issue of a jobless growth. I want to get your thoughts on this, Yuvraj. Perhaps the BJP, I mean, of course it has tried to give a boost to manufacturing, give a boost to capex, give a boost to entrepreneurship in the country, but perhaps more needs to be done as far as addressing the issue, the core issue of jobs, as far as that is concerned.
Well, I wouldn't go that far blaming the PM or his welfare schemes or the welfareism or the growth vikas that he doled out. To me, if you ask me, I think this is an organizational failure. It is, if I were to sum it up, Modi tujhse bad nahi, MP teri khair nahi. It was about the anti-incumbency or the frustration of people with the local BJP cadre that was very much complacent. Kya aayega to Modi hi, kyunki hum 400 par hai. So it was about the disconnect of the people and the organizational failure of the BJP and over dependency on just one individual. I mean, everybody has the limitation. We have certain limitations, and that BJP needs to understand. I mean, you must have noticed the Herculean number of interviews that PM Modi gave. Why was it that JP Nadda was not much in front of the camera? I mean, couldn't he give much interviews? Was he barred from giving interviews? So this is what I feel. I wouldn't blame Modi, his schemes, his welfareism, or his governance policies. And yes, last but not the least, the social media and media department of BJP needs to do a lot of learning, a lot of churning, a lot of musing. They couldn't deliver what their government did to the Aam Janta. Last 20 seconds, max 20 seconds. What I believe, what you believe is immaterial, but what numbers say, the hard numbers say, inflation is 3.1%, GDP growth is around 8%, and unemployment is around 5%. So this is all that data is. And yes, last, when GDP expands, when GDP grows, it is but obvious, it is basic economics that inflation with it grows, but to a very limited extent. I mean, but
Right. Let me bring in
people
Kapil
don't
here.
do the-
Kapil, now the question on everybody's mind is the fact that, whether the Prime Minister, whether the BJP is going to come back, and if the BJP is going to come back, is it the Prime Minister who's going to be once again, be given that mantle of leading the country? Your thoughts on this? What does the situation look right now, given the numbers and the trends that are coming in?
So I think, one thing is very, very clear. If you look at the, larger, popular opinion of the people, they have rejected Mr. Modi because it is a matter of fact that Mr. Modi was the main, face for NDA for this, entire election, and people have given a decisive vote against Mr. Modi. So ideally and morally, once the BJP is not able to secure that, magic figure of majority, that is 272, then I don't think Mr. Modi should be, should be morally, taking that role and become the prime minister. But I would again say that, the time will tell. We have about, few more, hours insofar as, the counting is concerned. And I'm sure you will have a lot of exciting development, and, you will see a surprise. And I will make another very important and a very significant point here. If you look at the entire BJP's organizational setup, I won't say that the BJP does not have cadre. I won't say that, they don't have a support. They work very closely with RSS, and they have a good organization setup. But I think it was too much of centralization with Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah, which, sometimes after a particular time may come and, hurt you as well.
Okay, all right. Let me get in a word from Yuvraj here. Yuvraj, so the chorus is really growing about regional allies as well. There's talk of TDP chief calling the BJP's top leadership. Then there's of course talks about Sharad Pawar actually having a meeting with Nitish Kumar. There's also conjecture that Nitish Kumar might also get the key post. What does the situation to you look like right now?
No, at the onset, let me put a caveat. I think I have been misquoted. I did not allude to the fact that BJP does not have an organizational structure, but it is a failure of that very organizational robust structure, which used to be a cornerstone, keystone for the BJP. Having said that, yes, TDP and JDU are looking at a very, very bright prospects. And it is, I mean, whether I fight election or you fight election, but today's winner is Chandrababu Naidu, for he has already been entered, has made inroads to the CMO of Andhra Pradesh. He has got a humping majority in Andhra Pradesh, and Nitish Kumar must be laughing through his teeth right now. कि जीतो तुम या जीतो तुम, सरकार तो हम ही बनाएंगे. So these two are very key players, but still, I don't want you to jump the gun, because still we have a lot of scope, and there are 245 seats in which BJP is still leading. The counting is not yet done. So let us wait and watch.
Okay. And Kapil, your reaction to that? What about the allies actually getting a lead over the BJP, which in the past two elections has clearly maintained a lead itself, and it has been the stronger side as compared to the allies?
So if you look at the last 2 years tenure of the BJP, mostly people that have had, criminal cases, ED cases, CBI cases registered against them, most of those prominent, powerful leaders have switched sides. And we've also seen, there are leaders who have not really switched sides, and, 2 sitting CMs have been arrested in the recent past. So I think, don't be surprised if you have, reversal of few important leaders in the India bloc, and the BJP seems to be, don't be surprised if they actually sit in the opposition.
Yuvraj, would you agree with that? The BJP actually sitting in the opposition?
No, not at all. I mean, this argument by the India Alliance and its supporters is nothing but outlandish. I mean, come on, there's a party which has a mandate of at least 245 seats leading, is sitting in the opposition as per Mr. Kapil, and the party which barely has 98 seats leading is making the government. I mean, this argument is preposterous. I still am requesting to you guys to wait and watch, because there are 100 seats who are mostly swing seats with a victory margin or trail margin of around 5,000 votes. So these swing seats are going to be very crucial. So let us wait for that. And yes, regarding the allies, I don't see any other ally except for the TDP from which BJP is gaining. You take up all the allies of BJP, no ally of BJP is in a position to bolster BJP or its prospect, but TDP and JDU. So these are the key players to watch on. And rest all is good for the BJP. I mean, 245 seats is a good number. They will make the government anyways.
All right. So you are pretty optimistic as far as the government formation by the BJP is concerned. We'll, of course, have to see how the trends shape up through this evening. It's been an interesting day already. And let's now cut across to Union Minister of State Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who's speaking. In fact, he was contesting against Congress's Shashi Tharoor, who's repeatedly won on that seat. Let's go across and see what he has to say.
5.7% as I understand today's numbers, which is again a record percentage of votes. And yes, we did come short by about a percentage or percentage and a half of votes. But that is something that we will look into, and we will look to increasing our support.
All right, that was Union Minister of State for IT and Electronics. In fact, the outgoing Union Minister of State for IT and Electronics, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, of course, speaking on what did not really went well as far as contest with Shashi Tharoor was concerned. And we'll, of course, be getting you all the other details as well throughout the day. In fact, as the leads point out, the NDA is at 293. Meanwhile, the INDIA alliance is at 233, others at 17. So those are some of the trends that are coming out as of now. This evening, we are also told that Rahul Gandhi will shortly address a press conference as well at Congress headquarters in New Delhi. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister is also expected to come. We'll, of course, keep a close watch on all of those developments and how the political developments really take shape through the course of the day. But for now, let's slip into a quick break.
In individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a boost of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, isn't this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
Will this start coming up on your screen? There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas?
So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally आने वाली है.
Compounding rate. The market approach has to be stable and distinct in the way how markets should move in the
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with authenticity and provides actionable information, helping millions realize their goals. But on a daily basis, as experience clashes with uncertainty, it brings forth brilliance. Catch Nikunj Dalmia, India's most experienced market anchor. ET Now, rise with India.
Hello. Yeah, I'll be there.
There's no particular time to rise. Not tomorrow, not the day after. There's no particular time to move forward.
Hello?
Through the ups and downs.
Welcome back. You're watching our continuous coverage of our counting day. In fact, the leads as they're coming in, the BJP or the NDA is taking a lead over the INDA alliance. In fact, let's now listen to some of the reactions that are coming in from the BJP party. In fact, some of the candidates who were contesting this election.
अभी तक के अनुमान के हिसाब से लगभग 1.25 लाख वोटों से उत्तर मुंबई में भाजपा आगे है और अगर ये ट्रेंड कंटिन्यू किया तो मुझे लगता है कि उत्तर मुंबई की सीट अवश्य भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि देश में भी इसी प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए की विजय होगी और पुनः एक बार देश की सेवा करने का जनता हमें आशीर्वाद देगी और फिर एक बार मोदी सरकार देश की सेवा करेगी।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने हिमाचल प्रदेश में जो रुझान अभी तक देखते हैं, चारों सीटों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी भारी बढ़त बनाए हुए है और फिर एक बार चारों की चारों लोकसभा सीटें आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी भारतीय जनता पार्टी एनडीए के पक्ष में दिख रही हैं। हर बार हिमाचल ने 100% रिजल्ट दिया है, इस बार भी हिमाचल ने 100% रिजल्ट दिया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी एनडीए फिर एक बार तीसरी बार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनाएगा, क्योंकि देश को स्थिर और निरंतर सरकार चाहिए, एक ईमानदार दमदार नेता चाहिए और आज जो दुनिया की उम्मीदें भारत से हैं उन पे खरा उतरने के लिए ये निरंतरता और स्थिरता बहुत आवश्यक है और जो देश की अर्थव्यवस्था लगातार आगे बढ़ रही है उसको और गति देने के लिए, विकासात्मक कार्यों को गति देने के लिए इस सरकार का, एनडीए की सरकार का फिर से सत्ता में आना आवश्यक था और जनता ने उसके पक्ष में मतदान किया।
हमारे जो नेता है नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नाम पर ये चुनाव लड़ा है और उनकी जो क्रेडिबिलिटी है, उनकी जो गारंटी है और उन पर जो लोगों का विश्वास है, आज उसी का ही परिणाम है कि हम तीसरी बार जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो है अपनी सरकार सेंटर में बनाने जा रही है। बहुत सारे जो काम हैं वो जब कांग्रेस की एमपी थे तो उन्होंने रुकवा दिए थे, चाहे स्कूल हो, चाहे केंद्रीय विद्यालय हैं, टनल हैं, हाईवेज हैं, बड़े रोड्स हैं, राजमार्ग हैं, इस तरह के न जाने कितने काम जो हैं वो कुछ करने को हैं, कुछ जो है रोक दिए गए हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार चली है। उस सरकार ने गरीब कल्याण के लिए, किसानों के लिए, युवाओं के लिए, मातृशक्ति के लिए अनेकों योजनाएं लाई, जिससे देश के अंदर अनेक परिवर्तन हुए, सभी वर्गों को आगे आने का अवसर मिला। उसी का परिणाम है कि एनडीए गठबंधन को बहुमत मिल रहा है, सरकार बनने जा रही है। मैं देश की जनता को बधाई देना चाहता हूं और देवभूमि उत्तराखंड के अंदर 5 सीटें, 5 की 5 भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, 5 कमल खिल रहे हैं।
हमको एग्जिट पोल बता रहे थे कि हम कहीं नहीं हैं। हम तब भी यही कह रहे थे कि छोटा मुंह बड़ी बात नहीं होनी चाहिए, लेकिन हमारा विश्वास है कि हमने मेहनत की है और उस मेहनत का परिणाम अवश्य सामने आएगा। लेकिन सच्ची बात यह है कि जब अब परिणाम आ रहे हैं सामने तो फिर अनुमान काहे लगाए जाएं। हम विश्वास से कह रहे हैं कि हम एक ऐसी पार्टी हैं जिसको सरकार बनाने का अवसर प्राप्त होना चाहिए। हमको कितना अवसर प्राप्त हो रहा है, कितना हमको समर्थन मिल रहा है, वो आपके सामने।
निश्चित तौर से काशी की जनता इस बार अपना हक अधिकार लेकर रहेगी। उनका बेटा है, उनके साथ खड़ा रहेगा और डंके की चोट पर काशी की जनता मोदी को हराएगी, भारी वोट से हराएगी। अभी आप देखते रहिए, आने वाला समय है, वो जो पूरा इनका इंडिया गठबंधन है वो बहुत बुरी तरीके से हारेगा। इतने बुरी तरीके से हारेगा कि अंदाजा नहीं है। इंडिया गठबंधन की सरकार बनेगी और हमारी सरकार महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, भ्रष्टाचार, बाकी सारी चीजों पर हम काबू करेंगे।
जिस तरीके से देश के चुनाव प्रक्रिया पे बार बार सवाल उठ रहा है, चुनाव आयोग की डिक्टेटरशिप की बात हो रही है, या जिस तरीके का कल चुनाव आयोग ने भाषा बोली, ये भावना क्या बताती है कि आखिर इस देश में सरकार जो होती है चुनाव के बाद देश की होती है, सरकार क्यों दल की होने लगी। तो मैं मानता हूं कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बेस्ट किया है, रिजल्ट बेस्ट निकलेंगे।
All right, and A. Balasubramanian, who's the Managing Director and CEO Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC, we caught up with him earlier in the day. He shares his views on market volatility that we've seen through the day and the way ahead. Let's listen into what he had to say.
The market corrects. It all comes in 1 or 2 days only. Yesterday we saw the pullback. Today we saw big corrections. I think historically, if you look at it, whenever the market hits the low circuit, I am talking about even the period of 2009 period I have seen when there is a India Chinese story was going on that got disappointed. Then we saw actually single day market falling by 10%, and that was the only day it falls, and rest of the days actually come back to normal. People start looking at the going forward, what will happen, how the decisions will be taken, and how the economic growth will be driven, how the company's earnings will come back, and so on and so forth. Therefore, going by that principles, I would assume today's market has fallen excess of what one would have thought about it. And also given the fact there has been a concern in the market that F&O outstanding positions are very large. Today I would say 50 to 60% of the fall was on account of the margin calls. The moment stock price falls and the exchange has become so efficient, margin call comes, you sell the stocks, irrespective of how fundamental the strong companies are strong. So that's the way the market behaves. Therefore, my own belief is today's fall is more or less done. But now we'll see the volatility continuing. Still such time we actually come to a firm decision in terms of how government will be formed, what kind of ministry is being given, and what the roadmap is going to be given in terms of manifesto what they are given in the party and how they are going to be get rolled out. And those I think will start determining the going forward. But valuation concern which was there on the basis of which people are doing the rebalance in the portfolio, probably will see the people doing a rebalance in the portfolio, moving from low valuation to high valuation, low valuations. Those kind of things I think we'll see the trend changing. But otherwise, broadly from a market point of view, once you see an opportunity, as long as you have a view that next 5 years probably have to take a view, given the fact that companies are very strong on balance sheet, low leverage, they'll have enough leg room for them to leverage and build the business and put the private capex could go up. At the same time, earnings are not going to get disappointed given the fact we are seeing broadly the economic momentum continues.
So Bala, market had become Humpty Dumpty in small cap stocks and the Humpty Dumptys had a great fall. What is good here is that we've recovered from the day's low, and if you look at the 1 month change for the market, it is down only 1%. So much so for the election volatility. For the index, now individual stocks will get whacked, depending on the positioning and depending on where the things are and where the mood point is. What you got to ask yourself is there, what changes permanently, what changes temporary, where prices have changed because the change is permanent, or the change is temporary. Where the change is temporary and price change has happened, you should be a buyer. But in some policy stocks, some would say that the sentiment has changed. PSU leadership in one day has lost its mojo. PFC, REC, BL, BML, they are down 20 to 25%. Have PSU stocks topped out for a long period of time now?
I doubt, Nikunj, for one simple factor, all of them have been becoming efficient. Leave aside today's fall. I think if you look at the reality, they are becoming very strong on balance sheet. They have been the largest contributor to the success of the Indian economic growth. by way of sheer presence they have in the respective segment. And second is each one of them are leader in the respective segment. And despite they all have gone up so much, you cannot say that they are actually overvalued given the fact they were undervalued for so long.
And we caught up with Purinju Veliuth as well this morning. Let's listen in to what he had to say to us just a short while back. Somebody move the prompter.
Stock market will come back to the that basics, which is earnings and valuation of individual companies and businesses. So that way, I think investors can still bet on India, look for the long-term prospects of the economy and the sectors and the companies. And it's still an amazing market in the world, an opportunity to invest in. Everyone in the market on your channel, including me, we were all talking, it's a rich valuation. There is froth in the many sectors, and there's euphoria in some companies, in the PSUs and some other select sectors. So a correction was due. We all were discussing in the last many months. We can just feel, now it has come, whatever is the reason. So that correction is happening, and I think it will be a healthy correction. The froth will go away. Again, investors should start looking at, value stocks, and, with the long-term perspective, India is offering a fantastic opportunity. There is no doubt. Doesn't mean that you should rush to buy today and tomorrow. You will have comfortable time in the coming weeks and months to invest and build up your portfolio and charge it up.
And with India's Lok Sabha elections in the forefront, largely priced in policy continuity, will foreign investors start parking their funds back into India again? What's the larger view on FIIs in India, considering the market volatility that we've seen throughout the day? Let's hear out the opinion from big market voices, the likes of Nilesh Shah, Sandeep Tandon and Purinju Veliuth.
The global investors, I think it's going to be impossible for them now to ignore India, not just as emerging market allocation, but essentially to be a mainstream market where they make substantially higher allocations, because obviously they have been apprehensive about continuity of policy for the next 5 years. Here now what you have is essentially a continuity, stability, and maybe a turbocharged policy calendar for the next 5 years. And I think that's what they basically would be looking forward to.
India P multiple will expand further. A lot of FIs have exited India, highlighting that India has been very expensive related to other emerging market. I think they will be forced to come back. Okay, and I'm using the very strong word. They will be forced to come back when they see this outperformance continue and the P expansion. And they themselves, their inflows will actually further increase the P multiple of this overall India as a basket.
I think the short position of FIIs, we should not give too much importance, except for the very short term, there could be some covering. But it's only minuscule of their total holding in India, bet on India in the equities. So that way, I think they also will be happy for the market going up. So need not worry about FIIs, I feel.
All right, sir. So all of those three investors really stating the fact that it will be impossible for investors to FIIs, more importantly, for them to ignore as far as the India market is concerned, and perhaps rightly so. On that note, it's time for us to end this edition of our special broadcast on the counting day, but lots more coming up on the other side. Do stay tuned with ET Now.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
This is clearly one of the biggest deals.
ET Now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a booster shot.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
This just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally आने वाली है.
Market compounding rate. The market approach has to be stay bullish, distinct in the way how markets should move in the
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with authenticity and provides actionable information, helping millions realize their goals. But on a daily basis, as experience clashes with uncertainty, it brings forth brilliance. Catch Nikunj Dalmia, India's most experienced market anchor. ET Now, rise with India.
Hello. Yeah, I'll be there.
There's no particular time to rise. Not tomorrow, not the day after. There's no particular time to move forward.
Hello?
Through the ups and downs.
हम गठबंधन के उनके गठबंधन के शिवसेना जो है उनके साथ है और जल्दी सरकार बनाने में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोग उनका साथ देंगे। कुछ लोग मोदी जी को हराओ, मोदी जी को हटाओ, ऐसा एक उद्देश्य लेके लड़ रहे थे, लेकिन मोदी जी देश के विकास के बारे में बात कर, विकास का एजेंडा लेकर एक चुनाव लड़ रहे थे। लेकिन ये मोदी द्वेष जो है, उनके बारे में जो है मोदी को हराना है, इनको तड़ीपार करना है, ऐसे जो सोचते थे, ऐसा जो जिनका सपना था, इस देश की जनता ने विकास को वोट किया है, डेवलपमेंट को वोट किया है और जिन्होंने कहा था मोदी जी को तड़ीपार करो, उनको सत्ता से दूर रखकर इस देश की जनता ने तड़ीपार कर दिया है।
सर, आपके कुछ कैंडिडेट हो, राहुल शवड़े हो, यामिनी यादव हो, उनको
ये कुछ लोग हमारे बहुत कम वोटों से उनकी हार हुई है निश्चित रूप से, लेकिन जो विपक्ष है, जो मोदी जी के बारे में, गठबंधन के बारे में जो लोगों में संभ्रम फैलाते थे, अपप्रचार करते थे, गलत प्रचार करते थे, संविधान बदला जाएगा, और निश्चित रूप से उसमें वो कामयाब हुए हैं निश्चित रूप से। और जनता ने जो कौल दिया है हम उसको स्वीकार करते हुए ये जो संभ्रम था उसको भी हम निश्चित रूप से दूर करेंगे। वोट बैंक की राजनीति जिन्होंने की है उनका भी असली चेहरा लोगों के सामने आएगा और वोट बैंक की राजनीति करने वाले, खुद को बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के वारिस कहने वाले, आज ये देखते हुए उनको भी दुख हो जाता था बाला साहब ठाकरे जी को। ऐसी राजनीति पहली बार देखी गई है, लेकिन इस देश की जनता ने मोदी जी का साथ दिया है, इसलिए मैं सभी लोगों का अभिनंदन करता हूँ।
थैंक यू।
All right, joining us live right now is our guest, Professor Jyotsna Tarangari, National Spokesperson of the TDP. Ma'am, thanks very much for joining us this evening and helping us decode all the developments that are happening as far as the counting day is concerned and the leads that are coming out. I want to first ask you about TDP. That's really been emerging as the kingmaker as far as the next government is concerned. We are also hearing the Congress, some of the Congress leaders claiming that they are in talks, and of course the TDP chief also congratulated the Prime Minister as well, or the Prime Minister actually congratulated TDP.
Yeah, good evening, and definitely it's a day to remember for us and also for the people of Andhra Pradesh. Yes, Telugu Desam Party has always been a very, we have played a very vital and crucial role in the national politics earlier also. This is not the first time. But here, let me put it very categorically to you that we are a part of NDA, and in Andhra Pradesh, we are forming a NDA coalition government. Telugu Desam Party, Janasena Party and Bharatiya Janata Party together. An NDA government is to be formed in the state of Andhra Pradesh with highest majorities, what we are saying. And also at the center also, we are going to be forming the government. NDA is going to be forming the government. Clear from our end. So there nobody is talking to us, and we are a part of NDA. So we are not going to be talking to anybody else, I suppose.
Okay, so you're clearly dismissing the tweet that's actually come out from Mr. Jairam Ramesh of the Congress party. He says that I had raised the issue of the special category status for Andhra Pradesh in 2017 Parliament. I also dispelled the Modi government's false claims that the 14th Finance Commission recommended by the dissolution of the special category status. So he's basically posturing, perhaps some sort of a feelers, giving feelers to TDP to perhaps align with it as far as forming the government is concerned in the centre.
See, let me put it in a very, this way. Where was Congress for the past 10 years? Where was Congress? In the state of Andhra Pradesh. See, for us, the state of Andhra Pradesh comes first, Telugu people come first, then the nation for us. Definitely. So in that case, where was Congress for the past 10 years? And even during 2014 to 2019, when special category status was demanded, when it was not done, we actually got special package for the state of Andhra Pradesh and we delivered. And then on issue-based issues, only we differed from BJP and we came out of NDA. Then we contested alone. But again in 2024 now, when we see that it's the need of the hour for the state of Andhra Pradesh, that an NDA government be formed there and also at the center. Many a times our Supremo Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu has very clearly mentioned that we share a vision with Modi Garu and we like the vision with vision of Narendra Modi ji and how India is placed before the world today. So definitely there's nothing to be worried about, or that there should be no speculations as such. We are a part of NDA and we are going to be a part of NDA and we are forming government at the center.
So you are basically saying that you were a part of the NDA and you will continue to be part of the NDA and will not looking at jumping ship like is being speculated for some of the other allies of the NDA. I want to finally ask you one final question, ma'am, and this is just a confirmation on what we've largely till now spoken about. Do you think, the BJP over UPA is or the India alliance is in a better position to negotiate with you?
See, I think we are more concerned about the issues of Andhra Pradesh and the development of Andhra Pradesh. So whatever is good for Andhra Pradesh and whatever is deserving for Andhra Pradesh, we would fight on those issues, we would deal with those issues, and we would definitely negotiate on those issues. Negotiations are not for par for us, negotiations are for the state for us.
All right. I'll come back to you, ma'am, but let me also go across to our other guest who's joining us this evening, Saleem Dharindaran, who's from the DMK. He's, of course, a spokesperson from the DMK. Sir, your thoughts on the developments that are happening, nationally as far as TDP is really concerned. And, of course, we are still in conversation with the TDP spokesperson, Ms. Jyotsna, who was saying that they are only looking at allying with the BJP, with the NDA in the center, not really looking at any other alliance partner.
Hi, firstly, thank you for having me on the show. My name is Saleem Dharindaran. But see, I think all those things comes later. But right now, what we are focused is to get the final count, because in a lot of seats, we are trailing by less than 1,000 or 2,000 votes with versus the BJP, not in Tamil Nadu, but in the whole of India. So we want to secure those seats and probably reduce the NDS tally to less than 260, 250, and only BJP tally less than 210, 220. And I strongly believe that many of the BJP allies are with them only because of the threat issued by the BJP using ED, income tax, and CBI, and which is why even the NCP had to break away and so on and so forth. So we believe many such factions might come in. But firstly, I would also like to say that DMK won today 40 out of 40 in Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry, and that is testament to the Dravidian model of inclusive government that was provided by our leader, and is also testament to the governance and the leadership style of our Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. And so I think before the elections, during the elections, and even until as recent as the exit poll, no one gave us a chance. But now we have a big chance of forming the government. And I think this clearly proves that people have voted for it in spite of non-partisan, in spite of partisan behavior of many institutions of this land, including the Election Commission of India. In spite of that, we have come with a high chance of forming the government. And if, in fact, if all the institutions have been acting in a non-partisan manner, I'm very certain that BJP would have been reduced to less than 150 seats. See, I think this election has proved one thing, particularly in Uttar Pradesh, where the election was fought on Ayodhya, Ram Temple. See, temples are important, religion is important, but never mix that with politics. That's what we do in Tamil Nadu. DMK never mixes politics with religion, though we have done a lot for temples and every religion that that are in Tamil Nadu. People want to hear development. How much can people listen to hate speeches and other non-development related speeches? People need jobs. Why did BJP majorly lose those seats? Because there was a huge problem of unemployment, very high inflation. The consumption index in rural areas have remained stagnant since 2019. And the real wages of people of the bottom 60% have reduced. So when people's quality of life has not improved, and nothing done on education, nothing done on healthcare, I do not think any people will re-elect. And if the organization institutions have been non-partisan, I am very certain that BJP's and NDS number would have been less than 140 or 130. I think this is a lesson for all. Focus on development, focus on people, don't do hate speeches. It can maybe help you win one election by luck or fluke, but you can't fool people, because people are very smart. They know what they're voting for. And which is why this is the fourth election DMK is winning in Tamil Nadu, because we focused on development. We never focused on any hate speeches, nothing related or polarizing people. It was only based on giving inclusive growth, making sure that no one
also says that they have focused these past 10 years that they have been ruling the country. They have focused on development. They've focused on the vision that the Prime Minister really has for Viksit India 2047. In fact, we've also seen the GDP numbers, the robust GDP numbers, which came in just ahead of the counting day, as well as lots of other factors, including S&P Global as well, actually increasing India's credit ratings from stable to actually positive. And we've seen an influx of global brands like Apple, Micron, and several others. They're looking to start shop in India. They're looking to start business in India, looking at the kind of growth that the country has really seen, which has emerged as a bright spot in the global economy. So BJP, of course, is saying that they have focused on the plank of development, and that too inclusive development. But why do you think, what could be the other reason? Because, the Prime Minister had made several campaigns, several speeches as far as South India is concerned, and particularly the state of Tamil Nadu as far as that is concerned. But why do you think, there's been such a huge gap between what was projected and what the numbers or the trends are actually showing?
Simple. I think what you speak in rhetoric is completely different to what you do, right? You can say whatever you want. You can say, I want development. You can say, I want a secular government. But what you do actually matters. GDP numbers of any country, even the poorest.
This is not rhetoric. You can go to S&P's website and check for it. You can also check the latest GDP figures. You can also check the number of brands that are coming.
I know economics. I get economics very well. But what is per capita GDP of India? In 2004 to 2014, per capita GDP of India increased by 2.7 times. From 2014 to 24, per capita GDP of India increased by only 1.3 times. Because of that, Bangladesh, which was $1,000 per capita GDP in 2014, and India was $1,600, overtook us in 2022 because they increased by 2.7 times. Their GDP per capita GDP is now $2,700 and India is stagnating at 2,300. Any GDP number will increase. But I can give you many other reports in which they have said India's growth is not gone. I can give a report from the International Labour Organization, from an UN affiliate organization, which says that youth unemployment is a big problem in India. The report came in 2024. Major economists, including Nobel laureates, have said demand in Indian economy is a problem. The wages of the poor is reducing. I think, see, credit rating is one thing, right? But in economics, you can't just take when you're analyzing the macroeconomic metric, you just can't take one metric and say, see, this metric has improved. You have to holistically see, right? GDP of any country will increase. The numbers will keep increasing. But how many times has the GDP increased? In fact, under UPA, GDP increased by 5 times. Now it's increased by 3 times. The absolute numbers has increased, and the absolute numbers will continue to rise. But the question is not that. The question is, how have you done compared to the previous 10 years? You have not done that. The unemployment rate has doubled in comparison to 2004 to 14. Why? And major problem of the Indian economy was demand. The demand was low. Why was the demand low? Because the purchasing power of the bottom 60-70% of the population was reducing. Why was the purchasing power and the saving reducing? Because you increase prices of basic commodities such as fuel, diesel, and gas cylinder and other essentials through taxes. And then you gave tax soaps to corporates. But that is supply side intervention. But if there is no demand, why will corporates build more factories, provide more employment? Even the biscuit consumption in this country had reduced even before COVID was announced. Two-wheeler sales, if you remember, 6 months before COVID was 2-decade high. I mean, the rate of two-wheeler sales or the four-wheeler sales, the economy was sluggish because it was mismanaged. And because of that, there's unemployment. And also spending in terms of per capita GDP on education had reduced, on research and development was reduced. Even the 100-day scheme, the Manrega scheme, the funding as a percentage of the GDP has drastically reduced. So you have not done or taken steps to improve the economy and improve the lives of the bottom 70% of the population. Economy is not just 1% of the population. GDP growth, right, will increase. But it depends on, is it a holistic GDP increase? How are the bottom 50% doing? How are the bottom 70% doing? It is not about just the corporates. I'll give you an example. The inequality in India is high. Thomas Piketty, in his World Inequality Lab, reported that inequality in India right now is higher than that was during the British era. And 21 Indians, currently the richest Indians, hold as much wealth as the bottom 80 crore population. Is this desirable for any country? No, nowhere in the world such high levels of inequality is desirable. In basic economics, you may say some amount of inequality is needed for a country to grow, exactly, but not high levels of inequality. A country with high levels of inequality will fail. We have seen a lot of African countries and South American countries with humongous crime rates simply because of very high inequality. And that's where India is heading. And that's why there's results. And if the institutions have been non-partisan.
Interject you here and also ask your views on the India alliance. I mean, exit polls were not really expecting these kind of trends, these kind of numbers to come in. But the India alliance and its members have done rather well and have exceeded expectations. I want to understand your views on that, given that I think there was a lot of confusion about who will lead as far as the India alliance is concerned, who will be their prime ministerial candidate, will there be unity in all of these India alliance parties or not? And of course, many were saying that this is really an alliance of convenience. Allies who are together in one state are different in the other. So there was that sort of conjecture, that sort of speculation that was building up as far as the India alliance is concerned. But your thoughts on the numbers that the alliance has managed to cobble up?
You call NDA as ND alliance, or you call it NDA? We call it NDA, right? So why do we call India as India alliance or Indi, right? The A is in the NDA and A in India, same for the alliance. So I think that was a very wrong approach. See, in 2004, the CPM and CPI were in alliance with the Congress in the UPA, and they were in the opposition in Kerala, right? They were at the loggerheads in Kerala and in West Bengal. But we got one of the best governments in 2004 to 2009. In fact, India was one of the few countries to even escape the global downturns. Then when the global financial crisis happened, one of the few countries to escape it was India. And India's, as I explained earlier, the GDP per capita GDP increased by 4. In 2009, the unemployment was nearly more than half of what it is currently. So I don't think these things matter. And I think India alliance is an ideological alliance. Ideological alliance for what? To India for India.
All right, so we'll
safeguard
have to
India.
ask you to hold on for a moment. We're getting some breaking news at this point that Prime Minister has won the constituency of Varanasi. We'll, of course, get you more details on the kind of percentage by which he's won that constituency and the kind of leads that he's been able to maintain over the opponents. Meanwhile, this is, of course, the third time that the Prime Minister has won that constituency of Varanasi. We saw the campaign, the hectic campaign that the Prime Minister, not just the Prime Minister, but several other union leaders also did in that constituency. The Prime Minister, after that, even went into a meditation session for 48 hours in Kanyakumari. But he has on several occasions called Varanasi his mother. He said that he has adopted Varanasi, and it wasn't really like that when he had first been asked to contest from the seat of Varanasi. In fact, he said that in an exclusive conversation with the Times Now just a few days back ahead of the election in his constituency. But that's the big breaking update that we have for you, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has won from the constituency of Varanasi. We are yet to get the numbers on how big the margin of victory has been for him versus the opponents. We'll also try to get our reporters join in on this big story, but that's the big breaking update that we have for you, and those are some of the visuals, some of the file visuals that we are playing for you of some of the rallies that the Prime Minister did in his constituency. We also saw Smriti Irani. We also saw several rallies being held by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, along with several other union ministers as well. When a Prime Minister was campaigning there, it's been a prestige battle for the BJP, and definitely a huge shot in the arm for not just the BJP but for brand Modi itself. Considering the numbers that we've been getting since morning, there's been some sort of a conjecture, there's been some sort of a talk that perhaps BJP has lost its mojo. And how will it eventually reflect on the power, on the mojo of the Prime Minister? But looks like all of those concerns have been allayed. The Prime Minister really holding strong as far as the seat of Varanasi is concerned. And in fact, those are some of the visuals that we're getting to you. These are file shots of the Prime Minister actually doing a rally in his constituency of Varanasi. And now we're joined by Sumit Chaturvedi, who's joining us to get us more details. Sumit, so a big battle of Varanasi now out of the way. This is a big prestige battle won by the Prime Minister, by the BJP.
Well, Sumita, as the day has passed, at BJP headquarters, there are celebrations as well. You can hear the crackers bursting as we speak. It's a different atmosphere now at BJP headquarters because PM Modi is likely to come here, going to address the Karyakartas, going to be here once again, coming with a lot of energy as we expect him to be with today. And BJP won. Well, whatever said and done, it looks like NDA has so far crossed the 272 magical mark in at least leads. So that's what giving a lot of hope to Karyakartas still who are celebrating here. Bhangra happening. A lot of celebrations are also taking place at BJP headquarters. At this moment, you were here with me in the morning and optimism was not there that much in the morning. But now as the results are becoming clearer, yes, there is a optimism which is emerging out of the BJP headquarters. It rained just such a short while ago here as well, and the leaders have started coming. We expect PM Modi to come here in the next 1.5 to 2 hours and address Karyakartas. Very important words his will be to watch out for, but before that Rahul Gandhi will address his supporters and press in general. So that's all we have to say at this moment. From both sides, BJP and Congress side or NDA or India side, interesting facts coming out, negotiations happening, and we'll keep on bringing you all details.
Sumit, do stay on with us and also help us understand what is it that we can expect in terms of what the BJP is planning for the evening. Like you were rightly saying, that the Congress party is looking at a press conference by none other than Rahul Gandhi this evening to perhaps address the kind of results, the robust results that the party has shown, and of course its alliance partners have shown. This is something that not all of the exit polls were in fact expecting, but they've done a stellar show given the exit poll numbers were concerned. But what can we expect from the BJP? Has there been any communication? We were learning or listening rather a short while back about the possibility of the Prime Minister really coming to BJP headquarters this evening. But can you confirm that for us? What is it that we can expect from the BJP to do this evening?
Well, from earlier few days, Congress was in a flip-flop mode. First, they said they will participate in exit polls. Then they said they won't. Then they came back. But today, it's a time when they should come out and speak with confidence, and that's what Rahul Gandhi is going to be. What has worked so far, as some of the Congress side people are saying, is his image as a serious leader. It's the time he's going to address the press and say that they have come back. The kind of numbers exit polls were expecting from them, they're clearly double from there. That is why it is the time Congress and Rahul Gandhi are going to come out and say there may be some digs taken at BJP. What about 400 par? What about other majority numbers? But overall, they are going to talk how they are positioned when it comes to forming a government. At this juncture, it is very important to notice who allies are going with. NDA and JDU clearly emerging as kingmakers. From India side also, there could be certain, no one knows what surprises are going to come. Tomorrow, NDA's crucial meeting happening. So, a lot of suspense, surprises, everything is there. And Rahul Gandhi going to address the conference in the next 15 to 20 minutes from now on. And he is going to take the media's question. It's the time they have to come out and take these questions. Earlier, they were not very sure, but this is time they are sure they are going to take the questions.
We'll come back to you whenever there are more updates as far as that address by Rahul Gandhi is concerned. Meanwhile, we have some more breaking news coming in, and that's related to Union Home Minister, the outgoing Union Home Minister and senior BJP leader Amit Shah, who's heading for a landslide victory in the Gandhinagar Lok Sabha seat in Gujarat, as he's gained an unassailable lead of, we're given to understand, over 7 lakh votes. That's against his nearest Congress rival, that is Sonal Raman Bhai Patel. And this is, of course, as per a latest Election Commission data. So that's the big breaking news that we're getting to you as of now. Counting currently, remember, is underway in several of the states in Gujarat. But for now, we're learning that Union Home Minister and senior BJP leader Amit Shah has won the seat of Gandhinagar in Gujarat. That's, of course, another prestige battle. Of course, another interesting state to look at, given that it has been the bastion of the BJP in the past few decades. So that's the other breaking news we're getting for you, besides the fact that Narendra Modi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has won the constituency of Varanasi. We'll continue with a continuous coverage of the Lok Sabha counting day. But for now, we have to slip into a quick break. But do stay tuned with us and join us after this very short break.
In individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
Here, ET, now I've been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be getting a boost of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, isn't this all factors aligned wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
You just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally आने वाली है.
market compounding rate. The market approach has to be stay bullish and in the way how markets should move.
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with authenticity and provides actionable information, helping millions realize their goals. But on a daily basis, as experience clashes with uncertainty, it brings forth brilliance. Catch Nikunj Dalmia, India's most experienced market anchor. ET Now, rise with India.
Hello. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there.
There's no particular time to rise. Not tomorrow, not the day after. There's no particular time to move forward.
Hello?
Through the ups and downs, amidst the chaos. The stories that can move an entire economy drive us to break obstacles.
Breaking news aa gaya.
The business stories that need to be heard. The stories that need the right voice.
3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome. You're watching ET Now and there is breaking news right there on your screen.
And it's an ET Now news break. Confirm we told you first. This is Cheryl D'Souza with cameraman Akshay for ET Now.
This is why we rise. ET Now, rise with India.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
Here, ET Now have been getting you bit by bit.
Hi, good evening, and what a bloodbath it has been for D Street. Almost a contrast opposite, in fact, even worse than what you had yesterday. While the exit polls themselves got it wrong, the market was extremely exuberant, and I'm falling short of words here. So while yesterday we did manage to scale up 3.5%, a lot of the damage got done today. So net result, we've registered the biggest single session fall in about 4 years.
That's correct. Almost 30 lakh crore worth of market cap got erased. Perhaps not only because of what the verdict is indicating at, but because of the elevated expectations and exit polls had a role to play. But how should you be approaching the market now, whether you are a trader, investor, a common citizen, or running your SIPs? We are going to dissect what does this election verdict or the direction of it is telling you or nudging you to do. And we've got best of the voices in the market to do exactly that. To start with, we have Prashant Khemka of White Oak, who's joining us. Prashant, of course, has a pulse on the overseas money managers as well. Bulk of his friends still there. He's been one, and of course, being an Indian, understands and has seen the election, mandates many times before in the last 30 odd years that he's been managing money. Prashant, good evening, and thank you very much for your time this evening. Let's take a step back and understand what exactly has happened. I was discussing with my colleagues through the day today that it appears to me just like a case of a company which has been declaring very strong set of numbers over the past few quarters, and in their interactions at conferences somehow managed to elevate the expectations of their performance in the mind of the investing universe so much that even a 295 or at least a win, even if it's indicating at a coalition win, doesn't seem to excite the investing community. In fact, they were voting with their feet today. Massive falls coming in. But what does it really mean for the market in the medium term, at least, in your view?
I think, see, in the medium term, once this roller coaster ride is behind us over the next few days, assuming the numbers what they are today, would suggest a continuation of the government in a coalition now, which is not as strong as that was expected maybe last week, certainly not as strong as was expected, say, yesterday. But nonetheless, a coalition that seems very likely stable, going by longer-term history of Indian politics. In 2014, receiving a 290 to 300 kind of seat count for any coalition would have suggested a very stable a 5-year government. And assuming that, I think in a few days' time, people would put the election results behind them and focus on what the government is, talking in terms of policy going forward, what their actions are. Budget would be in July, and that would be very closely watched this time, because to market would be looking to ensure that the policy direction and pace is in line with what has been the case over the last many years, over the last decade or so. And that would shape how the markets evolve from here.
Sure. Prashant, but a weak majority, does that not sort of throw you or bring you back to the drawing board? You've got to sort of, take into account and relook perhaps as to how your portfolio positioning as such has been. I mean, the biggest question on everyone's mind is, what do you do with PSUs now?
Very true. Any such event of the magnitude that it is, it must prompt people and investment teams to discuss how the portfolio is positioned in the evolving scenario. Now, as we've spoken before, our team tends to have some kind of a risk management where we have a balanced portfolio. We don't tend to take macro bets. Directional calls on the market or on specific sectors, and so was the case going into the election as well, and has been for the last several years, or always, I would say. So in that sense, while there is a lot of discussion on what it means for different names within the portfolio, there isn't necessarily anything of the nature on the table that suggests that we need to massively rejig. And that may be true for many other managers, fund investors as well, who have a similar risk management style, though those who may be taking more directional bets in the market, in the portfolio, they would definitely have to rethink whether what has worked and worked very well over the last many months and even last few years, whether they would need to take some action there to mitigate that exposure.
Would you recommend gravitating towards the safe havens? I mean, typically in risk-off modes, one would see underperforming sectors like FMCG, pharma, and they're only underperforming right now, but typically they are the defensive lot. One would gravitate towards those, and I think today is proof. I mean, pick up any FMCG stock, that was the only one holding up.
Well, definitely, you saw that today, and as you were pointing out, it's the worst fall in the last 4 years since the COVID crisis. And it was the COVID crisis when these sectors that performed well today, it was the last time when they performed well was in, I believe, March of 2020. So on days like this, it's very natural. Those sectors like FMCG are highly predictable. To their trajectory, long-term trajectory, doesn't really change much, move much because of, and events like elections or even wars or whatnot. So there, when the world is falling apart, people would tend to hold on to those names. And even if there isn't incremental buying, just because there's no incremental selling over there, that could also support the valuations on days like today. But that is not to say that we can extrapolate that also over the coming days. It all would depend on how over the next few days things shape up, what form of cabinet takes shape, and what initial comments come out of the new government in terms of policy objectives.
I want to discuss a very fundamental point with you, because we are in the middle of a big fall seen after a 4-year period. And within the last fall and now, a lot of scores of new investors have also joined the market, be it in the SIP form, DMAT, direct, whatever. But the point is that we need to communicate a message to them. over a 25-30 year period, you may have seen 4-5 of such falls. How much time usually does it take for market to come to peace with this kind of fall or the shakeout which is happening? And then how should the approach be?
So you must remember, first of all, that market yesterday was at all-time high, all-time peak, and which is fair. I mean, markets, it's the nature of the markets that they keep scaling new heights almost everywhere in the world. That is true. So from there, we've pulled back about 7%. Coming more specifically, so it's not like we are in, there have been market time periods when markets been down more than 50% from the peak. I'm not suggesting that's where we're headed, but I'm just saying that is a correct. It's not even what is technically considered a correction. That aside, to your point about new investors, I think it's very much part and parcel of the learning process. Myself, as most investors have done, I was myself sucked into equity markets long ago, many decades ago, in a big bull run. I started thinking I can double as a middle class boy. I started thinking I can double my money every year and become a crorepati. Back in 80s, crorepati was a big deal, right? But then very next year, I realized you can't even stay afloat in certain years, right? So same would be the case for investors who've been drawn in over the last 3 years, thinking that it's easy to achieve 10% returns on a monthly basis or something of that sort. They would realize it's not that easy. It's not only one way up. And the return expectations for those investors would need to get moderated. And it's a healthy, I think, phenomenon. Some of them would get disenchanted and might leave, but many would leave, stay on, and many would stay on and would either through mutual funds or through direct investments continue their investment journey. But it's a good lesson. A whole host of investors have entered in, and it's a good reminder to them to be also thinking of risk and not simply the stocks that are that have strong momentum and delivering the highest returns in the trailing 1 month, 2 months, and so on.
In fact, the word on the street now is that a lot of new investors would be learning some very old lessons of the Lal Street in this kind of a fall. But I want to talk about certain sectors which may have done well because of specific policy impetus. But that policy impetus actually came on the back of much larger structural themes which are happening globally. I mean, Indian power sector or the entire power value chain, right from transformers to generators to renewables to wires and cables, everything got re-rated, not only because of what's happening here, but because there's a major, transition because of climate change, all of that factors playing out globally. So if one were to look at some of the spaces in the market, or for example, financials or the financialization, do some themes come to mind which are more structural than what is happening in our country? And those are the areas one should look at when this shakeout is happening.
See, all these, are very real and very structured. It's just what the market is questioning now is how long can you extrapolate them to? How confident are you in extrapolating them to the next 10, 20 years? Last week, investors in these particular sectors were very confident in extrapolating these for decades to come. But after these events, there would be naturally some questioning, on whether we can be just as confident in the strength of the underlying trends, as structural as they are. Can the magnitude and strength of those trends can last and stay as strong as was expected just last week? And within that context, yes, in some sectors, there would be greater confidence. There'll be other sectors where the combination of so let's say financials as an example. It's been a structural story for last 20, 30 years. But last couple of years have not really gone anywhere because while the structural story was there of very robust growth, there were these many other sectors which seemed to have become structurally much stronger, deliver structurally stronger growth and profitability. And hence, maybe financial sector was getting somewhat neglected by investors. Yeah? So maybe that gets reassessed now. That, okay, the growth may be somewhat slower here, but it is time tested. It is more. It is less cyclical. It is less a function of some of these macro situations, and so these newer areas would get investor attention, and some of the other segments and themes that had become elevated beyond what was reasonable would find a more reasonable level.
But Prashant, we were having this discussion earlier as well, that no matter whichever government comes to power, your portfolio has got to be such that it's kind of sort of bereft of any such risk. But irrespective of, government-linked sectors or policy-linked sectors, be it infrastructure, capex, manufacturing, any government in power is bound to focus on these themes. They may not be as aggressive as certain governments have been, but they, if India has to prosper, they have to focus on these particular segments. So would you say that, stay put for long-term investors, nothing really changes in these particular segments of the markets?
See, you're very right when you say that, but it is a question of magnitude. Yes, some of these sectors were in the dumps over the, let's say, till 5 years ago, for a prolonged period of time. Some of these segments are highly cyclical as well. So it's a question of magnitude, and very importantly, is a question of how long can you extrapolate the strength for. A week ago, or just till yesterday, the extrapolation of the business momentum, the strength in these underlying trends, be it power sector, defense sector, railways, and other cyclicals and capex related, that extrapolation was, and then rightly so. I'm not saying that was incorrect yesterday, but it's a dynamic world, and when facts, as I think Keynes said, or some wise person said, as facts change, you have to reassess whatever the exact words that were used. I'm not remembering, but that's what the market does. When facts change, the market reassesses. And now that length of time period that you were confident yesterday in extrapolating a lot of these structural or cyclical trends, that is going to be reassessed by the market.
Prashant, I would request you to stay with us. We'll take a short break. On that note, come back. Meanwhile, the press conference for Congress is also going on right now. But we'll come back and take the discussion forward on markets from here on after this break.
नमस्कार साथियों, आज के विशेष प्रेस वार्ता में आप सभी का स्वागत है। पहले कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष जी मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी आपको संबोधित करेंगे। उसके बाद में हमारे पूर्व अध्यक्ष राहुल जी आप से बातचीत करेंगे और हमारे बीच में कांग्रेस संसदीय दल के अध्यक्ष सोनिया गांधी जी भी मौजूद हैं। मैं उनका भी स्वागत करता हूं। कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी।
क्यों इसको नहीं डाला शायद? Respected Madam Sonia Gandhi ji, Rahul Gandhi ji, प्रियंका गांधी जी और इस मंच पे बैठे हुए हमारे पार्टी के सभी नेतागण, आज जो देश में चुनाव के रिजल्ट आए हैं, ये मैं तो पहले कहूंगा ये जो रिजल्ट है जनता की रिजल्ट है और ये जनता की जीत है और लोकतंत्र की जीत है। हम पहले से यही कह रहे थे कि ये लड़ाई हमारी मोदी वर्सेस जनता है, लोग हैं। तो 18वीं लोकसभा के चुनाव में हम विनम्रता से जनमत को स्वीकार करते हैं। इस बार जनता ने किसी एक दल को पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं दिया, खासकर सत्ताधारी दल भाजपा ने एक व्यक्ति एक चेहरे के नाम पर वोट मांगा। अब ये स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है। ये उनकी राजनीतिक और नैतिक हार है। जो व्यक्ति बार बार अपने नाम से ही हर जगह वोट मांगते थे, उनकी ये बहुत बड़ी हार है और नैतिक दृष्टि से ये तो उनको बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। आप जानते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और हमारे इंडिया गठबंधन से बहुत प्रतिकूल माहौल में चुनाव लड़ा। सरकारी मशीनरी ने कदम कदम पर अवरोध डाला। बैंक खाते सीज करने से लेकर तमाम नेताओं के खिलाफ अभियान चलाया। फिर भी शुरू से आखिर तक कांग्रेस पार्टी का कैंपेन सकारात्मक था, पॉजिटिव था। हमने महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, किसानों और मजदूरों की बदहाली और संविधान संस्थाओं का दुरुपयोग जैसे विषयों को केंद्रीय मुद्दा बनाकर हम जनता के सामने गए थे। इन मुद्दों पर बड़ी संख्या में लोग हमसे जुड़े, हमारा समर्थन किया। प्रधानमंत्री ने जिस तरह का कैंपेन किया वो इतिहास में लंबे समय तक याद रखा जाएगा। कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र के बारे में मोदी जी ने जो झूठ फैलाया, जनता ने उसे समझ लिया। मैं इस मौके पर कहना चाहूंगा कि श्री राहुल गांधी जी की दोनों यात्राएं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा और भारत जोड़ो न्याय यात्रा के दौरान लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को मिलना, लोगों की समस्याओं को सुनना और आगे चलकर उन समस्याओं का हल ढूंढना हमारे कैंपेन का आधार बना। हमने इसी को 5 न्याय और 25 गारंटी का नाम दिया और इसी के आधार पर हमने गारंटी कार्ड बनाया। हमारे कार्यकर्ता उसे लेकर घर घर पहुंचे और लोगों को संपर्क करें। इसके अलावा जो एक महत्वपूर्ण बात है वो भाजपा नेतृत्व की अहंकार की वजह से हुई। उन्होंने धीरे धीरे सारे संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के ऊपर गैर कानूनी तरीके से कब्जा करने की कोशिश की। फिर इनका उपयोग विरोधी दल के खिलाफ करने लगे। जो दब गया उसे दबा के अपने तरफ लिया, जो नहीं दबे उसकी पार्टी को तोड़ दिया, नहीं तो फिर जेल में डाल दिया। लोगों को ये विश्वास हो गया था कि मोदी जी को एक मौका और मिला तो अगला हमला संविधान पर सीधा होगा और लोकतंत्र पर होगा। इसीलिए लोगों को इसके प्रमाण नए संसद सत्र के साथ ही दिखेंगे। खुशी इस बात की है कि भाजपा इस षड्यंत्र में अब सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। मैं इस अवसर पर सीपीपी चेयरपर्सन श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की। और मैं ये कहूंगा कि इनके वजह से हमको बहुत बड़ा प्रोत्साहन देश में मिला और आज ये स्थिति जो बनी है उनके वजह से बनी। और हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो है देश में, उन्होंने भी हमारा साथ दिया। इसीलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। आखिर मैं इंडिया गठबंधन के अपने सभी साथियों और शुभचिंतकों का धन्यवाद करता हूं। सभी एक साथ मिलकर एक स्वर में रहे, सभी ने मिलकर प्रचार किया और एक दूसरे की मदद की। हमारे हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने अच्छे तालमेल के साथ काम किया। आप सभी का धन्यवाद। अभी हमारी लड़ाई अंजाम तक नहीं पहुंची है। हम सबको आने वाले दिनों में इसी तरह लोगों के अधिकारों के लिए, संविधान की रक्षा के लिए, लोकतंत्र के बचाव के लिए, देश की तरक्की के लिए, सीमाओं पर सुरक्षा के लिए लड़ते रहना चाहेंगे। हमें सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि संसद सुचारू रूप से चले, विपक्ष के मुद्दों को प्राथमिकता मिले, संसद में उन पर बहस हो। आने वाले दिन महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। हम आपसे बात करेंगे जब कभी भी मौका मिले। आप सभी को मेरा धन्यवाद और आपका साथ भी हमको रहा और हमने चुनाव में भी जहां हमको जितना हो सकता है वो साथ आपने दिया। इसलिए आप सभी को भी मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं और सभी को नमस्कार।
शुक्रिया खड़गे जी। मैं राहुल जी से गुजारिश करूंगा वो आपको संबोधित करें।
नहीं, खड़गे जी आपने बड़ी सही बात बोली। जहां तक आप हमारी मदद कर सकते थे उसी लेवल तक मदद की। देखिए, ये चुनाव इंडिया गठबंधन और कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ एक राजनीतिक दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी थी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी, एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, ये सब, आधी जुडिशरी, इन सब के खिलाफ हम लड़े थे। क्योंकि इन सब संस्थाओं को, इन सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और अमित शाह जी ने कैप्चर करा, धमकाया, डराया। प्रेस की तो मैं बात करता रहता हूं। आपको मतलब काफी बार कहा है कि आपका भी रोल रहना चाहिए और उस रोल को काफी लोगों ने किया, काफी लोगों ने खुल के किया, काफी लोगों ने छुप के किया। और आपके इमोशंस कहां थे हमें मालूम है। लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। और मैं आपको सच बताऊं तो मेरे माइंड में था पहले से, जब इन्होंने हमारा बैंक अकाउंट कैंसिल किया, जब चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को जेल में डाला, पार्टियां तोड़ी, मेरे माइंड में था कि हिंदुस्तान की जनता अपने संविधान के लिए एक साथ खड़ी होकर लड़ जाएगी। और यह सच साबित हुआ। मुझ में भरोसा था और मैं हिंदुस्तान की जनता से, इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स से, कांग्रेस पार्टी के हमारे सब नेताओं और बब्बर शेर कार्यकर्ताओं से दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। आपने संविधान को बचाने का पहला और सबसे बड़ा कदम ले लिया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस चुनाव में, कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब नेताओं ने 2-3 चीजें की। सबसे पहले हमने इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स की रिस्पेक्ट की, उनकी जो विशेष थी उनको हमने साथ लिया। और आपने देखा होगा कि जहां भी गठबंधन लड़ा हम एक होकर लड़े। दूसरी बात, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है।
प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है। ये जो हमारा परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इंडिया गठबंधन का परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इसके पीछे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, जो रिजर्वेशन पर बीजेपी ने आक्रमण किया, गरीबी, अदानी जी के आपने स्टॉक्स तो देखे होंगे, देखे वो स्टॉक्स उनके, तो बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है। जनता अदानी जी को मोदी जी से डायरेक्टली कोरिलेट कर रही है। मोदी जी की हार होती है, स्टॉक मार्केट कहता है भैया मोदी जी गए तो अदानी जी गए, मतलब डायरेक्ट रिलेशनशिप है, करप्शन की रिलेशनशिप है। और देश ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को साफ कह दिया है कि हम आपको नहीं चाहते हैं। एंड दिस इज द मेन थिंग दैट दिस इलेक्शन हैज सेड। द कंट्री हैज unanimously and clearly stated, we do not want Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah to be involved in the running of this country. We do not like the way they have run this country. We do not appreciate the way they have attacked the constitution. We do not appreciate the way they have run this country for the last 10 years. So that is a huge message to Mr. Narendra Modi. I'd like to thank everybody who has participated in this election. I am extremely proud of the people of India. I am extremely proud of the people who have resisted this onslaught on the constitution. और अंत में मैं आपको कह दूं कि इसको बचाने का काम हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है। सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है, मजदूरों ने किया है, किसानों ने किया है, दलितों ने किया है, आदिवासियों ने किया है, पिछड़ों ने किया है। इन लोगों ने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया है। ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन देश की आवाज है। बहुत सारे लोग ने इसको नहीं बचाया, चुप रह गए थे, मगर हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोग, सबसे कमजोर लोग खड़े हो गए और उन्होंने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया। मैं उनका धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, उनसे कहना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी आपके साथ खड़ी है। जो हमने आपको वायदे किए थे, हम वो वायदे आपके लिए पूरे करेंगे। जाति जनगणना, महालक्ष्मी, ये हमारे वायदे हैं। धन्यवाद।
शुक्रिया राहुल जी। अभी 3-4 सवाल सिर्फ हम लेंगे। एक मिनट शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए, 1 मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट, खड़गे जी और राहुल जी आपका 4-5 सवाल लेंगे। संजीव, हाँ जी, 1 मिनट, एक एक करके चिल्लाइएगा मत प्लीज, चिल्लाइएगा मत। हाँ संजीव।
Rahul ji, although the NDA has emerged as, they are getting the majority, but some of its partners have been your partners in the past, including the TDP and the JDU. So have you decided to sit in the opposition, or there are chances of government formation by the India government?
As we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India Alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow, and these questions will be raised there, and they will be answered there. We respect our alliance partners, and we are not going to make statements in the press without asking them their opinion.
सर, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि ये हिंदुस्तान के गरीब की जीत है, संविधान बचाने की जीत है, तो अगर आप लोग विपक्ष में बैठते हैं और सरकार बनाने की पहल नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि नंबर एनडीए और इंडिया अलायंस में कुछ ज्यादा नहीं है, और अगर पहल नहीं करते हैं तो कैसे उनको आप जो है आगे उनका हक दिलाने के लिए आगे आ पाएंगे?
वही सवाल आप मतलब दूसरे तरीके से पूछ रहे हो। कल डिसाइड होगा, इंडिया गठबंधन की मीटिंग है, कल हमारा अलायंस डिसाइड करेगा। बड़ी फाइन लाइन है तो जो इंडिया गठबंधन डिसाइड करेगा उस पर हम एक्शन लेंगे।
सर, खरगे साहब ये आपसे पूछना चाहते थे कि यहाँ पे बीजेपी में जश्न हो रहा है और उनके हिसाब से एनडीए को मेजॉरिटी मार्क्स से ऊपर मिला है, तो एनडीए सरकार बना रही है। तो यहाँ पे क्या आपको लगता है कि आपने कहा नैतिक आधार पे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को नहीं बने रहना चाहिए, क्या आपको लगता है कि बीजेपी में भी खेमेबंदी होगी इसको लेके, और क्या खुद नरेंद्र मोदी को ये फैसला लेना चाहिए?
देखिए, अभी राहुल गांधी जी ने आपके सामने स्पष्ट किया, जब तक हम अपने अलायंस पार्टनर से बात नहीं करेंगे और जो नए पार्टनर हमको जुड़ने वाले हैं उनसे भी किस तरीके से हम बात करके अपने को मेजॉरिटी बना सकते हैं वो देखेंगे। सारे स्ट्रैटेजीज अगर यही मैं बोलूंगा फिर मोदी जी होशियार हो जाएंगे, इसलिए
जयराम जी
राहुल जी, खरगे साहब ने कहा कि हम जनादेश को स्वीकार करते हैं। जनादेश इंडिया गठबंधन के लिए क्या है? विपक्ष में बैठने के लिए या सरकार बनाने की कोशिश करने के लिए? और आप दोनों सीटों से जीते हैं, बधाई। आप कौन सी सीट रखने वाले हैं?
नहीं, सब दोनों सीटों से जीता हूं और रायबरेली और वायनाड के जो वोटर्स हैं उनका दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। अब डिसाइड करना है कौन सी सीट पे मैं रहूंगा, थोड़ा पूछूंगा और फिर डिसाइड करूंगा। दोनों सीटों में तो नहीं रह सकता हूं, बट अभी डिसाइड नहीं किया है।
राहुल जी, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के लिए जब आप निकले थे तब से लेके अब तक काफी लंबी यात्रा रही, काफी बीच में उतार चढ़ाव आए। अब 100 का आंकड़ा आपने छुआ है। 2009 में जब इसी तरह का मैंडेट आया था तो पार्टी के अंदर दो राय थी, एक हम विपक्ष में रहें, पार्टी मजबूत करें, या सरकार के साथ जाए। आप सरकार के
2009 में
2009 में हाँ
नहीं, 2009 में तो क्या बात
नहीं 2009 में दोबारा जब बहुमत मिला था तब एक राय थी कि आप विपक्ष की पॉलिटिक्स करके पार्टी को मजबूत करें।
ऐसी कोई राय नहीं थी, आपकी रॉन्ग इन्फॉर्मेशन।
अब मैं पूछ रहा हूं, अब आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, दो चीज है। ये जो मैंडेट मिला है, आप अपोजिशन में रह के आप और पार्टी मजबूत करना चाहते हैं या सरकार बनाना चाहते हैं? आप चाहते क्या है?
नहीं, देखिए, हम एक कोalition के भाग हैं, ठीक है। कांग्रेस पार्टी है, बाकी पार्टियां हैं, और उनके साथ अभी हमारा डिस्कशन नहीं हुआ है। हमने, भैया शांत हो जाए, हमने उनसे कहा था, इंडिया पार्टनर से कहा था कि चुनाव के बाद 5 तारीख को हमारी मीटिंग होगी और उस मीटिंग में हम ये जो सवाल है इसको डिसाइड करेंगे। तो सचमुच में इस सवाल का जवाब आज हमारे पास है नहीं, कल होगा।
राहुल जी, अमेठी में आपके लिए कहा गया कि राहुल गांधी ने अपने पीए को चुनाव लड़ा दिया, अब उन्हीं किशोरीलाल शर्मा
नहीं, देखिए, ये
बीजेपी ने कहा था।
नहीं, देखिए, बीजेपी लोगों को रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करती है
और आज उन्हीं किशोरीलाल ने हरा दिया,
तमीज से बात नहीं करती है। मगर किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी जो हैं वो 40 साल से अमेठी में कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए काम कर रहे हैं और उनका अमेठी की जनता के साथ रिश्ता है। शायद बीजेपी के लोगों को यह बात समझ नहीं आई थी कि किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी अमेठी से बहुत क्लोजली कनेक्टेड व्यक्ति हैं और इसलिए उनकी जीत निश्चित थी। और मैं उनको कंग्रेचुलेट करना चाहता हूं कि अच्छी तरह वो जीते हैं। और उनको बारे में ये कहना कि वो पीए हैं, स्टेनो हैं, ये बिल्कुल गलत है, ये ऑफेंसिव है, ये नहीं कहना चाहिए।
राहुल जी, मैं मोहित हूं न्यूज नेशन से। सर कहते हैं,
आपने एक बात बोली जो मैं इसके जवाब देना चाहता हूं। देखिए, यूपी की जनता से मैं कहना चाहता हूं, आपसे ज्यादा पॉलिटिकल विजडम, मतलब आपने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। यूपी के जनता ने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। नहीं, बहुत सारे स्टेट्स ने कमाल करके दिखाया, मगर बीजेपी यूपी ने हिंदुस्तान की राजनीति समझकर, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पर खतरा समझकर उत्तर प्रदेश ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की रक्षा की है। और मैं सब स्टेट्स का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, मगर उत्तर प्रदेश को मैं स्पेशल कहना चाहता हूं। आपने कांग्रेस पार्टी का, इंडिया गठबंधन का समर्थन किया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
राहुल जी
आखिरी सवाल। और इसमें यूपी में एक और बात मैं बोल देता हूं, एक और बात यूपी के बारे में बोल देता हूं। इसमें मेरी बहन प्रियंका गांधी का भी काम है, जो यहां पीछे छुपी हुई है।
राहुल जी शुक्रिया। साथियों शुक्रिया, हो गया। सर राहुल जी लेट्स गो।
और ये मेरे जीवन का सबसे बड़ा सौभाग्य है।
दीदी अमेठी और दीदी के रिश्ते का भविष्य क्या होगा?
बहनों से भविष्य पूछते हो? बहनों से रिश्ता तब टूटता है जब अर्थी उठती है बहन।
भारत माता की, भारत माता की।
Well, that's Union Minister Smriti Irani, who was, of course, contesting from the UP seat of Amethi. And before her, in fact, we also saw the entire leadership of the Congress party, including Rahul Gandhi, his mother Sonia Gandhi. In fact, as Rahul Gandhi was saying, that there was Priyanka Gandhi also in attendance, and we also heard from Mallikarjun Kharge. So Rahul Gandhi giving us some very, very key news points. Number one, he said that as far as government formation is concerned, or staking a claim, giving their stake to form the government is concerned, they'll have a chat with all of their alliance partners, and only after that they will come up with a decision on that. Of course, he was also speaking about the fact that this election, he said, and I quote, "This election, we haven't fought just against a particular political party. We have fought against all of those agencies and judiciary which were captured by the BJP." He says that this win is a win of the constitution of the country. Of course, he was alluding to the encouraging numbers, the encouraging leads that are showing up. In fact, what we're learning as of now is that the India Alliance is maintaining its lead on 231 seats. In fact, he also said that this is a win of the country's poor people. This fight was to save the country's constitution. So he spoke on a whole host of issues. He also alleged that the BJP was looking at destabilizing. He said that the people of this country were fighting against the BJP, and he also thanked leaders and party workers and ground cadres for the kind of wins that he's seen in Wayanad and of course in Raebareli. Raebareli, remember, is a family bastion of the Gandhis. Wayanad is another seat that has been popular with the Congress party, particularly with Rahul Gandhi. He said that he can't really decide on which seats he will retain, but he will decide, as he can't really retain both the seats. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to slip into a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Our continuous coverage of the counting day of the verdict 2024, and who will stake claim to form the government and who will be the Prime Minister ahead of these counting numbers. A continuous coverage ensues on ET Now. To stay tuned with us.
In individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be getting a boost of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Stocks on the editor's radar. The strategy is going to be for the day.
You just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas? So are we in for that seasonality? Because data seems to be indicating that rally aane wali hai.
Market compounding rate. The market approach has to be stable and distinct in the way how markets should move.
When decades of experience come to the fore, one speaks with authenticity and provides actionable information, helping millions realize their goals. But on a daily basis, as experience clashes with uncertainty, it brings forth brilliance. Catch Nikunj Dalmia, India's most experienced market anchor. ET Now, rise with India.
Hello. Yeah, I'll be there.
There's no particular time to rise. Not tomorrow, not the day after. There's no particular time to move forward.
Hello?
Through the ups and downs. Amid
the valuations were always very attractive for most of the PSUs, and they were buying at the right kind of valuations. So I'm not looking at that people will just book profit and get down, and when the prices are always so much down, I don't see any reason that people will now go and sell out in the market. Because valuations are where valuations are, and some of the reforms which have taken place for the upgradation of PSUs, those remain intact. Whatever the government decisions are, but the PSUs have really unlocked the values, and that's not going to get destroyed now just because there is some volatility in the market. And yes, since there was a very, very sharp upside on the PSU stocks during the last couple of days and say last 6 months, if I took a medium-term position. So the things are settling down, but I personally feel, and we at Fundos feel there is some value emerging, and we might start deploying at a little more attractive valuations.
Right. Mr. Singh, SBI Mutual Fund is the largest mutual fund of the country now, biggest SIP book. You clearly have the pulse of the retail investor, which has been extremely contrarian. Every large dip in the last 5-7 years has been bought. What is the stance now? Do you think that flow of money could get shaken, or you think that will come to the market irrespective?
I think people will wait and watch for another 1 week's time when the government is formed. But definitely the Indian investor, especially the retail investor, has matured much better than ever before. And we will definitely see buying coming at good valuations. And we are hopeful that the trend which we have saw during last 3, 4, 5 years will continue. But one thing is there, that the retail investor putting money through SIP route, that will continue to remain unbated. Today, when we'll be having almost $3 billion coming every month through SIP route. that will continue, and that will give a lot of stability to the markets. Today's moves and yesterday's moves should be seen in some other way, because here the traders are playing much more than the investors. But eventually, the investors, when they come to the market, they will definitely bring in stability. And see, I'm sure all these, I mean, upswings and downswings are a matter of few days, and history also tells us the same thing happened earlier when such days came. But eventually, market comes back, sanity comes back, and we mutual funds are long-term players. We are handling money of retail investors, and retail investors should remain calm, and they should see that nothing is lost. Corporates are doing phenomenally well. Businesses are doing very, very well. India growth story is intact. Whatever government, whosoever becomes the finance minister, whosoever comes through. In any case, one thing is very clear, that it's almost looks like that the NDA is going to come back to the power, and the policy decisions are not going to change in a big way.
I also want to get a thought on how some of your partners like Amundi and other international players, they have been very cagey for the market for the longest time. A weak win, a weak mandate by the current dispensation, would that change, will they continue to be sellers in Indian market? Were they expecting a big strong win, only then they would have come? Because at least one part of the market thought that if there is continuity and a strong win, then FIs would come back.
See, political stability is definitely one of the considerations when they come to any of the markets. See, India growth story on business side remains intact. The very strong mandate would have definitely given them much more confidence. But these things get settled down over a period of week to 15 days. The moment there's a strong resolution, today we are looking at the numbers, the victory and losing is coming, now visible on the screens. Till the time, even if whatever numbers are being shown gets into reality, if they don't swing too much, and at this point of time, whatever number looks like, this will consolidate at this level only. So once it happens, once the things are clear, when the allies and the BJP sit together and they decide that they are going to hit the market, I think that will give a lot of comfort. Today, there are a lot of rumors in the market. In such a situation, it always happens. So we are sitting quiet. We as a mutual fund, we are today managing almost 7.5 lakh crores of equity oriented funds. And it's huge responsibility on us to take very, very conscious and very cool call on the investors' money. And we are very confident that we will keep the interest of investors in mind, whatever decision we take. But yes, these 1 week, 10 days time are going to be volatile, disruptive.
Stock market, your stupidity had severe correction and action.
So you're saying yesterday's reaction was stupid?
Stupid, no, because entire calculation was wrong. No, 12 or 13 exit poll went wrong. So that was something it never happened. So
but that also tells you that the way consensus can be wrong. Yesterday, of course, the consensus was 360 plus seats thereabout for NDA, and right now consensus is, of course, India is in a Goldilocks scenario, nothing can go wrong, and of course pockets like infrastructure, capex, PSU themes, these are to bet on. Do you think this consensus also has a bit of an error room?
Which consensus?
India has Goldilocks and there's nothing to worry about at all?
No, I think it depends. Again, it depends on the government to government. Every government has a different agenda and different mindset.
Okay.
I don't know what is going to happen still, because since BJP hasn't come with a majority and all, right? So that is the biggest fear factor in this market, that what is going to happen tomorrow.
Sure.
Let me tell you, somebody was telling me who is going to become PM also.
People are questioning that much as well.
Yeah, so
and
now
which side the JDU is going to go, which side the TDP is talking, all of those permutation combinations are all
just
right.
imagine, so now since, look at your thinking, to what extent it can go to,
Right.
So pessimism is
the leads are coming in today.
Sentiment.
Sentiment. If you look at the leads right now, 224, 232, if there is a strong, there's no question that opposition has come out very strong compared to what we are expecting. That's for fact. And at the same time, BJP or NDA together seem to have lost some political ground as well. But still, if they manage a steady government, in the next 6 months, do you see markets higher from now, or you think a kind of a long consolidation can also come?
No, if the structure remains like this, like Mr. Modi becomes a PM and there is no problem with the allies and all, because we have understood that how ethical are those allies.
Some of them can go back on their word along that.
This is what their business is only, no? Ayaram Gayaram, whatever they had been doing.
That's politics.
That's politics. So if you can tell me that it is going to be a stable government, if there is no worry from that side, then I think that big reforms are going to come in next 3 months' time.
And which reforms will that be? Will it be rural focused? Will it be continuation of capex push? What do you think has the more probability?
I think it would be exponential. It should be from all the sides, of course, because rural demand is lagging. This is what we are reading. Yeah. So they would certainly try to revive that. And one most important factor, which I always be saying, that one fear what India always has is unemployment.
Correct.
The rate of unemployment is really alarming. So I think they will certainly do something, and that can be taken care maybe through manufacturing or through capex or through whatever it is.
But Vijay, you have always been a stock-specific guy, right? And in some sense, India has always been a stock-specific story. Where is it that you would put fresh money to work?
Look,
what kind of themes would you look at?
Yeah, let me tell you, currently I do not have any spare money to put. I am already invested, 100% invested. So whatever idea, even if I get some new idea, I have to sell some old stocks, which I am not
in a hurry.
Yeah, in a hurry to sell. So whatever like this capex and this manufacturing, this capital goods and this telecom equipment, whatever all these things had been playing in the past, should continue to play. Maybe the valuation of some of the sectors like defense and PSUs has gone up through the roof. So they are correcting. They might correct little bit more here and there, and then I think this market will become investable.
You have actually must have seen this kind of market many times in your 30-35 years. Have you deployed usually when you used to see this kind of a massive crash? Have you utilized that opportunity to raise exposure?
No, I don't want to catch the bottom. You know, I had never been keen because nobody is going to give me any price for that. Even if somebody gives me some price, that would be very, very small compared to the kind of money I can lose. So usually in this kind of scenario, I stay put.
Stay put.
Yes, I don't do anything.
The message to the retail industry will be, whatever you have, stay put, stay calm, let it dust settle, and then take a call.
But don't be adventurous, no. What is the point in catching the bottom?
True.
कि भाई मैंने ले लिया इस भाव के अंदर में. How does it matter even if you buy 10%, 15% higher than whatever was the bottom tomorrow or maybe after a week or so? If you are playing a long haul game, right? If you have to stay invested for 5 years or 10 years, then what is the point? I bought on 4th of June or I bought on 7th of June. It does not matter.
No, but the question is whether somebody who is, let's say, sitting on cash, and I'm talking about a retail investor who has a 3 or 4 year view, should they start deploying right now or wait for the budget and the other uncertainties to be also out and only deploy, let's say, post-July, July mid or later?
You see, one thing I'll tell you, I always say this thing. So whenever or whatever you are buying, always ask these questions to your mind that suppose if I'm buying today, even if the stock has fallen, say 20% from the top, not from the bottom, from the top, still there must be 2 times, 3 times up than their bottom.
All leaders in individual sectors. What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a booster start.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Just on the editor's radar, the strategy is going to be for the day.
Will this start coming up on your screen? Because
Hi, good evening, and what a bloodbath it has been for D Street. Almost a contrast opposite, in fact, even worse than what you had yesterday. While the exit polls themselves got it wrong, the market was extremely exuberant, and I'm falling short of words here. So while yesterday we did manage to scale up 3.5%, a lot of the damage got done today. So net result, we've registered the biggest single session fall in about 4 years.
That's correct. Almost 30 lakh crore worth of market cap got erased. Perhaps not only because of what the verdict is indicating at, but because of the elevated expectations and exit polls had a role to play. But how should you be approaching the market now, whether you are a trader, investor, a common citizen, or running your SIPs? We are going to dissect what does this election verdict or the direction of it is telling you or nudging you to do. And we've got best of the voices in the market to do exactly that. To start with, we have Prashant Khemka of White Oak, who's joining us. Prashant, of course, has a pulse on the overseas money managers as well. Bulk of his friends still there. He's been one. And of course, being an Indian, understands and has seen the election mandates many times before in the last 30 odd years that he's been managing money. Prashant, good evening, and thank you very much for your time this evening. Let's take a step back and understand what exactly has happened. I was discussing with my colleagues through the day today that it appears to me just like a case of a company which has been declaring very strong set of numbers over the past few quarters, and in their interactions at conferences somehow managed to elevate the expectations of their performance in the mind of the investing universe so much that even a 295 or at least a win, even if it's indicating at a coalition win, doesn't seem to excite the investing community. In fact, they were voting with their feet today. Massive falls coming in. But what does it really mean for the market in the medium term, at least, in your view?
I think, see, in the medium term, once this roller coaster ride is behind us over the next few days, assuming the numbers, what they are today, would suggest a continuation of the government in a coalition now, which is not as strong as that was expected maybe last week, certainly not as strong as was expected, say, yesterday, but nonetheless a coalition that seems very likely stable, going by longer term history of Indian politics. In 2014, receiving a 290 to 300 kind of seat count for any coalition would have suggested a very stable a 5-year government. And assuming that, I think in a few days' time, people would put the election results behind them and focus on what the government is, talking in terms of policy going forward, what their actions are. Budget would be in July, and that would be very closely watched this time, because to market would be looking to ensure that the policy direction and pace is in line with what has been the case over the last many years, over the last decade or so.
Prashant,
and that would shape how the markets evolve from here.
Sure. Prashant, but a weak majority, does that not sort of throw you or bring you back to the drawing board? You've got to sort of, take into account and relook perhaps as to how your portfolio positioning as such has been. I mean, the biggest question on everyone's mind is, what do you do with PSUs now?
Very true. Any such event of the magnitude that it is, it must prompt people and investment teams to discuss how the portfolio is positioned in the evolving scenario. Now, as we've spoken before, our team tends to have some kind of a risk management where we have a balanced portfolio. We don't tend to take macro bets, directional calls on the market or on specific sectors, and so was the case going into the election as well, yeah, and has been for the last several years, or always, I would say. So in that sense, while there is a lot of discussion on what it means for different names within the portfolio, there isn't necessarily anything of the nature on the table that suggests that we need to massively rejig. And that may be true for many other managers, investors as well, who have a similar risk management style, though those who may be taking more directional bets in the market, in the portfolio, they would definitely have to rethink whether what has worked and worked very well over the last many months and even last few years, whether they would need to take some action there to mitigate that exposure.
Would you recommend gravitating towards the safe havens? I mean, typically in risk-off modes, one would see underperforming sectors like FMCG, pharma, and they're only underperforming right now, but typically they are the defensive lot. One would gravitate towards those, and I think today is proof. I mean, pick up any FMCG stock, that was the only one holding up.
Well, definitely, you saw that today, and as you were pointing out, it's the worst fall in the last 4 years since the COVID crisis. And it was the COVID crisis when these sectors that performed well today, it was the last time when they performed well was in, I believe, March of 2020. So on days like this, it's very natural. Those sectors like FMCG are highly predictable. To their trajectory, long-term trajectory, doesn't really change much, move much because of, and events like elections or even wars or whatnot. So there, when the world is falling apart, people would tend to hold on to those names. And even if there isn't incremental buying, just because there's no incremental selling over there, that could also support the valuations on days like today. But that is not to say that we can extrapolate that also over the coming days. It all would depend on how over the next few days things shape up, what form of cabinet takes shape, and what initial comments come out of the new government in terms of policy objectives.
I want to discuss a very fundamental point with you, because we are in the middle of a big fall seen after a 4-year period. And within the last fall and now, a lot of scores of new investors have also joined the market, be it in the SIP form, DMAT, direct, whatever. But the point is that we need to communicate a message to them. Over a 25-30-year period, you may have seen 4-5 of such falls. How much time usually does it take for market to come to peace with this kind of fall or the shakeout which is happening? And then how should the approach be?
So you must remember, first of all, that market yesterday was at all-time high, all-time peak, and which is fair. I mean, markets, it's the nature of the markets that they keep scaling new heights almost everywhere in the world. That is true. So from there, we've pulled back about 7%. Coming more specifically, so it's not like we are in, there have been market time periods when markets been down more than 50% from the peak. I'm not suggesting that's where we're headed, but I'm just saying that is it's not even what is technically considered a correction. That aside, to your point about new investors, I think it's very much part and parcel of the learning process. Myself, as most investors have done, I was myself sucked into equity markets long ago, many decades ago, in a big bull run. I started thinking I can double as a middle class boy. I started thinking I can double my money every year and become a crorepati. Back in 80s, crorepati was a big deal, right? But then very next year, I realized you can't even stay afloat in certain years, right? So same would be the case for investors who've been drawn in over the last 3 years, thinking that it's easy to achieve 10% returns on a monthly basis or something of that sort. They would realize it's not that easy. It's not only one way up. And the return expectations for those investors would need to get moderated. And it's a healthy, I think, phenomenon. Some of them would get disenchanted and might leave, but many would stay on, and many would stay on and would either through mutual funds or through direct investments continue their investment journey. But it's a good lesson. A whole host of investors have entered in, and it's a good reminder to them to be also thinking of risk and not simply the stocks that are that have strong momentum and delivering the highest returns in the trailing 1 month, 2 months, and so on.
In fact, the word on the street now is that a lot of new investors would be learning some very old lessons of the last street in this kind of a fall. But I want to talk about certain sectors which may have done well because of specific policy impetus. But that policy impetus actually came on the back of much larger structural themes which are happening globally. I mean, Indian power sector or the entire power value chain, right from transformers to generators to renewables to wires and cables, everything got re-rated, not only because of what's happening here, but because there's a major, transition because of climate change, all of that factors playing out globally. So if one were to look at some of the spaces in the market, or for example, financials or the financialization, do some themes come to mind which are more structural than what is happening in our country, and those are the areas one should look at when this shakeout is happening?
See, all these, are very real and very structured. It's just what the market is questioning now is how long can you extrapolate them to? How confident are you in extrapolating them to the next 10, 20 years? Last week, investors in these particular sectors were very confident in extrapolating these for decades to come. But after these events, there would be naturally some questioning, on whether we can be just as confident in the strength of the underlying trends, as structural as they are. Can the magnitude and strength of those trends can last and stay as strong as was expected just last week? And within that context, yes, in some sectors, there would be greater confidence. There'll be other sectors where the combination of so let's say financials as an example. It's been a structural story for last 20, 30 years. But last couple of years have not really gone anywhere, because while the structural story was there of very robust growth, there were these many other sectors which seemed to have become structurally much stronger, deliver structurally stronger growth and profitability. And hence, maybe financial sector was getting somewhat neglected by investors. Yeah? So maybe that gets reassessed now. That, okay, the growth may be somewhat slower here, but it is time tested. It is less cyclical. It is less a function of some of these macro situations, and so these newer areas would get investor attention, and some of the other segments and themes that had become elevated beyond what was reasonable would find a more reasonable level.
But Prashant, we were having this discussion earlier as well, that no matter whichever government comes to power, your portfolio has got to be such that it's kind of sort of bereft of any such risk. But irrespective of, government-linked sectors or policy-linked sectors, be it infrastructure, capex, manufacturing, any government in power is bound to focus on these themes. They may not be as aggressive as certain governments have been, but they, if India has to prosper, they have to focus on these particular segments. So would you say that, stay put for long-term investors, nothing really changes in these particular segments of the markets?
See, you're very right when you say that, but it is a question of magnitude. Yes, some of these sectors were in the dumps over the, let's say, till 5 years ago, for a prolonged period of time. Some of these segments are highly cyclical as well. So it's a question of magnitude, and very importantly, is a question of how long can you extrapolate the strength for. A week ago, or just till yesterday, the extrapolation of the business momentum, the strength in these underlying trends, be it power sector, defense sector, railways and other cyclicals and capex related, that extrapolation was, and then rightly so. I'm not saying that was incorrect yesterday, but it's a dynamic world, and when facts, as I think Keynes said, or someone, some wise person said, as facts change, you have to reassess whatever the exact words that were used. I'm not remembering, but that's what the market does. When facts change, the market reassesses. And now that length of time period that you were confident yesterday in extrapolating a lot of these structural or cyclical trends, that is going to be reassessed by the market.
In a all leaders in individual sectors. What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case. What is it going to mean for the business? What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
ET now have been getting you bit by bit.
Indian markets are going to be taking a boost of sorts.
Hi, good morning. You're watching the market right here on ET now.
Indian markets are at an all-time high. You would really pinch yourself to say, is it this all factors align wonderfully well for us?
Nifty is now up a staggering 2,000 points. That impacts the market like no other. Just on the editor's radar, the strategy is going to be for the day.
You just start coming up on your screen. There's a lot of green on the screen today.
Are we getting ready for Happy Diwali rally, which may start in Diwali and could extend to Christmas?
All right, so we're taking the show forward. We've got Vikas Khemani also joining us. Vikas, this was clearly not what the street was estimating, and the reading is clear on the screen. But what about things of how to take shape from here on? How should investors be approaching their portfolios which are already bleeding, in your view?
I think it clearly depends on how the government formation takes place. My sense is that probably NDA government will be made with the support of TDP and GDA. So I think clearly that should happen. But what kind of compromises gets made will know only in the in fullness of time, with a little bit of delay. So I guess the frothy valuation stocks will come down, corrections will happen, markets might consolidate for some time, and to some extent it is healthy. Also, probably you will have a strong opposition, so we'll have to see what kind of reforms government is able to carry out and further. I would say as long as they're doing continuation of more of same infrastructure spending, manufacturing boost, I think economy should be okay, market should be okay. So I think in a couple of weeks' time, I think market should be back to normal, unless something changes drastically on the political front, where the stability of the government is questioned, which currently doesn't look like, but you never know.
Vikas, net, you're saying that don't try and catch a falling knife, let the dust settle down, let the poison get out of the system, and then take a call?
Absolutely. I think so in a day or two, things will be clear, and then how the government gets formed and all. Right now there are lots of rumors floating around that, JDU and TDP might not support. Now, who knows whether what's a rumor or the reality. The fact is that, these things are uncertain. So I would rather say that wait for a day or two and get some clarity before jumping in. Anyway, it's not going to be runaway market. Probably market has for some time shifted more on, instead of buying on dips, to probably sell on rallies. So to some extent, I think I would see a consolidation phase of markets in any case.
Vikas, the fear of the market is that the derating of market could happen, and for a longish period, 4 to 6 months or even beyond, and some sectors could permanently get derated. Say, parts of manufacturing, parts of defense. Is that a legitimate fear? Or you think whichever shape and size the government comes in, there are certain areas they'll have to focus on, and hence quality stocks will rebound?
See, there was surely a bit of a premium for the stable government. There's no question on that, I think, and that to some extent gets questioned. But having said that, it's not that far wide a gap where government can't be maintained and run. So I would say the re-rating from here would be a question, and that's the reason I was saying that probably markets would consolidate, markets would become more on sell on rallies. So to some extent, I think potential de-rating because of the political uncertainty can take place. But it really depends on how it plays out. It might happen that they are giving a good budget and things just come back to normalcy very fast. If both partners commit to them saying that they will stay forever for long with them, then I think that might not happen. So I think we will know a lot more things in next few days or next few weeks. But I would say that at least markets would get into a consolidation zone, and market may not be running away, or rally might be slightly away from here.
Vikas, considering, the move yesterday was so believable and so swift, not many, would have booked profits, although it may be have an ideal time. And, look what happened today, right? No one anticipated that as well. What do you do then in such a case? Because, portfolios have seen quite a bit of hit today.
I mean, if you just see, yesterday markets were up, today it was down. So if you see net from day before yesterday level, markets are not very, down. 2% maybe, right? It's not a lot down. So, to some extent, if you just take yesterday and today's move out, markets are okay. So I would say that, given the kind of run up and rally we have had in the Indian market in the last few years, it should be all right. that kind of pain, one has to be ready anytime to take into the markets. Markets never go one way, especially when this kind of event is there. So I would say that as long as, and I don't think long-term pillars of the growth has gone away. India demographic, Indian manufacturing, Indian infrastructure, all those stories remains. Our digitization, our banking system, all those stories remains. So I think we'll have to just ride out this potential uncertain, volatile period, over next, few weeks, few months. And I guess I would not believe that medium-term to long-term story for India is under question.
So one last word, closing comments from you, Vikas. If one were to be having some, cash on the side, some strategic cash, should that be deployed over the staggered manner over the next 4 to 6 weeks or months, which you're indicating at? Or should one wait for more certainty to appear on the leadership front, only then a fresh call is, can be taken?
I would say wait and see how, if the moment government's clarity comes that, the government is going to be stable, I think you can put money. So I would say that wait for some time rather than just jumping in. And, it's not far away. It's like maybe 1 or 2 days or maybe 1 or 2 weeks. We will know that, and post that one should deploy.
Okay, Vikas, so great to have you, and it's a developing story. We'll keep chatting with you and keep getting, some more insight on how one should be approaching the markets. What a tough day it has been, but it's not done yet. We still don't know which way the final count is going to be headed. So yeah, tomorrow is going to be another testing day for the markets.
Well, hold your horses. Don't jump into the market. That's the word coming in from our experts on the show. But we'll be there tomorrow with better voices, even bigger voices, some global voices as well on how should be navigating these tough times in the market. Thanks for watching the show.
Have some patience. I think let's have some appetite for some more correction. I would say another 5-10% correction on the downside, and I hope it is only 10%. And then I think corporate earnings, dialogue will change, new government will come, and the corporate earnings, the winners will come, maybe some change in policies will happen. I would think that with this mandate, we will not have a great year in terms of the bulk of the time will go in correction, and whatever excess return we had in last 2-3 years, part of that we have to give in next 12 months. I'm preparing my mind for kind of very low return or no return for in near future.
I think if we remain constructive for India from a longer term perspective, I think these are great buying opportunities. And I will generally like these things, whenever a fraud gets built, you give you sharp correction and all weak players are out. So again, market becomes a healthy. Now, this statement, people will not like it at this point in time because everybody's portfolio will hurt very badly. But the point is very important, the way when we look at from the institution perspective, these are great opportunities to build or reconstruct your portfolio.
Long-term trend of Indian economy, I do not think is here to change. The most important development in the last few years, or last couple of years maybe, was the trend in investment cycle. As long as that investment cycle does not get dented, I think the Indian story will continue.
Market loves myths, I mean, myth of public sector company, myth of private sector company. I think that has to be broken down, but markets work the way it works. I mean,